as the market gets more and more diluted. Having said that, I still think that the massive podcasts like JRE have dealt pretty well with the decline, but when you compare Rogan's previous deal with his new one, there's no way you can argue that it's a bigger and better deal. Spotify are clearly trying to cut their losses and reduce their risk by focusing more on ad revenue sharing instead of exclusive deals to buy listeners. That tells you everything you need to know. They're basically saying to all their podcasters, we'll only pay you out of the money that you're making us from ad sales, which is exactly how YouTube operates. People seem to think that Spotify competing with Apple Podcasts, but the reality is they're actually competing with YouTube. You see, YouTube figured out the formula a very long time ago. Instead of buying audiences from other platforms through exclusivity deals, they focused on making their platform the most user-friendly for creators. The reason why YouTube dwarfs other platforms when it comes to advertising revenue and regular users is because if you're a creator, you almost cannot afford not to be on YouTube. Just ask Mr. Beast when Elon Musk tried to get him over to X and he said, I can't afford it because X revenue just simply won't cover the costs of making my videos. I mean, that's pretty much what happened with Rogan as well. After 3 years, Spotify said, it's not worth just having you on here. We need to get you back on YouTube and get that new. So now Spotify is trying to do their version of YouTube's business model by basically just giving creators a share of revenue, which is exactly what YouTube's been doing this whole time. Remember what I said earlier? What is Spotify paying for now? Well, like Akash said, they're effectively paying for a piece of YouTube's ad revenue because they haven't been able to match Google's AdSense infrastructure, and they weren't able to attract enough paying subscribers to justify that $200 million price tag that came with JRE. And don't forget, Rogan's new deal is pretty much the same as all their other new deals, just with bigger numbers. So it's not like they made a special deal for Rogan. They've been structuring deals like this since the beginning of last year. So all Rogan did was jump on the bandwagon and accept Spotify's new business model for podcasting. And don't get me wrong here, guys. I'm not trying to throw shade on Rogan. I don't doubt that he's the biggest podcaster in the world and brings in the biggest numbers. My point is simply that almost everyone commenting on this new deal is viewing it as a massive win, when the reality is it's a pretty sizable pay cut for him, and it doesn't paint a very good picture for podcasting going forward. Either way, he obviously doesn't want to have to manage his own ad reads and sponsors anymore, so it's still a win for Rogan. All he's got to do is churn out the episodes, hand it over to Spotify, and get his bag. It's as simple as that. Anyway, that's my breakdown of Andy and the Toy Story Boys' comments on Rogan's new deal. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get all my uploads right there in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
Podcasting isn't hard, but it is something that you have to want to do. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not something that you enjoy doing, you will make real horrible podcasts.
All right. He wanted an apology. Now, I didn't see the monologue. From what I heard, he ended the monologue by saying, if you can give me an apology, it's a wrap. That's all he wants is an apology. And you're
for a joke. We got comedians asking other comedians to apologize for jokes.
I don't know if it was a joke.
That's what I'm saying.
It was something taken out of context.
Jimmy thinks. So when you were saying that he was on that list, no. Okay. See, that was a lot of people, if they saw it out of context. Nobody watched it. That's why.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. I don't know if you've been following the Jimmy Kimmel Aaron Rodgers beef, but it's the gift that keeps on giving because I honestly cannot get enough of it. And Rogan's always had a side beef with Kimmel as well, which goes back to the pandemic days. But I've got to say, never have I ever seen three dudes who don't care about what other people think, caring so much about what other people think. So I'm going to update you on the latest episode of JRE with Aaron Rodgers because Rogan brings up the Jimmy Kimmel beef. And just to give you an idea of how much this has escalated, a few weeks ago, Jimmy Kimmel basically came to sue Rodgers for calling him a kitty fiddler without evidence. And since then, Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show and tried to clear the air, and also on Rogan this week. Just so you guys know, I have seen the Papo where Tom and Bert just burst in to promote their new vodka, so I'll have to cover that next week because I'm going to chill this weekend and enjoy the Super Bowl. But yeah, I've got all your emails and cover that next week. But in all of this, I think Andrew Schultz, believe it or not, has the best take. And when Schultz has the most down-to-earth, rational perspective, you know everybody involved are acting like a bunch of snowflakes. So slow down for you guys and get you up to speed. I'm also going to spend some time focusing on Rogan's ongoing beef with because now that he's signed this new Spotify deal valued at up to $250 million, he's starting to look like a massive hypocrite, and it's got to do with how he's no longer in control of his corporate sponsorships. So if you actually stop and look at the big picture, there really isn't any difference between Rogan and the Hollywood establishment that he's constantly crapping on. So there's so much to talk about. As usual, shout out to my regulars. We're getting close to 110,000 subscribers strong now, and we're still growing by the day. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button to stay up to date with my uploads. But let's start with the Aaron Jimmy Kimmel controversy. The best part about all of this is how it all started this time last year when Rogers went on the Pat McAfee show and they were talking about the Epstein list.
I believe that this has been going on for a long time. Interesting timing on everything. There's a lot of other things going on in the world. Did you hear about the Epstein client list about to be released too?
What's that? What are you talking about?
There's some files that have some names on it that might be getting released pretty soon.
So it's important to understand this next bit. Aaron Rodgers was talking about how there are all these things happening around the team list. That was what Jimmy did him over. So Rodgers hadn't actually mentioned Jimmy Kimmel or anything like that. It was Kimmel himself who started to have a dig at Rodgers. Then in January of this year, in response to Kimmel's claims about him, Rodgers hit back by simply saying, "It seems like Jimmy Kimmel is worried about the list coming out."
Something to do with the Epstein list that came out?
Feels like
Supposed to come out. Supposed to come out.
Look, this guy's been waiting in his wine cellar. I've been waiting in my wine cellar for this thing.
There's a lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, really hoping that this.
All right. Obviously, a clip from this particular program was run on Jimmy Kimmel's show. Whenever Aaron brought up the list, Jimmy mocked him for it. Aaron has not forgotten about that, but here we are, sitting right in front of that nice bottle of scotch. What do you say? I'm waiting to celebrate something.
Yeah.
He's been waiting. He's been waiting.
If that list comes out, I definitely will be filing some sort of lawsuit.
Yeah, he's been calling for it for a few years now.
So that was it, right? That's all he said about Kimmel and the list. And remember, Jimmy was the one who started this, but he couldn't take it. He went on this long monologue at the beginning of his show, absolutely roasting Aaron Rodgers, basically calling him a full-blown conspiracy theorist, saying he's had too many concussions and he's dumb, he's not well educated, basically telling him to just, stick to playing football. The usual stuff, right? And I'm not going to lie, it was pretty funny. Kimmel's writers came up with some pretty funny one-liners. Unfortunately, though, I think Kimmel took it one step too far and made a veiled threat to Rodgers by saying, instead of having this discussion on talk shows, why don't we take it to a courtroom where you'll have to actually prove your claims? So I'll give you my opinion on the whole legal angle in a moment, but let's hear from Aaron Rodgers as he attempts to clear the air by peddling back his claims. This is good. This will give you guys the full picture.
So in my opinion, you went after me. That's fine. You're a comedian. Go for it. Not offended, but that was an L. Fast forward to, again, unprompted, how the Epstein client list comes about. But we said there's an excitement to corruption. And what I joked about the other day about popping a bottle, there's excitement about when the corruption anywhere gets exposed and people who are accused of these heinous crimes get exposed. That will be nice. And then unprompted, he comes out and says that I'm an overly wacko. In my opinion, it seemed like, because I believe that there was a list and that there were names on that. Then we fast forward to this last week, right? And I said, a lot of people, and I'm quoting myself here, a lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't come out. End quote. That's what I said. That's the entire quote. Okay? I was referring to the fact that if there is a list, which again, this hasn't come out yet, this was just a deposition, right? And there are names on it, and that would be the second time that a soft brain, junior college student, wacko, anti-vax, anti-Semite, purveyor, spreader of misinformation, conspiracy theorist, MAGA, whatever other things have been said by him and other people in the media would be right twice. I totally understand how serious.
Hello,
an
fellow
allegation
students
of
of Jewish
Christian
history.
would be.
Welcome to another
So,
lecture
for
in
him to
the
be
Jewish
upset about
History
that, I
Lab
get it.
series.
Did you watch
We
the
are now
book? Because that's
continuing
exactly what
discussion
I
of the
said.
Holocaust. These lectures are
Verbatim what I said on
for
the
educational
Not stupid enough
purposes.
to
One of the
refuse
historiographic
that
challenges studying the Holocaust
evidence,
is to find
concrete
precisely
evidence.
what
It's
is it that
ridiculous.
Okay, so no one really knows exactly what Aaron Rodgers
Are we
meant when he said
talking
that,
about
and everyone will interpret it
overall
differently. For example, when I heard him say it, I immediately assumed he meant that Kimmel would be worried that a whole bunch of his buddies would be on the list because he's a talk show host and he knows all these guys. I personally don't think he meant Kimmel himself was going to be called out as one of the
or
guys
are
on
we
the list.
speaking about
However,
something
I can
more
definitely
narrowly
see
focused
how other
like
people might interpret what he said
persecutions
as
that
Kimmel being on
came
the
along
list
with the
himself.
invasion of
But from a
Poland in
legal
September
perspective, my opinion is Kimmel
There's
doesn't
also
necessarily
a
have an open and shut case here. It's
Holocaust
obvious that different
and
people
World War
would interpret
II
it differently. At the end of the day, if Kimmel was serious and had actually sought legal advice
core
over his position, I highly
events
doubt
which
that
we
any
associate
decent
with the
lawyer would
Holocaust
advise Jimmy to
involved
go on his
two
talk show,
major
broadcast to millions of
periods.
people, just the guy who he
Period
intended
of
to
the
pursue
Einsatzgruppe
a legal action
and
against.
period
The
of
advice is
death.
usually don't
This
say
is
or
the
do anything
era
that
in
could
which
potentially
Nazis
jeopardize the
enacted
case. I think Kimmel was just
actual
flagrant.
massacres
Honestly, it
as
seemed like
opposed
he
to
felt
the
really
horrific
threatened by it, which is weird given who roasts people for a living.
during the
So
period
then
of
when
the
Rodgers
ghetto.
brought it up and gave his 2 cents
We
on
recall
the drama,
that one
Why
of
did you
the
bring up Jimmy Kimmel in
prerequisites
that whole
of the beginning of hostilities
I
in
had
September
said on Mac
1939
before
is the sealing
they
of a
had talked about
non-aggression
forever. They
pact
talked about
between the
releasing the
Soviet
Epstein
and
list.
the Third Reich,
I had
which
said that on
allowed
the show,
both Stalin
and he
and
had got on
Hitler
his show,
to
Tin
Poland and the Baltic states
had a
to
very,
divide up the territory. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939
When you were saying that he doesn't want that list to come out,
I
you weren't
have
saying
a
that he was
longer
on
lecture
that
on
list.
that topic
No.
specifically.
See, that was a lot of
in
people,
a
if they saw it out of
different
context,
series,
nobody watched
my
it.
YouTube
That's
channel
why,
on the
right? They just saw a
Holocaust,
headshot,
where
very,
discussion
oh,
was
see,
happening there.
anti-vax guy
But
again, let's
basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust really begins,
Let's have the
in my
same
humble opinion,
energy.
with the end of that Soviet period,
Talking about
June
facts.
22nd, 1941.
If you're not
With
vaxxed,
the launch of
just
Operation Barbarossa,
yeah, so
which was the
clearly
Third
Rodgers
Reich
is backpedaling,
double
and
crossing
like I said
of
before,
the Soviet
I don't think he really needs to. People seem to think
abrogating
that these types of
that
defamation
non-aggression
cases are open
as
and
Hitler
shut, but
surprised
Kimmel
Stalin
would
with
really
a
have an
massive
uphill battle here
rapid
if it never
advance
went to
into
trial.
Soviet territory.
And it'd just end
Now,
up
why
being a
that is
Streisand
specifically
effect as
connected to
well.
the Holocaust
Everyone would be talking
because
about it, it'd be the hardest new trial, maybe not as entertaining as Depthy heard, but it'd still sell a few newspapers if you know what I'm talking about. Not to mention the fact that Aaron Rodgers is filthy rich and could easily afford to just sell it out of court if he didn't want any of the public. Lawsuits aside, Andrew Schultz got in on the action a couple of weeks ago and really hits, and I think he absolutely nailed it with his case. So let's take a look at that. But just lightly, have you guys noticed that Schultz speaks differently on Prime Idiots compared to, I don't know. Is that like a thing that I just noticed, but everyone else knew? I feel like that's what's going on here. Anyway, take a look.
Dotted inside, round up the local Jewish population along with other aides of Hitler, such as communist leaders, the Einsatzgruppe would march these others out to local ravines. There were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity. They would have to dig their own graves and shoot them like
Nobody wants kids to be
this is
no
called
fault
the
anyway.
Holocaust
It's
by
terrifying when
Poland.
that comes to your family. Nobody wants.
Representative
I don't think anybody here wants Jimmy's. I don't think anyone wants Jimmy's family or Jimmy to feel any sort of security.
That's you want an apology.
1.5
I didn't see the monologue, but I heard he ended the monologue by saying, if you give me an apology, it's a wrap. That's all he wants is an apology.
From the United States
Aaron,
Holocaust
for a
War
joke,
Museum.
We got comedians asking other comedians to apologize for jokes.
I don't know if it was a joke. If
That's what I'm saying.
it was something I was taken out of context.
Jimmy thinks
Kiev, which was not a
Jimmy
town, but
thinks
rather
that
a large
Jimmy
city,
thinks that like
had one of
we're
the
being unfair to him.
largest.
No, we're treating you like a comic because you're a comic to us, man. You're somebody we looked up to. When we were growing up, we looked up to you. Let's tell your boy Jimmy this.
If you listen to him,
He's
show
Jimmy, you're a comedian to us, bro. So you, as a comedian, you can't be out here when somebody makes fun of you after you make fun of them.
The so-called Holocaust by bullets,
saying you want to
however,
take them to court
be a
and
very
now asking for an apology for a joke.
psychologically a
We
very
hold you to the standards of a comedian. If you were Ryan Seacrest,
so the
okay,
Nazis look to
you're not Ryan
a
Seacrest.
way
You
to
could body
rid
Aaron
themselves
Rodgers.
of
You're nice
their
with jokes.
Jewish problem.
You could
so to
body
speak.
him in the heart.
This was
Jimmy
discussed
Kimmel, bro.
I have between Cat Williams.
that
We
took
love you,
place at a
Jimmy.
resort
We love you.
in
But you're still a
Vansay
comedian
on
to us,
January
Jimmy.
20th,
You're still a
1942.
comedian
Note
to
the
us.
rather late
You can never not be a
war
comedian.
began at 9,
Couldn't imagine
Operation
Harvey
Barbarossa,
Susan making a joke.
which represents
It
first
should be heartbreaking. Are you kidding me?
So there's gotta be
the only
things
that comes
that
close
if
to
somebody said
before
about
that
you, you would want to just, you would want to be
Kristallnacht
Of course,
in
there's
1930,
things that
which
would
had
be hurtful.
about
People make fun of me, of
260
course.
Jews
But if
killed.
I
Now
started
it's
making,
hundreds of
and then
thousands,
they responded with that,
millions of
that is the
Jews
game you
killed
play.
in Barbarossa.
You know if
But
you're
that
a
was
battle
not
rapper or
fast
something like
enough
that, you
to
make
be
fun of somebody, and you know that they go there. He didn't think Aaron went there. That's what he thought. He thought he had an easy target that wasn't going to come back.
So at Vansay, this
found out he
conference,
did
which was chaired by
And I bet
Aldo
you, let's see if he's
here,
making more jokes.
they drew up
Yes,
a
that pretty much
list
sums it
of
up
all of the
completely. And the
Jews in
important thing
Europe,
to
a
emphasize, which I
terrifying
pointed out
list, in my
earlier,
humble
is
opinion,
that
perhaps
Paul
most
started
terrifying
this. He
document
roasted
that's
Aaron
survived
Rodgers unprovoked, and Rodgers hit
German
back by
archives
basically
of the
saying,
period.
oh,
And you
well,
can
he
see
must be
from this
worried about the
list
list
of
coming out.
countries that
I'm sorry,
included
whatever you think
countries
of
that
Aaron
had not
Rodgers,
yet even
Jimmy
been
Kimmel is the
conquered
softest
by
dude in
Germany,
Hollywood.
such as,
If you
for
can't take
example,
the
the
heat,
United Kingdom.
move to
And it
Austin, bro.
included
And
even
speaking of moving to
200
Austin,
Jews living out there.
Jogan actually
Giving you
has
a
a
sense
side
of
beef
just
with
how
Jimmy Kimmel as well,
Nazis
which
were
is kind of
behind
adjacent to what's
every
going on
last
here,
Jew of
and it
Europe.
goes back
They
to the
counted up
pandemic.
11
When
million
we saw Aaron
Jews,
Rodgers
and
bring
from
up
the
earlier
Vansay
on Pat
conference,
McAfee,
it
where he
appears that
said
the
Jimmy shouldn't be
massacre
focusing
all
on
of them.
me, but instead focusing on his own contributions to
was
misinformation
gas
during the
poisoning,
pandemic and
which
taking
they had
responsibility
already
for
been
his own
experimenting with for
mistakes.
some time.
This is where
Hell
Rogan
no
comes
was one
into the
of
picture
the
because he knew
nations where
personally
a
when Kimmel
gas
said
chamber
way
was
back during the
constructed
pandemic
in
that
order to
only
see if they
jabbed
could
people
scale
should be
this
admitted
up.
to
And in
hospital,
fact,
and if
the
you're not
Nazis
jabbed
committed
and you
themselves
took
to
the
do
horse
so
goo
at
instead,
that
then hospitals
Here
should turn
is
you
a
away,
map
to
that
which he
shows you
added
the 6
RIP.
so-called
Brutal. I don't
extermination
know what you guys
camps.
think, but that's a
Like
pretty
that term.
irresponsible
The
thing to
German
say,
term was
especially coming from
Vernichtung,
someone like
which
Kimmel,
means,
who got so butthurt after
making
Aaron
these
Rodgers
Jews
said he's
nothing.
worried about a list coming out.
Destruction camps, or perhaps
Well, that was
simply
Talk to
death
him. Have you ever talked to him?
these
I thought it was
6
show.
death camps,
Years ago.
Kalno, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated
Would you
in and
ever
around
have a
the
conversation with him?
Ghetto, which still had a very large concentration of
Don't
Jews in
think
ghettos.
that
that we
conversation
discussed in the previous
is a
video.
conversation that should
And they were
be held
very
in front of an
different
audience
in terms
in
of camps
5-minute chunks.
from the concentration
Like they
camps,
do on
which
television.
Hitler had set up.
That's a conversation that you have to let air out.
Unlike the
I wanna know why
concentration
you
camps,
think the way you
which
think.
held largely
Sit down.
non-Jews, particularly in
Is that
the early
what you feel?
and
Like
political
that are
enemies
sick
of
from a
Hitler.
disease that was
The
created
concentration
lab
camps were
that was
horrific
funded by
places
our own tax dollars.
with a significant
That's
death
should just
dying
die
from
because they don't
things like
trust the
starvation
government
and
or they don't
abuse,
trust
but
the
they were nothing
pharmaceutical
like the
industrial
death
complex.
camps. The
They're
death camps
responsible for
were
lying.
intended
Some of the
primarily
biggest
for the
criminals
folk creating
in
death.
in
They
the
were
history of this country.
factories of death.
And that
Many of them
all of a
had
sudden, they're the ones we're supposed to
satellite
trust.
camps
The
that were
liberals
used for slave
were
labor,
always the
but it
ones
only
that were
represented a very
anti-big
small
pharma.
proportion.
They were the always the ones that had no trust in
Anti-big
big government.
banks.
Yeah, and anti-big banks.
Here you
all
get a
that.
sense of
And
the
then all of a sudden,
process
yeah,
of the
all of a sudden the
deportation
ideology
all
shifts.
around
The
Europe,
very thing that they
including
use to
regions
control the
that were
media in terms of the
conquered
news.
nearly
They
at the
use it to
very
control the
end
media
of
in
the
terms
war,
of
when
late
it
night
was
talk
clear
shows
the
and
Nazis
monologues
were
as well.
going to
It's the
lose World War
same
II.
influence.
Places like
These are the
northern
same
Italy
sponsors.
and
The
Hungary
same people are spending the same
supported
money,
their
the same network.
last-ditch attempt.
If it affects your livelihood, it affects your future and your ability
What
to
was
do
the
this thing that
process?
you love doing.
Jews were rounded up and
You're
placed
doing it on a
on
network
cattle
that
cars,
is paid for.
some 6,000
by
a
that
day,
money.
leaving
Guess
Warsaw.
what? That
And when
affects
they
Okay, so this is where I wanted to get to with you guys, because
terrifying
Rogan just brought up a really
horrific
interesting point
long
about being captured by
journey
corporations
from
and having
places
to
far away as
self-censor.
Paris,
And for the
where
most
many of
part, I
them
actually
died
agree with him.
actually
It's
en route.
definitely a problem.
They
In fact, he
disembarked
himself
and they were
knows that
subject
his
to
popularity is due in
where
part to the
those
fact that he's
small
maintained a
numbers
much
of
higher
Jews
degree of
who were
independence
deemed to be
compared to Hollywood and
labor
media.
camps were
But
isolated
here's
and
the
sent
thing,
away to those
this would
satellites.
be about to
The
change.
vast
If you
majority of
didn't
the
catch
Russian
it,
Jews
I made a
were
previous video on the details and differences between Rogan's new Spotify deal and the old one, and I outlined how his new deal is probably worth about half as much as his previous deal. That because his old one was a straight-up exclusivity contract, meaning all Rogan has to do was agree to only publish JRE on Spotify and nowhere else. He was still able to monetize his podcast himself with his own ad reads and sponsorships, which would have contributed a significant amount of money to his bank account. The exclusivity deal is believed to be around $200 million over 3 years, and if you include his own monetization on top of that, my opinion is he would have brought in another $80 to $100 million per year on top of the Spotify deal. That means over the last 3 years, based on my assumptions, would have made somewhere around the $500 million mark. Craig Rogan is no longer monetizing JRE, Spotify is, and across multiple platforms instead of just their own. Spotify will now monetize JRE themselves and give them a cut of their ad revenue. So the new $250 million contract that's being reported is an estimate of how much Rogan will earn all up, including his minimum guarantee and the ad revenue sharing arrangement. Like I said, that's around half of what he earned. So it's a massive pay cut for Rogan when you look at it from that perspective. Now, I went into the reasons why in this video, so go check that out if you're interested. But here's the bottom line. This marks the first time that JRE will be controlled by a publicly listed corporation. What that means is not only will Spotify be responsible for organizing all the ads and sponsorships, but they will have to ensure that all their advertising complies with the various platforms they distribute to, such as Apple, Amazon, and of course, YouTube. That's why when Rogan makes comments like this,
if it affects your livelihood in the future and your ability to do this thing that you love doing, which is hosting a talk show, and you're doing it on a network that is paid for by that money, guess what? That affects you.
Well, he could soon be the one getting the tap on the shoulder from Spotify saying, hey buddy, looking about are upsetting our advertisers, or maybe even YouTube will start demonetizing JRE, which is what they did previously just before he left the platform back in 2020. None of this is new. So I think it's ironic that Rogan thinks he's somehow exempt from the things that he's criticizing people like Jimmy Kimmel and the Hollywood establishment for doing, when he's clearly in the same boat now where he's getting paid by a listed company to sell his content across multiple platforms. So I think it's only a matter of time before all of this blows up again. Rogan will start calling out YouTube for demonetizing his podcast. Or even worse, Rogan will start self-censoring so Spotify can get that ad revenue. And from where I'm sitting, it's a bit of the old pot calling the kettle black, but time will tell. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'm going to take a break for the weekend. Just enjoy the Super Bowl and all the business that follows. Just quickly though, I've received quite a few emails from you guys about Tom and Bert crashing Pat McAfee's show to promote their new vodka. There are way too many to reply to, so rest assured I've seen all you, and I'll be sure to cover this next week. Those guys are complete troll. But if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so that you don't miss out on any of my uploads. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the...
By the way, your dog's been farting like crazy. Is he?
Oh, Marshall, what are you doing,
Mark? I was like, I don't want you to think that was me. He's, it smells like farts, sort of. His dog? Yeah, his dog's farts. Dog, yeah, he eats raw.
You guys signed now, no? What's the number for you guys? 40 million? 300 million. 300? Well, he's just not a turn. 300? Crazy. Okay, I bet.
Yeah, 9 figures.
Welcome back to the channel, guys. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to break down Joe Rogan's new $250 million Spotify deal, and straight off the bat, it is a very different deal to his previous one, even though this new one is reportedly worth around the same as the old one. This time around, the whole $250 million is not guaranteed, whereas previously it was. So stick around because I'm going to make it crystal clear for all of you and explain why both Spotify and Rogan have failed. But first, a massive shout out to my 106,000 subscriber hit 100K, we're still going strong, so if you haven't jumped on board yet, now is you don't want to miss out on my uploads. There's usually a few every week, so hit the subscribe button and become a regular viewer. I also just want to say the only commentary I've seen on this new Spotify deal so far is a whole bunch of sheep saying how Joe Rogan beat the woke mob and how they couldn't cancel him. People are trashing the activist employees who tried to have JRE pushed on Spotify. And look, that's fine. I'm there for that too. But I just find it frustrating how there's a massive gaping hole when it comes to original thoughts and coverage of these topics. So this video is not that. I'm actually going to take you through the details of the deal and give you my thoughts and opinions on why this deal isn't a good deal, why Spotify did it, and why Rogan had to accept it.
Now it's oversaturated, and especially in the past year, the podcast bubble burst. The Spotify deals, they lost them. Not Rogan, they saved them. They're lucky they signed Joseph Rogan. And Rogan and I will argue about this. He got underpaid. You look at the valuation of their stock, how much that company is worth now because they signed Rogan compared to what they paid them. I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpaid my man. They underpaid. He should have got paid a lot more. I'll bet that's his thing. I'm just saying, you look how much that company is evaluated now, and then you look at the money they toss. The Obamas, woke boy, what's his name? Prince Harry, Meghan Markle. You look at all the shows that the other shows I'm fan of, so I won't say them. They've all lost their money except for Joseph Rogan. They could have taken that money, just put it towards him, and signed a long deal because his deal's up soon.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think it was a 3-year deal.
Let's start by recapping Rogan's deal so that we're all on the same page. That one was a straight-up exclusivity contract, which simply meant Spotify was paying Joe around $200 million in total over 4 years for the exclusive rights to his podcast. I covered this in detail in a previous video titled Should Joe Rogan Retire, so go and check that out for the full breakdown. But in a nutshell, under that deal, Rogan would produce JRE episodes and upload them to Spotify, and he would be responsible for his own advertising and ad reads and all that stuff. Maybe a better way of looking at it is Spotify was paying Rogan $200 million not to publish his podcast anywhere else. That's obviously what exclusive means. Sure, he's still got his YouTube channel with over 16 million subscribers where he posts those shorter clips from each episode to send traffic over to Spotify, but other than that, you would have to Spotify to see a full episode. I should mention that last year when he had Elon Musk on the podcast with the Cybertruck, that episode was uploaded to X as well, and people were speculating that Rogan was going to move over to X after his Spotify deal ended, and that was a test run. But as I suggested at the time, that didn't happen. Now, without going into the reasons why just yet, my immediate reaction is that Joe's old deal was way better than this one is. I mean, basically, it's nice, but we'll get there because my regulars know I like to put all the pieces of the puzzle together first. So let's do that then. What is this new deal all about? Well, there are two main features. Firstly, JRE will no longer be exclusive to Spotify once it starts. JRE episodes will be available in full across Apple Podcast, Amazon, and back on YouTube as well. Secondly, unlike his previous deal, Rogan is not guaranteeing the $250 million in this new deal. He'll get a minimum guarantee up front, but the rest of the money will come from a revenue sharing arrangement based on ad sales. Now, Joe is the only one on this new type of contract with Spotify. The second biggest Spotify exclusive podcast, Call Her Daddy, with Alex Cooper, has also switched over to the same deal, although it's probably not worth $250 million, as you can imagine. So some of you are probably thinking, okay, cool, Rogan signed a new deal with Spotify, who cares? Well, this is true, but what if I told you that this new deal is different to the old one because both Spotify and Rogan failed? Let me explain. Remember last year how Steven Crowder and Daily Wire had that public falling out over deal negotiations to bring Crowder with Crowder over to their platform? Well, that deal was basically the same as this one, just with smaller numbers. Basically, Daily Wire would pay Crowder $50 million over 4 years to produce the show, so
abrogating
$4.5 million
that
per year.
non-aggression pact.
And he covered the
Hitler's
production
surprise,
costs out of
Stalin
his
did
cut,
a
and
massive
Daly would manage the distribution,
advance
ad
in
sales,
Soviet
and all of the
Now,
business.
why that is
But
specifically
Crowder
connected to the
turned
Holocaust
it down,
because
not just because of the money, but because of the little clause that he didn't like. It said that if any of Crowder's episodes were demonetized by YouTube, for example, which has happened before, then Daily Wire would not have to pay him for those episodes. Effectively, he would be working for free, much like if he owned his own show and was monetizing it himself. And this is where things get interesting for Rogan. But I'm going to come back to that because I want to explain why I think Rogan and Spotify did this new deal differently in the first
They would
place.
go into the local villages on the Steppe, little Jewish townlets that
Spotify's
dotted
firing
the
people like
countryside,
crazy.
round up the local Jewish population, along
So
with
that you think they
other
invested all the money in
enemies
terms
of
of
Hitler,
to gain
such
market
as
share. Now they have market
communist
share. They're
leaders.
like, okay,
The
we're going to
Einsatzgruppen
invest as much
would
in
march
private.
these
They're gonna
Jews and
do a
others
little bit
out
more
to
content,
local
but I think
ravines.
at this
There were
point,
no dry
they're trying to find
riverbeds
ways to
in the
make revenue.
vicinity. They would have the Jews dig their own graves,
the number
and
one
then they
in
would simply
in
shoot
podcast
them
listening.
like
They're going
fire.
to probably try to incite
This
and
is
offer
sometimes
to
called the
people they don't have
Holocaust
to pay
by
social contracts
bullets,
to, like, hey, listen,
as it
we have
represented
lots of
a
nations.
relatively large number of casualties of the war.
The first thing that stands out is the non-exclusive distribution to all platforms. That tells me two things. Number one, Rogan lost a whole bunch of listeners when he left YouTube for Spotify, and number two, Spotify wasn't making enough money off of JRE to justify giving him another exclusivity contract. Think about it. The only reason why Spotify and Rogan would agree to drop the exclusivity arrangement is because they want to reach a broader audience. If Spotify had managed to capture the bulk of the podcasting audience around the world, there would be no need to distribute to other platforms, but they obviously need to do it now because they're not making enough ad revenue just on
The so-called
Spotify
Holocaust by
alone to
bullets,
justify
however,
such a
proved to be
big
very
contract with
efficient
Joe
and
Rogan. And
psychologically
that's
a very
also partly Rogan's fault too. He obviously wasn't able to migrate his audience over to Spotify and keep it growing. And what I suspect has happened is that both Joe and Spotify have agreed that podcasting in general has reached its saturation point, and the numbers are starting to go backwards. Therefore, to maintain their relationship, they both had to agree to reach a broader audience. Spotify failed, Rogan failed. Another question is, who owns the IP now? Is it still Rogan and JRE, or is it Spotify? Because remember, as part of this new deal, Spotify is responsible for distributing the podcast and selling ad space. So I suspect Rogan will just license JRE to Spotify with a whole bunch of conditions. So there's probably nothing to really worry about here. I'm sure Rogan's got some decent lawyers doing all of this for him, and it's not just him and Jamie fumbling their way through the contract with a dictionary and Google. But don't be mistaken, Joe has basically given control of his podcast to Spotify for a fee. I mean, Spotify has basically become a podcast network now, right? Why? Why don't they just stick to music and do that better than everybody else? Now they're doing exactly what Podcast One does, for example, and look how it's turned out for them so far. And so hopefully by now you're asking the question, well, you know what, Rogan could just do all of this himself, right? I mean, why does he need Spotify to do all that distribution for him? I mean, everything's digital. It's not like back in the old Hollywood system where the big studios and movie theaters and control every aspect of production, marketing, and distribution. It would literally be Jamie uploading each episode onto a podcast hosting site and the RSS feed spinning out the podcast to all of the platforms.
which they had
That's how
already
everyone else
been
does it. So
experimenting with
why
for
do this
some
with
time.
Spotify
Kelno
just so he
was
can make
one
this
of
minimum
the
upfront guarantee, which he would have made 10 times over by just doing it himself? I think honestly, it's mostly ego. If he left Spotify, the perception would be that he failed.
Here is
The
a
relationship
map that
soured and
shows
the
the
rumor mill would have been
so-called
in overdrive.
extermination camps.
Imagine how happy CNN and the New York Times, Washington Post, all of those establishment hack publishers would be if Rogan and Spotify parted ways for Rogan to go out on his own again. The headlines would be Spotify cancels Joe Rogan, but the reality would be Joe just said, screw you guys, I'm going home, I'm just going to do this on my own again. But I also think it's more than that. You see, Rogan wants to be the guy with
deal. And they were very different.
My name is Sam Samson. I am a new researcher, etc.
It's already set up for a major concentration camp, which tells largely non-Jews, particularly in the early periods of political enemies of the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate or dying from starvation and abuse. But they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating gangs. They were factories. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor. Only represented a very small proportion. Here we get a sense of the process of deportation all around the regions that were conquered at during the war, which was clear that national World War II, places like northern Italy and Hungary, what was the process? These were rounded up on cattle cars, south of Warsaw. When they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many died actually they disembarked near Alexa, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellites.
We know about the deals they canceled, where Harry and Meghan Markle
They
overpaid so many different podcasts and
not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses,
that's seriously it. So
their
hair
hair,
like that, it sounds stupid, right? And you could say, okay, sure, they're doing it yourself
where
with
they were made to think they were
responsibility and or risk. But that's what Rogan's been doing up until now anyway. He's the one with the relationships with all of the sponsors that he does all the ad reads for, not Spotify. So now they're actually making the real change because Spotify will now take over all of those relationships and manage all of the ad revenue across all platforms. And similar to Crowder, the big problem will come when Rogan's content gets demonetized by one or more of the platforms that Spotify distributes to.
Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses.
They did that, and they also were very apprehensive about certain guests.
Crematoria, however, was very
there was,
efficient.
a lot of pressure from advertisers. There was a lot of pressure from different.
Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to the barracks.
Spotify, where
They
they
were
sit
under
Joe down
unimaginable
and give
conditions.
him the talk.
The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time
losing
because
money
they
on
were considered
advertising because of the
disposable.
things you're
But
saying on the
those
podcast
Jews
and some of
who
the guests
survived
you're
the
having on
Holocaust
there.
in these
If we
camps were
can't make
typically
money off the show,
were not
that's just not
immediately
worth it for us.
processed for gas,
Because remember,
but
they're
rather
not building that podcasting audience anymore. All that's gone out the window. Now they're just trying to make
other
money,
Jews
and
were
in this
selected
space,
for
money
article
is all about advertising.
horribly
So if you can't advertise for whatever reason,
genetic
then
experience,
Spotify will inevitably turn to Joe and say, hey, I thought you were a numbers guy, B.
twins.
What are we doing here? We're going to have to start approving each episode and censoring anything that isn't ad-friendly. And then in one swift stroke of the pen, everything Rogan stood for just went out the window. But let's just see what happens. We know that all the deleted episodes after the N-word controversy were removed at Rogan's request, and Spotify is known for shaking their head at censorship, but now it's different. Now they're in the driver's seat. Having said all of that, I'm surprised if Rogan didn't address this pretty soon in one of his podcasts. He never really shies away from this stuff, and he's always been pretty open and honest about his relationship and dealings with Spotify. Yeah, everyone's happy until they start losing money, right? And that's my breakdown of Rogan's new Spotify deal. I hope you enjoyed it because all I've seen, like I said at the beginning, is commentary how Rogan is still the man and how he beat the woke mob, he's uncancelable, etc., etc. I haven't seen a serious attempt to go over the actual details and consider why this deal is just so to the previous one. So make sure you guys drop a comment below. Let me know what you think about all of this. Something, or you want to challenge me on something I said. But remember, if you make sure you hit that subscribe button so you get all my uploads right there in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
Bro, we've been doing this since 2009. And crazy at the beginning when we first started doing it, everybody's like, what the f are you doing? We tried a few different versions of like this idea that we could just stream stuff and have fun. It was just, but that's I think why it worked. Because it was all just fun. Like no one ever thought it was going to be a business. Are you angry right now?
I wonder why you're so angry.
I'm not angry. I'm having class. It's a fun time. We're not having a fun time.
I think we're having a fun time. You're having a blast. Whenever you look at me, I see anger. I don't know.
I love you, dude. I just don't know you want because you're weird about this.
Okay, all right. Mommy, good to see you.
I have to see that I found you on the internet.
Okay.
See, like a scallop. So I have to do what I can. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, fat Pikachu. You know? Give me this one. Give me this one.
Bobby's performing in the improv.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. If you haven't heard, Bobby Lee just Barbara Streisand himself. This whole thing is pretty wild. There's much to talk about. So if this is your first video on this channel, you've come at the right time. And speaking of first timers, the last time I spoke to you guys just a few days ago, we were pushing for 80,000 subscribers, and now we're about to hit 90,000. You guys are unbelievable. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but I'm always thanking you, and I'm not going to stop. Hopefully we'll hit 100K by the end of January, so if you're not subscribed yet, sort that out and join us as we push for 100 and beyond. And it's interesting, because I think one of the reasons why we're growing so quickly is because people are just so tired of all these two-faced clowns, and finally there's a few of us actually calling them out, which has forced them to show their true colors. If you haven't heard of Too Lazy to Try, he's basically a YouTuber in a similar space to my channel. He's got almost 100,000 subs, so if you like my content, the chances are you'll probably is. But last week he dropped a video covering the Bad Friends podcast with Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino. They had David Spade on as their guest, and Bobby Lee turned up 44 minutes late. When he finally turned up, you could tell Spade was a little bit dirty about it, even though he was joking around by saying, I've done 32 movies, 77 commercials, kind of as a low-key flex to remind Bobby Lee of his place and that Spade isn't the kind of guy to keep waiting like that. He even said, this is your Super Bowl. Apparently, Bobby was the one who cancelled the Friday booking they had and pushed it over to the Monday, and then he still turned up late. And don't get me wrong, these guys are comedians. I'm sure they were just joking around and having a laugh about it. And keeping you guys waiting for almost an hour is pretty long. And so then ends with Too Lazy with his video covering all of this. And to be honest, Too Lazy's pretty even-handed. I've never really seen him go hard at anyone with his takes. He's always pretty chill and just gives you the background and fills you in on everything you need to know. So when he came out in his last video and said that Bad Friends did a full DMCA takedown of his video, which resulted in a copyright strike on his channel, everyone was kind of surprised, including myself.
My previous video where I talked about Bobby Lee showing up late to Bad Friends, and Andrew Santino and David Spade being annoyed with him and roasting him for it. That video, they ended up doing a great takedown of it, so now I have a strike on my channel. And once again, these comedians, nothing is off limits until you start talking about them. I mean, they love going on and on about how important free speech is, how bad censorship is, and how people should have thicker skin and not get offended so easily. But then once you criticize them or make fun of them and say something that they don't like, they get offended. Instead of them just ignoring it or responding to it, they'll try to silence it, which I feel like is always just the worst idea. And some comedians, I think, know that and actually stand by what they say.
I'm going to break this down for you guys, explaining exactly what's going on. Why I think they took down Too Lazy's video and revealed a gaping hole that they missed, which could potentially work out in Too Lazy's favor. But I'm also going to show you some clips you might not have seen before. Bobby Lee is
I'm not gay no more. I am
Yo, dog. What's going on, pimp? How you living, big dog? Oh, dog. Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me?
You were just
server.
Okay, what Discord were you in?
A door?
Oh, okay, very cool, man. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother Pimp? Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. If you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make you all independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generous if you don't already have it. And I want you to be able to start charity philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Good.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world in addition to world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build well nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the LifeStrap program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Pretty awesome.
Excellent. I talk about other things like futurology, future technology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure, quantum computing, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, Santa Claus machines, nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing project, and I'm excited for it to occur. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their direwolf projects. Joe Rogan has met them. There are 3 of them. They are located in Texas. You can meet them yourself. I talk about other things, pimp, that may affect you, your friends, your family, all with your consent. Talk a lot about life extension technology. Pimp, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you was about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like cold shock therapy, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said has taken place and it's been amazing, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is, again, with your consent. You may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. Again, with your consent, if you want, we'd be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. For later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, pimp, is that you may be able to have a life in the future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Do I have any thoughts?
Yeah, I just said a whole lot. What are your thoughts?
That is it's interesting, very interesting.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear, my man.
It's a lot to take in.
Oh, everybody says that. No, you're 100% right. I've gotten a lot of people, though, who are definitely motivated by what I do and excited. Got 1,900 people in the server. It's not that old. And it continues to grow. And if you're like, all right, well, Rabbi, but you just are sitting there, how are you going viral with that? Well, I'm watching 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously, which is more data than anybody's putting out on Earth right now. individual. There are organizations that put out more data than I do, but no individual is live streaming their life from 20 different angles for 360 degrees. But also, I create robots. So I've got robots here. I've got 4 robots here. I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, another 5 here. And basically, they're auto clickers, and what they do on platforms like Kick and Twitch, they put my link in clips, and basically I work in 20 today, and then random individuals see that, they come in here, they learn about me, they become positive and allies, and they spread the word. So it's just a matter of time until we go viral, and I make all your dreams come true. That sound
Pretty awesome.
exactly. So you see that I'm in other Discords as well. I don't speak in them generally because, frankly, I don't want to speak with children. A lot of times there are people who aren't 18. Nothing against children. Children are great, but I don't want to talk with them. So yeah, you'll find me.
Children that aren't my relatives or my siblings. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you understand, like they're our future, but that doesn't mean I have to talk with them. Usually they don't have the same type of maturity. And a lot of times, people, at least in here, want to have more mature discussions with me, and I don't want them to hear that. So what you will hear, or what you will see, I should say, is me, is where I stream my life in the servers to give people a portal into my world. And I don't really care. You can watch me at any age there. I keep everything PG, but it's just the things that I say. Sometimes I don't always want, they're not always for children's ears. Though the majority of the things that I talk about, futurology and life extension, all that, that's fine. But you'll get people in here who want relationship advice and things like that. So I do my best to censor that.
Yeah, so
Absolutely. So that's what I do. How about you, Pimp? What are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do?
I recently cut my hand, so
How'd you do that?
I can't really do anything. Cut two of my tendons, extender tendons, and 75% of what's in the pointer finger bone.
Oh boy, how did you do that?
With a serrated blade at work, cutting copper.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Did they put you on workers' compensation for that?
Fortunately, they did, but unfortunately, it's only 60%.
Right. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Have you gone back to work yet?
No, they're telling me 6 months, and it's only been a month.
Oh, no way. Okay. Are you going to be able to survive on 60%?
Gotta try.
You got to do your best. Is it your dominant hand?
Yep.
All right. Do you think you'll ever get full use out of it again?
I'm gonna give it a mile.
Good for you. Absolutely.
I'm not 100% sure that I ever will have my full function, but I'm gonna try.
That's okay. You'll be able to do with it what you can, and then just think we'll go viral. We'll be able to get you some type of bionic arm, and you'll be able to do things with your arm better than you ever would have done previously, if you want, or you can keep it organic, whatever you want. But just know that there are opportunities out there for you. All right, so that's an unfortunate thing. What hobbies do you have?
Well, I was a gym shark before this happened. So.
Okay. So getting swole?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I understand how this might put you out of commission for a little bit, but it's only been a month, and give it a few months, and you might have some necessary recovery. Are you? I mean, you seem like you're in good spirits. You've got the right attitude. Do you have good people around you?
No, I don't have anybody.
Well, you have me. And if you ever need any support, I'm here for you. Like I said, I'm live 24/7. So you can literally live in here. We've got Brandon who lives in here. And I have some other people who spend a lot of time in here. And you're more than welcome to as well. I understand that there are a lot of people on the internet and they don't all care about you. But I do. And meaning I'm here to hear your highs. I'm here to hear your lows. To be a positive person in your life, have a positive influence on you and the world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. Just really, I want to give people hope. So if you need a friend, I'm here for you, okay?
I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely, my friend. Do you play any sports, or did you play any sports? No? Okay, do you follow sports?
Kinda.
Dog, the NFL season kicks off tomorrow. Are you in it? Or, well, not in it, but fantasy leagues?
Nah, I'm just a fan watcher.
Okay, well, that kicked off last weekend. What did you think the Texas-Ohio State game?
I think Texas never deserved the first place.
There you go. All right, I understand that. Yeah, everything is hyped for them. They basically...
They have Matthew McConaughey, so it makes them...
They basically shipped the Heisman Trophy to Austin already, and it looks like they're going to have to return to sender because Arch Manning did not have that good of a game. I'm not saying that he can't still win it, or that he's still not the probable favorite, but he didn't play that well.
You are correct.
He did some things that surprised me. He didn't throw that well. He can run pretty well, I would say, but, you know, he's riding on his last name, and that's cool. I think everybody kind of expects that. But Jeremiah Smith and Ohio State showed why they were the national champions last year, and even though they lost a lot, showed why they could be the national champions this year. So that was really interesting. We had Florida State beating Alabama. That was an interesting one. I don't know how long Caleb DeBoer has as the coach there, but it was nice to see the Noles have, you know, I mean, like when I was a kid, Florida State was a powerhouse, and they've just been on the downswing recently. So it was nice to put Alabama in their place. And I'm someone who likes dynasties, but man, Alabama, they've had their run. I think the world would be okay if they didn't win another national championship this century because they had enough of them. So that was an interesting one. Who's your college? Who do you like?
Carolina.
All right, North Carolina, South Carolina.
Gamecocks.
Oh, okay, excellent. All right, so they played. Who did they play? They played. Do you remember who they played? It was a big game.
Yeah, we played Virginia Tech.
There you go. That's right. And they won, right? Oh yeah, there you go. All right. So, how are you guys supposed to be this year?
Supposed to be really good.
I really like
one of the best quarterbacks, number one drafted quarterback for the college team.
Okay, very well. Excellent.
Yeah, first pick. Yeah, number one pick in college on the quarterbacks right now.
That's great. All right, so South Carolina. I've been there. I've been to that state. Been to Charleston. Beautiful city. Absolutely stunning. I've had some friends there. Myrtle Beach, that whole deal. We've got quite a tradition at South Carolina being sometimes, I mean, they've had some names. Jadeveon Clowney sticks out in my mind. Probably one of the best defensive players of the century. And some great coaches. You've had Steve Spurrier, who was there for a while. You have Lou Holtz. So I don't know all the more recent things, but at least from a tradition standpoint, you guys have a lot of pride. What are your thoughts on Clemson? It's your rival.
Love Clemson.
They go. All right. Well, they lost this weekend. You got to be happy about that.
Oh yeah, we knew they was gonna lose.
All right. So Dabo doesn't have the team that he normally has.
He doesn't have Trevor Lawrence anymore now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, Trevor Lawrence is a guy who I thought would have been like a big time quarterback in the NFL. And while he's not terrible, he just hasn't come to fruition. Now, I know he's on Jacksonville, and Jacksonville absolutely blows and has blown for since they've really been a team. But nevertheless, he's been not that good, frankly. And I think it'd be really interesting if he ever went to another team, how he would do, because he's got the fit of a pocket passer, and he's basically, he just doesn't have any weapons. But
he'll probably get good eventually.
Yeah, I think so. He's been in the league long enough that he's starting to figure things out. And again, they just gave him Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner. Though I don't know how that's going to go. He's going to play both sides of the ball. And in the NFL, it just doesn't seem like you could do that, especially in the modern NFL. Maybe in the past, Deion Sanders in the 90s and stuff, but the modern NFL, you've got to kind of pick a side. I think he'll probably end up permanently, probably cornerback. But I don't know. Maybe he wants to be a wide receiver. They said that they were going to let him play both. But again, you kind of need that break between offense and defense a lot of times because the guys are just fast. So we'll see how that goes. All right. So we covered Clemson, South Carolina. Dude, your fucking women's basketball team, now that's a dynasty. Do you follow women's basketball at all?
Yeah, we're champions, not any champs in basketball, women's basketball.
Oh, definitely. You guys are amazing.
For like multiple years in a row.
I
don't think we won this year.
Yeah, that's fine. You guys have a dynasty there. And you should be really proud of those girls. And they kind of came out of nowhere, meaning for like the 90s, the teams that dominated were like Connecticut, Tennessee, and then basically like with your coach, I forget her name. She's so good that they were considering her for the New York Knicks. And then which is unheard of. All right. Yeah, that's cool. Shout out to that lady. What's her name? No one knows. All right, that's cool.
Defeat the Soviet Union. Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here,
3 strikes,
4 squads spread out throughout.
For a lot of us, this is good, just like it is for a lot of these comedians as well. So it always amazes me how people think this is funny and it's just a bit or whatever because they're comedians. But the response from 2 lazy subscribers was absolutely wild. If you go to the episode of Bad Friends, basically the whole comment section has been completely taken over by people calling out Bobby and Santino for striking his channel. I've never seen anything like that before, and I guarantee you, Bad Friends were not expecting this kind of backlash. Even their latest community post blocking their Patreon got smashed in the comments, people calling them out and demanding a release to Lazy's copyright takedown, and these people are not going to go away. I don't know if they thought this would blow over and it would just be temporary, everyone will get over it. I mean, look at Brendan Shaw, the guy is still involved in a lawsuit with a YouTuber who is trying to sue, and everyone knows about it. We have to shut down all the criticism and hate that he gets, but it's had the complete opposite effect, and he Barbra Streisand himself too. Now, I should probably explain what that is for those of you who don't know. The Streisand effect is actually like a real thing. It's got its own Wikipedia page and everything, which says the Streisand effect is an unintended consequence of attempt to hide, remove, or censor information, where the effort instead backfires by increasing awareness of that information. It was named after American singer and actress Barbra Streisand, whose attempt to suppress Kenneth education of this photograph of Cliff top residents in Malibu, California, taken to document California coastal erosion, inadvertently drew far greater attention to the previously obscure photograph in 2003. So she acted to sue the photographer at View.com for $50 million for violation of her privacy. She ended up obviously losing and paying his costs of $177 grand, and now there's a whole effect named after her. Just quickly, here's a closer shot of her Malibu mansion. Maybe this shot's a little bit better, but if you still can't see it, here's an even tighter shot. I mean, feel free to pause the video and get a good look, take it all in whatever. And so it seems like that's what's happened here as well. Now, for my regulars, you guys know that I'm definitely not going to stop here. As soon as I saw Two Lazy's video when he mentioned this, I started digging straight away, and I even took the whole weekend to just sit back and really think about this and try to understand what happened. Likely be keeping most of their ad revenue and brand deal money. Now, what that tells me is that this copyright takedown was money. Now, despite the fact that there is nothing in U.S. copyright law that would support that strategy from bad friends, the timing of the criticism has no bearing on trying to take down that criticism as the copyright owner. They had already don't like other people use lips. Joe Rogan does that for example. But think about this, right? There are many other videos covering the Friends podcast, and I've never heard of them doing this before. So if they really were worried about losing views, wouldn't they do this regularly? And secondly, his video really only focused on the fact that Bobby Lee was late. So it's not like a substitute for the original. In copyright law, this is referred to as the heart of the work. Now, once you remove money from the equation, it's therefore sensible that the most likely reason for the takedown was Bobby Lee was probably having a bad day. He felt embarrassed about being late for David Spade's appearance. Maybe Santino and the producer or an agent or manager, whoever it was, grilled him over it. Then he saw Two Lazy's video about it and thought to himself, yeah, no, I'm not copying this. I want that video taken down, and he either did it himself or instructed somebody else to do it for him. Let me just say, I have no idea what the actual reason was, so I'm just here speculating based on the limited information available to me. But having said that, let me clear something up, because I've seen a lot of misinformation being spread around by Bobby Lee's defenders who clearly have no idea how copyright law works. The copyright owner is ultimately liable and responsible for any takedowns or copyright claims, even if it was actually done by a producer or an agent or a third-party company. Whoever it is, if Two Lazy decides to take legal action against bad friends, which I think he should, it would be directly against the copyright owner, regardless of who actually did the takedown. So, this whole argument that I've seen where people are saying Bobby Leo Santino was probably a producer or an agent who did it, not them, that makes no difference. In fact, that would be a matter for Bobby and Santino to deal with, not Two Lazy. So I hope that did make sense. And I should also say it is possible that Bobby and Santino don't even own the copyright to Bad Friends either. They could have assigned the copyright to a shell company or somebody else. Who knows, man? There are so many different ways of structuring this stuff. Too Lazy to figure all of that out on the back end, though, but I haven't been able to discern who the actual copyright owner is myself. Having said all of that, my opinion is still that I cannot understand why they would have done this unless it came from Bobby himself, whereas the pattern of copyright claims from it doesn't seem like they have a system in place. Therefore, the only evidence is the fact that Bobby Lee was seen late, and he feels embarrassed about it, tried to suppress Two Lazy's video, and in the process, Barbra Streisand himself. So, one final thing before I move on, you guys know I love this stuff. If you look at the actual copyright takedown notice that Two Lazy received, which he did put on his latest video that we saw, you can see that the claim was made over the entire video. Now, I myself made a copyright takedown last week, exactly the way Bad Friends did. Some random Vietnamese channel downloaded the full video off my channel, used my exact thumbnail to edit any of it or transform anything in any way, uploaded it with my thumbnail with the video still in its original form. Now, that is what YouTube's content ID system should be used for. Where someone clearly steals content, makes no effort to transform it through contextual commentary or analysis, and seeks to profit from your work directly. So that's why when I did my takedown, I issued it for the entire video because it was literally a carbon copy of my video. But Too Lazy's video was different. See, he used clips from Bad Friends and he transformed the original work into the context of his own commentary about Bobby Lee being late. So why don't they claim the entire video? There's an option to actually list the timestamps where Too Lazy used their clips. But they didn't do that, which in my opinion is grounds for a summary dismissal because it's clearly a false copyright claim intended to silence a critic. Just because somebody uses clips from your own work doesn't mean you're equal to the whole work itself. So that to me that this was a lazy takedown, well, the irony of doing a lazy takedown on a Too Lazy video, I mean, they couldn't even get their paperwork straight. If this was a professionally planned and executed takedown, why are they claiming work that isn't theirs? And finally, if that's not enough,
in the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
Filipino's, krokante koekjes, 100% echte chocolade.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are well. I am really excited today. I have a piece of important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and I'm hoping it will also have a positive impact on yours as well. And those of you who have been with the channel for a while know that just before the pandemic, I signed a contract with a fantastic publisher, Foreign Publishers in Jerusalem, to produce a 3-volume history of the Jewish people from earliest times to the present day. My goal was to create something that would be dignified yet affordable, and it would be the perfect bar mitzvah gift for the next century. That's my goal. I think it's going to be a really useful project. And the news for all of us today is that this
is really the fight of the kid.
It looks like
let's go, Billy!
I really got started, and I'm just really pleased to reach this particular milestone. I want to take a minute in this video to tell you a little bit about how you can be involved.
This is really the fight of the kid. Let's go, Billy! Slept straight up on the plane. Hell yeah, dude. Went to bed, woke up when we were about to land. Not bad. Not bad. So comfortable to sleep sitting up. I love that feeling. Dude, you know I love hearing about your travels. On the flight. I like, you know, when you're just their travels and their dreams. I love hearing about. You know when you just because comics travel so much, so everyone has the bits about airports and flights.
Yeah. And 300 channel members who like get involved on much deeper levels. But here's the part that's specifically connected to the book. I created a biblical Jewish history course where I could put all of the videos and organize them so that, you know, my channel does tend to get a little bit when I work on different projects. I put the videos in sequence and by relevancy, and then I did the draft chapters as we go along. So far, 120 students have gone through the Biblical Jewish History course, and in this particular course, I've got the best feedback ever. Really, really useful stuff. I'm so grateful to you for telling me a little bit about how I might shape this particular book. It's been fantastic. If you are interested in participating in the Biblical Jewish History course yourself, welcome. It would be great to have you there. I'll put the links in. So if you are interested in reading this draft text and giving me some suggestions as to how I might, shape it one way or another, or you'd like to read what other people think and maybe engage in a little community interaction, if you like, it's entirely open to you. We would love to have you. Okay, I have to get started on volume 2 right now, and I want to thank you so much for helping me out as I put together volume 1. enjoy videos, and have a really good day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of Jewish civilization now at the beginning of the so-called medieval period or Dark Ages, with a look at the Jews of the rest of Israel. Now, let's understand the role of geography in the development of the Jews. Have a look at this amazing map by 1950. This is a 16th century map. We called it the Cloverleaf map. He was a fascinating kind of individual. He liked to make these kind of map ideas that express like more philosophical thought about how the world was organized, and this is one of my favorites. He shows in this cloverleaf. The top left is Europe, the top right is Asia, and the bottom is Africa. Of course, these three continents, and they all join in the land of Israel, which is featured in the center of Jerusalem. Now, this is not a Jewish map, obviously. You can see the three crosses there. Printing himself was a Protestant minister, not especially successful in his career as a minister, but really successful, I think, as a map maker. You can see America, the New World is off to the left there, and there's a whole bunch of, like, mermaids and so on. Now, Israel, of course, is right at the center of three continents. And in fact, when you look at Israel from the satellite map, you can see that basically Africa, next, which is Europe and Asia.
Yeah. Well, also, you know what?
Yo, what up, Sinful?
Give a fuck about that. That's why you made it here, dude. That's why you made it.
Sinful, can you hear me?
Basically to the right.
That's cool, dog.
That Jordan River Valley is like an impassable desert. So basically,
You know what I do give a fuck about, though? It's time! Not bad, right? Finally, kid, we're finally launching our Patreon, baby! Patreon.com. That's for the hardcores. Go to patreon.com/TFATK. You're like, but what do we get? Well, you get those ad-free. You get every show ad-free, all right? Every freaking show ad-free. And extended episodes. So it's an hour for free on YouTube and Apple and iTunes, all that's free. You're going to get an extra 30 minutes when you tune into the Patreon of extra content, all right? Plus, twice a month you get fan questions, you get behind the scenes. This month, Brian has been working hard on his wrestling, and he told his instructors, how can you take me down? So you guys get a little insight to that. You're going to see how low I come. Yeah. And you're going to see how I capitalize on the weakest part of Brennan. Yeah. But if you're fighting the huge guy, I'm teaching you guys how to go for where he's very vulnerable. Yep. Nobody can fuck him. If I got my fucking shoulder head in behind his knee, fuck with it, dude. And it's only you can learn those techniques from Cal himself. Yeah. This is $5 a freaking month. Starbucks for one freaking day. I think don't get your kids the cake pops. Get Patreon for 1 month. It's $5. You get all the shows ad free. We're sick of the ads ourselves. $5 a month is enough. You don't want to pay $5 a month. Let's just take one tiny thing from Patreon. You don't want to pay $5 a month to learn how to fucking neutralize a giant in a street fight? Oh, look at my face. Okay. Then don't be safe. So your safety isn't worth $5 a month. Yeah. Next time you find a giant and he makes you tuck your dick between your legs, you'll be like, oh, wish I paid $5. Right? Tuck your dick and balls between your legs and make a man vagina for me. Because that's what happens if you don't understand how to capitalize on where a guy is weak. Next time that larger man makes you bulldog your nuts out the back while he kicks you from the back, and you're gonna be like, oh, I'm glad I saved $5, right? Right. So it's patreon.com/TFATK. All the shows, all the craziness, ad-free, plus extended episodes, plus monthly fan questions. This is just for the hardcores. This is for you guys. Get your sub right now. But right now, we are free on YouTube. Worst ad ever. You guys want to make, if you want a larger man to make you bulldog your nuts and then kick you in the fucking nuts from behind, then don't spend $5 a month. Sorry. Do you think you could do that to me? You can force
forced me to push my.
They're so big, dude.
They are big.
Your nuts are so big.
Yeah.
Your nuts are
Go.
big.
You're right in the asshole.
Did you see, it's Labor Day weekend, dude.
Yeah.
You kind of miss out festivities in Austin because Austin doesn't have a major team. Like, there's no pro team there.
Yeah.
So it's University of Texas Longhorn. They opened up against Ohio State.
Sure. Oh, that was a huge game.
Oh, you just realized I won that game. I can't do this.
I know. It was like the biggest college game. It's number one and number one.
Number one.
Yeah, like two best.
Did someone slam my dick in a door? One?
It was two of the best teams in the
Number one versus number three. Texas number one, little override. Top number three.
Can I guess who won?
It's over. It happened on Saturday. Yeah, man, it's Monday. It's Tuesday.
How much?
No, but by 7. It was kind of a boring game.
It was. All right.
Yeah, if you don't watch those, not worth recapping. But the city was just a little down.
Yeah.
A little down. I was at all Texas Longhorn party. Now, I grew up despising Texas Longhorns. They're a rival of ours. Yeah, Big 12.
Yeah.
And my wife bought all the kiddos Texas football. And it makes me feel a certain way. But I get it. Things have changed, and they are in the SEC now, so I don't hold too much grudge against her. When they thought Arch Manning was going to be the savior and be the next freaking Peyton Manning, he's young, dude. He's facing the best defense in the country, so I knew he was going to struggle. I tried to tell these dads who don't know football that well, hey, expectations, there's a little hype on him.
Yeah.
This is the first game, and he's playing against the best defense coordinator who was in the NFL and he's in college. And this NFL coordinator is used to shut down Aaron Rodgers,
Oh, wow. So now he's dealing with
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, Jesus. Now he's dealing with a college.
Tom Brady. So he's down. So when he goes to college, he's salivating at the mouth to shut Arch Manning down. And that's his first game. And Ohio State also has the best defense in the country. They have the best safety in the nation, the best corner, the best linebacker. They're stacked, you idiots. So, listen, Arch Manning, he's going to be the guy. It's not going to be today. He's going to struggle. So's the other kid. It's week 1. There's going to be a lot of errors. Timing's going to be off. Listen, I want to set expectations. All y'all idiots got Arch Manning jerseys on, right? And you think he's going to throw.
So ignorant to football, I never thought of the value of having a high-level offensive coordinator, defense coordinator, who can look at a young prospect who's going to be great, but goes, I've seen your game. He knows the patterns. You're not going to show him something he hasn't seen.
No, it'd be like going from.
He's also studied tape on it.
It'd be like going from the UFC to LFA, where you're reigning champ at the UFC, like. I'll go to LFA, and then you're like, I gotta stop this stuff.
Wow.
Been going against Izzy and Uxby, and I gotta do this.
So they held him to 1 touchdown.
Yeah, but it's expected. It's week 1. You work out the game. They should be playing fucking the number 3 team in the nation week 1 anyway. It's like you want those warm-up games and work the kinks out, get the offense, and work it out.
Being thrown right in the fire.
And then everyone's like, dude, at the party, this dad goes, honey, you still got that receipt from Diggs? I'm taking this shit back. I'm like, oh, God, you guys, he's going to be good, dude. You're going to want that jersey.
Just
chill.
Talking to Mark Sanchez about what it was like to be just to get a 500 season. He's like, when you got geniuses, those defensive coordinator geniuses looking at you, and you're like, and you still figure out a way to beat them 50% of the time.
The sole reason is to take all your benefits away, the advantage you have. All they're doing is trying to get you out of the pocket. So maybe you're not as good as throwing on the run or throwing to the left. And they're going to make sure they do that every single play.
Unbelievable.
It's the NFL.
You have to know that. So you practice that. You know,
it's not even practice. You have patience and
so much pressure on a young kid, but that's what you sign up for, right?
Especially when you're in the NIL, he makes like $8 million a year.
Is he a big kid?
Ages.
Yeah. So he's got all the tools.
At the land of Israel and Babylonia. So let's start with
He's agile. Yeah, he's agile. Eli
here in the background.
He's good. Texas me fine. He's going to age like 5'1". Ohio State's going to go undefeated. Might lose to Michigan.
But
there's
what were the major political events between year 200 and
I will say I was
missed that shit.
We spoke quite a bit about
I don't know college
middle
football.
of the second century.
What would you say you watch? NFL?
Southern part,
Tennis?
southern part
NFL?
of Israel, especially.
UFC.
But you're always on the road, so it's tough to watch. It's tough, man. It's tough.
It's devastation.
It is tough.
I know we can talk about it.
I also like, you watch any shows, dude?
To the north, where there's a new sector of development.
I'm not going to watch it, so I want to spoil it, but the fans might get mad if I spoil it.
Largely as a result of this
Documentary on
relationship,
Netflix.
one of the Roman emperors was
I think
known
it's
as Thomas as
catfish something.
and Rabbi Rothschild.
Dude, so I'll set up the
series
if you tell me if you want me to spoil it,
Anthony
unknown. This has spoilers on it. It's called Unknown Number of the High School Catfish. Dude, let me set this
in their name, so usually it's
young high school girl,
and so
young high school boyfriend, right?
which one is the
And
most
they
likely?
start
The
dating,
one that's
and
called
then
Karakala.
they start getting
Because they
this
had the
horrible
opportunity.
shit, like the
So
worst stuff you can
during
imagine.
this period,
Like you
when
slut,
according to
kill
the Talmud,
yourself,
actually
and then take
Now, hold on.
for
Spoiler
their very
alert,
close
because now I have to know who did it.
was because at
Spoiler
one
alert,
point,
and I'm going to take a guess as to
Oh, let me
who.
keep going.
Okay.
like you slut, and then taking pictures of stuff like, I see what you're wearing, blah, 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 you and your flat ass, you skinny bitch, like your boyfriend needs me because I suck and fuck. They're 12.
His father was also.
And it goes all the way up to like 14. It goes straight up
what
around
for
2
us
years.
is
12 to 14. She's getting texts.
You're at buddy, sometimes it's 40 to 60 times a day.
The Roman Empire
So in my head, I'm like, I just
divided.
block.
You have the
And
western
then all the parents
part,
had this really small town, you know, like 600 kids in school. I know we can figure this out. We want to block it. Do you want me to keep going? Figure it out. So you get the principal involved. He's looking at all the cameras, all the cameras. Seeing what
This
happened.
represents it.
So when she gets texts, she tells the principal when she gets texts, then this dumbass trying to look at the cameras in school, see what kids are texting. They're high school kids, maybe I'm texting, so he's like, all right, that's not working. They bring the cops. The cops are kind of like, so they're investing that young probably, but so they go through even when she was elementary. She's like, this one girl's pretty mean to me because their school's K through 12. It's like a small sport. They look at this one girl, it's the one girl that got his bitch, you know? She's like, yeah, possibly he's a kid, but I don't know, 60 times a day, like, what's that time? They don't do it, but they get nothing. They get nothing. They bring in the FBI, bro. FBI.
These behavioral scientists have got them, bro. They don't fuck around. Can I ask?
By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied
Is it an
from a
adult?
later Christian perspective, obviously,
It's an
because
adult.
he was the trend towards Christianity would be
It might be.
strongly
This is so fucked
promoted
up.
by his predecessor.
I'm going to be
This part out, Jen.
The Persians will end up invading. The Persians will hand over the Roman Empire. They will end up invading the land of Israel in 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later.
Finally, week one, the NFL starts this Thursday. Every touchdown brings you closer to the payout with DraftKings Sportsbook. An official sports betting partner in the NFL. This isn't just football. It's first touchdown fireworks, anytime touchdown rushes, live bets that ride every momentum shift at DraftKings. Replays your next shot to win big. Bet on my Broncos, baby. You got Dallas versus your girls Eagles going down this Thursday. Listen, new customers, this one's for you. Just $5 buckaroos and get 300 bonus bets. Grab over 200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV season. Starts now. Load the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Get 300 bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. Place over 200 off. NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with Crown Insurance.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Roadhill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook at DraftKings.com/promos. Sunday ticket offer for you and former subscribers only, and all renewals canceled anytime. Additional Sunday ticket terms at tv.youtube.com/learn/NFL Sunday Ticket.
Okay, so just spoil it. So Brendan, just tell me what's going on. I can't wait to watch this. But this is where you realize that whatever you think the depravity of human beings is, there are some people that it's beyond what you can imagine. And when you're a detective, you deal with that darker side of humanity. It's like this guy Ed Calderon, who was on my girl's best friend that her kids are in the house. It's chaos behind me. I got the subtitles on just down in this fucking spaghetti. I couldn't be more into it. I was bothered. They weren't.
It also
Do you know what I think? I'm going to say this. When I read about this, like, I'm a flawed human being. We're flawed human beings. But you know what we are not? We're actually good people. Yeah. There are certain things you would, I know you would never do, and certain things I would never do. It doesn't matter how much money. I don't have a price. There are certain things I would never do. You're the same way. There's no way. That was like $5 million tax-free. It have to be tax-free. Yeah. So, well, I would do this. I have a joke on it, but it's I'm serious. If you were to say, if a guy for real, a guy says, look, I will give you enough money, so you never have to worry about money again, and I will your kids. I need before I think you can that sentence. I go pass.
From the Jerusalem
I would one time. Are you filming it? It doesn't matter, right? That's fine. No, you can go to town on me. It's gonna hurt. But I'm 100% doing that. I don't know. With every pump you're in my ass, I'm thinking I'm spending the money. I'm thinking all the time. Well, not cars, dude. It's just more financial security. Please don't spend it on cars. Yeah, I'm back you are. Dude, I fucked you in the ass. You spent money on cars. You get back to square one. You sell them. Yeah.
The land of Israel.
It wasn't even that good. Well, you guys yelling out the cars you're going to buy. You're getting $6. Ferrari.
That's not used in the context of the Talmud, because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and
my baby has
Mesopotamia. We're going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonians will start with phrases
so I got it when I was run down.
Rabbi pediatricians.
They're like, looking for adults, very rare. Dude, I got it the day when me and Tiger J drove here from LA. What did it look about 6 hours on the drive? I'm like, fuck, my hands are killing me. I was like, it's because I've been sitting, I guess, for so long.
This is a period also when there is a major invasion.
My hands are
someone named
dinosaur. I'm like, whatever, I'm just run down from the drive.
Nearby,
and then 2 days go by, I'm like, I can fucking spots on my hands and they hurt. And I'll look at them like I can spots on my fucking feet. And then Tiger Bus, we do too. I'm like, I didn't know what it was. And then you look it up. And then Billy got it, like, I don't know, probably 2 weeks ago.
Could not really
it's super contagious. For me, it's kind of, it sucks. You know, there's no medicine. There's nothing you can do. It's just work contagious. My poor little baby is all covered. The problems with the babies gets in the mouth. It's not impact this throat. So you can't treat your health and shit.
A lot of things changed as a result of that.
I went in Paris. I'll tell you what I do miss a little bit. I was in Manhattan Beach because my gig, my corporate gig was in Redondo.
By the time we get to somewhere around the year 450,
I looked at that ocean. I was out by that ocean, reading that ocean air, and several others. And guess what?
Involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts. There was the edited them was really oral documents committed to writing.
When you got that many people and it's a holiday, what happens is I think the sewage gets overloaded.
Rav Ashi,
so there's a whole bunch of shit. So people were just on the beach with the water. Was nice. Even if it was high fecal matter. You didn't see anybody. Dude, I was on the lake yesterday. No shit. No shit.
So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed discussions of it, and then later editors added a few things. Whole other discussion.
Yeah, well, there's nothing to worry about.
This Babylonian Talmud.
Nothing to worry about.
This guy's got a fucking guarantee it. Rich. It's not even a thing anymore. Rich is like, I know it when I see it. He's gonna end up on Johnny Carson anytime.
Where all over the world,
the rain yesterday, the day before.
calendar.
In the morning, it's a little cooler. I think it's starting cooler, right?
On the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on
What
a
else did
flight
you?
out
So
of
you got that
JFK
going
and
on.
go to, I don't know,
Yep. California.
Tokyo,
LAX
and
is still what it
pick
is.
up
I
the
was in
next stop
Dallas on
in
Friday. I was
Tokyo
doing some
the next
truck
day.
stuff with this
And
Ford
you
dealer out
travel the
there.
world like
Shout out
this.
to Five-Star Ford Dallas. Great dealership. Doing some stuff.
Maybe
Driving back, right? I stopped at a
of
Buc-ee's.
Jews are engaged in the daily,
You ever been to Buc-ee's?
and I'm very proud.
I haven't either.
I have a little plug here
There's signs for
for
it. There's not a ton of
participating
them.
in something called Alda.
Gas station, but it's like
Alda
gigantic.
is
First of all,
take
Buc-ee's,
the full
I stopped at a
document
Buc-ee's
experience
in like the
putting it
outskirts of
onto
Waco,
the
Texas.
What?
This is an app that allows you to choose from
Because
dozens
you
of
missed the
different
rain yesterday, the day before.
the
In the morning, it's all
in
cool. I
many
think
languages,
it's cooler.
English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it.
A little bit.
And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary material. The part that I do that I'm really happy
What
about
else did you?
is
So you
I
got that
give
going
a
on.
2 to 5
In California.
on some
LAX is still what it
historical
is.
document
Oh, dude, I was
that
in Dallas
occurs
on
on
Friday.
that
I was
particular
doing some
page of the
truck
book.
stuff with this Ford
I'm really
dealer
proud
out
of it.
there.
Check
Shout
it
out
out.
to
It's called
Five-Star
Jewish History.
Dallas. Great dealership.
At the same time as all
Doing
this
some
is
stuff.
happening,
Driving back,
we
right?
also
I
have
stopped
a
at a Buc-ee's.
tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's really
I haven't eaten
well
that.
known.
You know, there's signs
I think
for
one of the
There's not a
greatest
ton of
illustrations of this
gas
is the
station. It's
discovery
like
of
First of all, Buc-ee's. I stopped at a Buc-ee's in like the outskirts of Waco, Texas.
first bowls, and no one
Skate City when I was a kid. So Skate City when the mom would go
but
there.
they're
Would skate,
produced
but
by
it's really in the
Jews,
parking lot.
perhaps
Have you
for
ever
a
seen like
general market,
RTL
not
movie
just
where they're
other
like you
Jews,
just
but
hang in the parking lot
also
with all the
for
cars?
local
That's what
Babylonians.
Buc-ee's
They
is.
typically involve all kinds of
Trucks,
like,
cars.
you know,
When I say packed, it's
prayers used
for a fucking
different
mile.
kinds of words to
There's
describe
filling
the
stations for
all of
gas.
these things.
They're all packed.
Sometimes featuring
Inside, you go
drawings
inside.
like this
What do
one,
you
sometimes
need?
demons.
What do you fishing
And
line?
they're
Yeah,
often,
it's like a
you know, they were
turkey
discovered by archaeologists
Dude, I got
in place,
brisket.
and
I
apparently
got
they would be like
brisket. My father
turned
got
upside down as if to, I don't
wiener
know,
schnitzel like that.
capture evil
Oh, okay.
spirits.
Yeah, they're chopping brisket. They're yelling things out. I don't know what they're saying.
Or
It sounds like
effective spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl.
Now,
Sometimes they were
one-stop
broken,
shop.
sometimes they were
Now,
full.
make
Were they
America healthy
intentionally
again.
broken? Well, so
Start
many
Buc-ee's.
questions.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
this
yeah.
is just an
Okay.
example of the
Yeah, you're not
popular
gonna-
culture
It's
that
not
we
walking
just
out of there
don't
with
know a
low
lot about.
cholesterol. Okay.
Hopefully that
Is
we'll
it
get
advice
more
nuts and
answers as
desserts?
we
Like
get
a lot of
into it.
sweets.
What do you need, dude?
Okay,
What do you
let's
need?
stop
You need
here.
some toy for the kid?
Thank
Got
you
it.
very
Check
much
it.
for
You need a belt?
Yeah.
What do you need?
Yeah.
You need beef jerky? They have an entire deli of just jerky, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, I ate. What I did was I went to Shake Shack and had double smoke shack.
Yeah.
And then I had a milkshake.
Yeah,
And I had trouble,
bro.
I had trouble, but I was digesting that for a good day. I was like, well, this. I don't shit, but this is not good.
I started this new creatine. Jocko's has creatine now.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
I used to 20 milligrams.
let's pick up a discussion.
I thought it was
I'll
supposed to be 5. No, 5 is 20 right? So I need 20 with my shake. But it's still creatine. So I don't know how my body's going to react. I'm driving to the gym.
And I'd like to
When I tell you how much
that is among the many contributions
I was
that
about to
Jewish
explode
civilization
on
has rendered
G392
to
and all
humanity
those
as
other
a
states
whole.
in Nutty.
I've explored this in
I'm
much
talking,
greater
I ran
detail
into my
in
gym,
text.
and I'm like, I prayed
to look at the
I
book
prayed to
or
God.
version of
I
it.
didn't have a
Of course,
second
on
to spare.
biblical
By the time I
history.
got to that toilet,
And,
there was shit coming
I want
out.
to talk about several of these
On the
contributions that
transition
Jews
out,
made
it was
to
coming out.
Have you ever shat so hard that it goes
Sabbath
like it's
is
like
a massive
it just
thing, right?
shoots
They
out,
give
it
one
sprays
day
everywhere.
off
You're like,
in
well, this
Sabbath.
you may as well throw this bathroom
The
away.
day is dedicated to
That's crazy.
religious growth.
I went to Ways to Well, did I tell you?
Finally went.
Went to Ways to Well.
Way more important today
And
than
that
it's been
before?
since we live
I
in
have,
such
but that's a
connected
great
world where,
operation.
you know,
I did the red light therapy.
Alien that looks like you?
attachment to everything in the world. The Sabbath
No,
is
there are some muscular people there, but
calm down.
Alien.
oh yeah, that was awesome.
He looks like you.
Does look a little bit like
Yeah.
that.
That's what I told him. I said, oh, you that was Brian?
Yeah, I'm getting older, and one guy looked at me. I hadn't seen him in a while at
Of
Manhattan
course,
Beach.
prior to that,
He goes, what happened to
is
you?
the idea of monotheism,
He goes,
very,
your
very
face looks different. I was
significant.
like, oh, that's not
World
nice.
culture,
You know what?
Western
He didn't mean
civilization.
it.
Is he cool
Smaller,
out
but
there?
very
So real quick
significant
with
one
that, I
we
fucked
talk
up
about
yesterday.
today.
I just
The
practiced.
synagogue.
There's an older dude.
This
He's
is
kind of,
essentially
you know, I
a
can't tell
gathering
about
place,
it.
a local
There's
gathering
like a younger guy like my age.
for
Oh, this is your dad?
public worship of
The
God,
guy goes,
which was a new institution. You know,
No, man.
typically in the
No,
ancient
man.
world, you would have
my
temples,
kid down there
which were
number 8.
manned by
They didn't know what to do.
specialists like
Number 6
priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, you know, the actual work of the temple was
so I just got all my levels done.
Leviticus.
I got
There are lots of other people who
tomorrow.
are be on the outside,
Let's see what my
but
test
there's
is.
the real stuff that happens
Now I
there
break
was
down
the
to where it says
specialist.
optimal.
Synagogue
Yeah,
is
no,
a
I
public
had
place. The synagogue is one
No, I had worked out. I hadn't slept that much.
spiritual
You haven't
So
worked out. You haven't.
No, I worked out really hard before I did my blood test, and I hadn't
Very,
slept
very
much.
important.
Yeah,
Later, of
okay,
course,
No,
morphed
you should
into
boost your testosterone.
Oh, sure,
church.
So anyway, I
You
get
worked out
worked
like an hour later. You went in. Your testosterone should be high.
Okay.
So I got tested, and they gave me some
something
stem cells.
Oh, they gave the whole package.
Let's
Yes.
have a look at
And
some of the
I didn't know,
archaeological
they were
records.
like, we're going to hit
So
you
there's a
with
lot of
stem cells,
mystery
which is
about
very
synagogue.
expensive.
I think about exactly
And they shot me up with it.
started.
And
There's some theories that
You know,
say
I don't feel
it goes
it.
all the way
I was
back,
gonna
let's
tell
say,
you,
for
Like,
example,
whenever I get people are like, that's stem cell, but
the
I
Talmud
don't know if it
speaks
worked
about
or
a
not.
very ancient synagogue
if you're
there,
just gonna do it,
established in the
just
6th
overall,
century
it's
before
hard
the
to see the
Common Era.
benefits.
Yeah.
If you have
And
an
it
injury,
stands to reason
if you're like,
that
when I'm
one of the
injured,
synagogues
they
when
do
you were
it right in
forced
the
to be
bicep,
exiled
right
from
in
the
the knee.
temple,
Yeah.
That's
but
what
not
knows.
really
I think we just do it
source. We
overall,
haven't found any.
especially when they give you
Probably have a nagging
they give you glutathione.
There's also a good
I think so,
argument to
Yeah,
say
it's
that
important.
it's associated
That
now
might be bad.
with
You feel
the
like, oh, you
rebellion
can't
of the
tell
Maccabees
so much stuff.
when
I slept well. I slept
surge
hard.
Yeah, I
of
should, yeah.
I
enthusiasm
think the old red
for
light therapy
Judaism as
is
a
all
whole.
that.
There's a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of
Yes,
more and more mikvahs across the land of Israel, ritual baths and so on, the use of chalk
And that was cool.
vessels
So we'll see. I'm going to see what.
Well, I'm not doing that, buddy.
purity and so on.
I'm interested in what your
And perhaps
testosterone
it's
is.
associated with that period.
This is gonna be weird.
But early in the actual archaeological evidence basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plants, right? Which are clouds because it's one synagogue. They're still the one. One is dedicated to our dedicated to their father and support for the community. Put up a plaque that memorializes this is the Philadelphia. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place.
And I go, here's what you want to go
Into
to.
an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris,
Are you
so
big
it's
bags?
hard to
He goes,
exactly date it.
just
But it's probably from the first century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the first century of the Common Era. But it seems to
Because
be
I don't know, I've done
around
a
the
while.
time when the temple was still
He said
standing. Here's
in
the
college
text.
you did 25.
Theodotus, son of
That's a lot.
Betanus, priest
He said
and head of the
so he said his
synagogue.
girl broke
The
up with
term
him.
here is
He
used
got
quite
the
frequently
NFL player.
in these
So
dedications
his way
of
to
the
get back at her
synagogues,
was to look
which
up
is
his
actually a
combine
term
stats,
that
and he did
is
225
quite frequently
24
applied
times.
to women.
So he's like,
About
dude,
1/3 of the surviving
It was
inscriptions
so stupid.
refer to
Like, beat
women
him,
as
and
being
she's
head of
like,
the
okay,
synagogue.
cool.
Son of the head of the synagogue and
You can't get
grandson
that,
of the
right?
head of the
So
synagogue.
he's
Which
like, I
sounds
did
like a joke
25
about the
minutes,
Kohanim.
man. So we did
Which means that,
25.
you know, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so
It's a
we
lot.
certainly
He's
place
been
it.
doing it. That's why
You know,
I
in the
now
first
he
century
knows that.
before the
I'm sure you
Common
see me post about something. You know,
And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, you know, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's
I
going on in the
31 in
synagogue.
my
It
head.
appears to be
Obviously,
reading
thought
of
it was
the Torah, for example.
So many.
And
you
for
know,
the
when you're
teaching of the
going and
commandments,
my
so it's
adrenaline
like
was
an
going, so I don't
educational
know.
institution of some
I
sort,
told him
as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings,
so
as an in for those elite from above. So
It's not though, is it?
the synagogue at any
I
rate
mean, I should
had more expansive purposes, a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. Fascinating. The synagogue, which his father's founded with the others, and
I could do
we have some examples of archaeological things. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. This is a little bit later. It dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north. And it dates from the 4th century. Look at this as an aerial view. There is some kind of like wall that was constructed by Sem, unfortunately, which is before Mosaic. And on top of it is this kind of register. Let's bring this up here. And it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkened back to
true, right?
Yeah,
as a
it's like not only can you use one, like I bet he's just as strong as
has
us.
58.
Yeah.
I'm great.
the Jews in the 4th century because this
You look great. Yeah.
Not even just not that.
construction has, of course, the shofar is blown on Rosh Hashanah, menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. Still, think of the synagogue as a mikdash,
Alright, so
small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it to this day. Looking at the zodiac, that is
it's a
however,
great
this
place.
is just
He's
bizarre,
built
right?
something really
First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic.
I did that a couple.
As you see, the footprints around the outside, you've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Later,
Why don't we go over some
certain
stuff
amount of
here?
beauty, which is not
we gotta fight
but
today.
we also see it
We gotta
in
fight
Dura
for
Europa
this week.
synagogue,
What time is that
later.
those
Not
fights start?
necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europa synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? Especially because for much of this period, Jews seem to be very aniconic, meaning when they portrayed artwork, it was typically decorative in nature, using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than, depictions of the human form.
Let me ask you
So, theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more
So
convincing
Ben
theories
said when
is
he
that
thought us I
Jews
said
didn't look
he's
at
gonna get
this
knocked out.
like it was the God created. They looked
When
at
I
it
watched
as if
Ben
it was
said any
a
fight
representation
I
of
said
his son.
he's gonna get. You know why I said that?
I wanted to
Why I said that?
display
Because
a
watch
guy
him
sitting there
when
with
he
his face
unloads
shining,
onto
and they,
those
it's not like they
it's
took it
devastating.
seriously as
Problem
there's
is,
Helios, the sun god. It was the
and
beautiful,
I'm picking up on that.
and all these other
It's
things
like
around it.
I don't understand how
You
your
can be
coach
convinced
doesn't
or
say
not, but if
we
you
have
have a
to
better
drill
idea,
your
put it
hand
in the
being
comment.
here every time you throw.
Here is
It's
another
just-
example of a zodiac,
it's just
not nearly
boxing
as
101,
beautiful, I think,
right?
from the Beit
And I know
Malchus
it works
synagogue.
sometimes,
Dates a
but
little
not
bit later.
against
You
high
see
level
that
guys
the
like us.
artwork is,
So
I think, a
can you
little bit
explain
more
why
primitive
that
in
would be
nature,
priority
but
number
very
one
similar
when you're
kind of
training?
decorative elements.
Okay,
You
and
see, of course,
Helios
Helios with his 4
Not
horses.
against Dustin.
And so we have multiple examples of this.
I know. Tighten your ship up.
This is also a mosaic from Beit Malchus, which
But
has
still,
a
I
very,
mean,
very
like, I don't
stark
care
kind of
about your
representation
jaw.
of the
It's
Akeda,
your
the
jaw,
binding
and
of Isaac.
Dustin hits really
You see
hard.
that on the far right there is
I think he's lost
patriarch Abraham. He's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew,
I was watching that
on
where
the
Dustin's
flames,
going to catch him.
and he's after slaughtering him. But there is in the center towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also because, if Jews are traditionally aniconic and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the 10 Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God. But nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who used this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, I mean, the Jews are
so
paid for this
explosive,
art for the synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it?
As that goes on, it starts to tailor off.
It says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on.
So with Lance Armstrong and those bikers, they will train cardio sometimes.
tied to the
almost
bush
8
and so
hours
on.
a day. It's crazy.
But that's their sport.
I
but
want
I'm
to share with
saying
you one more
it's-
synagogue.
it's-
This
it's-
time
there-
not in the
there are
last year. I
ways-
used to see amazing
there are ways
synagogue
to
in
change your
Puro,
cardio
Puro.
capacity. Now,
This
you
is
can also have a lot of
synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in
you give a
Mesopotamia.
boxers to that long,
And
like, so a lot of
Romans,
times boxers do so much road work.
fearing a
It's like
Persian
long training to
attack,
keep their heart rate.
decided they assumed again correctly that the
It's also
Persians would not
genetics too.
attack
Like
from
it's
their
a lot of
side,
shit. Some of the
but they
shit
would
off
go
like
and
guys that are really
swoop
well
around the
tight
city and attack
explosive
from
power.
Yeah.
There's gonna be yin and yang.
southwestern.
Because you're not
So what
gonna
they
have
did was,
both.
You can't
if
feel
you
Like
look on
John
the
has great
map
cardio.
here,
John's not
they
super explosive.
buried
AD has
all
great cardio.
of
He's not
the
super
city,
explosive. King Blasky is
sand,
phenomenal cardio.
which
Not super
But
was
like,
designed to be like a protection bulwark against
that's not built for
the
long
attacks of the
distance. It's
Persians.
built for
And
explosive.
of course, that
fast
means
twitch
that
muscle.
when they lose the battle and the rest is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned.
There's a reason Lance
The
Armstrong was
synagogue
nice.
that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see,
So if you're gonna have all that muscle, but also if you're fighting styles, that
from the elements,
it's
especially
super
from light.
explosive movements.
So
and you
when it
don't
was
finish
discovered in
it.
the 20th
And
century,
after a round comes
excavated in
along, or you get taken
1932,
down,
they just
you're just not as explosive.
gorgeous.
Kind of
Wall. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see
That's
on
like
the
interesting.
center left is the Aron,
Get the
where
fighting
the Torah
nerds
would
doing
have
the
been
damn
kept.
thing. It'll be a fun
And
companion.
all
I
around
think
it are
you're
several
probably going
registers
live.
high of various wall paintings. Now these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. Their color, the density, their artwork. Here's a depiction of Prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. 3 of them at least would say, "Hey, how you doing?" Just so evocative and such a great example of Byzantine art. Here's an example. It looks like you've got, like, once again, a depiction of the temple below. Above it, you have
I think
Moses,
a lot of
black
items.
and
So
white.
what people don't
Christ,
realize
which
about
is
Luke is that Luke's training
art
partners
on the right. He's like
a guy named Daniel
drowning the
Came
Egyptians
Velasquez.
with his snout over the sea.
They would not
They're
like has a lot of
victorious
miles
on the
they
left.
get their head turned around.
Options the land of
He
Israel.
just has a ton of
Here's
muscle.
like
This thing is a great guy, obviously. Body from the Greek
the
gods.
hands of God are
Former
reaching down.
model.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to say
He
when
just has to find his why.
Victoria Europa
That's not
synagogue, we
being
know that
fighted.
it was destroyed in the middle of the
And there's
3rd
a lot that he
century.
can do.
So
He
all
just
of
has to
this
find
art
it, and once he finds
dates
that,
from
he'll be
somewhere
super.
in the 50s.
Well, everybody
It
don't
is
fight for
a
everybody.
really dramatic
And
representation
I talked to him,
of
I texted
incident
him.
of the gold
He was like,
calf, right?
yeah, he's
Very,
okay. He
very
was like, you gotta go
vivid
for it.
colors,
I was like,
lots
there
of
it is,
like
man.
action, and
You know,
of course
why not?
the swing bursting out with the calf in the middle there. Here's one of my
Yeah, it's a
favorites.
tough
It's quite
knockout.
timely because I'm recording this.
You know, part of it's also when you take a lot of, like,
last
you know, we
days
talk
of
about
the
this, when you
month.
take a lot of
Next month is going to
hits
be
to the head, your body will shut
Here's
off.
a beautiful
Your body was up in here.
representation.
Yeah,
Look,
just touched it on the
Esther on the right, you can see
That
Esther
was
there,
more than touch.
seated
That was
on
a
the throne
very
next to
nice.
King Ahasuerus, who was receiving a letter with
But I mean, I get it, man.
that
It's like,
particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of
even if you're
Haman
retired, I still have
leading
it, man. You don't think I
Mordecai
watch
in honor
Bare
on
Knuckle,
a white
BKFC, or
horse.
BYB,
And this
or
was
even
like one of the
AFC,
major
don't
turning
think I
points
can
in
hang
the
around.
Marshall
You
Book of
get
Esther.
offers to fight
Haman is going
sometimes.
to be
Yeah,
incensed
and I'll
because
turn around,
he feels this
and
honor
there's, you know, I'm in the best shape I've
should
been
receive,
in
and
shit
instead he
since I
has
was
to
fighting.
facilitate it for Mordecai. What's worse, someone stole
Like,
his
if I put
pants,
the
so
kid
look, he has to walk
I'll
around in
never
this
leave,
half
just so
tunic all
everyone
day.
knows. That never, if you have fighting in your blood,
A gorgeous
that never
representation.
and it's even worse for me right now because, like, man, I've
This
never been
preserved
stronger.
historical record.
You know,
Okay, let's stop
The
here.
only thing is
Thank
at
you very
40,
much for watching.
you're 42, is that the surprise would be that
the injuries.
well, that, but also if you start training, your speed is probably not what it was when you were 30.
No.
And that's where you go. And those little details. Now, you are very big.
Hello?
And if you want to do a bare knuckle fight with somebody who's also very big, I don't like that at all. I don't like it. It scares the shit out of me.
Century in
But,
particular, there are Jews living all
like, I don't
over
want you
what we
fighting
today.
Ben
Turkey,
Rothwell.
of course, is empty.
I don't want you doing
that little
that.
spot.
Maybe there's somebody out there where you just because of your size. But if they're gonna put you up
And then
against
if
a
you go to
monster,
the 3rd century,
and
you've got
pro, I
Jews
just
not
don't
only,
like
of course,
it.
living in
But you,
Mesopotamia,
what I'm
which is
tempted.
old
But I'm,
Jewish
yeah, but
but
it's
you've
always
got them,
tempting.
you know,
What would you
occupying
just
sites
shits and
across the
giggles.
coast of North Africa,
Here's
into
a lot of
the
money.
Iberian
You're gonna
Peninsula,
go to
all the way
BKC.
up into Europe as far
I want to just say
London.
KFC.
Of
Whatever the
course,
fuck.
Rome,
Fair
the
enough.
Italian Peninsula has a
BK
lot
nuts.
of Jews in it.
Okay, good.
as
So
does the
let's
Greek
go.
Peninsula.
Who
Now,
do you
it's a
hire
little
to train
bit
you?
misleading because all of these
And how do you
squares
train?
indicating
How
these
long do you
communities are the same size. You get the sense that,
Wow,
wow,
this is all.
look, there's all these Jews in
If I
Zaragoza,
were,
Bordeaux, things like that. But these could be really tiny
I would
settlements.
take, how do you train?
Three
Like,
families,
you just
10
walk into a
families,
box
it's really
and
hard to
say,
say what the size of
I'm
it is.
taking
But nevertheless,
BKFC.
you do get a sense of
You know,
the
boxing, at least you can hold your head here,
You're also
right?
with these
With
really
BKC, you're
bold
gonna be
starbursts,
holding your, you know, it's just
also have
different.
a strong
Take a little break here because this podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance, fiscally responsible financial geniuses, monetary predictions. These are some of the things we say about the drivers who switch. About drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you get what you need. And your dollar goes a long way with Progressive. So visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance.
Progressive Insurance Company affiliates and potential savings will vary not available to situations. Progressive. Let's back to This September, CBS hits are straight on free on TV. This month only, stream full episodes of Matlock, Fire Country, Elspeth, NCIS Argent, Watson, and Ghost. This is the most amazing sight I've never seen. For free at the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now for any network.
Look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups. In Greek translation, for example, the Talmud became the
Yo,
authorized
what up, Becca?
tradition.
Becca, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, but you know, it's very
I didn't want to talk with you anymore.
Mediterranean basin.
Are these guys all the heavyweights? So Belcher's actually naturally
Now
not
things
big.
begin to change significantly in year 313 with the so-called
Yeah, but I like that
This
fight
was
more.
essentially
God,
Roman
thank God,
Empire,
you're
now
talking about
much
the
more
champion.
enthusiastic about
You're talking about the
Christianity.
guy that
To say that,
But I
you know
just
what,
mean he's
maybe
smaller than
we
he's
should
not.
stop persecuting Christians.
Yeah, but he's smaller.
Jews had an actually carve out this Roman law because although they were punished for their rebellion several times and treated and shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on,
I
nevertheless,
commentated
Jews
his
were
last fight on
essentially
He's a
eligible to
fucking
reach
savage.
citizenship. More significantly, Judaism
There
was
is
considered
something he said.
a
Like I could
religion
make
that
85
meant that
at least
the
is
Jews were
manageable.
allowed, for
You're a
example,
fucking
to be
giant,
exempted
and you have
from
reach,
official
and you
emperor
have
worship.
like
They
you
didn't have to
have more
offer
power.
sacrifices to the
So
emperor
it's a little bit
statue.
different.
They didn't have to bow
When
down
that
to the
240
emperor
is
statue. All kinds of things like
courtesy
that.
of
Because
other
people said, what are you
things
going to do?
going
Those
on.
crazy Jews.
You could
They
never
have this
make
really
85,
old religion
and oh,
that
by
I
the way,
don't
you
know.
could never
Just
make
says they can't
205.
do these
They
basic
need your
civic
down that
Much
you're down that
and so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews,
It's better than
especially
a
in the
260
century.
pounds.
So you're
So
telling me
they were like,
rather
hey, what's
fight
wrong
Al
with you?
Belcher
You're not
than that
Jewish,
Richard
and you're not worshiping the emperor, not kosher.
No,
And
probably
so there's
not.
a
Just
interest in kosher, but
because Al
it was
Belcher's
the
a
kind of
world
thing
champion.
where those
Al
were
Belcher
exposed
has
to
been continuously
as a
working.
result. With the Edict of
Yeah, that's how they
Milan,
fight.
they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would
Still rather
ultimately
a guy
result
make
in, of course,
85
Christianity
than a guy
having
who
far more
can't
power
make
as aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that will put Jews at a
He just got done fighting JD.
That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to
If
be
you
the
look at
official
the
religion.
entire list,
And we've talked about this period in several lectures, theological implications of it, and the political and social implications of the decision.
How about
But I'd like to
fight
look at
Daniel
one little
Scarrett?
interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction
It's a
to the
lose-lose
Milan and the
situation.
adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was a young work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would react to this. I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Total Association, the story of Jesus And this is not the Christian version of the story. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, except in, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the
Not a guy I want to
period in which
fuck
he
with because he's
lived.
so big.
You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental, and certainly subsumed in a much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus focused or even Christian focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of everything under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and it describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin.
I'd have to put you on
discusses,
the
miracles that were circulating among Christians and various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jesus pushing back.
The thing is about some of these guys are
when it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in translation by Raymond Montez, it would be horribly scandalous and would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think, and then have to essentially say, well, no, here's a complex. We'll get to it as we discover in our series about evolution and devolution of somebody. God, dude, this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity are being shaped.
Yeah.
Okay,
Doesn't have. He's missing a tooth,
But he looks like he's having a good time.
yeah. Big, raw-boned guy.
You'll love this. Volkanovsky. He's just the people's champ.
It's great.
People, dude, he brings in. So this guy's like the biggest Volkanovsky fan of all time. They prank and they're picking him up. They go, you do some jiu-jitsu, right? You can be in here. A little bit. He goes, get in there. Volkanovsky. Volkanovsky's like, what do you got, man? That's what. Then Volkanovsky gives back. The Volk goes, like he's really hurt. He's like, fuck. Oh man, I can't move. Well, I think he fucked up a nerve. And the guy's like, oh, what's the call?
As we just passed through this episode,
I hate that.
Destruction
No,
of
it's funny because he's like the biggest fan, and then Volk acts like he fucked him up, and they say,
great revolt, the first Jewish war, tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Jerusalem. Right afterwards,
Yo.
This is followed.
What up? Insane note. How you living? That was cool. That was not English. It probably was Ladino or some shit.
And then a much larger version.
Yo.
Hello.
How you living, pimp? What's good?
What about you, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
No, only English only, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking English.
What are you watching? What are you watching, Rabbit?
I'm watching Juicers. What are you up to?
All right. No, we came here to ask how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I hope things are well with you. How are you?
I am also very good. What about you guys? Guys, answer. They are a bit shy. I don't know why they don't answer.
That's okay. Will you remind me how you found out about me, please?
And don't you remember I joined
Yesterday, I remember. Okay, it was YouTube.
I invited them.
Beautiful. Excellent. What are you guys doing today?
Playing Fortnite.
Oh, very well. You going to stream it in here?
No, I'm playing it on PlayStation.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Yes, I think.
Excellent. Okay. Well, you're welcome anytime.
That's so fun. That's like, did you ever see how Crow Cop punked that one guy? No, same thing. Really funny, yeah.
1970.
Yeah.
To the north, in particular, and to the coast. Jerusalem
This is hilarious. Let me fill you on. So if you
allowed
so it says Hunter Renfro his 10 calls. So he just got cut by a team. I think the Raiders forget who got cut by. But it says Hunter Renfro missed 10 calls from the Panthers with his agent because his daughter ignored the calls to watch a movie. So look at him right now. If you're looking at him, what do you think? Do you think he's an elite NFL receiver? He's a punter. So he played at Clemson. He was on the national championship team. He's probably the best route runner in the last 10 years. What? Most and other receivers will say he's actually uncoverable. What? Yeah.
What? What do you mean by route running? Explain. Like his ability to find holes?
He's so shifty, and the way he cuts it, you can't cover one-on-one. Damn, if you look at him, you're like, get the fuck out of here.
That's what I mean.
Oh, savage. That's what's so we have a young kid of Tiger Bossy. Watch his footwork. Insane. Same hairline as Brian Callen. Yep. But doesn't look like much of an athlete. But if you ran into him in a bar, he's gonna be like, you want an national championship at Clemson? Oh, the recent guy. No.
We'll find out what our stats are.
Do his highlights. Just type in after this. Type in route running Hunter Renfro.
I don't understand what exactly is.
5'10". What? 5'10". What? 5'10".
But let's focus primarily on the document.
It's insane. I think he called like 160 pounds.
The last couple of minutes.
So he couldn't be more regular. I'm
barred
5'10".
from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even
I still have a chance. My route running sucks though. I'm pissed. The rest didn't have that. I didn't have sure speed.
You can go to this one.
Or the body.
I see that? Uncoverable. You can't cover.
A lot of scholars
Look at this.
presume that sections of it were also posed on the coast in the city of Caesarea or Caesarea, and also
Look at this.
and so
come on.
it's called the Jerusalem Hub, but it's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's more familiar.
That's a nightmare. Oh! He's a real athlete. That's baby. He's great. Now,
to the Jerusalem Talmud as
what was his?
Talmud de Maharava, which was the Talmud.
That's incredible. What was his? 40. Not particularly fast, but
I think he's a fast guy.
Yeah.
Israel, the Talmud. Israel.
Yeah, 4'6". But his
long period of time.
4'6". All right, on the note. There you go. 4'5'9".
That's enough. That's enough.
Of course,
His 3-cone drill I bet was great.
really in 1960s. This
Amazing.
was very, very common.
Less body. You can kind of shift gears.
The nationality
Damn.
known as the
Isn't
Palestinians.
that crazy?
Defined and
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, nothing that impressive. Like his vert 35, pretty average. Broad jump, nothing crazy. His 20-yard shovel, his 3-cone drill's all right. 40, 4'5'9", wouldn't be elite in the NFL, but good enough. It's just his understanding and move body mechanics of route running.
Some challenges to them.
Unbelievable. It's just smart.
It was not written, even though it's now
Not that long.
called
Again, God, I don't know what's going on.
So now he's gonna sign for some real money.
What exactly?
I mean, yeah, NFL money, but you don't
First
get
of all,
like a
what
Devontae
is
Adams deal.
the Talmud? There are two of them.
You've been playing 6 years. You made the Pro Bowl in
They
2021.
are basically extended
Had 103 receptions and 9 touchdowns. His second year in.
thousands of rabbis.
Oh, he missed all 2024.
Rabbis
All straight for Elias. That's a mess.
That's not
My
early rabbis
so this illness made him so go to his daughter. Does he say anything about his daughter, Louis?
discuss the mission.
Dude, Billy was fucking Miss Rachel, too.
Oh my God,
It's
so
just
kind.
more time.
My 1.5-year-old, look at him.
Sticky, icky, bubble.
Dude.
Shut up, dude.
Dude, that's how when you put that on for my son, I was 1.5.
Lock him in. You lock him in.
Locks him right in.
Johnny goes, could you do this? I'm like, yeah.
Dude, look at him. I'm gonna see Carl. Like, I was right outside the car. I just leave him in there. I guess I have like 10 minutes phone calls from dad. You never think you can throw off there. Bad beer, too. So got back to the car and had that conversation.
The first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like
he and I are the same guy.
navel oranges.
I might be a little more athletic looking, actually.
Those big navel oranges on some blood.
You never know.
How about the dollars?
Kind of a
Decline.
citron. And that is where we get this.
Speaking of NFL, this starts this weekend, dude. It starts this week. So if you're gonna watch some football, make sure your season is all set with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings app and use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Get 300 bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more plus. Or 200 off NFL Sunday ticket from your YouTube TV. Partnership with DraftKings, the Crown Awards,
lives and all kinds of things like that.
Yeah.
Dealt with
anything with
it
NFL.
requires much more discussion.
My Broncos play on Sunday. Bring up the schedule for me, Jim, because it kicks off Thursday. The NFL starts on Thursday. I'm more of a college guy. I see Bob's against Georgia Tech. Let's see. There's some light at the end of the tunnel. Georgia Tech's right on the ACC. They played well. What we got here?
But that's essentially what the
Cowboys Eagles is your Thursday night kickoff.
I'm going to see that. My wife's birthday is on Thursday. She's a massive Eagles fan, so we're going to Austin. Yeah,
Shoot in the face.
well, it's what he wants to do, and that's what it is. And they sing the song "Fly Eagles Fly." And when I say she puts the kids and herself in all Eagles gear and her whole family's that way, she'll wear Eagles paraphernalia and but the Cowboys obviously hard to find an Eagles bar when you live in Texas.
Yes. So the NFL's kicking off with the Cowboys Eagles. Man, tough out for the Cowboys. The Eagles are monsters, and also Cowboys lost Micah Parsons.
I can't believe they lost that. How did that happen? That's such
So Jerry Jones was refusing to work with Micah's agents, trying to under the table. Mike, like, I'm not down. I'm not down. Talk to my agent, man. And then finally his agent got a deal going to pay back. That's crazy. If you're Micah Parsons, what a fucking come up. You get all the money you wanted, and you're playing on a legit contender. Like the Cowboys just aren't contenders. They're not Green Bay's fucking good. So like, yeah, fuck yeah. So now you're going to like a legit team. And the Green Bay fan base is awesome. Yeah. So you live in Green Bay, it's but still. Yeah, Chiefs Chargers for that money. I think Chiefs are decline, baby. I think they're coming down. Go Broncos. I like Broncos this year. Yeah, it kicks off Thursday, and then you got Sunday, all day Sunday.
How the Chargers look? Great quarterback.
When was it? As I mentioned, it involves
I beat Chiefs and Broncos division this year.
These rabbis are called.
Have you seen this in the news? That one. It's a tragic story of this person shooting up a Catholic school, killing 2 kids. Yeah. Do you know about this part?
Yeah, they call him transgender. Yeah, his name is Robert, but I think he changed his name to Robin. And he was quote unquote trans. We've had a number of these trans. So what happens is they're like, I don't want to mention these trans because it'll demonize the trans community. It has nothing to do with trans. When you have a kid who is deciding to be a woman, this can definitely be of an unstable child, a mental health problem. Because we're so afraid to call it mental illness, mental health, when you have gender dysphoria to this level, and you're taking hormones, and you're on some other stuff, maybe we should look at this person being not trans,
not trans, but actually totally unstable. And the idea that they wanted to become trans is a symptom of a larger umbrella issue of mental imbalance. Okay, and because people are so afraid to say, oh, just because you want to change your gender means if we even say that you're mentally imbalanced. No, there are crazy people that have a whole host of symptoms, including saying I'm now a woman. There are crazy people. There are a lot of autistic girls they found who they weren't doing so well emotionally, and they had some autism or whatever you want to call it, or they were just imbalanced with it. And then they said, I will die now.
It tends to have much more material proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with the Gadata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives it more weight to the Gadata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received more attention for most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came and discovered them. In reality, however, after the generous unexcited, turned out he didn't discover, he actually wrote them. They were forgeries. There's a lot of fascinating things about that, but not for our discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. They're basically one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in two distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase Ki Asa Rav Dimi, when Rav Dimi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, it's interesting that they say this over there in Israel, and they discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli was well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update, a more recent software, if you will, to the older version. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectic of Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic and you switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored, and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence, a much more pride of central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era, really. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gaonim, the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, Rabbi Gaon, who died in the year 1038, he said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being written later, as it were, had more evidence at the disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain, Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tend to have a much closer attachment to the land of Israel, intellectually and in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely. By the time you get to the period of the Rishon, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rabbi Rothschild as the myth, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. And of course, this will become much more prominent. Tosfot will also do the same kind of thing as well. But they'll say, we really want to understand the Bavli, and here's a difficult part. What does it say in the Yerushalmi? And I'll look back there to see how that improves the Bavli. It is kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copied in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks it's filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can, and this is a manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that would later be printed in the early 16th century, the Editio Princeps, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo Geniza may restore lost passages here and there, but it remains a very challenging Talmud to study, primarily the text is not as well worked over and as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud was kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it, nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Yomi that really elevated the studies of Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot more scholars are turning their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the older system. And there is many, many more renewed students. There was recently completed a massive 51-volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the Art Scroll Foundation, an absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. And so the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we've entered into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. And those of you who follow the series know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of a 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for current publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say that you people who call yourself Jews are not actually the real Jews. A lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today. But I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because we should know it's not actually of Jewish origin, or not actually of Hebrew origin, to be precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little check next to it to indicate it should be pronounced as J instead of G. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to note that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way, and the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, the variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually, of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those kind of dual systems. And in fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you can see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. Oh my gosh. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. You have to bear in mind that tone is always important. Like the word Jew can't be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term, like Spanish or Italian, but it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. And people generally speak know when that's happening. The distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term was actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schleimovitz in the late 1960s. They actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about the definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned out to not work out. As FB3 report, the case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're, describing the reality of the English language. And so what we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as negative. What we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1a, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism. Right? So we want to say that Jew means someone who believes in Judaism. Okay, and who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note two other words there: the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads: the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. So that's really interesting because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what do they call themselves before the Babylonian diaspora? We're going to unpack that in this video here. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those two words again, Hebrew and Israelite, traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture, etc. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive. And here the Oxford English Dictionary, perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s, early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's an hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person, and so on and so forth. Okay. So let's break down a little bit about how we got to the word Jew. Let's start with the earliest texts we have, which of course are the biblical texts. If you look at the book of Genesis, you see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's really what most of the book of Genesis is speaking about. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve. And then a few generations from Adam and Eve, you have the figure Noah, famed, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from destruction by the waters of the flood. He has three sons who survived the flood: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources, in the rabbinic tradition,
And they were empowered and sold a bill of goods which cost a lot of money, and then they had perfectly good body parts lopped off. This totally immoral.
This is from that shooter says, I keep the hair long because it's pretty much my last shred of being trans. I'm tired of being trans. I'm sure I've brainwashed myself.
Yeah, of course. You're seeing this all the time. It's insane. And who knows what he went on? Maybe he went on cross-sex hormones.
Maybe there he goes. I regret being trans. I wish I was a girl. I just know I cannot achieve that body with the technology we have. They can afford that.
He's also not well. This is a kid who's saying these things and totally out of his mind. You know, and he's just not well. Okay, and then guess what he did? He got guns and killed what? A bunch of kids in a church. That was a targeted killing of people who were religious.
All this Christian says kill the president, kill Donald Trump.
So let's, there you go.
He wrote in a manifesto he wanted to kill kids too.
Right.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Because he's out of his mind.
I know that. It's like a more like
we want to target Christian children in a church. It's just this evil satanic was probably complete fucking psycho that exists. So, this kid should have been.
But you have to start. It's not singling out trans, but there has to be a conversation where some of this is mental illness. Now, some people are trans and they're not mentally ill. They do feel like they're the wrong body.
That's debatable.
Yeah, sure. That's debatable. But have you seen how many trans shooters? Have you ever looked at the list?
There have been.
So Abraham
Again, husbands showing writings revealed the violent events by killing children who carry monsters stand over those powerless kids. That's what cool city of massacre.
Yeah, look, there are some. Watch this. He's contrite, psychotic. Who knows why? It doesn't matter. And he goes, okay, I want to kill kids, change my gender, I want to nothing but pineapple. There are 1,000 things that crazy people do. Okay? And so my thing is, when you have a child, they are dead set on being under. You might want to take them to the mental health professional before they do any of that, so you can see what's really going on. But now, when you have mental professionals, they are told to affirm someone's gender. And then if you say otherwise, it's conversion therapy. That's right. So give them cross-sex hormones, render them sterile for the rest of their life. It is so fun.
Yeah, because if you have problems, that's going to definitely make your
of course. And guess what? Let me just, everybody, they did a study of the study. They had scholars that studied whether or not having the operations or going on cross-sex hormones, they studied whether or not it actually stopped suicide in this group. Guess what? They found out that there's no conclusive evidence. Now watch. I think it was at Ackerman, I can't remember the university. The scholars did a study of all the studies. And they found that they got so much harassment that they then rescinded. They were getting doxxed, attacked by these crazy trans. This is a small group that they have this knife. Their symbol is a knife, and they literally were so crazy that these scholars said, "Oh, we rescind these findings, and we don't take this study seriously." That's how crazy it was. This is what we're dealing with. Yeah. Well, you got to
over that guy rots in hell. Listen, save your mental health for somebody else. Start taking on kids, go fuck yourself.
I agree. But he did. He did fuck himself. He shot him. This is how crazy it is.
Just do us all a favor, just shoot yourself. Don't take out innocent kids, you fucking coward. What else you got, Chip? This woman got scammed by an AI deepfake. It's from this guy from General Hospital. She this character, but then apparently I'll play this movie. This is from KTI. This could happen to Brian. That's AI?
Actually devastated after scammers use sophisticated AI to pose as a soap star and steal her life savings. They were able to use deep fake videos to string her along for more than
Mitchell is live in Hollywood with more on the scam and damage it has done, Sandra.
Yeah, Micah and share more than $80,000 stolen by these guys. I talked to the victim tonight. She told me she's really embarrassed that she fell for it. Now we're going to show you more of that deep fake video so you can see for yourself.
That last one about
I love you so much, darling.
With his striking looks and reassuring voice, you might understand how Abigail Rubalcaba fell for him.
I found the love this person, and they'll live a comical life here. I hope this puts a smile on your heart.
But this video is a deep fake created by a scammer stealing the likeness of General Hospital actor Steve Burton. Rubalcaba, a 66-year-old from South LA, thought she was having an online affair with Burton. But this is artificial intelligence used to replicate Burton's voice and likeness. Starting
of that population.
So can I just, you know the story, but like, so Bradley Cooper and I, we were close, good friends, and I lost touch with Bradley because he's just been busy and doing his stuff, and he changed his number. But I would get, over the past 4 years, I would get like messages, hey, it's Bradley, and I'd be like, okay, you know, your hair looks great, congrats on you. I thought it was just some man. And they sent me a picture one time, I'll get the fuck out of here. So finally, I get a text and it goes, yo, it's Bradley. What about you, bro? How you doing? He goes, it's Bradley Cooper, in case you're wondering what maniac this is. And I'm like, great. And I'm like, yeah. I go, I'm sure it's Bradley Cooper. Send me a video if it's Bradley. Ha ha ha. So I get a video. Send it now. I get a video. And it's Bradley. He's like, yeah. He's like, well, I'll show you. So he goes, dude. I've been trying to get your number. I'm trying to call you for 4 years. I finally had to get to Shane Gillis, and then I talked to Rogan, and I got your number. So I'm like, so send the video to my nephew. He goes, is this AI? And my nephew goes, if that's AI, then I'm way behind. You're like, it's AI. So I text Rogan. I go, hey Rogan. I go, did Bradley ask for my number? And Rogan goes, yeah, he asked for your number. He was saying all these nice things about you. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So then me and Bradley end up FaceTiming, and I'm like, dude, I thought you were, I didn't know it was you. So after he's been trying to get in touch with me for 4 years, and I've been the dick going, get the fuck out of here. Dude, I'm sending you texts. I know. How do I know? This is my thing, though. Like, I'm not trying to be mean here. That guy on General Hospital, like, he's a guy. He's a handsome Hollywood actor. This poor lady, like, did you, I'm not being mean, but did you really think that there's a romantic 66? I know. I have to interject to say that woman next to her was her daughter. Her daughter did mention that her mom does have some sort of mental illness. Okay, so that's your fault for these kids. And they take advantage of it, these scumbags. It happens a lot with older women who are alone. So when you get some really you create a relationship, makes them feel good because it's online. The minute some asshole asks you for money, she kept sending money. That's the problem. She didn't believe her daughter too. The daughter said it was fake. What's that? The daughter was saying like, this is not real. It's got to be fake. But she kept sending money. I was friends with a guy. I'm the one who sent the Bradley Cooper video. You were. I knew it. You looked robust. All right, you guys want to talk about this one? This OnlyFans says, this is only a matter of time. Prolific OnlyFans star Lily Phillips, I've seen her work. Parents broke down as they begged their daughter to stop the streams of OnlyFans stunts that have often involved over 50 to 100 men at once. She's not talking about sex, Brian. Yeah, it's called. She's a gorgeous lady. What are you fucking doing? She's out of her mind. That's what she's doing. She's crazy for God. She's just crazy. I'm not gonna stand for it. I'm only watching once a week. It's watching your daughter. I will only watch it once or twice a week. Yellow, you have to just for research purposes. But without every day anymore. With a disapproving look on your face. I'm not happy about it. This is so bad, man. Well, that's heartbreaking. You're dealing with somebody who's not well.
Well, let me ask you this though: if someone came to her, let's pick whatever, right? Dior came to Lily Phelps and hey,
sort of a dedication.
before all this shit, hey, but we heard you're gonna do the OnlyFans thing, sleep with 100 dudes in a day, whatever money you're gonna make. Before you do that, we're gonna offer you a 5-year, whatever, it's $30 million deal to be a model for Dior. She just wants.
So that's where we.
I don't think it's a sex thing. I think this is her way of getting a name that everybody knows. So I think she doesn't get. But I don't think she has skills. I don't know but I assume because in this time with a lot of the younger generation, they don't have skills. So now you're seeing like the stream where it's like I'm streaming, and this is why this is part of the reason Raja did what he did. Because with that string stuff, like you have to do shit to get likes and notice and get money. This is something different. I know you're gonna say like the mental illness and like something over there, but I would challenge you saying if before she sucked 1,000 dicks and well to bed, if you went up to her and said, hey, hold on, we're gonna put you next Star Wars, you're gonna be the next big star. She's like, no, nah, I just want to suck dick and make money. She's just doing it for attention and money. You know what? This is her fastest, quickest route to that.
There's probably some of it. The other thing though, you look at that other
crazy.
Do you ever see that? What's the other girl who does this?
Whatever.
So she, no, I haven't, but she, they were talking to her, and they said, you don't really excited about much. Like, you get a breakup, you're divorced, you don't really, you move on, nothing really affects you. And there is a condition. There was a woman who has her PhD, and she's a sociopath. What she means by sociopath, people think sociopaths are evil and stuff. No. Sociopaths, sometimes the reason they're sociopaths is they don't have feelings.
Yeah.
So she said that for her childhood, she learned that everything was like nothing made her feel anything. She was always enough. She goes, it was like living in this vacuum where nothing affects you. So what happens is, to feel alive, you have to do something extreme. So she was like, hit a girl in the black cock. She would hit a girl in the back of the head or something, right? Yeah. And then she'd get in trouble, or she'd start stealing shit. And her mother was like, what are you doing? She was, it was the thrill of almost getting caught. So this is the kind of person, you look at her face, it's so blank. You know, her parents are talking, and she's totally blank. She's got that smile that you can't get. There is something going on in her brain where she needs to do extreme things just to feel a little bit. So she's willing to do whatever it takes. So I think that's what you're doing. Good luck with that. Like, until we can figure it out, unfortunately, they did nothing wrong.
Imagine that.
You did nothing wrong. You just had a child.
And you're whatever in this British town.
You see her face, though. You see her face doesn't change, and nothing affects her. She's willing to bet that this girl's face, she's always been that way. Nothing gets to her. She doesn't feel it. She has a quarterback. She doesn't feel a thing. It's just. You can watch somebody die, you can have sex with 100 men, you're 100% fine. It's like, how much money did I make?
Now, I'd much rather her suck a million black dogs and make money doing it than get a gun and shoot at. Of course, I think you're dealing with a similar.
Probably are.
They don't have compassion. They can't really.
They don't feel it. They don't feel the way when I see COVID just about. Bring it back to that. Even that is important. Even that. Yeah. Even that. Maybe.
I hope you found it useful.
Yeah. There's a
like my daughter has everything. She's pretty. She's this. She's not fat. She's a pretty girl. And then they do this.
You do everything right in life. You do everything right in life, and you just your kid. The cops come to you and say this. They go, we found hands and feet in your son's closet.
Wait, what?
And you go, what?
No, just 10 years ago, he's watching fucking
baseball practice. I have no. What do you mean?
We just did a Star Wars Lego together. I know that's cute. Again, sir, we found a severed head and 2 hands.
Yeah.
So when you went to read the bedtime story to your other son, he saw the head off.
Generic information.
And then you go to, then the cops go, so do you know who that head belonged to? He goes, yeah, the homeless guy.
I know. Oh, I know.
Okay, so now we have a whole shift in. Well, the Dogger family.
We can only your son's been eating people. You can only do so much with a kid. It's like I was hearing what's his name? He played at Georgia. He's a linebacker. He's come here now. He's talking about kids sports, and he goes, "You can do everything as a dad, right, to set him up for success in sports." He goes, "Give him a private coach. He gets on the best team. Ride his ass as much as you want. Get him to practice. Do all the extra work." He goes, then at the end of the day, it's literally there's nothing you do. If he wants to be great, only he can decide that. You can't put that why in him. That's it. You can do all you want, push him as much you want, but if he goes, "Nah, I'm good," there's nothing you can do. There's really nothing.
It's a hard thing as a parent. Charles Murray, who is a social scientist, has really looked at the data here, and he said something. He goes, "Parents never want to hear this." He said, "But at the end of the day, you should make sure your kids get a lot of love. You should make sure they get guidance, and the rest of the time they get their nutrition. But you actually, at the end of the day, there's going to come a point where you have very little to do with how your kid turns out." People go, "What?" He's like, I know. Hear me out.
I don't know if I agree with him.
Well, you either have it. Listen, you and I've been talking about sports,
but just in like, yeah, but if you give a kid a lot of love and you teach them like the mistakes you have, it goes a long ways.
I would hope so.
Yeah, but him saying that you really don't have much with it, I would disagree.
What I'm saying though is give them a lot of love. But there's a fire in your life sometimes to really succeed.
When you're saying like success and stuff, that's a different. The formula for that's a little different. But I'm just saying be a good human. I'm saying be a good human because if you want your kid to be 100%, trust me. Who's this Murray? Trust me, that kid ain't gonna be a good citizen. 100%. I'm just talking about being a good human. Sports is
even good habits.
Just
raising discipline, self-reliant, all that. Yes.
Sports is a completely different animal.
Even show business, even like all creative.
All of it. It's a different animal. Yeah, man. Listen, we're going to continue. We've given you the free enough. We're going to continue. Head on over to patreon.com/TFATK. Again, you're getting this entire show ad-free, plus extra extended episodes. We're taking extra stuff. We're doing fan questions for the hardcores twice a month. Extra behind-the-scenes content. It's only $5. Head on over for us right now. It's for the hardcores. We should have done it a long time ago. Tune in to us on Rogan this Saturday for UFC Paris. It's going to be me, Joseph Rogan, Brian the Kid Callen, and Gordon the King Ryan. Go ahead and tune in. We love you guys. Go see Brian at Covina September 12th through the 14th. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th through the 20th. That's it. We love you guys. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
On the eastern edge of the world.
This is really the Fighter of the Kid.
So we've already talked.
Let's go, baby! Hot sweat straight up on the plane.
Hell yeah, dude.
Went to bed, woke up when we were about to land. Not bad. Not bad. So many people sleep sitting up. I love that feeling.
Dude, you know I love hearing about your travels. On the flight.
I like just their travels and their dreams. I love hearing about.
You know when you just start comedy, and because comics travel so much, so everyone has bits on airports and flights.
Yeah. Well, also,
you know what? No one really gives a fuck about that. As long as you made it here, dude. As long as you made it here. You know I don't. You know I do give a fuck about though. It's time. Not bad, Fighter Kid, we're finally launching our Patreon, baby. Patreon.com. That's for the hardcores. Go to patreon.com/TFATK. Like, but what do we get? Well, you get 2 shows ad-free. You get every show ad-free, all right? Every freaking show ad-free. And extended episodes. So it's an hour for free on YouTube and Apple and iTunes, all that stuff. You're going to get an extra 30 minutes when you tune into the Patreon of extra content. All right, plus twice a month you get fan questions, you get behind the scenes. This month, Brian has been working hard on his wrestling, and he told his instructors, how can you take me down? So you guys are getting a little insight to that.
You're going to see how low I go, and you're going to see how I capitalize on the weakest part of Brendan. but if you're fighting a huge guy, I'm teaching you guys how to go for where he's very vulnerable. Nobody can fuck with him. If I got my fucking shoulder head in behind his knee,
fuck with it, dude. It's only to learn those techniques from Calvin himself.
Yeah.
This is $5 a freaking month. Ditch Starbucks for one freaking day.
I think
Go get your kids the cake pops. Find the kid Patreon for 1 month. It's $5. You get all the shows ad free. We're sick of the ads ourselves.
I think $5 a month is enough. You don't want to pay $5 a month. Let's just take one tiny thing you get from Patreon. You don't want to pay $5 a month to learn how to fucking neutralize a giant in a street fight. Oh, look at my face. Okay. Then don't be safe. So your safety isn't worth $5 a month.
Yeah, hold on. And next time you find a giant and he makes you tuck your dick between your legs, you'll be like, oh, wish I paid $5.
Right? Tuck your dick and balls between your legs and make a man vagina for me. That's what happens if you don't understand how to capitalize on where a guy is weak.
Next time that larger man makes you bulldog your nuts out the back while he kicks you from the back, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm glad I saved $5. Right? So it's patreon.com/TFADK. All the shows, all the cruises, ad-free, plus extended episodes, plus monthly fan questions. This is just for the hardcores. This is for you guys. Get yourself right now. But right now, we are free on YouTube.
You guys want to make if you want a larger man to make you bulldog your nuts and then kick you in the fucking nuts from behind, then don't spend $5 a month.
So that's all happening.
Sorry, you think you could do that to me?
Scholars who suspect
You put push
that
my
character
just go. You're right, yes.
Did you see, it's Labor Day weekend, dude.
Yeah.
I kind of missed out on the festivities in Austin because Austin doesn't have a major team, like there's no pro team there. So it's University of Texas Longhorns. They opened up against Ohio State.
That was a huge game.
Oh, you just realized
who won that game?
The teacher.
I can't do it.
I know. It was like the biggest college game. It was number one and number one against each other.
Number one.
Yeah, like the two best.
Can someone slam? I know.
Wait.
1-1.
It was two of the best teams in the
Number one versus number three. Texas number one. A little over.
top.
Ohio State number three.
Can I guess who won?
Babylonia.
Yeah, man. It's Monday. It's Tuesday. Not like 7. It was kind of a boring game.
It was.
Yeah, if you don't watch those times, but the city was just a little down.
Israel.
Yeah, a little down. I was at all Texas Longhorn party now. I grew up despising Texas Longhorns. They were rival of ours in the Big 12.
But there was
And my wife bought all the kiddos Texas football jerseys, and it makes me feel a certain way. But I get it; things have changed, and they are in the SEC now, so I don't hold too much grudge against her. When they thought Arch Manning was going to be the savior and be the next freaking Peyton Manning, he's young, dude, he's facing the best defense in the country, so I knew he was going to struggle. I tried to tell these dads who don't know football that well, hey, expectations, on high level. This is the first game, and he's playing against the best defense coordinator who was in the NFL and he's in college. And this NFL coordinator was used to shut down Aaron Rodgers.
Wow. So now he's dealing with Patrick Mahomes. Oh, Jesus. So now he's dealing with a college guy, Tom Brady. So he's used to shutting those guys down. So when he goes to college, he's going to be salivating at the mouth to shut Arch Manning down. And that's his first game. And Ohio State also has the best defense in the country. They have the best safety in the nation, the best corner, the backer. They're stacked, you idiots. So, listen, Arch Manning, he's going to be the guy. It's not going to be today. He's going to struggle. So the other kid. It's week 1. There's going to be a lot of errors. Timing's going to be off. Listen, I want to set expectations. All y'all idiots got Arch Manning jerseys on, right? And you think he's going to throw for 500 yards. And I'm going to tell you it's not happening. They can still win, but it's not happening. I'm so ignorant to football. I value of having a high-level offensive and defensive coordinator who can look at a young prospect who's going to be great, but goes, I've seen your game. He knows the patterns. You're not going to show him something he hasn't seen.
It'd be like going from
He's also studied tape on it.
It'd be like going from the the UFC to LFA, where you're reigning champ at the UFC, like, I'll go to the LFA, and then you're like, I kind of stop this stuff. Wow. So I've been going against Izzy and Husband. Do this.
So they held him to 1 touchdown.
Yeah, but it's expected. It's week 1. You know, work out the kinks. They show on the playing fucking the number 3 team in the nation week 1 anyway. It's like you want those warm-up games to work the kinks out, get the offense, and work it out.
Being thrown right in the fire.
Yeah, dude, at the party, this dad goes, Honey, you still got that receipt from Diggs? I'll take the shit back. Oh my God, you guys. He's gonna be good, dude. You're gonna want that jersey. Just chill.
Talking to Mark Sanchez about what it was like to be just to get a 500 seat. He's like, when geniuses, the defensive coordinator geniuses looking at you, and you're like, and you figure out a way to beat him. And the
whole reason is to take all your benefits away, the advantage you have. All they're doing is trying to get you out of the pocket. So maybe you're not as good as throwing on the button or throwing to the left. They're gonna make sure they get that every single play. It's the NFL.
You have to know that. So you practice that. You know,
it's like practicing. You have formation, and it's
so much pressure. A lot of young kids, but that's what you sign up for, right?
Especially when you're a man. And also, I think NIL, I think $8 million.
Is he a big kid? Yeah. So he's got all the tools.
He moves stuff down. Yeah, he's agile. He's gonna be good. Texting me fine. He's gonna age like fine wine. He's gonna go undefeated. Might lose Michigan, but there's that playoffs. You know, fucking great.
I will say I was.
I can't believe you missed that.
I just don't watch college football. I don't know college football.
What would you say you watch?
NFL and UFC and tennis. NFL. UFC.
You're always on the road, so to watch it. It's tough, right? It's tough.
It is tough.
All around now, so we can talk about it. It's also like, you watching these shows, dude? I'm gonna try to. You're not gonna watch it, so I want to spoil it, but the fans might get mad if I spoil it. There's a documentary on Netflix. I think it's Catfish something. Yeah. Dude, so this, I'll set up the. If you tell me if you want me to spoil it, see, this has spoilers on it, but it's called Unknown Number, the high school catfish. Dude, let me set the table for you. Young high school girl, young high school boyfriend, right? And they start dating, and then they start getting these texts. Horrible shit. Like the worst stuff you can imagine. Like, you slut, kill yourself, and then take.
Now, hold on. Spoiler alert, because now I have to know who did it. Spoiler alert, and I'm going to take a guess as to.
Oh, let me keep going. Okay. Like, you slut, and then taking pictures of stuff like, I see what you're wearing, blah, 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 giving your flat ass, you skinny bitch. Like, your boyfriend needs me because I suck and fuck. They're 12. They're right to 12 at the time. And it goes all the way up to like 14. It goes straight up harassment for 2 years.
So the age of 12 to 14. She's getting texts.
You're and the boyfriend get texts, and it's, buddy, sometimes it's 40 to 60 times a day. So in my head, I'm like, why would you just block it? But then all the parents get just really small town. You know, like 600 kids in school. They're like, no, we can figure this out. We don't want to block it. We just want to keep going so we can figure it out. So you get the principal involved. He's looking at all the cameras on the school has cameras.
Don't tell me.
I'm going to tell the story. So when she gets text, she tells the principal when she got text that this dumbass trying to get the cameras in school, see her high school kids. So he's like, that's not working. Bringing the cops.
What's this?
The cops are kind of like, so they're best to get a problem with anybody. So they go through even when she was in elementary school. This one girl was pretty mean to me because their school's K through 12. So it's like a small school. They look at one girl, you think it's the one girl. You're like, this bitch, she bullies a kid. 60 times a day, like, where's that time? You're going through it, they get nothing. They bring in the FBI, bro. FBI. It's FBI don't fuck around. They don't fuck around. Can I ask, may I get an IP address? May I guess? Is it an adult? Yes. It's an adult.
Super discussion.
It's an adult.
It
might be. This is so fucked up. I wouldn't be surprised, but so You ready to
It's sort of like
this out?
Wait, I'm gonna say it was one of their teachers.
which are not paid explicitly.
You ready? Hold on.
There's kind of like parallel tax.
Yeah.
So
Let's take a break, dude. Because game on finally, week 1 of the NFL starts this Thursday, and every time brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. This isn't just football; it's first touchdown fireworks, anytime touchdown rushes, and live bet that ride. Every momentum shift at DraftKings. Every play is your next shot to win big. Bet on my Broncos, baby. You got Dallas versus your girls Eagles going down this Thursday. Listen, new customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 Buckaroos and get 300 bonus bets instantly. Let's grab over 200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Get 300 bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more, or place over 200 off. NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y9. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Brookville Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Sunday ticket offer for new and former subscriber renews. Cancel anytime. Additional Sunday ticket terms at tv.youtube.com/learn/NFL Sunday ticket.
Okay, so just spoiler. So Brendan just told me what was going on. I can't wait to watch this. But this is where you realize that whatever you think the depravity of human beings is, there are some people that it's beyond what you can imagine. When you're a detective, don't say it. When you're a detective, you deal with that darker side of humanity. It's like this guy Ed Calderon who was on Rogan, who deals with all the cartels. He was a Mexican special police officer. I told you about it, bro. The shit you deal with and the stuff you see, like you can't walk away from that without being completely messed up. And it's crazy. It is. Some people have to live in that. They're not crazy. It's the craziest thing ever. Is that shit not crazy? It's also fascinating. No, it's also fascinating. That's what you look at people.
My mother-in-law makes spaghetti. There's my girls and kids are at the house. It's chaos behind me. I got subtitles on, just down at this fucking spaghetti. I can't be more into it. I was bothered.
Do you know what I think? I'm going to say this. When I read about this, like, I'm a flawed human being. You're a flawed human being. But you know what we're not? We're actually good people. Yeah, there are certain things you would, I know you would never do, and certain things I would never do. It doesn't matter how much money. I don't have a price. There are certain things I would never do. You're the same way. There's no way. Yeah, that would be different. $5 million tax-free. It'd have to be tax-free. Yeah. So, I would do this. I have a joke about it, but I'm serious. If you were to say, if a guy, for real, a guy said, hey, look, I will give you enough money so you never have to worry about money again, and I with your kids. Get your cock up. I need to finish that sentence. I can get your cock up. I need to fuck your ass. I would give one time.
Are you filming it?
It doesn't matter.
I'd rather you not.
That's fine. No, you can go to try me. It's going to hurt. But I'm 100% doing that.
I know. With every pump you're into my ass, I'm thinking I'm spending the money. I'm thinking of all the cars.
Well, not cars, dude. It's just more financial security. Please don't spend it on cars.
Yeah, but I'm back in the conundrum again.
You are.
Yeah, dude, I fucked you in the ass. You spent all your money on cars, and then back to square one, you still have a horn.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. No, it wasn't even that good. You just started yelling out the cars you're going to buy. It wasn't sexy at all.
Ferrari. GT. Oh. Yeah, that would hurt, but it would be worth it.
For example,
my baby has head, foot, mouth.
Of the afterlife.
Yours too, right?
Right. I had it.
Sucks for the
I had it.
You did?
You remember when Paul gave it?
So I got it when I was run down, and they couldn't believe it. They brought the pediatrician and said, they're like, look at this.
For adults,
Very rare.
dude, I got it the day when Tiger J drove here from LA.
What did it look like?
6 hours in the drive, I'm like, fuck, my are killing me. I was like, because I'm sitting like this for so long. My back's starting to ache.
Every page.
My hands are in my throat kind of store. I'm like, whatever, I'll just run down. And then 2 days go by, and I'm like, I got fucking spots on my hands, and they hurt. You should know. I get spots on my fucking feet. And then Tiger Butts go, we do too. I'm like, I didn't know. They look it up. And then Billy got, like, I don't know, probably 2 weeks ago. And then the kids in the day, super contagious. My poor baby had it. For babies, it's kind of, it sucks, it's uncomfortable. You know, there's no medicine. There's nothing can do.
You gotta let it just work its way through your
Super contagious.
My poor little baby.
Yeah, the problem is with the babies, it gets in their mouth. That's what my baby
Impact the throat.
Yep.
That's what we can't, like, you can only pop
can't drink
milk
milk
and shit.
and
Sucks.
I'll
I'll tell you what I do miss a little bit. I was in Manhattan Beach because my corporate gig was in Redondo, and I looked at that ocean. I was out by that ocean, that ocean air, and the beach was full. And guess what? Nobody was in the water. You know why? Because there was too much poo in the water. Labor Day. What do you mean too much poo? There was fecal matter, the runoff, when you got that many people and it's a holiday, what happens is I think the sewage gets overloaded.
Because people are eating and dumping.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of shit and dumping. So people were just on the beach with the water looking nice. Even if it was high fecal matter, I was
So no was allowed to get in the water?
didn't see anybody.
I was on the lake yesterday. No shit.
No shit, you got right.
No shit.
The lake is one thing, that ocean, those waves are crashing. You got that big beach, something else.
Even the shit in the water, the sharks, dude.
Yeah, like
There's always taking nothing over it. And there ain't nothing.
Nothing always about it.
Fuck the ocean. Fuck your Manhattan Beach.
Yeah,
It's nice, though. It's nice. Yes,
I was like,
yeah. Not me, my life would get better because the kiddos in full swing in the sports. Boston is a baseball game today. Great. Tigers football, baseball Saturday.
a little cooler.
Yes, it's getting hot this week, but the rain yesterday, the day before. In the morning, it's a little cooler. I think it's starting to get cooler, right?
Has massive amounts of
what else did you? So you got that going on? California, LAX is still what it is.
Dude, I was in Dallas on Friday. I was doing some truck stuff with this Ford dealer out there. Shout out to 5-star Ford Dallas. Great dealership. Doing some stuff. Driving back, right? I stopped at a Buc-ee's. Never been a Buc-ee's?
Never been to Buc-ee's.
I haven't either. There's signs for it. There's not a ton of them. What is Buc-ee's? It's a gas station, but it's like gigantic. First of all, Buc-ee's, I stopped at a Buc-ee's. It was in like the outskirts of Waco, Texas. Dude, it was like Skate City when I was a kid. So Skate City, everyone and mom would go there. Someone skate, but it was really in the parking lot. If you ever seen like that ATL movie where they're like just hanging in the parking lot with all the cars, that's what Buc-ee is for Texas. Dude, trucks, cars. When I say packed, it was every gas, and they have for a fucking mile. There's fill-up stations for gas. They're all packed. Inside, you go inside. What do you need? What are you fishing on? Yeah, you need like a turkey. You need brisket. Yes, dude, I got brisket. My father got a fucking wiener schnitzel. Look at that. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're chopping brisket. They're yelling things out. I don't know what they're saying. It's a different situation right there. Now, one-stop shop. Now, make America healthy again. Start at Buc-ee's. Yeah. Start at Buc-ee's.
You're not gonna with low cholesterol. Okay.
Just have
lunch, nuts, and desserts. Or you got a lot of sweets.
What do you need, dude? What do you need? Okay, you kid got it. Check. What do you need? You need jerky? They have an entire deli of just jerky.
Yeah, I ate. What I did was I went to Shake Shack and had the double smoke shack, and then I had a milkshake, and I had trouble eating shit, bro. I had trouble digesting that for a good day. I was like, ooh, this is. I don't know what they're putting in this shit, but this is not good.
It's going along very well.
That sounds a great deal. I started John goes to the creatine now.
The history of the
You were supposed to go easy with the creatine.
creatine.
I'm like, yeah, I do 20 milligrams every morning.
First volume is
I thought it was supposed to be 5. No, 5 for better. So I do 20 every morning, right? So I do 20 of my shake with this new creatine. So I don't know how my body's going to react. I'm driving to the gym. And I tell you, I was about to shit.
So that's going okay.
I was about to explode. My G392 over those leather seats. Buddy, I'm talking, I ran into my gym. And I'm like, I pray to God nobody sees me. I pray to God no one stopped. I didn't have a second to spare. By the time I got to that toilet, there was shit coming out of my mouth. On the transition out, it was coming.
That it goes like it's like it just shoots out, it sprays everywhere. You're like, well, this you may as well throw this bathroom away. That's crazy. I went to Ways to Well. Did I tell you?
Oh, you finally went?
Went to Ways to Well. Love Brigham, and that whole
Have you
team
done
there.
it before?
I have, but that's a great operation. They got. I did the red light
Like
there.
the alien that looks like you?
No, there are some muscular people there, but
The AI alien.
oh yeah, that was awesome. It looks like it does look a little bit like that.
That's what I said, oh, you mom after Brian?
Yeah, I'm getting older, and one guy looked at me. I hadn't seen him. He goes, "What happened to you?" I go, "Oh, because your face looks different." I was like,
Oh,
"Oh,
that's not nice.
you know what? He didn't even mean it."
Be cool about it after. So real quick with that, I fucked up yesterday. Tigers practice. There's an older dude. He's kind of out of shape. You know, we can't tell when they're out of shape when they're older. There was like a younger guy like my age, and I go, "Oh, this is your dad?"
Sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of
No,
the
man.
Roman Empire. It's massive.
My kid down there in the rain. Who's your kid? Know each other. He goes, "We're sick."
Mediterranean basin.
Ah,
And then there are scattered
Because he looked at
pockets of Jewish population.
some people just age fast.
what were you saying about Ways?
Daddy got so I just got all my levels done.
Still in
I got I finally checked tomorrow.
Yeah,
We'll do it. Let's see what my test is.
Now
Now
I've got two where it says optimal.
Yeah, now I had worked out. No, I had worked out and I hadn't slept that much.
You haven't worked out. You haven't
So I
slept.
worked out really hard before I did my blood test, and I had
This is
to.
the morning of.
Yeah, not good, right?
No, you should push your test off.
Oh, should
Yeah.
So anyway, I get
Worked out like an hour later. You went in. The test off should be high.
Okay, so I got tested, and they gave me some stem cells.
Oh, they gave you the full package.
Yes, and I didn't know. They were like, "We're gonna hit you up with some stem cells," which usually are very expensive.
Yes.
And they shot me up with it, and I don't feel anything different.
I was going to tell you, like, whenever I get people are like, I've done stem cell, but I don't know if it worked or not. If you're just going to do it, just overall, it's hard to see the benefits. But if you have an injury, if you're like, when I have an injury, they do it right in the bicep, right in the knee. That's when you fucking know. I think we just do it overall. Especially when they give you
I don't really have it's nagging tendonitis.
for the fire.
I think
But
so,
as
yeah.
well, sort of fellow
Yeah, I got the IV bag. You feel like
Good. You can't tell. There's so much stuff.
I slept well. I slept hard.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
I did the old red light
for
therapy.
the era,
On the face, the body.
sort of the high bar
Took a little nap. They're 15.
Yeah, that's right. You wake up, he gives you some energy. You should have more energy.
Yeah.
dietary
Yeah.
regulation.
And that was cool. So we'll see. I'm gonna see what.
Well, I'm glad you're in there, buddy.
So try to
Let's see what your testosterone
the
is.
message that St. Paul
It's gonna be weird. But you didn't sleep the night before, so perfect. But
Yeah.
you at least get a base. It's not gonna be like
benefits of
300 value, you know. So you get a base.
So you
And I
start to
would
see a lot
love
of
for them
strong
to tell you.
Christian energies
And
developing
then
around
what if I start taking TRT and I get scared?
looking more closely at their
This year needs more hair. That's gonna happen.
No, I meant trapped out.
Oh, gotcha.
And now I'm a little bit of a handful for you.
is divided up significantly. You have
You know who I did a competition with on Thursday at Correct Gym, which used to be
Syria,
our gym?
Palestine. That's
Me and Aubrey went head
the
to head.
entire region really reaching
Really?
from
I said, what do you want to
athletic?
Aubrey's super athletic. I said, what do you want to start with? He goes, bench.
Jordan.
I'm like, you sure? He goes, yeah, it's your bench. I've been known to mess around with it. I go, you pick. There's cameras there. Are you think, man? And he goes, what would you think? I said, all right, man, what you pick? Let's do 225. I went, say less.
Well, that's not good.
I said, how many can you do? He goes, I don't know, I haven't done it in a while. He said in college he was 25, which is fucking, that's a lot. Yeah, he said, that's what he says, his girl broke up with him. make out with the NFL player. So his way to get back at her was to look up his online stats, and he did 225 24 times. So he's like, dude, I was straight on a mission to beat him. And it was so stupid. Like, I beat him, and she's like, okay, cool. Still has a giant black dick. You can't get that, right? She's like, I hit 25, like, it's cool, man. But yeah, so we did 225.
A lot of Jews had fled.
We did pull-ups.
So that's basically what the
How many
setting
times
of
have
this
you
short
did
video.
225?
Was it 12?
Rebelled
A lot.
several
It's a lot,
times.
and he hasn't been doing it. That's why I did. Now, he knows that, I'm sure you see me post about something, you know, he's like,
A couple of
he knew
battles
225 was
in
going well.
4. You have the People's Rebellion in
How'd you do pull-ups?
17.
We say 225?
How'd you do pull-ups?
So,
How many times did you do
351,
225?
you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallows Revolt, which is not as well known.
I counted 31 in my head. I always thought it was 34. So many. But when you're, you know, when you're going and my adrenaline was going, so I don't know. But I told him that
Followed up.
It's so weird how strong you are. Fuck.
Yeah.
There was a
And it's so
respite
weird how
for
weak
Jews,
I
actually
am.
a couple of respites.
It's not though, is it?
I mean, I shouldn't be that weak, but I'm getting older and I'm weaker. I did 15 pull-ups.
That's how it goes.
And it was really hard. I
Much
stayed
later,
on plaster.
because he
No,
tried to
15
turn
pull-ups was
the
minimum.
clock back
I could do 20, just I could do 30, and now 50 and older.
and as part of his overall plan, he
That's where
wanted
Pep
to
Maddox and TRT can help
build
me.
I guess so.
a temple.
Because I talked to Jimmy Burke about
Not
base
so much
63.
because he was
He's in great shape. He's like, dude, I'm weak.
Yeah, that's what happens.
One of you,
Yeah, you get older, you get strong. I mean, you have to
with
age
the
from like
rise
your
of
30s,
Christianity,
depending on your take care of your health, 30s,
all
like
faiths were
late
put down
40s, where you can't get that dad strength and you're actually stronger if
Yeah,
you're doing it right.
But
Now,
by
they
rising
push
all
60.
faiths, that was a way of
It's good.
finishing Christianity.
It does, man.
Israel ended very
And I don't want to
abruptly
admit it, but it's like,
just
You
2
don't
years
have to,
power.
real no.
So it really didn't come to anything in terms of the results. The temple basically
It's
actually true, right?
So like, I don't look at Clint Eastwood, I'm like, I bet he's just as strong as he was.
Right, you're 58.
Yeah, it's
I'm gray.
Yeah. You look great though, bro. I'm not joking.
Not bad for my age,
You look
right?
great.
Yeah.
Not even just not that. You look great.
Thank you.
Revolution.
I stay in shape.
Whatever, dude.
I stay in shape.
Was
My dick is still strong, though, right? Heavy.
Where you
All right,
have
so
figures who
Well,
were
yeah,
religious
me
and
too.
political
Me too.
authorities
I'm
of
looking forward to it.
Christianity.
We'll see what
After
happens.
the
It's very
destruction
exciting.
both of
there's
those tomorrow.
significant debate among
You're
scholars
going there tomorrow?
as to
Get your
what
stuff
was the
checked.
actual
Yeah.
It's a great place. He's done. He's built something really.
Right
Did
after
you do the blood work thing? Does he have cancer?
However,
You did a whole screen.
emperors
Yeah, I've done that. I did that.
Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the
Yeah, you want to check that.
Empire.
Yeah, it's
Rome in the West, the empire
All right.
decline.
Well,
Rome, the
why don't we
city
go over
suffered
some
several
stuff here?
times.
one thing I'm going to fight this weekend.
We got a fight for that this weekend. What time is that? Do those fights start?
2 o'clock.
Okay.
Would be,
Pacific.
the main
Nice.
center of
Pacific. What time is it here?
Empire.
Morning.
But
Oh,
during
really?
the period
Oh,
of
fuck, yeah, I thought I was going to have to
the
miss the
empires,
last
where
one of the Tigers game.
more
I get
and
credit
more
for it.
Okay.
closeness
4 o'clock.
to
Yeah.
Christianity, beginning with
He's a beast.
and at the same time a
But so is
depression
What do you think
Him
about
and
that?
Bob.
rights to live socially and otherwise.
Some people maybe I've actually seen him off too. So,
Perhaps the most significant example of this is
PSD versus
first, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning
Let me ask you
of
something about
structural
is that
synagogues,
for sure on the card?
He's fucking
sometimes
dead?
confiscation of
Let me ask
synagogues and
you something. Go back to
churches.
that.
These rules were,
So
by the
Ben
way,
Wesson, when he fought Dustin Poirier, I said he's going to get knocked out. And the reason I said get knocked out, when I watched Benny fight Dustin Poirier, I said he's going to get knocked out. And you know why I said that? Yeah. You know why I said that? Because when I watched him, when he unloads on those hooks, it's devastating. The problem is his hands are here. And I'm picking up on that. It's like, I don't understand how your coach doesn't say, we have to drill your hand being here every time you throw. It's just boxing 101, right? And I know it works sometimes, but not against high-level guys like Dustin. So can you explain why that would be priority number one when you're training? I don't get it.
Because he's winning, he's winning.
Not against Dustin. Higher level guys.
Yeah, but till then, he was on the fight.
I know you're shut up.
He was also special forces. guy.
Sure.
Or
Like, I don't care about your jaw is your jaw, and Dustin hits really hard.
Record for me.
It's like he's lost twice.
He was a favorite in that fight against Dustin. They hated that fight for Dustin. And then I gave Dustin a top.
I was watching that where Dustin's gonna catch him. Dustin's gonna catch him.
So he lost to Moicano.
Yeah, and to report.
gathering steam in the fourth
They won
century.
his last fight.
I'm going to outline four
She's back.
basic
How do you lose
responses
to
that
Yeah.
really illustrate the incredible resilience.
Murphy is just, my only concern with him is his cardio because he looks like a Brazilian Connor.
Survival.
Connor was notoriously known for having cardio because they're so explosive, right? And they're light on their feet. As that goes on, it starts to taper off. So,
of a fixed calendar.
what he did to fucking Bobby Green was
So you know, with Lance Armstrong and those bikers, they will train cardio sometimes,
I asked for a
like
population.
almost 8 hours a day.
Spread out
Crazy. Like
far
that's a
apart.
sport. Yeah, but I'm saying there are ways to change your cardio capacity. Now, you can also have a lot of
I wouldn't compare. Massive amounts of EPO and
but boxers do that long, like so. A lot of times boxers would do so much road work because it's like more training to keep their heart rate at a certain place.
And they're doing
Call, of course,
fighters do road work. It's also genetics too. Like it's genetic. A lot of shit. Some of that you're off. Like guys that are really well tight and have really explosive power.
Yeah.
There's gonna be yin and yang because you're not gonna have both.
You can't feed
Like John has great cardio. John's not super explosive. Nate has great cardio. He's not super explosive. Cam Velasquez phenomenal cardio. Not super explosive.
But like
first of the month is always
Yoel Romero, that's just not. He's not built for long distance. He's built for.
Well, you have fast twitch muscle,
days are not
with
30
muscle. So
one.
yeah, genetic. A lot of it's genetic. There's a reason Lance Armstrong was nice. It was this fucking thing.
It comes up
So
short.
if you're gonna have all that muscle, but also if your fighting style is that, where it's like super explosive movements, if you don't finish it, and that third round comes along or you get taken down, you're just
about
not as
350
explosive.
odd
You
days
kind of fuck yourself
on
over.
the lunar calendar, which means that every
If I did
year
shit,
of the solar calendar, which is
You have to
roughly
fight for next to it, damn.
5 days,
It'll be a fun
You are
debate. I think
Sunday.
your
the
boy
Muslims,
Gordon
by the way,
Ryan
observe a strictly
Fantastic
calendar, and that's why their
Fantastic.
holidays keep moving. Every 2 years, they're shortened by
Did I tell you,
days.
did you see your boy
Earlier,
I did.
you can have Ramadan in October, you can have
I did.
Ramadan
He's
in April.
40.
That's just the way the lunar calendar works.
boxing's a different
Jewish
thing.
calendar is actually both
And
lunar and
Darren
solar.
probably has
because the
more
Bible requires the
experience
observance of
with
the
boxing
holiday of Passover
sport.
in the springtime.
And I think
So therefore, the calendar has to be
Luke is
adjusted.
taking it
So
up.
often,
So what people don't also realize about Luke is that Luke's training
that's
partners
why in the Jewish
were
calendar,
a guy named Daniel
month of
Cormier and Cain
Adar
Velasquez.
double
And they
several
used to
times over a
bang.
9 cycle,
They would
so
knock
that
it in.
even though
Like,
he has a lot of miles on
always
Oh,
losing
they
games,
get their
that
hand
extra
turned around.
month,
Yeah.
elite
He
month
just has a ton of miles on.
places
Luke's thing is
Passover
great guy,
back
obviously
to his proper
body from the Greek
So
gods.
here we are
former
seeing
model.
so in
He
Anglo
just has to
culture,
find his
people
why
will say something
that's
like, oh,
not
Rosh
being
Hashanah is
fired.
very late to this year because of
And there's a lot that he can do. He just has to fit, and once he finds that, he'll be super successful.
As the truth is,
Well,
Rosh
everybody,
Hashanah is
there's a shelf life for everybody.
September,
You know,
that's how it
and I talked to him
At any
afterwards.
rate,
I texted with
in
him.
the
He
situation
was like,
of
he
the
goes,
century,
yeah, he's okay. He was like, you gotta go for it sometimes. I was like, there it is.
an inability to
You know, why not?
rely
You get
on
paid.
able communication
You know.
from Jerusalem that in fact the new
It was
month
a tough
had
one.
been
I didn't like that.
declared. Don't forget
Yeah,
You know,
that
part of it's also when you take a lot of, like, you know, we talk about this, but when you take a lot of hits to the head, your body will shut off. Your body goes, I've been here before, I'm shutting this down right now.
Yeah,
You just touched another shit.
turn punchy.
But that was more than a touch. That was a very nice
Hard
throw.
up. You know, Darren Till's a savage.
today.
But I get it, man. It's like with Luke, you know, he's a competitor. So like, even if you retire, like I still have it in me, man. You don't think I watch Beer Knuckle, BKFC, or BYB, or even the UFC, and don't think I can hang in
Rumor
there?
is you get offers to fight sometimes.
Yeah, and I'll be debating. There's, you know, I'm in the best shape I've been in shit since I was fighting.
Right,
Man, I feel like I can fuck some of those guys up if I have the training. If I put the camp in, that never leads, just so everyone knows, that never, if you have fighting in your blood. That goes.
in the Mishnah.
And it's even worse for me right now because, like, man, I'm much stronger.
Just as the Mishnah interprets
The only thing is at 40, you're 42, is the surprise would be the injuries. Well, that, but also, if you start training, your speed is probably not what it was when you were 30. No, and that's where you go. And those little details. Now, you are very big, and if you want a bare knuckle fight with somebody who's also very big,
many times larger in size.
I don't like that at all. I don't like it. It scares the shit out of me. But like, I don't want you fighting Ben Rothschild. I don't want you doing that. Maybe there's somebody out there where you just because of your size.
Yo,
But if they're gonna put you up against a monster,
more retro.
who can throw, I just don't like it.
How you living, girl? Can you hear me? Hello, hello. What's good? How's life going? Can you hear me? Hello? More retro. What's good? How are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you if you're talking. I see you just came off mic, or your mic is on, but cannot hear what you're saying if you're trying to say something. I hope you're doing well. Love an update if you have one. Love to hear all about it. Okay, maybe you just figure an issue, maybe restart your device and come back. If that helps.
That's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north, around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast of Kizari, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in the scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans, and everybody understood what they were talking about. But
Yo,
now
girl.
it just sounds so jarring because a group of people have used that name.
How are you? Are you talking? You're still muted. I shouldn't say muted. I just can't hear what you're saying. Oh, now I can. Now I can hear you. How are you?
Good.
Excellent.
I'm doing kind of okay. I'm doing multi-streaming myself now. Not 24-hour available.
Okay, very well. What platforms? What platforms are you on?
What I wanted to do is
What platforms are you on? Oh, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. Can you repeat that? Morph Retro, can you repeat that? Very cool that you're breaking up. Can't understand what you're saying. I heard that you're multi-streaming, which is amazing, and I want to hear your journey. More for track of what you're saying. Is there? I don't know if it's possible. Is there any way to restart? I can't hear what you're saying. It's not coming through. I can't hear anything that you're saying. I'm sorry. Apologies. I wish I'd hear you. I cannot hear you. There you go. There she is. Can you hear me? Are you talking?
To describe their nationality, and so
but you know what I'm saying? But it's always that way.
What would you do? Just shits and giggles. Here's a lot of money. You're gonna go to BKC. Okay, BKC. I want to just say KFC. Whatever the fuck it is. Bare knuckle KFC. Okay, good. So let's go. Who do you hire to train you? And how do you train? And how long do you need?
I don't know. You know who I for? This is all that's them doing. If I were, I'd call my parent.
Oh, really?
I'd call my parent. I would say, well, how do you train? Like, do you just walk into a boxing gym and then say,
it's basically a kind of liturgical poetry.
Boxing, at least you're gonna hold your hand here, Bob, right? With BKC, you gotta be holding your, it's just different.
Earlier about just
take a little break here because this podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance, fiscally responsible financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are some of the things people say about the drivers who switch, about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds because Progressive offers paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you get where you need. And your dollar goes a long way with Progressive. So visit progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations. Progressive is backed by program. This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, stream full episodes of Matlock, The Fire Country, Elsbeth, Palmer Mystery, NCIS Argents, Watson, and Ghost. What the hell? This is the most amazing sight I've never seen. CBS shows you love this month only on Pluto TV. Stream now.
Really fascinating.
What is going on here?
Very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally,
a lot of these guys
fourth and four strategies.
Yeah, but it's bare knuckles. So what happens is one mistake.
The synagogue.
Are these guys all the heavyweights? So Belcher's actually naturally not as big as you are.
Mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions.
Yeah, but I like that fight more for you.
Really? Oh, you're talking about the jury?
Cultic.
You're talking about the guy that lives sleeps.
But I just mean he's smaller than he's not.
He's not short. He's fucking.
Yeah, but he's smaller.
No, you don't know.
All kind of like
Church.
What did he fight?
all of it, like the vast majority of it was like focused
Bob, listen,
those structures,
let me tell you.
staff, and managed.
Listen, I commentated his last fight, Brian. He's a fucking savage.
I understand he's a savage. I understand that. But there is something to be said about a guy who can make 85. His frame, at least, is manageable. You're a fucking giant. And you have reach, and you have, like, you have more power.
By the way, in the 19th
So
century.
it's a little bit different. When that 240 is courtesy of other things going on, you could never make 85. And oh, by the way, you could never make 205.
And you're down much. You're down the last 10 years.
House of worship, a temple is a way of saying, no, this is it. We are
It's better than a 260 pound man.
So you're telling me you would rather fight Alan Belcher than that Richard Mercy Banks?
No, probably not.
So the answer is no. Because Alan Belcher's a world champion bare knuckle. Alan Belcher has been continuously working. Yeah, that's not the guy fighting Alan Belcher.
Many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come to the word.
Still rather a guy who can make 85 than a guy who can never.
But he can't make 85. He can't make 85.
Jews began to create these people while the temple was still standing, sort of like a spontaneous
He
desire
just got done
to have a
fighting
place to
JDS.
gather,
He can't make
and
85. Matter of fact, if you looked at that entire list, Alan Belcher's the last guy you did.
That's a transformation.
He's going to be the last guy you want to fight. Yeah.
show itself in the first
How about
century.
we run
Era.
like Jesus?
That's the first century before the Common Era.
I don't know.
Here's one of the earliest
I mean, I don't know.
pieces of archaeological
Yeah, I don't know,
evidence
dude.
we have for
It's a lose-lose situation. A lot of
Yes.
like these guys are fucking.
It's a large
Wouldn't you
amount
say,
of
which
rock
is-
references, Greek text,
Look at the records.
Which,
The records are.
if you have been in
Yeah,
synagogue,
it's bare
you'll
knuckles, so
recognize
it's
it.
like that just goes to show you like anything can
Right?
fucking go.
This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very
Well, that
first,
way, you
earliest example we have of a synagogue
Is that
has
Gaz?
a clown thanking a
Which one?
donor
Oh,
for
yeah, I
making
know.
a
Yeah,
huge
he's-
contribution. Synagogue, Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for
Well,
the
it definitely
classes.
is.
You know, how he paid for the building, paid for the plumbing
Yeah,
system,
you
and
know,
all
it's
kinds of
bare
things like
knuckle.
that.
You know,
You better not
I'm not really sure
Jesus.
how they dated. It was roughly dated to the first century before the
Man,
Common
it
Era,
looks like
to the
like
first
one of
century
those
of the
lineups of like the
Common Era.
baddest dudes in the
It's found at the
cartels or
bottom
something.
of the
Yeah,
well, so
fucking
it's
hell,
not
yeah.
at the place where
Yeah,
it
it's
originally
Like
was
there's
built.
some rough fellas.
Possibly the
Okay,
synagogue was
Todd's
destroyed
fighting.
in the conflict
Look
going
at
on
Todd
before.
growing out his hair.
This was
He looks-
thrown
he
into
looks-
a well like that.
so
But
savage
anyway,
there.
Todd
we have
Duffy looks savage. Again,
we have
not a guy I
some
want to
evidence
fuck
of
with because he's
synagogue
so
in
big
this early
and
period.
athletic. And he's
Dude, look at the tits of Dos Santos. Like, look at the tits.
So look at a few of them here.
Those are some tits.
Here's some
Those are
gorgeous
round
artwork
tits.
from the
Look
synagogue.
kind of
that
miserable,
portrays
but
the zodiac.
Yeah.
Is often,
You know what I'm saying?
Contemporary
Yeah,
artwork that is
they're top
incorporated
Todd
in
is
the
fighting.
synagogue. You know,
Look,
something
everybody's
challenging.
Their top reach, like their chest area,
Good at the time.
a lot of
There's
I
frequent
can't have you doing it.
quotations
I can't.
because
I
they
can't.
mention
You know why?
the,
You know why?
dominant languages of
Because
the educated
And I
classes.
all due respect to all
Sometimes
these
the
guys.
artwork, what you see in this
I would have to.
remarkable
I'd have to put you on Prozac because your depression. If you were practicing and you were in and you were sparring, and I'd be like, "You're all right." You'd be like, "Yeah, no."
How about I fought two of those guys already?
Large
Now you
figure
were
on
on
the
Chase
right,
Gordon.
holding
Chase
a mic in
Gordon
his
was
right
like,
hand,
she was
and
equal.
Isaac in his left hand.
I beat Chase
Just
and
to
I
the left of Abraham, rather
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind. The thing is about some of these guys, or a lot of these guys, you're more athletic, and you are very strong right now.
Of his son. This is 22. The ram is there, and the other two figures I
That's a beard.
are Eliezer and Ishmael.
Okay.
But I'm not
Now,
You see that? You see that?
Still,
Bear Hill.
beautiful.
you know,
remarkable
Sunday,
art of the period.
he was in glory.
Also,
Yeah,
it's very
that's Sunday
powerful.
when I fight
Once
Bear
again,
No,
it's
he's
so
talking
massive,
about
which is very, very
Jesus.
common.
Absolutely not. He looks horrifying.
Yeah, I come did for him and
Recaps four
he
really big
fucked somebody.
survival
God, dude,
strategies, created Jewish resilience,
Pretty terrifying.
creativity in the face
Yeah,
of
that dude.
the persecution.
Cody
Not
Curley
only
looks like he's there for a good time. They go.
Yeah. He does.
What's his
the
record?
era, but also
Doesn't matter.
carry forward
Tooth.
creative
But he at least he looked having a good time.
Yeah.
Jewish spirituality that
He's
we
just a
appreciate
big,
to the present
raw-boned guy.
You'll love this.
Enjoyed this video, and
Yeah,
thanks for coming
our
back to Jewish History
Volkanovski,
Lab, and I'm
he's
looking
just
forward
the
to
people's champ.
lots of
Right, people can't love him more.
So,
Dude, he brings in. So this guy's like the biggest Volkanovski fan of all time. They prank him, And they go, they're picking him up. They go, you do some jiu-jitsu, right? You competed here, there a little bit. He goes, get in there. And Bokonasi, they're all filming. Bokonasi's like, come on, what do you got? They mess with him. And then, Bokonasi lets it get his back, and Boko goes, like he's really, really hurt. He's like, fuck. Oh, man, I can't move. I think he fucked up a nerve. And then the guy's like, almost in tears. Yeah, they're just fucking with him. I hate that. No, it's fun because he's like the biggest fan, and then Poke acts like he fucked him up, and he says,
this is not intended to be primarily a quick overview of
no, it's not your fault.
Please save them for after the lecture. Quick break, and then I'll car and go home.
So what the f***? He's about to start crying?
Okay, so let's speak for about 60 minutes. So we talk everything I know about the car. So first of all, that's a very important question. Very important. In many ways, the car in the Jewish mind is more
so fucked up. That's like, did you ever see how Crow Cop punked that one guy? That thing really funny.
Called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of Lithuania, where it's much more than what we do in the country today.
This is hilarious. Let me fill you on today. So if you guys listen to this, so it says, Hunter Renfro has 10 calls. So he just got cut by a team. I think the Raiders got cut by, but it says, Hunter Renfro missed 10 calls from the Panthers and his agent because his daughter ignored the calls to watch a movie. So look at it right now. If you're looking at him, what do you think? Do you think he's an elite NFL receiver? He's a punter. So he played at Clemson. He was on the national championship team. He's probably the best route runner in the last 10 years. Most cornerbacks and other receivers will say he's actually uncoverable. His route running is so good. What? Yeah.
What do you mean by route running? Explain that. Like his ability to find holes?
He's so shifty, and the way he cuts it, you can't cover one-on-one. Damn. Gotta be like, get the fuck out of here. That's what I mean. Savage. That's what's so real. Like I have Tiger Bossy watch his footwork is insane. Same hairline as Brian Callen. Doesn't look like much of an athlete. But if you ran into him at a bar, he's gonna be like, you want an S championship at Clemson? I'm the reasonable guy you want. No. I'm gonna find out what are his stats. How big is he? Go to his highlights. Just type in, after this, type in route running Hunter Renfro. What? That's insane. I think you call, he's like 60 pounds. So
he couldn't be more regular. I'm 5'10".
Still in the USSR,
I still have a chance. My route running sucks though. I'm pissed. Ernst didn't have that. I didn't have sure.
You know this one?
Or the body.
See that? Uncoverable. You can't cover him. Look at this.
There are about 1,000 Jews in the
Look at this.
He's a real athlete. That's big. He's great. Now, what was his, that's incredible. What was his, not particularly fast, but
I mean, he's a 5'6" guy. Yeah. But it's 4'6", but his 4'6". All right, on the nose. 4'5".
That's not fast enough.
His 3-cone drill, I bet, was great.
Amazing. Less body to move, right? You can kind of shift gears.
Damn.
Crazy. Right.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, nothing that impressive. Like his vert 35, pretty average. Broad jump, nothing crazy. His 20-yard shuttle, his 3-cone drill's all right. 44.59. Wouldn't be elite in the NFL, but good enough. It's just his understanding and body mechanics of route running. unbelievable. It's just a smart
How long has he been
plan.
playing?
Not that long to be getting cut. I don't know what's going
So
on.
now he's gonna sign for some real money.
I mean, yeah, NFL money, but you're not getting like a dad of deal. Wow. You've been playing 6 years. You made the Pro Bowl in 2021. Had 103 receptions and 9 touchdowns. His second year in. Oh, he missed all 2024.
And all straight over Elias. That's a mess. That's not good.
Oh, so this illness. So go to his daughter. Does he say anything about his daughter? Dude, Billy loves fucking Miss Rachel, dude. Oh my God,
It's
just
just mine.
one more
This is
time.
my 1.5-year-old. Look at him.
Sticky,
Dude, that's how you put that on for my son is 1.5. He's like,
Lock him in, yo, lock him in.
locks him right in.
Did you do this? I went, absolutely.
Look at him. Come on, let me see. My friends and Carmen is like that. Yes, I like 10 minutes going to watch with dad. You would never think he would throw off there. That's a bad beer, too. Got back in the car. Amazing. He and I are the same guy. I might be a little more athletic looking, actually. You just don't know. You never know.
Oh, the dollars decline.
I love that.
Speaking of NFL, that starts this weekend. Dude, it starts this week. So if you're going to watch some football, make sure your season is all set with DraftKings. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Get 300 bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more plus, or 200 off NFL Sunday ticket from your YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
That would end up being
my Broncos play on Sunday. Because the kicks off Thursday. The NFL starts on Thursday. I'm more of a college guy. I see Bob said against Georgia Tech. Listen, there's some light at the end of the tunnel there. Georgia Tech's breaking with the ACC. They played well. See what we got here. Cowboys Eagles is your Thursday night kickoff.
I'm going to see that. My wife's birthday is on Thursday. And she's a massive Eagles fan, so we're going to an Eagles bar here. Well, it's what she wants to do, and that's what it is. They sing the song "Fly Eagles Fly," and when she puts the kids in her skin, all Eagles here, and her whole family's that way.
Not the bar,
She'll wear a paraphernalia. No. But the Cowboys, obviously, hard to find an Eagles bar when you live in Texas.
Yes. So the NFL's kicking off the Cowboys Eagles. Man, tough outing for the Cowboys. The Eagles are monsters, and also Cowboys lost Michael Parsons.
I can't believe they lost that. How did that happen?
That's such a. So Jerry Jones was refusing to work with Mike as agent, was trying to do under the table. I'm like, wait, no, I'm not done. No, agent, man. Finance agent got a deal doing the Green Bay Packers. That's crazy. If you're Michael Parsons, what a fucking cup. You get all the money you want, and you're playing a legit contender. Like, Cowboys just aren't contending. Green Bay's fucking good, dude. So then, yeah, fuck yeah. So you go to like a legit team, and the Green Bay fan base is awesome. So you live in Green Bay, it's gonna get cold, but still. We got Chiefs Chargers for that money. I think Chiefs are in decline, baby. I think they're coming down. Go Broncos. Yeah, I like Broncos this year. Yeah, it kicks off Thursday, then you got Sunday, all day Sunday.
How the Chargers? Great quarterback.
Yeah, lots of work to do. If he Chiefs are part of this division this year. All right, what else got you? Have you seen this in the news? It's a tragic story of this person shooting up a Catholic school, killing 2 kids. Do you know about this part?
Yeah, they call him
transgender.
Yeah, his name is Robert, but I think he changed his name to Robin. And he was quote-unquote trans. We've had a number of these trans. So what happens is they're like, they don't want to mention these trans because it'll demonize the trans community. It has nothing to do with trans. When you have a kid who is deciding to be woman, this can definitely be a marker of an unstable child, a mental health problem. But because we're so afraid to call it mental illness, mental health, when you have dysphoria to this level and you're taking hormones and you're on some other stuff, maybe we should look at this person being not trans, actually totally unstable. And the idea that they want to become trans is a symptom of a larger umbrella issue of mental imbalance, okay? And because people are so afraid to say, oh, just because you want to change your gender means if we even say that you're imbalanced. No, there are crazy people that have a whole host of symptoms, including saying I'm a woman. There are crazy people, there are a lot of autistic girls they found who were, they weren't doing so well emotionally, and they had some autism or whatever you want to call it, or they were just imbalanced a little bit. And then they said, and they were encouraged, and they were empowered, and sold the goods, which cost a lot of money, and then they had perfectly good body parts lopped off. They're totally immoral.
This mass shooter, this is from a mass shooter, says, I keep the hair long because it's pretty much my last shred of being trans. I'm tired of being trans. I wish I never brainwashed myself.
Yeah, of course. You're seeing this all the time. It's insane. And who knows when he went on, maybe he went on cross-sex hormones. Maybe
I regret being trans. I wish I was a girl. I just know I cannot achieve that body with the technology we have today. I also can't afford that.
He's also not well. This is a kid who is saying these things and totally out of his mind. And he's just not well. Okay, and then guess what he did? He got guns and killed what? A bunch of kids in a church. That was a targeted killing of people who were religious.
All this guy says kill the president, kill Donald Trump.
So there you go.
You wrote in a manifesto that he wanted to kill kids too.
Yeah, well, there you go. Because he's out of his mind.
I know that. They say why target kids.
It's like a more deep.
I forgot we want to target Christian children in a church. It's just this evil satanic thing was probably complete. That exists. So this kid should have been.
But you have to start, and it's not single out trans, but there has to be a time where some of this is mental illness. Now, some people are trans, and they're not mentally ill. They do feel like they're the wrong body.
That's debatable.
Yeah, debatable all day. But have you seen how many trans mass shooters have you ever looked at?
There have been a number of them. Again,
That's what's showing right in the violent fans like really wanted to be the scary horrible monster standing over those powerless kids. That's what qualifies the Sandy Hook massacre.
Yeah, but look, there are some very sick people in the world, and part of their sickness can be a whole host of things. Watch this. He's totally out of his mind. Psychotic. Who knows why? It doesn't matter. And he goes, okay, I want to kill kids. I want to change my gender. I want to eat nothing but pineapple. There are 1,000 things that crazy people do. Okay. And so my thing is, when you have a child that they are dead set on being a different gender, you might want to take them to the mental health professional before they do any of that, so you can see what's really going on. But now, when you have mental health professionals, they are told to affirm someone's gender. And then if you say, it's conversion therapy, that's right. So give them cross-sex hormones, render them sterile for the rest of their life. It is so far
Because if you have problems, that's going to definitely make it
all worse. And guess what? Let me just tell everybody, they did a study of the study. They had scholars that studied whether or not having the operations or going on cross-sex hormones, they studied whether or not it actually stopped suicide in this group. Guess what? They found out that there's no conclusive evidence. Now watch. This was from, I think it was Ackerman, I can't remember the university. These scholars did a study of all the studies. And they found that they got so much harassment that they then rescinded. They were getting doxxed, attacked by these crazy trans. There's a small group that they have this knife. Their symbol is a knife, and they literally were so crazy that these scholars said, "Oh, we rescind these findings, and we don't take this study seriously." That's how crazy it was. This is what we're dealing with. Yeah, well, you gotta
over that guy rots in hell. Listen, save your mental health for somebody else. You start taking out kids, go fuck yourself.
I agree. But he did fuck himself. He shot himself. This is how crazy.
Just do us all a favor. Just shoot yourself. Don't take out innocent kids, you fucking coward. What else you got, Jeff? This woman got scammed by an AI deepfake. It's from this guy from General Hospital. She was like in love with this character, but then apparently I'll play this for you. This is from KTLA. This could happen to Brad. That's AI.
Minutes left financially devastated after scammers used sophisticated AI to pose as a soap star and steal her life savings. They were able to use deep fake videos to string her along for more than a year.
Mitchell is live in Hollywood with more on the scam and the damage it has done, Sandra.
Yeah, if I can share more than $80,000 stolen by these con artists. I talked to the victim tonight. She told me she's really embarrassed that she fell for it. Now we're going to show you more of that deep fake video so you can see for yourself.
Oh, Abigail, I love you so much, darling.
With his striking looks and reassuring voice, you might understand how Abigail Ruvalcaba.
I found love for this person, and living another life. I hope this puts a smile on your heart.
But this video is a deep fake aided by a scammer stealing the likeness of General Hospital actor Steve Burton. Ruvalcaba, a 66-year-old from South LA, thought she was having an online affair with Burton. But this is artificial intelligence used to replicate Burton's voice and likeness.
You're real. Now, I mean, there's something now. But yeah, I would never. I don't know that
Starting.
So can I just, you know the story, but like, so Bradley Cooper and I, we were close, good friends, and I lost touch with Bradley because he's just been busy doing his stuff, and he changed his number. But I would get, over the past 4 years, I would get like messages, hey, it's Bradley, and I'd be like, okay, your hair looks great, congrats on you. I thought it was just something fan. They sent me a picture, I'm all, get the fuck out of here. So finally, I get a text that goes, yo, it's Bradley. Just thinking about you, bro. How you doing? Finally, he goes, it's Bradley Cooper. What maniac this is? And I'm like, great. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's Bradley Cooper. Send me a video if it's Bradley. Ha ha ha. So I get a video. He goes, yeah, I'll send it now. I get a video, and it's Bradley Cooper. And he's like, yeah. He's like, well, I'll show you. So he goes, dude. I've been trying to get your number. I've been trying to call you for 4 years. I finally had to get to Shane Gillis, and then I talked to Logan, and I got your number. So I'm like, I sent the video to my nephew. He goes, is this AI? And my nephew goes, if that's AI, then I'm way behind. Yeah. But I'm still like, it's AI. So I text Rogan. I go, did Bradley ask for my number? And Rogan goes, yeah, he asked for your number. He was saying all these nice things about you. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So then me and Bradley would end up FaceTiming, and I'm like, dude, it's you. So after he's been trying to get in touch with me for 4 years now, I've been in the dick going, get the fuck out of here. Dude, I'm sending your text. I know. How do I? This is my thing. I'm not trying to be mean here. That guy on General Hospital, like he's a guy. He's a handsome Hollywood actor. This poor lady, like, did you? I'm not being mean, but did you really think like there's a romantic 66? I know. I'm telling you, to say that woman next to her was her daughter. Her daughter did mention that her mom does have some sort of mental illness. Okay, so that's what false. They take advantage of these scumbags. It happens a lot with older women who are alone. You get some really nasty relations, makes them feel good. It's online. The minute some asshole asks you for money, get out. Kept sending money. That's the problem. Get out. She didn't believe her daughter. The daughter said it was fake. What's that? The daughter
was saying, like, this is not real. It's got to be fake, but she kept sending money.
In other words, to carry this even further,
I was the guy. I'm the one who sent the Bradley. You were, you looked robust. All right, guys, let's talk about this one. This OnlyFans says, this is only a matter of time. Prolific OnlyFans star Lily Phillips, I've seen her work. Parents broke down as they begged their daughter to stop the extremes of OnlyFans stunts that have often involved over 50 to 100 men at once. She's not talking about sex, Brian.
Yeah, it's called.
She's a gorgeous lady. What are you fucking doing?
That's what she's doing. She's
Crazy for cock.
She's just crazy.
I'm not gonna stand for it. I only watch it once a week. It's watching your daughter. I only watch it once or twice a week. Just for research purposes.
But
Not every day anymore.
with a disapproving look on your face.
I'm not happy about it.
This is so bad, man. Well, that's when you're dealing with somebody who's not well.
Well, let me ask you this: if someone came to her, like pick whatever, Dior came to Lily Phillips and said, "Hey, before all this shit, hey, but we heard you're gonna do OnlyFans thing and sleep with 100 dudes a day, whatever, and basically." Before you do that, we're going to offer you a 5-year, whatever it is, $30 million deal, maybe a month for Dior. Do you think she just wants to I don't think it's a sex thing. I think it's just her way of getting attention and being a name that everybody knows. So I think she doesn't get, I don't think she has skills, but I assume because in this time, a lot of the younger generation, they don't have skills. So now you're seeing like the streaming, where it's like, I'm streaming, and this is part of the reason Raj did what he did, because with that streaming stuff, like, you have to do crazy shit to get likes and noticed and get money. This is something different. I know you're gonna say like the mental illness and like something wrong with her, but I would challenge you saying, if before she sucked 1,000 dicks in a day, I would be willing to bet if you went up to her and said, hey, hold on, we put you in like Star Wars, you'll be the next big star. She's like, no, I just want to suck dick and make money. She's just doing it for attention and money. And this is her fastest, quickest route.
There's probably some of that. The other thing, though, if you look at that, it's not crazy. But do you ever see that? What's the other girl who does this? Lily or whatever. So she, no, I haven't, but she, they were talking to her, and they said, you don't really get excited about much. Like, you get a breakup, you're divorced, you don't really, you move on, nothing really affects you. And there is a condition. There was a woman who has her PhD, and she's a sociopath. What she means by sociopath, people think sociopaths are evil or something. No. Sociopaths, sometimes, the reason they're sociopaths is they don't have feelings. So she said that for her childhood, she learned everything was like nothing made her feel anything. She was always numb. It was like living in this vacuum where nothing affects you. To feel alive, you have to do something. She would hit a girl in the back of the head or something, right? And then she'd get in trouble, or she'd start stealing shit. And her mother was like, "What are you doing?" She goes, It was only real of almost getting caught. So this is the kind of person you look at her face, it's so blank. Her parents have got. That's what you're dealing with. Good luck with that. Unfortunately, they did nothing wrong. Imagine that. You did nothing wrong. You just had a child. And you're whatever it is, British town. You see her face, though? You see her face doesn't change. Nothing affects her. I would like to bet that this girl's face, she's always been that way. Nothing gets through. She doesn't feel it. She'd be a hell of a quarterback. She doesn't feel a thing. It's just, you watch somebody die, you can have sex with 100 men, the next day you're 100% fine. It's like, how much money did I make? Now my brother sucked $1 million black dogs and make one day, get a gun and shoot at. Of course, I think you're dealing with a similar thing. You probably are. Neither one of them have compassion. They can't really feel it. They don't feel the way you do. It's 12 inches of cock. Keep bringing it back to even that. It's important. Even even
In
that.
many areas of Halakha, it's not
Even that. Maybe.
many areas of Halakha.
Yeah. There's
But you just, as a parent, like, oh, man, like my daughter has everything. She's pretty, she's this, she's not fat, she's a pretty girl. And then they do this.
You do everything right in life. You do everything right in life, and you just, and your kid, the cops come and they say this, they go, we found hands and feet in your son's closet.
Wait, what?
And you go,
No, just 10 years ago, I was watching fucking,
we just were baseball practice. I have plans.
what do you mean? We just did a Star Wars Lego together. I know that's cute. Again, sir, we found a severed head and two hands. So when you went to read the bedtime story to your other son, he saw the head off.
And then you go to this, so do you know who that head belonged to? He goes, yeah, the homeless guy.
I know.
Okay, so now we have a whole shift in the Dahmer family.
We can only do
Son's been eating people.
You can only do so much. The kid, it's like I was here he played at Georgia. He's a linebacker. He's come to now. He's talking about kids' sports, and he goes, you can do everything as a dad, right, to set him up for success in sports. He goes, give him a private coach, he gets on the best team, ride his ass as much you want, get him to practice, do all the extra work. He goes, and at the end of the day, it's literally, there's nothing you do. If he wants to be great, only he can decide that. You can't put that why in him. That's it. You can do all you want, push him as much you want, but if he goes, no, I'm good, there's nothing you can do. There's literally nothing.
It is a hard thing as a parent. Charles Murray, who is a social scientist, has really looked at the data here, and he said something. He goes, parents never want to hear this. He said, but at the end of the day, you should make sure your kids get a lot of love. You should make sure they get guidance. The rest of them should get their nutrition. But you actually, at the end of the day, there's going to come a point where you have very little to how your kid turns out. What? He's like, I know. Hear me out.
I don't know if I agree with him.
Well, you either have it. Listen, you and I have been a lot of
Talking about sports, but but if you give a kid a lot of love and you teach him like the mistakes you've made, it goes a long ways.
I would hope so.
Yeah, but him saying that, you really don't have much with it.
That's what I'm saying, though. Is you give them a lot of love. But there's a fire you need in life sometimes to really succeed.
When you're saying like success and stuff, that's a different. The formula five's a little different. I'm just saying being a good human. I'm saying be a good human. Because if you lock your kid in the basement, 100%. Trust me. Who's this, Murray? Trust me, that kid ain't gonna be a good citizen. 100%. I'm just talking about being a good human. Sports is
good habits.
Just
raising
discipline,
and all that. Yes.
Sports is a completely different
Even
animal.
show business, even like all of it.
It's a different animal. Listen, we're going to continue. We've given you the free enough. We're going to continue. Head on over to patreon.com/TFATK. Again, you're getting this entire show ad-free, plus extra extended episodes.
Extra stuff. We're taking
extra stuff. We're doing fan questions for the hardcores twice a month. Extra behind-the-scenes content. It's only $5. Head on over for us right now. This is for the hardcores. You should have done it a long time ago. Tune in to us on Rogan this Saturday for UFC parents. It's going to be me, Joseph Rogan, Brian the Kid Callen, and Gordon the King Ryan. Go ahead and tune in. We love you guys. Go see Brian Covina September 12th through the 14th. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th through the 20th. That's it. We love you guys. That's the Fire Kid. We're out. This is really the Fire Kid.
Let's go, Billy! Slept straight up on the plane.
Hell yeah, dude.
Went to bed, woke up when we were about to land. Not bad.
This is the worst podcast. They don't talk about anything of substance. Hey, dude, how sore are you? Oh, man, I'm so sore. I'm taking way too long. Okay, well, that's really great. I've been doing Buc-ee's. Oh, cool. Tell me all about your gas station adventures for hours.
These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their
Jerry
Hermetic
Pimp.
culture, their Hermetic tradition.
Yeah, what up?
Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century.
1 hour ago, Joe, get your shit together, dog.
History. Let me take you to the Russian period. Now you might wonder how
The fuck is that?
Tomadeals. Nu 30% korting op vloer.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Check it out.
Experience.
Rogan podcast by night, all day. This guy better be something interesting. It better not be something stupid. Because it's fucking stupid. Look at this move.
Come into this region, which is overwhelmingly Muslim.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Rogan experience. Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So excited to talk to you, man. I have been so looking forward to this. Since I saw your video, Labyrinths in Egypt, spoiler alert, there appears to be a 40-meter long metallic tic-tac shaped object. How deep into the ground?
It's in the central atrium, which we'll get into what that is, but somewhere in the realm of 60, 70 meters. And what's that, 200 feet, 150 to 180 feet down.
And so, for anybody who's interested, what is the name of that video that you put out?
I think it's the ancient structure, like it's to be greater than the pyramids. I'm trying to tease it a little bit.
Yeah,
it's on that. It's on my channel.
You tease, you got me. I dove right in that bit. I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. I was like, okay, I gotta watch this. This is not something that I can consume when I'm working out. I have to like really pay attention to this because it's so wild.
Yeah, and I honestly, I'm grateful for how like that video took off. Like it made off way bigger than the ones that I've done in the past. I talked about the labyrinth in the past, and it's a much longer video, and I was really glad to get the chance to dive into these details because I've been wanting to revisit the labyrinth for a long time. However, there's just been recently a bunch of new data that came up about things that happened a decade or two ago, or inside it, that really changed that picture. And that was, there was things like the Melon Burrow scans that correlated other scans and also reported on, there seems to be a metallic object down there. And this, this isn't some crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology that's been well established in defense and in the UK defense. It came out of the UK military as a technology that's been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Tim Akers, rest in peace, unfortunately, is passed, but he, what he said about this object, like he is a credible guy to say this. He doesn't draw conclusions about what it might be, but it's definitely, it's not wood, it's not stone, it's metal. It's not unlike other metal that he's seen or that he could classify what exact type of metal it is. But he said, there is in this central atrium, it has multiple levels, so it's almost like you imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and then you have that central atrium. You can see all these levels. It's like a big central
So how did you find out about labyrinths? Like, this is something that has been talked about for a long time. Yeah, but no one, it's not in any like traditional archaeology books. It's not.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah, no, it is. So the labyrinth is kind of, this is the other part that drew me to it, is that it isn't something that's coming out of left field, right? It's not like this, no one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively over hundreds of years in antiquity by authors like Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, Pliny the Elder, Strabo, Polonius Mela. Like there's all of these writers of antiquity, and you're talking about time frames like 500 BC up to the 1st century AD, had visited it, and they'd written about it and talked about it, and they gave it this legend. Big guys like Herodotus said that it surpasses the pyramids in grandeur, and then you have, so this is from Herodotus' Histories in the 5th century BC. He says, for this I saw myself, and I found it greater than words can say. For if one should put together and reckon up all the great works produced by the Hellenes, the Greeks,
they would prove to be inferior in labor and expense to this labyrinth. So he's saying that all of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, Euripides, the Acropolis, and just if you added them all up, the labor to produce them would be inferior in what it would take to just make this one thing in Egypt.
That is underground. That's underground. How do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all?
Yes, they do. It's been discussed. What happened was, so you had, they always kind of knew where it was. So, you had the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from dynastic Egypt into becoming essentially a Roman province, like an imperial province of Rome. And that runs you up to about, 400 or 500 AD, and then sort of civilization we have the Dark Ages, sort of have Roman Empire collapses. It's not until again you get to the Renaissance and you have and other authors are looking at these historical accounts and they're talking about it, they're drawing in some of the depictions you see from Labyrinth are in that. And then again, not until the emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So, Herodotus and these authors, I selected the quotes here to just, there's a lot more they say about it. One of the things they talk about is they kind of give descriptions of where it is. They say it's near what was called Lake Moiris, and it's near a city that was the temple of the Crocodilopolis, or ancient Arsinoe is the other name for it. And we know where that is. That Lake Moiris sort of somewhat still exists. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Fayum of Egypt. So if you look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert. And you have from north to south, you have this green line of the Nile. Traces it down, but on the left side, you look at there's this leaf-shaped depression that's all green. It's called the Fayum. It's a depression which used to flood with the Nile. Today they use it for agriculture, and it's right at that neck of the Fayum where it connects up to the Nile Valley. And he also described it, but they also described the pyramid that's at the site, because there is the pyramid to Amenhotep III on that site. So they give us all these descriptors, and everyone kind of agreed, yeah, so it's at this place called Hawara, where I've been to several times. There's still a pyramid there, and there's just great fields of sand, and like little open outline with chunks of stone. And what happened was Carl Lepsius went there, and he said, well, I've discovered the ruins of like a Roman town that's built on the surface. There's nothing crazy about it. Flanders Petrie was the guy who kind of got the closest. Now, Petrie went there in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And he was excavating, he dug down 7 or 8 meters. He got down and he found this massive stone slab of bed plaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like it was this, he sort of traced the edges of it. He's like standing on the foundation of the labyrinth. So what he said is like it's all gone. Like it's basically, Petrie said, it's been quarried. This place has been a source of stone for around millennia. So it's gone. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, Egyptology is like, and if you look on Wikipedia, they'll tell you it was destroyed, it was quarried away. Petrie says, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. So that's always been kind of the position of Orthodox Egyptology. Looking at the textbooks, that's what it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different now scientific expeditions there. This is where it gets into some intrigue because the Matterhorn expedition, the Cairo University expedition, I mean, these happened. Their results have come out since, but they were covered up at the time. They were suppressed. So the first guy, what year was this? 2008 was the Matterhorn expedition. They were covered up.
Yes. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The hiring process can be absurdly time-consuming. Like when you're looking for a new doctor, you spend hours searching. When you finally feel like you found the right one, it turns out they're not accepting new patients. The same thing happens when you're hiring. You scan through hundreds of resumes, you find one you like, only discover they aren't actively looking for a job. Well, good news for all you hiring managers out there, your search looks a little less frustrating now thanks to ZipRecruiter. And bonus, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter has added new tools and features to help speed up the hiring process and save you valuable time. They can easily connect you with qualified candidates in minutes. They also have a wide pool of talent to choose from, and it's continuously growing. Over 320,000 resumes are added monthly so you can reach more potential hires. Use ZipRecruiter and save time hiring. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And if you go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan right now, you can try for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Yes. Like, what was this, our boy Zawi? Yeah, Zawi. Sorry. It was, and again, not my words, this is the words of Mr. Courtier, he's a Belgian artist and funded and drove the Manahar expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council at time was held by Zawi Plus. Also with the NRIG, which is the National Research Institute for it's basically subsurface studies. So those guys drag that box around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site of Hawara, things like ground penetrating radar, geomagnetism, very low frequency, like seismic tomography, resistivity tomography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known science. This isn't like the Cuffrey scans that was like you can debate the merits of the technology. This is established technology, and they found the labyrinth. So, and what he found is that yes, so what Lipsius said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down, then you hit the water table. So then there's the other issue of this side is the water table. So the water's at like 5 meters below the surface, and under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is that huge slab that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation, and then below that, Petrie didn't dig either. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthine structure of granite and very dense rocks and walls like a maze-like structure that has walls that are meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the green. It's the actual VLF front that's in there. So yeah, so this is at 8 meters with VLF sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthine structure of these walls and all of these lines and walls. So these are like granite, and the scale of this, it's 100 meters vertically by 150 meters, 100 meters tall. Well, no, so vertically, no, so the y-axis, I guess, of this. So we're looking down in the ground here. Then you got to look at the scale, like across the top, that's 150 meters, right? So, I mean, like 450 feet. So these are big walls. So it's big chambers are big walls. For people that don't like a football field. Yeah, it's a football field. Well, it's more. I mean, 100 meters in Australia, so 100 meters is the football field. I don't know how big. Yeah, what's 100 yards? What is the difference between 100 yards and 100 meters? It's 100 yards is a little less. So 150 meters, and this is only a section of the labyrinth. They scanned 2 sections. The labyrinth itself is said to be much larger than this. So they found much larger than that. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, no, it's overall structure. It's like 1,000 feet at least. Like 3, 4, 5 times that size. I mean, you have to go back to we have some better indication with the more modern space-based scans now, but when they did those geophysicals, like the ground penetrating radar scans, so they scanned 2 areas. That was the bigger one, like in front of the pyramid. Then they did another one on the other side of the canal that runs through the site today. They found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the labyrinth, like what the textbooks will tell you about the labyrinth, it not being there and it being destroyed too. No, we've actually, now there's been the Matterhorn expedition confirmed it was there. And they said what happened. This was interesting. And I think reasoning for why this happened, but it was covered up. And these are the words like Louis de Courtier. He eventually got sick of waiting because what happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether you're an academic institution or you're an individual or a group that's following some sort of expedition, you work with the Council of Antiquities, the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But they essentially, it takes years to get access, and then once you do that, they control the release of information. So that's always right. It's that Egypt gets to do the announcing if and when they choose. And they have dismissed things in the past that they then accepted later.
Yeah, is honestly the Scan Pyramids project.
So they got ahead of themselves a little bit. It's just the muon detection, the cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running the experiment for years at the Giza in the Great Pyramid. They put down every time I go in there, there's always different sets of equipment at different places on it. But these muon detectors, they have them under the ground and in the Grand Gallery, and it just takes years to collect data. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and you're able to detect voids. They can somehow tell we're traveling through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a resolution. But once they did, they said, oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they also discovered a small void at the main entrance. If you look up at it today, there's those chevron blocks. Like above, you go in down here at the Moon's tunnel, but at the top where the descending passage is the pyramid, the original entrance, there's the chevron blocks, and behind that is that chamber. So you remember a few years ago they made a big fuss, but as an example, like when the Scan Pyramids guys on their own initiative announced that we made these discoveries, I mean, Zahi basically came out and said, this is bullshit, this doesn't exist, there's nothing there, and if there is something there, we knew about it already. and you go on a couple of years, and now it's time to do the press releases and to roll out, the footage, and who's standing at the podium making the announcement and showing stuff, but Zahi's doing it like he has to. Yeah, fascinating situation over there with them. Yes, I did a video. I just released it a few days ago. They got into some even more intrigue about stuff that's happened in Giza in the Giza Plateau in the 90s, which we can get into that too. But so yeah, what happened with the Matterhorn expedition and the labyrinth was that 2008 and 2009 they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it, and they got told to start again in the words of Louis Cordier, because he waited like 2 or 3 years and then put this out there. He said that he was told to cease any and all discussion or release of information from the Matterhorn project, and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions from Egypt, which means that, I think at the low level, like if you come to Egypt, we'll arrest you, and if not, then maybe we'll come and get you. It's national security sanctions.
Isn't there a way to sort of massage that situation and to talk to Zahi and say, listen, you can be the guy who found it? That would have been the case. I think that was a given if it had been released. I actually, in the case, it's funny, I kind of don't really blame him. So I think this was a political decision, not to, if you'll say, oh, you're telling the truth, yeah, okay, that's happening. There's new data, that's an amazing find that can change the world. In my opinion, honestly, the labyrinth is the biggest archaeological discovery of the millennium. When we get into what that structure is and how big it is, the way it's reported in antiquity, anything bigger than that. Herodotus says it surpasses the pyramids. It's like finding more keys like a Giza Plateau, something like under the ground. Like you can't. I just think it would be the biggest discovery of the millennium, which is part of the problem. Because I think, unfortunately, in Egypt, and this is just my intuition and my sort of read of the situation, what's happened is that the reality is the groundwater level is rising, right? So it's kind of attacking that part of the site, at least the high levels of the labyrinth. The shore are suffering in this salty groundwater, right? It is going to slowly erode because their groundwater's come way up. We know it's come way up because the Flemish Petrie, back in the late 18th, early 19th century, actually got in to under the pyramid. You can't today. If you go to that pyramid, there is a passage you can go down. You go down a few steps and just throw pebbles, just water and debris and mud. So this water table has risen slowly over.
No, since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's the high dam. So this is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's Hawaii, the neck to the foam. Now Egypt, I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple of times a year, and fantastic place. But they are one of they're a food poor in terms of they're the biggest importer of wheat. And all the agriculture they can get. The foam is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal called the Bawabi Canal that's been cut in there in like the 1840s. Same guy built the Suez Canal, cuts it in there. So you've got this situation like, all right, we've got all this agriculture happening. We've got farmers' water rights. And it happens to be running through this ancient site that could be the biggest discovery of our time. And it's happening because we built a dam on the Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s, there's a low dam the British built in like 1901, 1902, then they actually partnered with
the Soviet Union to build this monument to Egyptian Soviet Union friendship. The dam's pretty cool. But when they build that high dam, it essentially stops that yearly cycle in and down the Nile. So, you know, we always talk about the Nile flooding, right? Every year that it rains in Africa in the south, you get this huge flood that comes up the Nile, and it floods out, and you get this deposit of you know, black mud and it's really fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam, and you get rid of that yearly cycle, right? And what happens, people, it seems counterintuitive because people are like, well, it's less water in the Nile. No, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 3-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now. So you have essentially more water for more time in the Nile, which is having this effect of rising water table. You combine that with the size of Hawara and the project, the scope of the project to try and remediate and save or excavate, start working in the lab. I mean, you're talking like, it's not an easy problem to solve in an area that size to try and get them, divert the farmers water, deal with all of those problems, you know, and then, so what I think the options that might have been left with here is like, well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this for like, we don't know what sort of game will be a decade before the places suitable for tourism. There's not much to see there even now. Or we basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything because it's too expensive, and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think the decision was likely made, in my opinion, complete speculation. That it's just easy to brush this under the table. This never happened. We never discovered this. This doesn't exist. Let's just go on sell it to plateau. Pumping water out to the farm for agriculture.
God, how short. Now, when you're saying millions, are you just going to say dollars, or are you going to say gallons of water?
No, dollars. I mean, I think the project, the remediation project, it's not a simple thing. In fact, they did do. There was another expedition after the Matterhorn expedition in like this was 2009. Cairo University, along with the Polish University, went out there to try and figure out what is the deal with the groundwater, where's it coming from, what direction, and what they were doing. They were doing geologic test pits and all these bore wells to figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who was charged of that at Cairo University was actually put in jail by, again, this is on there. The information finally came out in 2017. He lost his job, obviously, so they covered that up too. But they had tried to jail for what? I guess for working on the site. Like, I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report though. That's what they say, is that he was jailed because he allegedly halted the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work which came out like a decade after they'd done it. And I dig it up on the internet. It's interesting because their results are interesting, but they, even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple of different directions. Northeast is the shallow, like it's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction. They'd have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really. You'd have to start digging like remediation wells, putting that down. If not, canal and then trench that whole thing out like a massive site, and then you can start to worry about, all right, we're going to get some dirt out, start to excavate.
Could it be done without interrupting farmers?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you could divert and move the Barwabi Canal out of the way if you had to. I just think it is like
Holler at Jeff Bezos or someone in some deep pockets. Yeah, don't you want to know?
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based scans, and the geoscan stuff, and I know that also I met the guys from the Cover project. They are going to scan that site. We talked to them about it recently because of summer, and then I think what they're saying so far is that the lower levels then goes down. Like I said, to nearly 100 meters. There's reported like levels down to the ground, and it seems like they might be free of water. So it's just like shallow ground. Once you get into the bedrock, and it's like
like it's not a porous stone or whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment. It seems like it can, like I said, it looks like it's free of water. So the very bottom layers seem to be free of water.
So the actual labyrinth, the very bottom layers.
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least. So it would be
Not possible that they can somehow from the side they can potentially blow everything.
If you could, yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. You could. I mean, that's also an option. Is to try. If you actually believe and you go with these scans, you know where that atrium is. We could probably try and get down there and just line a tunnel and somehow get down. That would be epic if we did that in our lifetime. I would love to see it. Like, it'd be incredible.
It seems like a terrible travesty if they don't.
I agree, which is the reason I made that video in the first place. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us.
Hello,
like,
my
in
name is
terms of
Henry
massive
Wilson.
discoveries in the ancient world,
I have been
I think
through
of
the
anything that's
Holocaust
bigger
for
than
much of
I know
my
the
adult
cover
life.
scan stuff is super
I have
interesting.
resisted
The claims are
providing
wild,
lectures on the Holocaust in a
Can you give us a preview of what it's going to sound like on Sunday? I'm going to close my eyes.
Let me material that I've requested you over the course of 30 odd interactions.
What if I would have said no?
However,
You said, can I say one
temporary event seems to be much more crucial than ever that I make an attempt to discuss this story. And I hope that you will find these three lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand what must be in all of our history. By way of introduction, I studied at the University of Toronto, and I focused primarily on modern Jewish history. I've written quite a few things on various aspects of only one book that was studied on the Holocaust. Specifically looking at the work of the Holocaust Conference of Europe and the Asian Order. My teachers at the University of Toronto were Professor Neil Kaplan, who is a great philosopher, and Michael Mara, also a very well-regarded historian of the France during the Holocaust.
Choose we heard it's folks, and everybody's watching it.
Trying to understand some basic parameters of the Holocaust, trying to set out what we're going to be discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with terminology. Why do we call it the Holocaust? We all know what we're speaking about, but where does this famous name come from and what exactly does it refer to? Certainly, the Holocaust is primarily the mass murder of Europe during the Second World War. This is, however, a term that took about 20 years to find some circulation. Prior to that, it was largely unnamed because people lacked the vocabulary to define kind of what the French magnitude of such horror. And I think similarly, the word that American uses or the terms that Americans that have changed in a similar fashion, one might think about one of the defining moments of this century, of course, I'm referring to the attack on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon. That's known as 9/11. That's hardly a name that's descriptive of what is going on in those attacks, but people lack a more appropriate word to term it, and therefore they call it 9/11. Perhaps in 50 years we may have a different word.
And I want to get into the Osiris Shaft because that's another thing that I just recently put a video out about. These other scans that have happened in the 90s confirm that have since kind of been confirmed by the conference.
If you were to ask my grandmother, of blessed memory, she would refer to it as Urban Europa,
with these two
the destruction of Europe. And the term Urban is very resonant within the Jewish tradition because it used to describe the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem, the first destruction in the 6th century before the Common Era, the second destruction in the 1st century of the Common Era. So by using the term Churban, Churban in modern Hebrew, that evokes a kind of lineage of thought, as somehow a historical continuity between the great destruction of the temple, the siege to the exiles, the Babylonian exile and the Roman exile, so the Urban Europa is on that same level of magnitude. However, this has strong religious connotations, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that were used to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first defined by Raphael Lemkin
allowed to go to the lower level.
Was a
He said
thinker
that there's
who
3,000
was
rooms
very
in total,
troubled by
and not just rooms,
the
but
mass
also
murder of the
courts,
Armenians at
massive
the beginning
open
of the 20th
courts.
century.
These
And
are
he
like
coined in
Herodotus didn't have
1944 the
access,
term
not to the bottom level,
genocide,
according to him.
which he used to
But Theodore
he coined
Siculus
that
did,
term
like these
based on
guys talk about,
the
Siculus said that you
Greek
needed a
term
guide, you would get lost down there for days if you
and
didn't have a guide to do his way
meaning
around.
killing.
And then you have the same similar accounts from Pliny the Elder, and again,
or
these
suicide to kill
I think
oneself.
what you get,
terms like this. So genocide
accounts
was a
coming
new
from
term
multiple
that he
people
had
over the
coined to
span of
try to
centuries that are
describe
from different
the destruction
civilizations,
of
both
an
Roman
entire
and Greek,
people.
and they're
As you
correlated.
can see
That's
here
why
on
this
this
is
slide,
pretty
not
reliable data at this point.
necessarily
It's certainly
physical
in
destruction
history or in
of all of the
archaeology,
individuals that
that's
make
your
up this
measure for
game,
like, all right,
but
there's a
also
grain of
have
truth in this.
a cultural
You've got
element
the
as
same
well,
thing coming from
which
different
is,
accounts that are essentially
we'll
different
come back to that
civilizations that
perhaps
visited
when
the
we
same
return
place.
to this topic.
And what they say is astonishing. It's
the
all
term
of them talk about
Holocaust
there being
became especially
hundreds, if not
popular,
thousands of rooms
although
and
it was
twisting
in
chambers,
circulation
and then
in
also
the
giant
1960s.
open
It became
courts
very
that
popular
might
in the
have 40
1980s
columns
with
to
the
a
result
side.
of this feature-length
And all of it being done
film,
with just
Holocaust,
spectacular
starring James
craftsmanship.
Woods and
Yeah,
Meryl
this
Streep
is
and Michael
Theodore
Moriarty.
Siculus,
But where
first
does the
century
term
BC.
actually come from? So
Talking
it's
about
actually
the
a
respect of
Latin
carving and other
term
works of
that
craftsmanship. They
appears
left
in
no
the
room for
Vulgate
their successors to
translation
surpass
of
them,
the
saying that
Old
this is
Testament of the
phenomenal
Hebrew
work.
Scriptures.
And
The
in
term
sacred enclosure,
Holocaust
one
is
found
actually a
tables
Latin
surrounded by columns,
translation
40
of
to
the
each
Hebrew
side.
term Olah,
And this roof had
where Olah
this building
means
had a
to
roof made of
rise
a
up,
single
and
stone.
it refers to a
Carved
burnt
panels and
offering
richly
that is
built. Excellent.
completely destroyed. Right?
40
In
to a
the sense of
side, that's 80.
Kulo Olah,
How was
everything
this even?
goes up, it becomes smoke,
Well,
and it
that's always a
disappears
good
into the
question.
sky.
That's a
You can see
cool
it here,
question
the
when
term
you get into any of
Holocaustum
these
is how
subterranean
it's
spaces
actually
like the
referred to
Seraphim. It's
in
always,
the,
there's no
the
sort of
Vulgate.
right.
So
We don't know.
this is
The
a
answer is
very
we don't know. It
powerful
wasn't with
term as
flame.
well, but
Like,
it
I don't
has
think it
some
was with flame.
drawbacks.
And then,
First of all, it is
so you
also,
then
like
correct the
term
straw polls.
Portland, religious
In
in
addition
nature,
to these
but it
things,
has
there
even
is
a
the
more
edifice of
difficult
the labyrinth,
connotation
which
because
is a
the
building quite
passages in
equal
which
to the
the term
pyramids, a
Olah
great
appears in the
palace
Hebrew
made
Bible
of many
are usually
palaces,
referred to in a
for
very
such is the
positive
number of,
sense,
as it were,
meaning
like
like God, as it
peristyle
were,
courts, which
smells
lie
the
contiguous with
burnt
one another.
offering, and it's a
Before the
reach
entrances,
nicole.
there
It
lie
is
what
a
might be
pleasing
called
odor.
hidden
So
chambers,
if we were
which
to
are
follow
long
this
and many in
metaphor to its
number, and
conclusion,
have paths
we would
running
have a
through one another
theological
which twist and
conundrum that's
turn,
very
so that no
difficult
one can enter or
to
leave any
comprehend.
court
And in
without a
fact, that
guide.
theological conundrum will continue,
You had
but
Siculus's
I'll
account
hope
of
to
one of
address
those
it
courts
later on
being
in this course.
80 columns
So there
and
is
40 to a
one
side, and
more
then there was 12
difficulty with the term
at least
Holocaust.
12.
If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that
It's
mean
absolutely
that
crazy. You
those
have
who bring the
3,000
sacrifice,
rooms,
or the
12
Kohanim, the
gigantic
priests
courts.
involved,
Diodorus
do
talks
they have
about
a counterpart?
being made of a
With the
single stone.
Muslims
I
and
very
Jews,
much
it's
doubt
very, very
that. What I
difficult
think
fight.
he's
So
describing
Holocaust
is the
has
craftsmanship
its
that you see
objections,
in
and in
those
fact,
real
many
megalithic buildings
observant
in
Jews
Egypt.
are not to use the term
And
Holocaust
here,
for that reason.
Pliny the Elder,
Another
who
term
lived
very popular in
between
Israel is the
23
term
and
Shoah,
79
also
CE,
popularized by
which is
this very
current
famous
time.
film by
So
Klaus
he's saying
Lanzmann.
3,600
Hebrew
years
word
ago,
that
this was
means just
constructed.
generically
Isn't that
destruction.
interesting? Yeah, so
So
it
it
predates
occurs
the pyramids.
several
by a lot,
places
yeah.
in Tanakh and Hebrew scriptures, but it does
Right,
not
if you
have
go
this
with the Orthodox data,
specific
the pyramids,
connection
sure,
with somehow pleasing
he
God.
says that,
It can be
you know,
used in
so
many
essentially
different
3,600
contexts.
BC.
And finally,
it was
one
built
other
according
term
to the
that
tradition
is
at the
sometimes
time.
used, I think, inappropriately, is
So with the
Andalusian,
conventional dating
or
of the
its
pyramids,
English
that's more
translation,
than 1,000
final
years.
solution.
About 1,000 years, yeah.
This
a little
is a
less,
term
maybe.
which
And
was
the
actually
conventional
coined
dating,
by Hermann
And it's
Goering,
questionable.
one
I mean,
of the architects of
even
the
the carbon
Holocaust
dating of the pyramids
itself.
doesn't quite
Here's
match the
a
conventional
mugshot
dating. It's a little
from
earlier than that.
his
So
trial
What
in
is the carbon
Nuremberg.
dating from? This is in
To
So
say
they got
final
some
solution
exactly, yeah, some
implies that there was a
the
question
carbon dating.
or
What
a
is that?
problem that had to
What is the date.
Yeah.
So it's, I believe it's like a wide range, but it's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they would say is the time of Khufu.
Of trying to find more appropriate terms
Dynasty, certainly on the Great Pyramid, at
horrible
least.
acts that they
What is the rule
committed
for
against
error
people.
when they do?
There's still the
Well, it
difficulty of
depends on
the
the
word
samples,
itself.
and there's a lot of specifics, but it could be plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years. That depends. I think the margin of
So
error
that's the terminology. What does this mean?
it's less than
When
that,
we're
so
talking
the
about
date is
what are the
early on.
parameters of
So
this?
it gets,
There
it's
are many
it's kind of a
genocides
I mean,
in
there's a
increasing
bunch
work
of talk
throughout
about
the
the fact that
20th
the
century.
archaeologists,
What are the
Egyptologists don't
features
really
of this
reference that
particular
date because it
genocide
kind of messes
that
up their
are
timeline a
unique
little
to
bit?
the
Or it's
Holocaust,
not thousands
more
of
or
years,
less?
it's hundreds
So
of
let's
years. So
take
the
three
explanation
basic
tends to be, well,
ideas
it was
which we
old
will
wood.
return to over the
It's
course
like
of
the
this
ash
lecture.
gets mixed into the
The
water as
first
the source
is
of the
that
carbon,
the
and they say, well,
Holocaust
maybe they just burned
was
really old
very
trees.
organized
That's
and
very
deliberate.
convenient.
Right, it becomes
Using
convenient.
stereotypically
All of it's
Prussian
convenient,
means,
which is which
the
gets really weird
Nazis were
because
able
we
to
know
first
that they
define
did
who
some
their target was,
enhancements to
as
the
we see
like
in
they
the Nuremberg
refurbished
laws that
things.
are shown here that
So that's the
specifically
problem.
define
It's like
how many grandparents one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number.
I think
defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, or kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular.
Pyramids, they may not have
Secondly,
been entirely
it is
pyramids
total.
originally.
It is amazing to
I
contemplate
think there's a
the
strong chance that there are
scale of
multiple
the
phases of
Nazis'
construction over a long time
audacious goal,
for them to end
horrific
up
goal
being
of
what they are
murdering all the Jews of
in our
Europe.
time.
Here you see a
I think
page
those are all
from the infamous
possibilities here
Wannsee
because
Conference when
it just
Nazis got
this is the
together
whole when you
to
take a
determine
step back and look
where
at the
all
whole
the
picture of
Jews within
ancient
their
Egypt.
catchment
I mean,
area
just you
lived
cannot
and
attribute
how they could
everything that we
possibly
see in
round them
ancient
all up.
Egypt to our
And you see
current
in this list you
understanding
have
all
the
those
estimated
dynastic
Jewish
Egyptians, their
populations of
capabilities, their
countries
tools,
all
their
over
writings,
Europe,
and what we know about them. We
including
know an awful lot.
200 Jews in
Like they do,
Albania.
we have
Just
tools
to think that
from
the
the ancient
Nazis
Egyptians,
controlling
tools
all
we
of
found.
Europe
We have
were willing to
depictions
hunt
shown
down
on walls of how they did
200
things
Jews in
that we
these
know about documented. So we have rules, we have
Albania. Mind-boggling.
we also have
And
lots and
furthermore,
lots
it
of
includes
artifacts
many
that match those
effects
tools.
conquered by the Nazis at the time, such as the So the Holocaust is defined by the totality of the Holocaust. It was purely war against the Jews.
And then you have this
And
other
then
category
finally,
of artifacts.
this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in more detail. It was industrial. It was unusually enormous. It was not a kind of a violent crime happening using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns,
Game on!
swords.
Week 1 starts
It
now,
was
and
something
every
that was
touchdown
planned
brings you
and
closer to a
organized,
payout with
and
DraftKings
using the
Sportsbook, an
tools of
official sports
industrialism
betting
per
partner
se.
of the
Here you see
NFL.
an aerial
Every
photograph of
touchdown could
Wilhelm.
be big.
See that
Don't just
they
watch
were
the game
literally
when
setting
you
up
can win with it.
factories of death,
DraftKings Sports
using
is
the
the
kind of tools
unmatched
that were
attendance of
pioneered
the
in the
NFL straight to
Industrial
your
Revolution.
fingertips. Whether you're backing the first
conveyor
touchdown
belts of
score,
Henry
hitting
Ford, things
anytime
like that,
TD
to
props,
employ for
or
the purpose of
riding the
creating
thrills
death.
of live
That's
in-game
something very
betting. Every
unusual
play
about the
is
Holocaust
packed
as
with
well. These
possibility.
three items,
New customers,
certainly
this one's for you.
over the
Bet
course
just
of
$5
these lectures.
and get $300 in bonus bets
Finally,
instantly.
and because
Plus, grab over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from your YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Does one say
The face is probably the best example. There are smoking gun examples.
September 1st,
Yes, and this is these to me. This is why the face project was so.
And there are some good reasons for that as well.
Validating when it came up.
Yes, the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena.
These are the smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these things. However, we can start with statues or boxes or columns. It doesn't really matter. There are two categories across all of these artifacts. And the advanced category again, so you can't really make it with the tools that the ancient Egyptians were. We know they were using, and we found they don't show there's no scenes of building stone pyramids. There's no scenes of them making giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues. This is the type of thing that you see on the wall. This is in the Tomb of the Nobles in the West Bank at Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks, so they're firing mud bricks over the fire. You see them, they're pouring in the shaping and the carrying. It's all very relevant relatively
And
primitive.
eventually its nadir
And
would be
we know
reached
they
in
made
about a
mud
year.
brick lamps,
Construction
and
and
some of the mud bricks
operation
are big and
of the
heavy.
death
We
camps
know all about this.
themselves.
What you don't see is
And just to bring us to the
is
end of this story, of
is
course,
the
1945 is the
stone
end
pyramid
of the
building, the
war
really massive
and
megalith
the
stuff.
end
The
of
next
the Holocaust per
one,
se,
the
but
vases
its
is a good
legacy lives
example.
on to this day in
This
many
is what I've
ways
been
that
calling
we'll
the Tale of
approach
Two
at the end of
Industries.
this
It's a whole
class. I
theory that
hope
I've
that
been
you will have
putting
the
together for the
patience
last
and
few years.
fortitude
Again,
make
you
your
have
way
a
through
primitive
these lectures.
industry
It is
that
very
is
difficult
clearly
material,
observably
but I
handmade.
think
It
it's
lacks precision and
meaningful and
symmetry.
very important
We
to
found the
understand
tools the
this
Egyptians
in
drew
order
the scenes.
to ensure that
The
we all
artifacts
act as
match the tools
responsible
and techniques,
citizens
and then you have
in a
this
global
advanced
society.
industry. Visibly
Thank you very much for
sophisticated,
watching.
usually very hard stone is the other characteristic. The primitive stuff is usually softer stone, although not always. The artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal. The vases are just, this is where they become a smoking gun to this whole argument.
Can you, people that don't know about this stuff, can you just give them some numbers? On
Sure. So yeah, the vases go back to pre-dynastic times. There's
Now that
no
we
debate
have
that these are
outlined
pre-dynastic.
very
They predate what we would call the dynastic
form
civilization.
the parameters
And
of the
over
Holocaust.
the last few
Some
years,
knowledge
we've
used
been
to
starting
describe
to
it,
analyze
some of its
them.
unusual
The base
features,
antique
and
various
the
groups
period
of
of
people
time we're
now
speaking about.
have been
We
scanning
definitely
these
have
with
to
modern
spend some
technology,
time
LiDAR
right
scanning,
now at the
like
initial
laser scanning,
moments of
even
this
CT
series,
X-ray scanning.
talking about the
And
victims.
basically, they're coming
The
back
story of the
with
victim, of course,
precision in
overlaps with
terms of
all of the lectures,
circularity,
but let us
flatness,
begin
like
with a
centering,
very brief overview
numbers
of
that
who
are
were
very much
Hitler's
equate to
victims.
some of the best
The first of victims
processes that
were
we
not
do today. It's
Jews.
things like
They were in
aerospace
fact
industry, so where
Germans.
it's really important to be within
Germans
2
with
or 3 or
mental
4
or physical disabilities.
thousandths of an
And
inch
this, I think, is
of
mainly
perfection for
telling
like
point
the
about
parts
the
that make
nature
jet
of
engines or rocket engines.
Nazi
Those are
Germany.
the numbers we're seeing
We
come
see
back
this
on a lot of
amazing
vessels.
quote
Not all of
that
them, again.
resonates with me
I don't
from
want to say this is true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a lot of them, though.
the true measure of
And
any
this is, again,
society
these
can
are
be found in
levels
how
of
it treats
precision
its most
that are
vulnerable
not visible
members.
to the naked eye.
And these
I mean,
people,
you're talking
with
human hair, like a sheet of printer paper that's like 6 or 7 pounds thick. Human
were
hair
the
is
very
2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even
The
lower than
origins of
that.
that
So
really
it's
lie
not
in
something you can
something
feel
called
or see
social
much, but
Darwinism.
we see it again
I'm
and
sure
again.
you're
And the only
familiar
way
with
we
Charles
can achieve
Darwin,
those
who
sort
was
of tolerances
associated
against
with
machines,
the concept of the origin of the
3D,
species.
5-axis mills,
Although Darwin
very
was
high
mainly
precision
thinking
lathes,
about the
CAD,
natural world,
controlled
there
equipment.
were other thinkers who developed this
Right,
thought
so yeah, so
applicable
this is
to
the
human
issue with this,
civilizations as
and
well.
one of the craziest things
Meaning
about
that
this
the
is the
various
OG
peoples
base
of
of
the
the original
world
granite
can
base.
somehow be racially
This is the one that
divided
started it
into
all.
how
It's one
well
of the
they
more
are
precise ones.
adapted to their environment.
And yeah, you can
That's very
imagine without the
noxious
handles,
idea that
if you're spinning it,
peoples
but if you had
races,
handles,
which
if
is
you
in
wanted these
itself a
handles, you would
term
have
that
to
was
leave a
developed in the
hole
19th century,
all the way
would
around and then come
somehow
back
be
with a different process, a
fighting
different
with
tool
each other
to
for
remove that
scarce
space,
resources.
this
And
basically
that
the
they
space
had
between the handles
unique
of the body.
and you
characteristics,
don't see a lack of
positive or
symmetry.
negative,
Well,
that would
precision. So
somehow
this is the thing.
predispose
So
them
when we
to
do
be
that
more or
today,
less
it's called you
successful.
basically
I'll go
lose
into
no
detail in just a
calibration on
moment.
your tool.
But
So
let us try to
we account for
understand
that in the way
how
we do
Darwinist
industrial
ideas
design
were
of
expressed
these
in the
sorts of
concept
parts. So
of
we know that we're going to lose
eugenics.
a little bit of
The
precision
word
when
eugenics
we change
means
tools
literally
and
in Greek,
process.
good
Right?
birth
So
or
we
good
account for that.
family.
But you don't
And
see
it
that
is
on
an
this.
idea that was
I
first
went back
pioneered
and
by
we
Sir
did
Francis
analysis
Galton.
of this area of the base body in
Took
between
the
the
very
handles, and there's
obvious
no
observation
precision
that
relative to the rest of the
people
vessel.
tend to resemble
So
their
that means
parents
one of two things.
physically
One
and
option is,
sometimes
okay,
in
they
other
could
ways as
handle
well,
that positional,
and
that
applied
lack
it to a
that loss of positional calibration
quasi-scientific
better than we
model
can.
of trying to
Or
improve
it wasn't done on a
the human
lathe, and
race,
it was done
literally,
in what you would call a
by
single
weeding
pass
out
with a single
those who
tool.
had
And
limitations,
the only way you
intellectual
could do
or
that is
physical or otherwise.
is
And
with
to
a
see
tool with
from
5
some
axes
of
of
the
freedom. So now you're talking about a 5-axis
propaganda
CNC
that
mill.
came out of that era, which had a very strong backing
can
in the
just cut it out in
scientific
basically
community.
one pass,
And
but without
this is
changing
not the
tools and
place, but
process.
it
With
is
incredible
important to
errors.
mention
And that's that's the other
many
challenge
societies,
with
including
this
America,
stuff, and there's some samples
put into
down there in
practice
front
some
of you.
very
From
noxious
vessels,
social measures
and these
to
are
try
actual
and
pieces
further the
from
goals of
vessels.
eugenics
Yeah,
by, for example,
private collector
sterilizing
markets.
individuals who were thought to be beneath the value
This
of
piece, at least
society.
5,000-6,000 years. I think
And
potentially
it often
quite old. We can get
was
into
tinged
how
with
old I think, but
racism. There was a
so
widespread
that's the
belief
other
that
challenge
people
that
with
is rarely
darker
talked
skin
about
color
is the
were
material.
somehow
These things are
inferior
made from
and had
granite,
characteristics
diorite,
that should not
rock
be
crystal. That thing's
propagated.
rock
And
crystal
eugenics
based, of
was meant
course.
to create kind of this
It's
artificial
insanely hard.
ideal
Yeah,
of
all these
a
different.
Nordic,
It's
light-skinned,
it's like I
blonde,
have a granite
blue-eyed,
more
highly
vessel.
intelligent
No,
human
it's
being.
big, heavy,
And many
it's like I
people
don't need to
approach this
protect it
without
from anything.
seeing
Right?
any
protect my counters from it, because if I don't, it's going to destroy anything.
Negative repercussions of such an approach.
So that's,
the Nazis, of course, were
that's the transmission. You hold a light up to it. Even the real crystal ones translucent. It's
not
down
only
about
on
2
the negative
millimeters
side of
thickness, just under the
removing
lens.
society forcibly
Put a
through
phone
murder
on
and
it,
other
you see it
means,
comes right through.
but also in terms of encouraging
so
through
with
equally
granite and
brutal
with
means
diorite, particularly
the
granite,
the
I mean, it's essentially a conglomerate.
people
I'd
who
say
had
to have
these
it's not a
supposed
material that's
desirable characteristics.
homogeneous.
The later
Inside a granite,
program,
you've
for
got
example,
silica
or
and
a
hornblende and
life-born
mica and all
program
these
was
different
designed
tools.
to try and, in some
Hence
cases,
the patent, but also
kidnap
almost
children
microscopically
who
in chain
came
hardness.
from
So
particularly
some of
eastern
that
regions
stuff
they were
less hard than
conquered,
other bits.
and they had the desired characteristics.
Dude, how'd we go to 138?
Pressure to hold those things together atomically, and that's what the stone
as
we get
areas,
pops
so to
up
speak,
down on the
in
bedrock.
Nazi Germany themselves. There are
But
many other
it
aspects
just
of
means
this
that when
perhaps
you're
we'll come to
machining
later
material
on
like
in
granite,
this program.
it,
But
you know,
with
your
regard
tool
to
tip is going
specific
from stuff that's
targeting
really hard to
of
softer to have to
individuals
account for that.
in
Yet we
Germany,
see
this
this,
is something
you
that
feel the
happened
surface of
before
it.
the war began.
Phenomenally well
Two
polished and
individuals,
finished. I mean, if you were doing this today with a lot of modern tool tips, you'd be ripping chunks of boards out rather than just cutting them. So something the actual tool tip that made these things, we know is also very refined, because this is
terrible title, which means
very difficult softness to choose to work in. No stone sculptor
those who
chooses
are
to work in
living
granite
life
project.
unworthy
There's a
of
reason they
life.
use marble.
And the
Is that
authors
it's
made
both much
this
softer and it's
sweeping
homogeneous, like it's the same
generalization
material,
that
it doesn't vary in
people who
hardness
suffered
or
from
so.
physical or mental
Making these sort of
disabilities
precision
were somehow living
things
a
and
quality of
objects out of
life
stuff like
that
granite
was
and getting it down
inappropriate,
to 2
and somehow
millimeters
it
thick
would
like
be
that other
better
piece near the lip.
for the rest of the world to simply
It's crude.
destroy
And
those people
there's even
because
examples that
they
get
were
even
not
thinner than
equally
that. Flinders
able
Petrie
to other
talked
members
about
of society.
a diorite
This
vessel that was
horrific book had
1/40th
a
of an inch
tremendous
thick.
impact in Germany,
He
and
called
in
it the
fact
thickness
it's
of
still
steel
available
plank.
even on Amazon
Yeah, this is it
today.
here.
You can see here this is
Bullshit.
a German
That's about 2
Amazon website.
millimeters thick. That one's one of Matt Bell's vases.
Idea of this
Probably my favorite. It's like
life
typically called the
unworthy
thin
of
wall
life
vase.
was later made
It's a
real
phenomenal
by
piece. I'm
two
amazed it's actually
co-directors shown
survived this
here
long.
as Carl
Because it is, that's one of the
in a
rare,
Nazi
very delicate
environment
ones.
in which they created this operation T4,
again, with this type of stone, it
which
gets
was
really
named
brittle.
after
It's
a
like glass,
particular
like a cube of
address in
glass.
which the
Bang out amazing
institute was
grace.
held.
Thin glass.
In August of
shatters. Same as
1939,
this stone, yet they did
the
this again
Operation
and again
T4
and again.
issued a
How do I know
directive
that
that
this
was
is pretty
statewide that ordered
from
all
where they found
doctors
them.
and
I mean,
nurses
they're literally
to
found in
report
pre-dynastic
any
burials.
children
This is
under the age of
this is
3
this is
who
why
had
the vase is so
mental or physical
important to me.
disabilities.
It's
And
why I
this
think they're
report
the
was
smoking
then
gun. It's one of the big reasons. Is
to
that
round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them
uncontrovertibly pre-dynastic, because they've been found in
parents
burials that
were
are 100%
urged to
pre-dynastic.
send their
The
children
Carter
with
College and the Carter
disabilities
too. You can go to
quote
any
unquote
museum
clinics
that
where
has
they
a
were
reasonable
murdered,
collection of these
sometimes
and
through
find them in the
starvation,
pre-dynastic
use
section.
sometimes
There's no
through
debate.
lethal
Like,
injection,
they
as
found
we
they
shall
carbon
see,
date the burials,
through
they
carbon
culture date
monoxide
them, reference
poisoning,
date them
which
to
had a tremendous
periods of
impact
thousands
on
of
the
years
future
prior
life
to
of
the
the
dynastic
Holocaust per
Egyptian
se.
civilization. There's
Over
good evidence that they may even
70,000
stretch
German
back as far as
children were killed in
12
this
to
manner
14 that there are
before
burials
the
that go back
operation
that
was
far
stopped.
in like
And the only
the like
reason that
southern.
was a public outcry.
Yeah, it's
It
crazy, and
lasted
it's a
for
lot of those
about
burials
2
actually today
years
are underwater
officially,
because of the
and then
dam
was
credit.
reinstated later
But
secretly.
either
And
way,
by the
I
time
don't people
the war was
how
over,
far back they go.
over
It's just not
200,000
controversial
people
at all to pre-dynastic, 100%. And I think the
Absolutely
reason
horrific
is that this size,
Now,
right?
the
You can bury
villainy
this.
of
If
these
you have it,
horrific
then
were
you can't do
somewhat
that with a 1,000 ton
offset
statue.
by people like Dr.
It stays on the
Hans-Gerhard
side, and then
Kreuzfeld
maybe
from
someone
here,
down the road
who
writes his
chose
name.
to
My friend
resist the
just a second,
Nazis
someone
early
who
on
carves his name
by
into it,
faking a
and then we come along
diagnosis
thousands of
of
years
his
later and say,
patients.
oh,
That's
the
the
second
small
name's on that.
story. The
Therefore,
larger story
he must
is
have
that
had it
people
made.
like
I mean,
Führer,
that's
who are
essentially
shown here,
one of the
were
core
able
principles of
to
Egyptology. They
proceed
do
with this
use
as an open
the
secret.
writing
But
primarily
people
as a source,
knew
not the
what was
only
going
source, but
on,
they do.
that these children
And
would
the
be sent
vases,
away to
what's
clinics, and then in
the problem with
remarkable
even
numbers,
dating
they
them
would
to
not
those
come at all.
pre-dynastic
The
settlements
public
is that there is
protest
nothing about those
against
cultures
this
that
destruction of life, unworthy of life.
The Carter culture, even the ones like Tosca, these older ones, very similar in that you're talking like the burials are often like shallow position graves. You find these precision hard stone objects with fishbone cones, sticks and stones, very primitive hand thrown pottery, not even thrown, just hand
in the gas chambers themselves.
No other stonework.
Hitler's
I've
first
seen
victims
antique dealers that
predated the
are
entire
selling
Holocaust.
these vases because
Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims from the Nazi onslaught,
because of their size,
children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years.
I know collectors.
The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the
I would say
Holocaust.
today there's
It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in
they found 50,000 of them in one spot, like that's the famous step.
but it's most likely somewhere
it's
just
crazy.
about
There's a
10
lot. I think there
million,
were even more.
perhaps
Like
as many
this
as
was
12
an
million
industry.
Jews.
That's the
So
other
that means that
key.
the
And a lot of
massacre of
these
some
ascending
6 million
exotic
Jews,
stone
and in
too.
fact that number is also
it's
such a certain
in a
amount
lot
of
of
debate.
cases, no,
We'll
we
get
like
to
there's
that
lapis
towards
stuff.
the
There's
end of
lapis
this class,
lazuli
but
artifacts.
the wide
Pre-dynastic,
diversity
and there's no
of
known
quality
quarries.
that's taken across
The closest
Europe,
one's Afghanistan.
particularly in this extremely
Right.
difficult
Yeah,
period
well, that's
of revolution and World
region?
War and population
Right
migration.
on the other side
It's hard to get a really clear number. Some respectable estimates have placed the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. But we use the number 6 million as a
Saudi Arabia and Iran.
relatively
So you've got to go all the way
reasonable
back.
estimate
That's
of
the
Jews
nearest
that were
lapis
murdered by
quarry.
the
I mean,
Nazis.
look, there's a,
They were
this is
spread
not a
out
problem
throughout Europe,
restricted to the vases
massed
either. There's a box in
primarily
the
in
Osiris
Eastern
shaft,
Europe,
which
in the
is
Soviet
the
Union,
box
in
itself. Just
Poland,
they say it's what's
but
fourth dynasty.
significant
It's made from stone called
population
dacite. And again, there's no
Western
known
Europe,
quarry in Egypt for
Germany,
dacite. And this
France, and
happens a
so
lot.
on.
So
But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years. They nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a Kahila-type organization, kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact, many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very quickly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship, perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease because it wouldn't have, a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. A lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Of course, the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always very fervent people, always very literate and very numerous, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Spartan and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experiences of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as they moved from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox is patently false. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the Western region, and had created different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it it
period
was
ended
emptying itself
at the
out
latest
as
6,000
we moved
BC,
towards
but
the turn
stretches
of the
back
20th century.
thousands and
A
thousands of years
wide
before
scale,
that. That's when
massive migration of more than 2
Sahara was a
million
savanna.
Jews away
You
from
had
Eastern
river
and to the
basins
New
and
World,
lakes,
to
just
the
like
United States,
lakes,
to Canada,
rivers. You had
to South America,
you had
Israel,
much more
Australia,
rainfall,
South Africa, and so on.
and it
So
wasn't
it was
like
a
it wasn't this
population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changed as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most unique things that during this time, the rise of Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that will be very relevant for our understanding of national policies, because they pursue very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th centuries, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to arrive in many of these places very early in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through the new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms, of course, back then. They were called historical positivists and liberal. The language is also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of majority of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Hebrew and the use of Yiddish significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language. That was something that has become in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars. That it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course, it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews appears to politically quiescent and not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe. The Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement, and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon. Those Jews saw their national identity as being expressed in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we'll return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of
And this is, I think, because the conversation's happening in those halls, the academic halls or the geographical club or whatever these years, building it out, and then so that slowly changes with the rise of usually like alternative authors, which best represented by Graham Hancock, incredible as well. And his books, and they start to gain popularity, and now these, I guess, the people in the academic halls of residence that are typically considered the authority is seeing this conversation get out of hand, and now you get to YouTube where, to some extent, I think it is possible to do an end run around what they're saying. And I do watch people, and there are guys like Flynn that are trying to embrace the new media space and try and get on podcasts. If you read the SAA journals and articles of Society of American Archaeology, they were writing to themselves saying, how can we become more popular in this space, and how do we start podcasts and get into it? The problem is they're still doing it the same way, and it's like when CNN journalists get fired from CNN and start a podcast, and everybody's like, no, you're doing CNN outside of CNN. That's what they're doing. They're doing academia, which is like gatekeeping of information, and also like...
Look at this athleticism. Folks, I'm really trying to summarize this for you. We've seen some
we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardic, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. But very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves prefer to refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistic and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust, because they had an aversion, more pronounced than Jews and many other peoples, to participating in censuses, engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, options in civil service and so on, even, the stereotypical Roma is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, who tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies. They're living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi Empire. Much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it and took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that do not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrates the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war, and set up
behavior towards anyone who's outside of it, including calling them racist, calling them white supremacists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb because one of the dumbest parts about this, no matter what, those are the people that lived in Africa. So no matter what, whoever built that is people that lived in Africa. They were shut the fuck up. Like the white supremacy thing makes no sense. Yeah, it's crazy. It's Africans. It's Africans. Look, that's the people that were living. If humans made it, if you're not an alien camp, which is a bizarre camp, but if you're not I'm an ancient civilization, incredibly advanced, cataclysmic disaster, it wipes them civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient stones, and then sort of claims them over generations. After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who fucking built it. And this is where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But if you're in that camp, you're talking about Africans. Yeah, so all these shitty things they do just show their hand, just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching for decades. Like, you've claimed that you're the expert. You've claimed arrogantly that you have all the information when you clearly are wrong.
Absolutely. That is what's happening. It's actually, it's a quote that I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is, you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair sitting on the It's an ancient chair. The claim he's the expert on it. Like, and this is what happens. Joseph Wilson's talk about, I had this great quote from him. He said, just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a vase, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read hieroglyphs, because he can read what they wrote about it and he's the authority on it, kind of thing. It's just like, you're just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true and complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence, right? Like, as you said, there's very little evidence that shows just definitively what happened in the past century. You've got to try and encompass all of the evidence. The missing from that approach is the engineering stuff is down at hand. Just because they're not developed, authority figures on that topic, they ignore it. Especially what happens in I don't know how you can ignore the laws. So it's important to understand that statues, the symmetry, because there are types of hatred it's starting to become a problem. Like, they're trying, and even in the past, when the mainstream approaches to try and solve, say, some of the machining examples of the cuts. I mean, just when you dig down into them, and that you get, and the explanations that are offered are just, they don't hold any water. They're kind of frankly ridiculous. Like, well, the issue with the drill bits is the revolutions per minute, right? Or worse, well, it's not the revolutions per minute, it's the penetration rate. We don't know how you can penetrate.
This is great. This is what sport's all about. Stuff for kids. Oh, he's going to get a hat. Oh, no, he isn't. Direct Waker intercepted it. Crikey, if that doesn't sum up living in the 2020s, I don't know what does. Sorry, young fella. Welcome to the world of me, and me. Who's the lady next to him? Is that his wife? Surely not. It has to be the HR manager of his company. If Chris Martin could look into that, that would be fantastic. Hopefully the first thing they do is apologise. Not threaten legal action. Again, he's threatening legal action. Fact he did. Mass free emails. The world needs something to agree on right now. I'd like to thank Portland for Gregory World Peace. He reminded me of this Sheila from a decade ago. Oh, it's still bloody hard to watch this one. The high flyers argument. Whose words? This bloke at the bloody tennis or the Sheila at the baseball? Why do adults keep doing this? Just stop it. Oh, this is great. This is what's
between the vases and these other precision artifacts, the bigger ones that are buried in these civilizations that to me suggest that they were made with the same technology. You see the same machine marks, the same tubular drill marks on that quality piece. If you look at the bottom, you can see the other side, you see the tool mark, which is characteristic right here. Yeah, this is like that's the tubular drill. So that's a core function of how these vases are made. You would often, so this is the thought, so they've called that thing out and then they've snapped it off and polished it down, but they didn't eliminate it from the tool. And you see that in a lot of vases. So we know that these tubular drills be used with the vases, and we have no idea the purpose or no idea what it was that could. No. Well, yeah, the vases have become interesting. One of the, let me talk about the prominence part first, because that's been the one, like, the pushback on the vases, this is where it's become a problem, is nobody's really been able to push back on the data, like the scientific measurement data that's come out, the precision, the fact that geometry, there's a whole bunch of the geometry that indicates that they are
we see that there's a
designed.
phenomenon
They're
in
not
which
just made. They
it
were
seems
designed
the
with
Greeks and Romans just
mathematical
don't
and
understand
geometric
Jews and
principles
resent
in
them
mind.
for their
They
lack
show
of
pi, they show phi, the golden
like, for
ratio,
example,
Fibonacci sequence, all
the
this sort of
fact
stuff
that
is in
Jews
them.
would not sit down
No one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels in the early days of the base
very
game project
impolite.
was
The
that
fact
all
that
these
they would not
old
bow
fakes and
down
stuff like they're
to
not
statues,
revealed because they're not coming from
which was
museums. They've
considered,
been
you know,
modern
typical civic
forgeries. How
religion
can you say
for
they're real?
Romans. This was
So
considered
what's happened in the
impiety.
years since the
The
first
fact that they
and talk a
took
little
off
bit about
one
that. That
day
was
and
very much
seven
the
to
early days
rest,
of this
the
project. That was
Sabbath,
100
which
years
is
ago now.
perhaps one of the
Now,
Jews' greatest
the
contributions
base game,
to
particularly the
human
Artifact
civilization.
Foundation, Adam
The
Young,
fact
who
that they would
started
take
this
off
whole
one
thing,
day
he
and
owns,
seven,
he
and
actually,
they were
this is
slothful
his
or
copy of
lazy.
space.
So these kinds of misunderstandings of
They've been
Jewish
in now
culture
4 museums around the world.
led
We've
to
scanned
a certain degree of
close
hatred,
to 100
but
vessels from
this
inside
is
of
the kind of
museums
hatred
with
that
impeccable
is
provenance.
basically a normal kind of hatred.
Those results are
Just to
starting
give
to
you
come
one
out. They're
illustration,
matching the results that
this is
we
the
found so far. So
Arch
the
of
provenance
Titus,
thing
which was
is
constructed by the Romans
kind of means
after
that's
they were
going
able
away.
to
The people
quell
I think chose to
the
find
rebellion
the
in
provenance
Judea
of
in the
died
first
on it now.
century.
It's,
And this was a
they're 100
victory
pound
arch
legitimate.
that was
To be
designed
fair, you
essentially
can
to
also find
commemorate the Roman
vessels in private collections
conquest
with impeccable
of
provenance.
Judea
Just as you can
after
find a lot of
rebels
vessels in
had
museums and where no idea where they came from.
as you walk
It's a
through
much,
the arch,
it's
of
not as
course,
clear as
there's
just one
this
museum. It's
frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives
what else has happened
taking
is other as
from
so
the temple
project
off
came
to
out
Rome,
and it gained a lot of
the golden
interest
menorah
from really
and so on.
talented people around the
And many
world.
would argue this is an
There's been
anti-Semitic
several of
connection,
those.
but I
One of
think
the
that
guys
was
that I've been
basically
working with a
the
fair bit lately over the
misunderstanding.
last couple of years ago,
The Romans
Dr.
didn't
Max
hate
Samalov,
the
who's a
Jews,
physicist.
certainly not the same way that
For 10
Nazis
years,
would.
he's a nuclear
They
physicist.
viewed
For 10
them
years,
as
living in Penn State.
political
He's
and
a,
military
he
enemies,
runs his own
and
company
they
now.
punished
Now,
their
first, he
political
reached out to
enemies
me
in
and
the
actually
year
took these
70
fragrance
after
to
a
his house,
long
and I rolled
and
up to his
dry
Florida.
provincial war. They
Sitting in
celebrated
his
with
living
this kind
room
of
at 2 like
monumental
scanning
architecture.
electron
This is
microscopes,
something
as
that every
doesn't
civilization has
happen.
done.
So he had us in their living room.
So it's hard to
So
understand
we
that
started to do
somehow
things like
an
look at these
unusual or
pieces
strange
through a scanning
type of
electron
hatred.
microscope to try and
Here, by
find
the way,
evidence
is
for
the
the materials that
colorized
we use to
version
cut them. So you should, if these were used with a tool, so
some
the
research
orthodox
by
explanation
my
being, well,
colleague
it's a
Stephen
copper
Fein
tube
at
and
University,
sand or
who was
some
able
sort of
to
cutting
analyze
medium, and
flecks of
it's spun and
paint
ground
left
out.
behind.
You should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We spent days looking
The
at
second
several
major
pieces.
period and a big shift in
Zero
the nature of
copper.
anti-Semitism
Didn't find
in
any
early
copper.
Christian
Nothing at all. The nice thing,
You must
scanning electron
recall
microscope.
that
Not
Christianity
only
was essentially a Jewish movement made up
focus a beam
entirely
of
of
electrons
Jewish
onto a
figures
particular spot,
that
and
eventually
that backscatter
reached out
electrons,
to
you
the
can then map out the
non-Jewish world
elemental
that
composition
became
of the
a massive
materials.
world religion by the 4th century.
The oldest
And
tools that they found copper.
the separation between
copper was
the daughter religion
What are
and
the
the mother
dates of the
religion
oldest tools?
was
Well,
not
they go back all the way to the old
difficult.
King
And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on
Yeah, it
both
was
sides.
early days.
Looking
They
at
were
it from
smelting
a
mostly
Christian
the older tools, the stone
perspective,
tools.
for our
Flint.
purposes,
We love
perhaps the
carving.
greatest
You can carve
illustration
stone
of this
with
kind of
halves of
theological
stone.
dispute
There was definitely
is
flint
the
things being
famous
used. But there's no evidence,
juxtaposition
like
of
not up until
ecclesia
like the very
and
late
synagogue,
evidence of
the
the
church
Egyptian
and the
civilization. Is there
synagogue.
any
This is
significant
a
evidence
form
for iron?
of art. It's really
Things
kind
like
of a
that. Like
trope
it's pretty much
that
copper and
was
bronze
designed
alloys.
primarily to communicate a complex relationship
So
between
when they
Judaism and
analyzed
Christianity to a
traces,
largely
there's no
illiterate
copper.
We didn't
audience of
find any copper. We
churchgoers
did find
throughout
some
the
other
Middle
stuff, which
Ages.
was very
And we have
interesting.
literally
Well, the most
hundreds
interesting
upon
thing we
hundreds
did
of
find was
examples of
titanium.
the ecclesia and synagogue
Titanium and
motif. Having
titanium
a look at
alloys
this
with iron.
very famous one here, you can see
Zinc, tin,
in this monumental architecture,
zircon,
the church and ecclesia is
titanium, and it's not
represented, clear eye,
yes. So
crown,
so when you
the
find
authority,
cowboy, doesn't that
the upright staff indicating power
that's been put
and
together
moral power and so
exactly.
on.
In fact,
And she is
titanium
contrasted
we know as a
ecclesia,
metal doesn't
who is
exist
shown
naturally.
here
In
blindfolded
nature, it's
by a
titanium
serpent,
dioxides.
kind of
Found
metaphor
in
there.
rocks.
The devil
This was
has supposed to be
non-titanium dioxide that
it
we're
was on the
looking
truth.
at because you see
She's not in the
again
crown.
that the SEM
Her
gives you the
staff is
spectrum, right?
broken.
So you would see
Often
oxygen and
depicted
titanium
having the
together.
Ten
We didn't
Commandments
see
fall
that,
from
and
our
in
hand
fact,
and so on. And the
I did
whole
I
metaphor is
have
meant
a
to say
video of
that
this,
God
and
no
it's
longer
we found a
favors
piece actually,
the
like a
body
small, maybe
religion
20, 30
and has
micron
transferred God's
in
favor to the
one of
daughter
those
religion,
rooms.
Christianity.
In a tooltip that
Literally
looked like a
hundreds
bit
of
of piece,
examples,
it shines
sometimes
up
more
very
violent.
quickly.
There's this
When
example
you see
that
metals
shows a
on this
kid
SEM, it's like a
mounted
bronze
on a
and you can
horse,
name it at it. It's just straight
literally
titanium.
jousting
And it
with
looked like a
the
small
synagogue.
piece
You
of
can see on the
wedged
synagogue
in there.
is depicted
I
wearing
mean,
these
in our modern
this is a
times,
kind of
I think titanium was
that
discovered
Jews were
even in
forced
the
to
late
wear in Europe
1800s. It
from
wasn't
the
used
13th
outside of
century.
laboratories
And
until the 1930s.
the church
as
is
a
literally
material.
killing
And there seems to be evidence
synagogue
that
who
there's
was
some
riding on a
titanium
sow,
used as a
also a very important metaphor in German anti-Semitic material.
I know
And here's
Max is
one
trying to
that I
work on
find
that.
especially powerful. This is from a
It was
a
not a
stained
systematic
glass
search. We spent
window
days,
in
a
a
couple
church
of
in
days,
Dresden,
and it's
Germany from the
we didn't
14th
do
century.
like a
On
systematic
the right, the
research. Like even in
ecclesia
one of
is
those
riding
pieces,
on
you
a
could spend, it
tetromorph,
would take you
a
a long time to
four-headed
just
animal,
map it
and
properly.
a crown
To scan
is
the whole
placed
thing.
on her head from heaven,
It's like
indicating
devil's
divine
advocate
approval.
with the
Contrasting
evidence
image
of
of synagogue, on the other hand,
of
shows
custody
a
that
sword
perhaps
being
was
driven
essentially
through her
using
head,
titanium to save
blindfolded,
the
the crown
credit.
being knocked off her
Yes,
head,
it
and her
could
staff
be
broken, all
contamination.
indicating a strong
So we
level
looked
of
for
disapproval.
signs of contamination.
Even though these images tend to be
This
rather
didn't seem
violent,
like contaminated. In
they're,
fact, at the end
they're
of
essentially church
at the end
images.
of when we
They're
finished
couched
scanning, we
within
actually
a
took he had some titanium.
vocabulary
We put
to
some on
indicate that this is an argument
on
between
one of the pieces and
ideologies,
put it in to see
not
what that would look
necessarily
like. Just these like
an
tiny,
argument
like just like
between
literally a
it's
matchstick
talking
and
about
just
Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but
we found
that's
other types of
basically
metals
where
as well.
this
So it didn't seem to be contamination. What is the reason why it didn't seem to be that?
ranges.
Well, because it didn't.
The
We
third
looked at what contamination
level, however,
looked like.
is that really
So
gets
it's
down to
like
level
smaller
of people.
specks where you can actually
This
see
is
the
what I'd like to
material.
call
The one piece that we found, it
And
seemed to be
we
embedded in
think
the stone.
beginning
Like
in
it was
the
as if
12th century,
something like this tiniest
picking up a
fragment of the
lot
tool
of
or some sort
speed
of imagine
as
it's a tool tip wedged
secular
itself in the
printing
stone and then
is
it
able to
stayed.
see
It was
these
only like 20
ideas
or
much
30
more
miles
widely.
wide.
So here,
It's
for
pretty big
example,
under
you see
scanning like
a
a microscope.
grotesque depiction
But that was
of
the only
the
piece of
so-called
titanium that
We found
ritual
other
murder of
specs of it,
Simon
and then
of
actually
Antioch,
be titanium and
a
iron
15th century
mixed
incident
together.
in which,
Then we
unfortunately,
also
a
found
young
specs of like
Christian
zinc,
child was found
zircon,
murdered.
and tin,
The
and then
population
various
rose up in
combinations.
anger and
I
blamed
honestly,
the Jews,
I think it's grounds for more
any evidence
investigation.
whatsoever
The
the
most
Jews
significant
needed
thing
to
was the
kill
no
this
copper
young
thing.
child
Like,
and
that's
drink
like, all right,
his
no
blood
copper. Like,
for
that to me
ritual
was the
purposes.
biggest
A
takeaway.
horrible,
The
terrible
fact that we
lie.
found some other
There's no
elements in
basis
pieces
in
of,
reality,
let's say,
and yet
questionable
became
provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces
powerful
from
in
these
the
vessels.
popular imagination. And it
Ideally,
was
the
repeated
best thing
several
if we
times
could,
right up
that's what I'd
until
love to work
the
with the Egyptians to do
21st
something like
century.
this,
This
because
has
I
been
know
a
there are
myth that's
fragments of
very
vessels
hard to shake.
in
And you
the
can see
step
this horrible
pyramid. There's
depiction
100,000
that
of them down there still.
popularized the incident, showing all of
Like
these
the last time
Jews
we got down
so
to the very
identified by the
level,
round
which
yellow
is a
circle
special
that
permission
they were
required
required
to
to
get into the
wear
pyramid, and then
as
even then they
torturing
generally
this
won't leave
death.
the bottom level.
And
There's
just to
another
give you
ladder
a
30
sense
feet
of
down
how
to the
this
big
is
bottom level.
far from
It
disappeared,
goes down further, but it hits the water table again.
an artist
But in one of
named
these corners, in
Gasparo
this very bottom
in
level,
the
like 150,
21st
200
century,
feet
in the
under the
year
step pyramid,
2020, actually
we
painted
found
a
a wall,
modern version of
and it
this
was a
incident.
collapsed, it must have been a
You'll find it on
collapsed
websites
magazine
even
of these
today
vessels, and this is
with,
the place where they found 50,000
headlines like this website, Jews
Jean-Philippe in the
apoplectic over
1930s found this
painting,
huge cache
honoring
of these
Simon of
vessels there.
a child
And in
ritually
this
murdered
wall,
by Jews in the
it's an
15th
incredible
century.
little video. I've
Said
not published
without
it. I mean, I
irony
do want to talk about it,
whatsoever,
but
this
you
is
could
a
you literally see that
complete
it's like
lie
a wall
and
of dirt,
an art, but
not rock,
nevertheless,
but dirt.
this is
And in the
indicative
wall, it's
of
like
the
fragments of vessels
nature of
because it had
medieval
been
Jew hatred,
a cache
where
and then
it goes
something
off
had
the
fell and
rails.
collapsed
It's no longer
and
a
it had
debate
crushed them.
between
So
a
you got these
rabbi
like
and a
pieces
priest.
of
Now it's about the murder of
diorite or
children,
whatever just in
it's
the
about
wall.
attacks
That would be
on
interesting
Jewish
if you could go
communities
down there and like
that
get
followed
that
many
permission
of
to
these
say, well, let's
charges,
sample.
pogroms, public
Because you have
burnings, and
then,
so on.
you know, you
Much more
basically
to say
got it in
about
its
this, but
original
I think
environment
I
from the mass
conveyed
Egypt and put it
the
as a
idea
block
of
or
it.
whatever. Just keep
Let
it.
us
Don't
conclude
mess
with a
with
look
it.
at modern
Clear
anti-Semitism,
chain of evidence and then
basic
scan it. So I think
characteristics.
it's an
And
interesting
this is perhaps the
observation.
most powerful demonstration of the
I think
fact
Russian,
that
there's a Russian group
anti-Semitism
that did
can
something similar.
survive
They also
on
found
the moon, as it
metals.
were.
I think they found
Anti-Semitism
containers
can
on
survive in
LAH
very
or
different
alternative
circumstances.
history.
With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment,
It's a
there's
smelting
a
process from
general
titanium
decline
dioxide. I
in
don't know
religious
the
adherence
specifics of
throughout
it,
Europe.
but you have to take
And
that
as
titanium dioxide and
religiosity
assume
smelt it down to something like it. Again, it took us
Semites
until
need to find new
1930s to use it
justify their
anywhere
hatred
outside of labs.
As Jean-Paul Sartre
So
put
it's
in his
super
famous
interesting.
book,
But
La question juive,
this,
if
I
the
would even
Jews
say
did
that's
not
the most
exist,
interesting thing Max
the
found.
anti-Semites
So
would
he's a
have
crazy
been
dude,
meaning
an interesting
there
guy.
has to-
He's
the
doing
anti-Semite
field
needs
experiments in his
to
spare
find a
bedroom.
way to justify these beliefs.
Nothing's
So,
apparatus surrounded by
with
boxes
modern
of borax.
these major things that were
10 foot
created
telescope below.
to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in
So
nature.
and this sort of ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to a question you asked me when I was here last, which is more speculation. I actually have some now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on this website, but he took precision vases. He took base rock samples of the rock that these were made from the place. I actually got him a piece of basalt. He took non-precision vases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically, to look at the radioactive isotopes of baseline radiation of these pieces, and it turns out the precision pieces are radioactive. They're 2 to 3 times. He's tested several relative to the base rock samples and the non-precision bases. They have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay products in them.
Semitism,
all of them so far.
by which he meant the
and in fact,
philosophy
that piece right there, as he said, has the quartz piece, or the crystal piece, has a notable cesium-137 signature in it as well.
So that's where the term comes from. It's
so that's an interesting
whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of appropriate in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first.
But it's again early days.
But the two
he
elements
has
that are
published it
distinct
on his
for
website, the findings, and he is obtaining more equipment to do more testing, some more in-depth testing that he will be more definitive about. He did take some recently to the Peach Museum in London to test some of their artifacts, but it's a very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that gives them that signature even after however many thousands of years with the half-life. Again, we're comparing it to the base rock samples and the non-precision bases, which have, they're just like, nothing, they're not dangerous or anything, it's just above baseline 2 to 3 times. So something happened to them. One of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept called nuclear machining. So he actually, this is not a new idea, it's not something we figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path, but if you take his theory is something like palladium
very much from what we saw in the last lecture in social
radioactive material that is a strong alpha beta particle emitter.
But somehow Jews were racially different.
Either in neutrons or in plastic electrons, and it would ablate the stone surface away in such a way that you could carve this stone with ease, kind of like a lightsaber basically, and it would also leave the signature in the stone. And fuck yeah. And you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tooth. Yeah. It's not, all we can say about things like that spiral tooth thing, the other striations and tool marks is, look, it's not, it doesn't seem to be the same thing we do to the stone, and it's certainly it's not something you can do just by hand.
Should be fairly
Has anybody tested the radioactive
ideology?
He might have tested the cores when he was there recently. I'll talk to him this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question. Because that was, it's this, if it was the process, it should show some. If that's indeed the process, the other possibility is a machine with this method, but these were used in some method. The other theory he has that these may have been part of a process for enriching material for some other use, although they were part of a system.
The development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, modern anti-Semitism, is the one in which the Nazis participated.
It's not too much.
However,
it's too much. Like it's too crazy. It's so crazy. But also, like when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed,
one of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to the ability to act as a parasite. Just like cockroaches are said to be in a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society. So the Jews were like kind of cancer that could live off a healthy host
but instead we deny that possibility. So by closing off that door, now you're left with nonsense. You're left with sand and copper and
the sin against the blood.
I agree. I think it's
from a
crazy happened. Yes,
yes.
I think there is that. This is. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's what we're doing here with. I mean, I'm writing what Max has said about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis.
The heavy
There's a
jowls
whole
and the
study needs
large
to happen.
nose and the
The nuclear machining hypothesis.
and the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day
that's it's you have like you put that the same context in these arguments forward as well. It's like we just don't. To me, the answer is we tend to look at the past and it always has to be the subset of what we do, right? But it's like if you look at the history of knowledge and technology. Give us 50,000, 50 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years. You know that there's more out here to the science that we're going to learn. So that means there are realms of science and technology that we don't know anything about. I think if we were a bit more open-minded about investigating some of these mysteries of the past, with some of these inexplicable characteristics, the precision on doing things, how the dome was cut.
Just like
I think some of those answers could lay in those realms of the unknown, and by being
it's hard to tell them apart.
about them and by investigating them with all of our capability,
children was
we might even end up
very
learning
careful.
something about
May
them, which
meet
is
some
what we're
Jews
doing
that are
with the
very nice
Scan
people,
project.
and they
We're
look
learning
like regular people,
depths
but they're not. They're actually
in some of the machining aspects of
very
it, and
dangerous,
Max
not
is starting to learn, like, okay, there's some weird
Also,
reactive characteristics of these things. Let's try and figure out some
in
more. I
places
mean,
where
we can
there's
speculate a bit now.
the association of Jews with
very
various
speculative at
noxious
this point.
creatures like
Lots more
spiders.
testing.
You see here,
Data is required to even shore up some of these theories, these possibilities, but the fact remains they could be
shown as a spider. Here's an herb showing
this
you
assumption
as a
there's
louse,
no
which I actually found one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse, and if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign where louses a right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which is the related charge of the conspiracy theory. That behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite, like a louse. This actually comes from Louis Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish and German using propaganda. Tremendous success all over the world.
We know they did it. Like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, or incredible engineering and architecture. Right?
Here's another from France that identifies Jews with
than the technique
the club itself. It reads, cancer is all curable, but we have to make the blend sense of all of them. We have to wipe out the Jews themselves. By the way,
When you find the part of the all about, I wanna see you. I wanna see you. I wanna see you now.
Let's go back to this 20th century. The second major element is very, very prominent. That is the concept of use our link in an international conspiracy. That's the fact that
I wanna see I wanna see it when you get somewhere. I wanna see it. It's over. I wanna see it now. I wanna see it now.
Precision, massive artifacts, sometimes like 1,000-ton statue.
Third element,
Buried with you, it stays on this side, it gets inherited. It gets renovated, it gets reused eventually. Hubris and arrogance guys like Ramses II that says, carve my name three inches deep onto that sucker.
I'm not going to show you images that convey this
taught myself to be ancients.
Nazis understood
The really
that
great thing
propaganda
is that doesn't
is
often
essentially
get admitted is
borrowing
that this
the
is literally
same
what the
elemental
ancient
power
Egyptians
of
themselves said.
pornography. That
They
there's a
call
kind of like
themselves a legacy culture.
can't look
They
away from
trace
the
their own history
history,
back
like
40,000
passing when you're driving down the highway
have a
and
list
see
of
an
kings.
accident,
They
you can't help
they talk
but
about
look
these
at the
different eras
accident.
of
So
time.
they
The
capitalize
ship
it very
called the
heavily.
Followers of
One of the
Horus
most
was this 12,000 year
horrible,
period
most
where these
egregious
mythical
examples
semi-divine
is
beings
this terrible
of the earth
publication called
talk about
Dormer,
kings and rulers and
the
men, and then before that you have
stormtrooper published
September
by
when the gods
Julius
That's right. There's a lead media.
which I'm
way
just
back
using as a
into
sample.
Oh, shit. So much.
Clearly
It's funny.
to the idea of conspiracy, and it shows the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of the murdered Christian children. And that's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia.
Thousands of years ago when they wrote this down,
like this particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have children, I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic
why
and
does it
violent
match up with
elements
what
that the
they're saying in
Nazis
Egypt? The
really
gods walking amongst
exacerbated
us.
with their anti-Semitic images.
Right.
It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler
So
personally
swirly, and
was
that's
the
where you
concept
get
of Parachenschande, or race shaming,
telling
which
lies.
is the notion of intimate relations between
What kind of
Jews
metal?
and non-Jews in
don't know.
Germany.
Imagine if it's
And quite
titanium.
often couples
Could be. He
that
said
have
it didn't
these relationships were
That's
specifically
crazy.
isolated and
That's
publicly
It's one of the things
humiliated
I'll
by
remember
this,
sitting
which
here talking to Bob Lazar, and he said
forced to
that
wear
some of those
the
came from
placards
archaeological
that
digs.
specifically relate to
Story
the
that's
nature
long
of their
been
relationship.
of that type of
Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very
there's a crown in
powerful.
Egypt. I'm
Many
not saying
of
that's what it is,
speeches
but this is what, this is what
this idea of
the
seductive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by
All
historian
layers converge to the central corridor
The
avenue
notion
with
is
the atrium of
that
shopping mall where you can see
by
all
becoming
floors
an
from one vantage
anti-Semite,
point. My
you can
personal
save
interpretation
Germany.
is
You
that
can
this
rescue
entire hall
Germany.
was constructed
Everybody
to house
knows,
a semi-positioned,
once said, that
freestanding
there is
object
this good Jew
about
or
40
that good
meters
Jew,
long.
and
The
no
object
appreciate the
is
hard
hard
work we
classified,
put in
appears metallic,
filtering all
not
of
stone
these
or
Jews.
wood.
But
I need to
nevertheless,
be
it has to
the
be
giant
done.
diplodocus
This is the way the
skeleton
argument
and the
goes,
agency
for the sake of
Hall of
larger
London's,
Germany.
is that
This
right?
particular
Yeah, Hall
1920,
of London's
and I'm
Natural
very
History
tempted to
Museum.
think was actually painted by
It
Hitler
could be
himself.
anything.
He
Its
was
shape
something of an
resembles
amateur
those
artist.
Tic
You can
Tac
see the
card
bottom.
bits.
There
It
are the
might also
initials
be an
AH,
upright
and
disc
very
or even a
primitive blue
colossal
swastikas.
shenring. And what's a
This is
shenring?
before
It's
the
like a
Nazi
cartouche.
movement being
Yeah,
accepted
the thing
into
around the
its ranks.
cartouche. Wow.
But the images
Big object for
portray
long raises profound questions. How did it get there? Why is
Aryan
it there?
woman, once again,
The
the
more
Korean,
speculative theory
and
is that some
behind her
portal
is this
will form. Now we're
leering,
going full
ugly
tinfoil,
Jew.
either
And the idea is that
interdimensional or
the Jew is
interstellar.
eventually
A
going to
star
have his way
its
with this
material
Aryan woman
signature is
if
like
someone doesn't
unlike
step in
anything
and
I've seen
somehow
in my entire
avert the
career,
tragedy.
but it's there,
That's something
undeniably
that
there.
Hitler said was
Out in the
essentially
future,
a
find out
cosmic
who
and
he is.
existential
So
struggle,
that he
and
went
that it was
full
waged
Mark Bell right
entirely
there. He
against
did
the hidden enemy
interdimensional or
that the
interstellar
Jew had to be
Stargate.
discovered.
Hey,
is a very, very important
the
thing.
Egyptians
And
talk about
it
Stargates.
provided
Do they?
justification
Go to,
for what any other
where is
human
it?
being would regard as
Didera.
unjustifiable behavior.
There's actually a couple places. The literal translation, you can read it on the walls. I always show people there. There are 2 or 3 depictions of stargates. That is the literal translation for it, showing a constellation with a gate, and it's a specific constellation
a couple of different types. They're all in different constellations.
Where can I find it? Where can I see this?
There's pictures of stargates from Dendera Temple.
Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background
That's
before
actually
we get to
Dendera is incredible.
the
Like,
history
it
of the
is
Holocaust
a
itself.
star.
And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate
Redone
between
from
two
older
schools
versions
of
of
thought
the
as to
same
how to interpret the
That is the
Holocaust as a
translation
whole.
of the
One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So, intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Lucius Davidovich, who wrote a very important book called War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard of before, that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe, and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort. Particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Goering and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understanding the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crime trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war. They were having a Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was
there's a
the legal team essentially got the events of the Holocaust and defined where Hitler was at the ground zero. He was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murder plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's the sense of that particular school of thought. The other school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Browning, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101 and the Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolutely virulent and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had from a very young age, tries to look at the Holocaust kind of like from a different perspective and to understand, well, what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that Hitler and his code of conspirators duped the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust, and the most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war. The word function in the sense of, if you study functions and relations in mathematical theory, when one thing changes, another thing changes as well. The basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more brutal, and as people became more inured to the inhumanity that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the acceptance of the idea of ghettoization, and then finally the acceptance of the idea of mass murder in the gas chambers, kind of like a ratchet effect. And as one thing changes, another thing changes as well, hence functionalism. Now, that's not to say that Hitler's Nazism is not an important factor in the entire evolution of the Holocaust, or evolution might be a more appropriate term, but nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability
Say it
on
wipes out
European
civilization,
society
but we
as a
survive
whole.
as humans.
If we
Within
take
like
away
2-3
the bright
generations, we're
spotlight
sitting
on
around a
Hitler, which
campfire
throws
telling
all of
stories
the
about
background into a
these
dark shadow,
things that were like a
and we
black
begin
rock,
to
and
look
it's just
at the entire picture,
it's
see
plasma
that
TVs
there's a
that you
much
say,
more
look, if you get
complicated
this shiny black
social
rock,
phenomenon going on.
get
And
answers
in
from
fact,
ancestors.
a lot of the
You know everything.
functionalist
You can talk
how
to
the
anything. You can ask a
Holocaust came
question.
to
You
be
can ask it.
substantiated
Maybe you
by
go
research and experimental psychology
black
and
rocks
other
and make you like
disciplines.
this, and
We
you
will
start dancing
cover
around, you
these
start
issues
ritualizing
throughout this course,
this
and let
memory
us
of
hold on to this
technology.
idea
Now,
of the intentionalist
if you take
versus
that
the
concept,
functionalist
like say there's a
interpretation of the
cataclysm,
Holocaust,
and now there's
because
people that
it
remember
will
and they tell these
illuminate
stories,
quite a bit
the stories
of
get
our
passed down.
approach to many questions
Now
as we
imagine
will
there's a
cover.
civilization
But
that
anyway,
comes up and
looking at
it goes
this
through
aspect
thousands
of the
of years
Holocaust,
of
let's try to understand Hitler's particular
structuring
role
those
from
legends
his
and
youth
stories of
in
technology
the
that goes
development
through
of his
just
own
distortions
anti-Semitic
and
attitudes.
representations
So
and
if we
symbolism.
look at
It's
it
just
that way,
twisting
here
all
is
of
a
these
rather
stories into
dramatic picture
this
of Hitler as
iconography
a
and this
baby.
complex
The primary
symbolism
source we
that
have
we then, I think
for
we go to
our
a temple in
understanding
Egypt
of
that
Hitler's
was
life
made in
is
the Ptolemaic era or
unfortunately
whatever, and it's,
Hitler himself.
you see things on the
He
wall.
lived an
I think that's a
entirely
great way to interpret
unremarkable
some of
life,
those symbols
and
and some of the paintings to
we
say,
don't have
is
a
this
lot of
actually an echo
independent
of something that was
that can
functional
tell anything sophisticated about a man
technology?
who changed the
Every
course
stuff
of world history.
that you see
Basically, he had a
has a
rather
tuning fork.
unremarkable middle
Every
class
single one of these
Austrian
ones has always
childhood.
got a tuning fork on it.
He was
What's
born
that all
in
about?
a border community called Braunau
Tuning fork,
in
like a little
here
like
in
a tuning
where it's
fork.
located on
Yeah,
the
all of the
border of
stuff with the
Austria
wasp
and
head
Germany.
that means power.
His
Like
father
literally the
was
interpret this symbol
customs
is power
official
on top of the
named
stuff, and
Alois
then every single one of them has a tuning
and
fork.
it's important to
Yeah,
note
you can look
that
up
he was born with the name
any of the temples in
Shikagruber,
Egypt and
but
like the
later on,
depictions
for
of
reasons
gods
which are not
and
entirely
stuff,
clear,
and
he
they're
took the
touching
name Hitler,
like
or possibly Hitler,
the jet
after an
pillar or
adopted father.
the anchor,
His
which is jet pillar
own
stability.
father was
The anchor's
unknown.
life power.
The
So in a
name
lot of cases, these
Shikagruber
gods
was
are
essentially
granting
that of
kings,
his
you know,
birth
life
mother.
stability and
The
power.
fact that
Sometimes
his
just life
father
and
was
power.
unknown, which is something which
What are those
we'll return to in a
depictions
moment, may have
of
plagued
enormous
Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler
That's a
had
great
never changed his name from Shikagruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say how Shikagruber instead of how Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history to modern critical study history. He's buried and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see from this flash photo dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and slightly upraised chin that would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs the rest of his life. Nevertheless, he did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided that he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was rejected. In fact, this would loom large in his own self-image. He would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received, and according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So Sartre also wrote in his famous book that if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea
that makes sense,
Hitler's
right?
anti-Semitism
And if we
was
deserve
born
something
from his
like
need
that
to
in
explain his
Afghanistan, where this
otherwise
stone came
simple
from?
story of inadequacy
Lapis
is
lazuli and
a
everything
large
else. I
psychological
don't
theory.
know. I mean, I
Perhaps we'll come
assume
back
that
to it later.
I wouldn't be
At any rate,
surprised if
as an artist,
that's happening somewhere
his
in the
work has been
massive
preserved to some
uranium
degree,
industry
and
either,
it's
because that's like one of the
rather,
world's biggest uranium deposits. I
it's
imagine
rather
it's enough
non-special in every way.
uranium
Tends to be
238
things like
neutrons,
this,
235 to get to
floral
238 or
arrangements
the other way around.
and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent angst-filled Instagram posts is really what he's doing. It gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the school of psychology and the school of history. And it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. But we can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now, and things like that. And Wagner tended to, sort of like a Odinist, who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of nobility that they represented, and wrote these massive operatic pieces, twist up Isolde and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and this larger-than-life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-life himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here. Very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters, for instance, on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases, he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about how can you appoint Jews, he said very famously, "Wer ein Jüdisch bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless, his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we were having here in America tremendous upheaval. A lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes, Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who is famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time, his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this face statue is the word Schande, which means shame. Or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly likely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandfather was treated once by a Jewish physician who knows that kind of thing. Very unlikely kind of encountered.
pretty much
Like, there's no question that this idea plays very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity.
thing is much
For example,
larger,
if
it's
you wanted
traveling
to belong
much
to the
faster
SS,
apparently
you
than
had
the
to
previous two,
prove
but it's
that
also
you
not
had
behaving like a
no
comet. It has
Jewish
this aura
blood
of
in your background.
life
Let's
that
recall,
it's
by the
being
way,
around it for some
that
reason.
intermarriage between
I saw a
Jews and
report that
Germans
said
was really quite
I see a
high,
metallic,
something like
smelting
30%
signatures of
by
it.
the time
I don't know how
Hitler
much
comes of
credence
age in
I can give
the
it, but we'll find out.
early
Like, it has
1920s.
it
So
has
there's a significant
it's
number
going too
of
fast to
people
stop in
who
our
have
system unless
Jewish
it
blood, although
dramatically
they're claiming to be
alters its
full-blooded, so to
velocity,
speak,
but it's
Aryan Germans.
it'll come,
And
it'll
so
pop out. We'll
Hitler
lose it on the other side of the
himself
sun,
could
but then we
not
shall
have
see it again on
proved
the way
that
out.
he
So
had no
one way or
Jewish
the other,
blood
if it
in
actually
his
is
system, and technically he was the
changes behavior,
invalidated from
once he
joining
put
the
it out,
SS
he's
himself.
now put it
That
like
must
60 or
solve.
something.
At any rate,
Artificial to
that gives
natural,
you
but
some
it's
sense
so funny.
of what
I'm in a
Hitler's
Warhammer
mindset
40K
would
in a
have
big
been.
way, and it's just like, I'm
Next,
like,
we're going
okay,
to talk
we're going to
about
be joining
his
here.
rise
Yes,
to
sir.
power after World War I.
All Harley on the sire. That thing might be a Mechanicus vessel, I don't know.
If that's how they travel, I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. Well, it takes months.
But if it slows down,
I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for. Advanced civilization visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings.
I'd like to announce
Right?
you a
I
little
want
bit
the
about
advanced
Hitler's
scientists
power.
from the 21st century.
Yeah.
I just, you know what I'm saying? The ones who come fast on a burning spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably the warlike conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean? Yeah. That seems like if that's how you're rocking it, you're still doing it the way we do it. We have something thrusting you insane fast through the cosmos.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Do you know that like the whole dark forest
it seems that he's quite pleased
thing, like the
announcement.
dark forest thing?
There's no
No one's
question
found out.
that
So this came out of it was the
Europe
three-point
as a
problem.
whole,
Great series of books by Chinese author Tokyo Daisy show. Great show. The books are phenomenal too, and it's just, but it's this idea that look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like imagine you're a hunter in a dark forest, so it's just you're out there, you know there might be other things out there, and it's this like a philosophical engagement of like what should you do? Should you start light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest? It's full of, you know it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What should you do? Should you see another predator? What should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? And these could be like you could be there with a arrow. This guy could have a tank. The other guy could have a massive some other energy weapon. Whatever you do, you don't. There's massive differences in capability and scale, and pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in the dark forest. It's like it's too risky to reveal yourself. You should basically eliminate that threat if you can do so safely. And you apply that to kind of the galaxy. Where, I mean, to some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot and a roaring fire. Because we pretend there's, lipids out there, right? And, because we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100 and some years now. And we just hope, hey, we're friendly, please. Well, you have to hope that something is so evolved that it's gotten past war, and it's gotten past the way we behave. So we're hoping and assuming that Space Daddy, Space Brothers, that Space Daddy, Space Brothers will be benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and want to take care of us and give us information and hook us up. That's my response. I had this discussion. I've had this discussion a few times. My response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens when we take, let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, on the land. Apex predator don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks. We just dominate. Like if it's in your way, if it's inconvenient, you kill it. If it has something you want, take it. If those bees have honey, take it. Like it's just, there's we're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. Like there's still parts of the world where we're just eating. Like there's, I don't know, nature suggests that apex predator, but maybe we're just, I think this is the other element that you're saying is maybe the evolution leads you past those primal nature realm point, the territorial primate instincts that we have, like hopefully one day. Because clearly we're on a pathway to that, right? We're clearly much kinder now, at least locally.
You know, if you don't live in Gaza, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the middle of a war zone, you're like, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout human history. It's the same behavior exhibited over and over and over again. What we want is aliens that are more advanced. We don't want aliens that are because they might be just like us, but way better. Just that's what we don't, right? Because as soon as we start going into the cosmos, we venture into the cosmos in 20 years, we're going to be the same now, right? We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate with technology and remove the ego and emotions. Yeah, mushrooms. Well, no, emotions is another thing. Mushrooms help us get to emotions. All the things, the human reward systems that exist that we currently struggle with, we would be the same way. If we, you know, just think of what we justify on Earth in terms of destruction of habitat, species, animals, you know, all the different things that we do on Earth, factory farming. Now imagine, why would you care about these lizard people that live, you know, in caves on some fucking stupid planet? You know, probably kidnap them, we kill them, we pickle them, we bring them back home, we freeze them.
Golden caves.
Yeah, right. Look what Columbus did when they, you know, arrived and took the natives and get gold, and if they didn't, they cut their arms off. Terrible. Things. So imagine there's aliens are currently doing that, which is questioning, right? Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true, they seem rather benign. Like in fact, in the Travis Walton case, you know, there's not one of the most famous ones. Real simple, 1970s, he's a logger, he's working with a group of guys, they see a ship, he runs toward it, he gets hit with a beam of energy, gets knocked back, unconscious, his friends flee, they come back, they're yelling at each other, we gotta go back, they go back, he's gone. All four of them get investigated for murder, they tell the story, no one believes them, they all pass polygraph tests. 5 days later, he shows up, he finds a payphone, makes a phone call, and has this Austro-Hungarian story. The story was that they took him aboard the craft and healed him and communicated with him, and that there was a bunch of different types of these beasts, and then he has been telling the exact same story ever since the 1970s.
Russia, by the way, had fallen.
Relatively benign compared to what we would do, for sure. You know, like fucking, you know, we shoot elephants in Tanzania. Yeah, think about the horrible things that we do right now on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's something I always say that's a great quote from Christians, which is, you know, we're just not the end of that evolutionary chain. You know, we're just our current version of humanity. Our frontal lobes are too big, our adrenaline, the lobes are too small, our adrenaline lines are too big. Our figure opposition isn't all it's cracked up to be. We love violence. We love violence. We love violence. Our national sport, dudes who are enormous, running at each other full speed. And the other one is guys punching and kicking each other. It's kind of crazy. We're so, and then we're also involved in multiple wars now. At least via proxy. Yeah, probably at least human beings are involved in a significant amount of ways. Yeah, it's literally the status quo throughout history. I mean, it's just, right, we've always been at war with each other. I mean, I still do. I personally maintain the idea that it's still the best time to be alive, 100%, technologically speaking, but also much more aware of conflict around the world, but on a percentage scale of what it's been like in the past, it's actually far less than it has been. Like, even though it's terrible, but it happens. But yeah, we're in an era where there's actually less of that going on. Yeah, hopefully that can continue. It's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is important to me. It's not, I haven't really talked about it because put it down, it's going to be part of the book I'm writing, for sure. It's a big part because it's not just some benign investigation in the past. I genuinely think it could have a significant impact on our future because that concept you talked about of there's a linear progression, right? I mean, in general, we get taught in school, okay, we were Stone Age dudes, we were in caves, civilization happened, how many thousands of years later, here we are. This is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen. It's on this path, don't worry about it. It's almost like it's preordained, just worry about next election cycle. quarterly result, whatever. And we just don't think about it. This concept, I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be a human being today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, don't ask us, we're advanced. This is the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level to this cyclical version, that is an oscillation between civilization and cataclysm, and this idea that, okay, we've actually risen in the past, we've become relatively high technology, we've become civilized, and it happened, it would have been different to us, but we fell again, and we're somewhat relation in this circular motion between civilization and cataclysm, and on a long enough time scale, we know it's going to happen again. Yes. Right. And if you can change that, fundamental concept in people, that's what we teach people in schools. Okay, so we're rising again, we're at this crazy point in time where technology is super advanced, we can solve some of these problems, but we know on this time scale, if we don't do something about it, we might end up like our ancestors did. I generally think that stands a chance of like changing some of our behavior and some of our like a little less money on tanks and guns, a little bit more money on space exploration, make something in the longer term a bit more of a priority. It's altruistic, and it's like a crazy goal. I know it's altruistic as all hell, but it's just I think it's too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. But the fact is that the term climate change has changed our behavior in the last 25 years, right? It's changed. If you think about what's happened with that concept and that movement, it changes investment decisions, it changes our interactions with each other, with the planet. You know, it's changed our behavior and the way we think about stuff. It's like this has crept into our zeitgeist as a species, and it's changed our behavior. So I look at some of this stuff in the past as it not just being some harmless investigation into things. I think it actually getting to the root cause of what's happened in the past and actually could help us in our future. That's what drives, I think, my interest in it. A lot of ways to do it. So, another example, how primitive we are, we still, the actual climate is political. That's bananas. Pollution is political. Yes, boy, I mean, if you disagree, I mean, I always find it crazy that if you even question any of the like official narrative about this stuff, the thing you've got to do is make sure you do try and say, no, pollution bad, pollution bad. Just because I think some of the science might be off. I'm not saying like, oh, let's pollute the oceans. Let's be stewards. Yeah, but it's also the amount of time that we polluted the oceans is spectacular. What we've done just in terms of the depopulation of the ocean. Oh, yeah. Nuts. Like 90+% of all big fish are gone. In a short amount of time, Germany should like a couple hundred years of hardcore fishing. We fished out the ocean. Just about. That's nuts. Not only that, we polluted the fuck out of it to the point where you're not even supposed to eat it every day. Right. Which is that's crazy. That's crazy. If you eat sushi every day, particularly something called Rothschild. That's crazy. Kind of feelings. That's how gross we are. Surface they were. Germany went through it looks like hard. It's pretty recent, right? It's got the fucking label. Right? The label hasn't even eroded. If it's that recent, like, why isn't it covered in sediment? You know what I mean? The surface covers things up and moves over time. It probably won't be there forever. It probably won't be sitting on the surface like that. Oh, wow, yeah, maybe. Oh, right. Border areas of German subject but how they were treated in Versailles, unless there's some sort of treaties after World War I. Scientists find beer bottle at the deepest point. This is 6.7 miles, 35,000 currency that is global, because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency. I'd rather watch video. Not only that, they were watching the video. That's what's crazier. You lay down and you're watching a screen. It's not like it's a window. You can't have a fucking window. Yeah, like one little door, just this one just joint thing thing at the front. Being at the bottom. James Cameron does. They went there by himself. I know, it's crazy.
capitalist
that,
Jews
yeah,
with their
in that he
waist
did it right.
coats and their
I guess.
bulging bellies
If you're gonna
and
do
their
it, yeah,
heavy
you really
nose, the
need
bald
to do that.
head,
Take
and
4 feet of titanium around it,
hanging
like in a
from a
sphere.
tree
Yeah, we need you
as
to make
the
maybe
ravens
not a
come
cum
and feast on their corpses.
Yeah.
In other words,
Well,
this
especially
kind of
not one of the
currency is
engineers said
telling
it
the
wasn't
bearer
really designed
that
for
we
those
believe that
depths.
all
Yeah, the
the
crash.
Jews
Did you
should
ever watch
kill.
that
Can you
documentary?
imagine if you're a young kid and your mother
They're
says,
putting that thing, they do the
store
scale
and pick
model,
up
and they're
a quart of
testing it
milk
under pressure,
and here's some
and
money,
they all stand around
and
the room,
you're
it just
Jewish
goes
kid and you're looking
bang,
at, wow,
like
this
it's
is
just,
what my
it's
neighbors
and
think.
every test they did, it
That's
went
the level
bang,
that
and they're like, oh, it's fine, I can try money, successful trips. Well, they did a bunch, yeah, and it was kind of, boy, even the scariest part is like when they look at the footage with it, and you can hear it popping, like it's literally the carbon fiber
here on one side of
strands snapping.
Oh,
it's terrible. It's terrifying. It reminds me of one of those people that successfully made a day, like a barely missed it. Yeah, the one right before. Barely missed getting instantaneously destroyed. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the animation.
Ceremonies
The recreation of what would look like. Yeah, implosion. They turned
identified with the
blood
founder of
cells.
Christianity.
Yeah,
We'll go into
just
the details of
splatter.
theology here, but basically,
Yeah, you wouldn't even say that it happens faster than it would take for you to even register that it happened, like for your senses to register in your brain that it
they
happened.
take this
It's
house,
local.
which again is identified with the founder of Christianity,
Just the
and
fact
they
that we're that
torture
weird, that we
in
choose
this
to do
image.
that we
They've
have
got it
technology,
typically
like,
on their
let's
Passover
see,
seders, that's the way
let's
the story
go.
goes. And
Yeah.
on the
Well,
left,
it's
they
so
are
funny the way
stabbing
they
the host
skirted
and it is running
I mean,
with blood.
he signed everyone up as like basically the expedition
that
team members.
also,
That's how they got around. I'm not selling
provides
seats
support
for
to
this.
the whole argument.
Like they're
that
coming on. They all had a technical role supposedly, and they was like, I'm not getting around the regulations, safety regulations.
This last slide is
No
actually
interest in that sort of. You know, I dive, but
500 years
that
prior,
like that.
and it is celebrated as
Pretty much
such an important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency for the Jews who lived in Sternberg. But that gives you a sense of what it was in the 1920s vis-a-vis the level of anti-Semitism that found in Germany. Here's Austria nearby, 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German Christians, rettet bereit. Save Austria. Right? And the picture
It's not
shows
the place
the
I want to
Austrian
explore. Like there,
eagle,
there's
this
record pyramids
worm
that kilometers
creature
deep in the
that is
ocean.
clearly
I've seen that.
identified
I've
as
seen.
an observant Jew
I've seen internet
with the
videos.
forelock
Yeah,
and with the
So I did
sidewalks
dive.
and
We were in
the
Alexandria. I dived
fort
on
and on the
the lighthouse.
on.
So there's
really hard
actually the articles the other day about
interpret this
the Egyptians
negatively for Jews.
more stuff out of the water
So
there.
Hitler was
And
definitely
Heraclion
very
and the
much
lighthouse in
part of this
Alexandria.
kind of feeling.
Quite interesting story. We were in Alexandria, dived in the Mediterranean on the Egyptian side,
And
and
in 1923,
I mean it's amazing. There's massive columns and massive megalithic blocks in the water.
Putsch
From when that the lighthouse it fell down, it was an earthquake. And so you're in the water because you're diving over like blocks like these and huge columns, and it has a history that stretches back too, right? It's the megalithic stuff is what's associated with the very top building. All the stuff that happened later not that big, but yeah, this
essentially identified
that's
with
what's
much of
nuts.
Hitler's
Yes.
ideology and much of the Nazi
The
Party's
stones.
political aims, and
Well,
so
and
it
it's
gave them
what's
a
funny is
very cushy
we looked
ride.
into the
Less
erosion
than a
in places
year
like the
in
Giza
prison
Plateau.
for attempting to take over the government. Imagine
You
that.
have 2 or 3 feet. It's not the sphinx. Everybody knows about the sphinx erosion.
Is allowed to
But
have
you look at places like
visitors.
the Pyramid Temple, the Middle Pyramid, there's some of the blocks on the Great Pyramid, the casing's still there. You see now that they've taken the boat museum away. And up and down the causeway, there is limestone blocks with up to 2 feet of erosion. Like it's these ways like to have a director on that drive with the erosion on it. And it's you have to juxtapose that against all the other stuff they say is fourth dynasty, right? So right next to the Valley Temple, there is another structure that's built from small limestone blocks.
He was
Doesn't have any
famous. His Mein Kampf
erosion, not
book
like the
was
Valley
well
Temple does.
read, even though it is
The
a
Western
scurrilous,
Cemetery that's behind the Great Pyramid is beautifully made in smaller limestone blocks. Here's a good example. This is the mortuary of the Pyramid Temple.
from that period.
So these
a
are you can see
hero
where the face of that block originally was, but it's been eroded in like up to 2 feet.
leadership
there's huge amounts of erosion that you can find in a lot of places. At the time, you have what is said to be contemporary structures said to have been built roughly in the same time. Sometimes they say they're even older, that have just no erosion at all, made from the same stone, made by allegedly by the same people. And
what force do they attribute that erosion to?
Well, it's wind and sand, right? That's what people say. Look, it's just regular weathering. And here's the crazy thing about these structures: like this was also cased in granite. These are the inside blocks. So this structure was fully cased in like 4 feet thick granite blocks,
and that was stolen and
they were taken. But it would have protected this stone from erosion for however many thousands of years. You find it, there's another picture in here of like that's so there. Like you see this is said to, like that picture I just showed with the heavy erosion. That's where the arrow is at the pyramid temple. No, back to that one, yeah. So that deep erosion's at the pyramid temple. This one, wall to the right, they say this is older than that. And that this has never been cased in granite. That other stuff was cased in granite. It's megalithic. There's a block in that complex that's 450 tons. And it was cased in granite now. That's been studied, right? So we know how long it takes to weather limestone. There's been a bunch of studies. The US, the government departments have studied it. They put limestone blocks on the top of the building in Washington, D.C. The government department has studied it over 11 years. There's endless cemeteries with conveniently carved and dated limestone pieces in the form of headstones that you can measure. You go, okay, this was carved in this guy died. That you can measure it and over time get a sense of like what's it take with rain, with wind. We've done studies of like, all right, we put these blocks in a river. So if you look at this chart, and we let it wash over like a very highly erosive environment where we've got running water running over the stone and how long it takes to erode. There's some of the erosion that you can, if you reference those studies for this type of hard limestone, to get 2 feet of erosive wear on those blocks just with regular wind, weathering, and this is in places that have a lot more rainfall than Giza. You're talking dates from like 60 to 122,000 years to get that much erosion on it. I mean, and that's, I think that's in a more erosive environment than what the desert. What? So yeah, so that's it side by side. So you have literally they'll tell you that thing on the right is older. This was built by Khufu. This is supposed to cover the sun. But it's completely different. So this is that Tale of Two Industries thing as well. They attribute all this to the same people. But you can baseline this because it's the same stone. It's at the same elevation level. It's supposedly the same age. The differences are in the construction. Like it's megalithic, and a lot of this stuff was encased in granite. This is the Sphinx Temple down at the other end of the causeway. Same thing. So all the megalithic stuff that was cased in granite has severe, yet there's buildings all around it. And up and down the plateau, they say built at the same time, yet it's smaller blocks, it's not as nice work, and it's not eroded. Like
what's the conventional explanation for that discrepancy?
They just don't address it. Like I've not seen anyone. Well, because the argument's always been the Sphinx Temple, like the Sphinx enclosure, right? Robert Schoch, John Anthony West, he talked about the fact that you needed thousands of years of rainfall erosion to get those patterns on the walls. That's where the discussion's been focused. It's not. There was no comparison made. It was always like, well, this. You know, the geologists and the experts say it's wind and sand, it's water erosion, but just in the Mark Land say no, it's wind and sand. But I think there's a better argument to be made when you start to do comparative work like this. You go, all right, hang on, let's take the Western Cemetery behind the Great Pyramid, supposedly built by Khufu, 4th Dynasty. It's at the same elevation level, it's the same stone type as the mortuary or the Pyramid Temple of the Middle Pyramid Complex after Khufu. So if he built that, and his son Khafra built this one. How come this one, which was cased in granite, this wasn't? How come this is so much more eroded than this? No, it's at the same elevation level. It's the same stone. You would assume that it's been subjected to the same weather. Why is this so weathered and that is not? It's that you can't explain it any other way. Yeah, I've not seen anyone respond to that argument or anything that makes any remote sense. Like in what sense would dictate one's older? Yeah, I mean, we showed. Literally, I'd like to show people like which one looks older. Like, same stone, same elevation level, same everything. Yeah, I mean it's. And then again, we. That's crazy. That's crazy. And it's not like this is very hard nummulitic limestone. Like it's full of fossils. It's not a soft limestone.
the idea that there was a civilization that built monolithic construction 100,000 years ago it is that crazy. But have you seen any of Michael Button's work?
Yeah, I saw the episode, yeah.
That is a very interesting episode when he's talking about how human beings in this exact same form have been around at least 300,000 years.
At least.
So that's the fossil record. Right. That's all we found. Human beings that were 500,000.
There's
6.
good evidence for it, actually.
Really?
Yeah, so the Morocco find, I've talked about this for years as well. It's the fossil record. So we used to be, 150,000, 195,000 with the Ethiopian bones, and it's 315 or 19 with the Morocco one. That's the latest in the fossil record, anatomically modern human. However, there are studies, I think this is in the other vectors director, I've got those studies. There's 2 studies that I reference usually. One is a DNA study that suggests, like, from a genetic perspective, Neanderthals are our cousin. Like, we didn't evolve from them. We both evolved from a common ancestor. And they're based on just looking at the genome and trying to trace it back, the data suggests that we split with a common ancestor somewhere in the realm of 800,000 years ago. Us and Neanderthals split from a common ancestor. That's when we carved off 100,000 years ago. Yeah. And there's another study on teeth morphology, which was it actually got set up to try and lead 200,000-300,000 years old, and they were looking at, all right, so our nearest common ancestor, how quickly does our teeth have to and morph, like this teeth morphology, how quickly does that have to happen for us to basically have the teeth that we have today relative to our ancestors? And they thought, well, it's going to have to be this rate to make these numbers work, and then they did this big statistical study on all around the world, and they figured out the teeth, the rate of dental evolution is, they basically worked backwards from there and said, okay, so if that's how quickly our teeth evolved, then we may have been around 900,000 years. So you 2 different studies. I mean, again, fossil record 300,000, but other studies do suggest the possibility could be anything up to towards 1 million years old from human beings. It gets real interesting, even within the 300,000 years, but certainly if you stretch it back further, I mean, you can find graphs of the temperature and the global temperature and ice core record, the ice core data from Antarctica goes back 400,000 years. So you have these peaks and valleys. Like, we're in that peak right now in the Holocene, the nice warm period where civilization flourishes, but we've been through a bunch of those peaks before. And some of those valleys are, we know, as a result of cataclysm, like massive changes to the surface of when nothing would be left. So I honestly put the realm of possibility for advanced civilization, not just the last ice age, but within up to 1 million years potentially. It could be not.
Well, it's not dust for a lot of it, but it would be dust what we would find now. Yeah, it's not, but that's what Michael Button's argument. When you're dealing with anatomically similar beings, or anatomically exactly the same creatures, give warm weather and enough food to eat, we start fucking all the problems. Which is one of the reasons why Egypt itself was so spectacular. Was that it was very fertile.
It was in the African human period. This is one of my arguments. Is I think if we just assume for a moment that there was a civilization that flourished during the African human period before it, when the Sahara was a savanna. And that's why I think the Sahara is such an appealing target, is because what happened, right? So if that civilization ends, we're not back to a relative stone age. The people that were populating the people we know for like hundreds of thousands of years, like people, and if they're going to start that civilization, they're going to do it in the only part of that country that was habitable, valid, and that's where all the sites of ancient Egypt are that we know about. But they've all been, let's assume, they kick-started with stuff and built, inherited and renovated and reused, and the dynastic Egyptians made them their own, assuming there's something there before. So what's fascinating to me is the possibility that out there in the Sahara, maybe near an ancient water source or an ancient aqueduct or something, or an ancient aquifer, we might be another Assyrian out there, like this subterranean things. There might be another Serapeum. There might be another labyrinth buried beneath the sand somewhere that's not been touched and it hasn't been inherited and reused.
Well, that's where the Rothschild structure gets weird.
Right, and that's on a timeline that could be very ancient because it's very eroded. It's hard to see anything like this. It's interpretive almost at this point to figure out that if there was a structure there or anything. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's also, that's the one when you go above and you look at the satellite imagery, you go, oh boy, that place got washed.
Yeah,
It got washed. I mean, that place is one of the clearest examples of a place that looks like it got washed because there's literal salt deposits everywhere.
Right. Yeah, I mean, which is
nuts.
It is nuts.
The whole thing is nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like
Jimmy Cortetti does some amazing videos.
Oh yeah,
he's interested.
Jimmy does.
And you do as well.
Jimmy's awesome. Yeah, that seems like it could be one of the places to look. I mean, actually, to Michael Donnellan is an interesting talk about Melon Burrows and that same satellite scan company. There's a guy named Michael Donnellan who's been working. He was working with them, still is. He's put a documentary pretty soon called Atlantica, and he thinks he's found, at least if not Atlantis, a part of Atlantis on the coast of Spain, and they've 100% found some shit in the waters I've been diving on for a couple of years now and building a documentary. He's pretty convincing he's found, again, another like underwater, if nothing else, megalithic city. He thinks it could be Atlantis as well, off the coast of Spain.
Wow, I saw that documentary was coming out.
Yeah.
They didn't know exactly what they had discovered. Is there images that we can see right now?
It's not. We saw like an advanced in his car until it comes out, but they discovered it with that Melon Burrows scanning tech, the same satellite-based tech, and then they went and dived on it. And we saw like a cut-down version of 3 episodes at this conference I went to and met him. I've since talked to him a bit. Fascinating. 100% found something like it is man-made, like whatever it is. Yeah, so this is like the preview little teaser thing.
When does this come out?
I'm not sure when the streaming. I feel like it's got to be this year. I hope he's mostly done with it.
2025.
Okay, so then,
or at least the trailers.
That was Tim Akers for a second. The old guy with the beard when he was still alive.
When did he die?
I think it was just last year or the year before. Yeah, it sucks.
I'm very happy I got John Anthony West on a couple of times before he passed.
It's one of my big regrets that never actually had a chance to meet him.
He was great.
He's phenomenal. You know, I use in my videos of him back in the 90s. Not really. Back in the 90s, John Anthony West, I used it in some of my videos, and he's standing at this cabinet, the same cabinet I'm standing in front of. I'm taking people to the Cairo Museum. He's looking at this beautiful diorite vase with a super thick, beautiful, tiny, thin neck on it, and flat. He's just saying, you know, how much these vases are an anomaly. They're pretty dynastic. We don't know how they made them. You know, how do you machine out the inside of this vase through this tiny little neck? Someone did it. He said, I can only hope that at some point in the future people will start to like apply modern technology and study these things and try to learn some more about it. So it's fantastic that vase scan project is basically doing what he thinks we should be doing.
That is
Learning
amazing.
a ton about it.
His DVD series, Magical Egypt, is what got me hooked.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
that series is insane. It's so good.
He was great. A symbologist, and I think that symbologist view of ancient Egypt is fantastic. Occasionally he would touch on the engineering side of things that I'm got deep on. Sometimes he'd ignore it too. It's pretty funny. I have a copy of his guidebook, which is hard to get these days, this guidebook to ancient Egypt, and it literally has about this much on the Serapeum because there's just no real writing down in the Serapeum. That's the place with the 25 giant, like 100-ton stone boxes. It's one of the most remarkable logistical feats that come from ancient Egypt, but there wasn't a lot to, like, for a symbologist to interpret in that place. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty cool, go check it out.
Well, you need 4 hours down there. It's interesting. You think of him, like, being concentrating on the symbolism and how much work he did. And just, you need one of those two, right?
For sure.
You need a bunch of different people, and he was another one that had his interpretation was this is a lot older.
Oh, yeah.
And someone seems to like do a deep dive on it and go, oh, they figured this out.
Right.
Zai's example was so crazy, his explanation. This was the national project.
I tried to watch that podcast.
Imagine if we're all going to fly without wings. This is the national project. They're just going to use your mind to fly without wings. We're all just going to work on that.
I have heard him say that for 10 years. 11 years, 10 years. Yes, I asked him that question 2015. I was in the room with Graham Hancock and him having this debate. It wasn't a debate, and Tony flipped out earlier in the day. But, you know, we asked him that question. I've heard him giving that answer, asking about anything precision or logistics. You know, all these difficult to explain topics. That's the response. It's basically they tried really hard, therefore they did, and it drives me nutty. He's not the only one who gives that response, by the way. That's a pretty stock standard answer to anything. He said, well, how did they move a 1,000-ton statue 1,000 miles, which is what they did at one point? Or how did they build the pyramid so precisely, or whatever? Or how did they do it in the time frame? Not a national project that's really wanted to. And it's the response. A good examples like the Apollo. Let's assume, the Apollo 11 project, the Apollo program, right? Going to the moon. That was a national project at the time. There was a huge amount of resources put towards it, relative to what NASA is today. But we didn't just fucking all come together with a big, piece of fabric and fling some people. The moon. There's technology in it, right? You can't do it without the technology. That's the aspect of that answer that annoys me. It's like, I don't care how hard you try. Try does not get you like precise down to within 1,000th of an inch, or in the case of one of these phases, 4/10 of a micron, 6/10 of a micron. That's the most extreme precision of science.
What's interesting too, that these vases, these small things that you can hold in your hand, are evidence of this incredible technology. When these enormous statues also exist, but you don't think of the vases as being the thing that's the smoking gun, but it kind of is.
They are. It's because they predate the dynastic Egyptians, because they were buried with those people. We know they existed in those times. You can't do that with the big statues, but I have a whole long 2-hour talk about how these things connect to those things, like the tube drills and the precision and the machining. It's the same technique as the stone types. I mean, there are a bunch of like tubular drills on the Great Pyramid, a whole bunch of people don't know about or where they are. But I've got pictures and I can show people. The statues show the same machining marks. The statues reflect the same precision. The boxes, the obelisks, a lot of the stonework reflect the same thing as well. The same tools were used, the same precision shows up. And in pretty much all of those cases, the oldest and the best examples of all of those things are typically also the oldest. Like it's like the best examples. The single piece columns are absolutely like those. The Romans didn't make columns like that. Like the fact that these columns of granite in Egypt, and they start off wide and they get narrower and narrower and narrower, and then they flare out at the top. It's all a single piece, and that means that the entire piece that was quarried had to be as wide as the widest part at the top, and then machined down. These columns have friggin' vertical, they have lathe centering points on them. Like there's imagine it's like 150 tons turning on a vertical lathe or something that they did to create some of these things.
So there's points that show that it was not
bad. There's definitely centering points. On these columns. There's a forest of them laying out a tannis, and you can see it on the end points. And
can we show that? And what's the weight of these things?
Oh, it's up to. I imagine the bigger ones are maybe 100, 150 tons, 200 tons. And you have these existing on all kingdom sites. Saqqara, Giza, Abu Sir, the single-piece columns. They are also on sites later on that are attributed to the New Kingdom, places like the Luxor Temple of Karnak. However, I think that those places all had a granite core and an infrastructure there already, and then those kings of the New Kingdom, Seti I, Merkabah, Ramses II, built around them, and you can see the difference in technology of what's in the granite core with the giant obelisks and the granite buildings.
What's going on? How you living, pimp? Waiting on you. Can you hear me? Yo, what's going on, Lay? Can you hear me? How's your day going? Yeah, fuck you, couch.
And it's blocks, and they made giant columns too, but they're made from blocks of sandstone. They would stack them up and shave them down.
Fuck Hurricane Nate
making blocks out of rounds,
for making me do this shit.
Columns out of rounds is way easier than trying to build a single.
I just throw about the motherfucking fuck.
Granite column. Even the Romans. It has to have been something like that. It can't have been that all the way, because you have actually, Jamie, in that precision large directory, there's a picture of a column end. Like if I'm standing next to this amazing end piece, but some of them are faceted, so it can't have all been lathe work. They have little buttresses and features, but certainly the column of the lathe, the circular part could have been done. Of the column, the center of the column could have been done on a lathe. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, huge. I mean, that's what Chris Dunn thinks. I mean, that's one of the columns I'm standing next to. That's a tennis. And if you flip through this, there's like a column end point that's there's something. So see, there's a hole in the tip. So you have a lot. There's a place called Temple Bastet, and there were forests of these things. Like, look at that thing. That thing is one of the most. That's one of my favorite artifacts in all of Egypt. It is immaculate. The faceting. Look at that bull nose that runs up the center of that frond of the palm, because these are like palm-shaped pillars. I mean, it tapers. It's thick on one end and it's at the end, and it's exactly the same on either side. On each of these fronds, I would love to get there and scan this thing. One of my favorite pieces, and you just had, probably hundreds of these things on these sites. I mean, even. And it goes back in time. Again, these are columns from Saqqara and Abu Sir, which are all Old Kingdom sites. So again, these are existing mineral times. They didn't build columns like this later in the civilization. They built them with sandstone. And flair. Even the Romans, who by all accounts had far superior technology to the Egyptians. They had force multipliers, they had iron, they had all sorts of mathematical skill with the theories. They built single-piece granite. They would take it the whole way, and they weren't anything as precise as quite rough. You go into the Pantheon, this one's one of my favourites. I think that's been a brief column of the Romans work, and they carved that head top, or it's a separate stone, I'm not even sure. This is
not pleasure, my pain, baby. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes will on the large and the night that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I can tell you to a kiss from the dawn.
Holy shit, how did they do that? So it's from the gods, right? I'm going to imitate it, and I'm going to try and replicate it. And so they were doing their best to replicate and imitate, but with sandstone. With sandstone, and in a technological method that they were capable of, which is to put blocks of sandstone up, shave it down, and make it look like one of these columns. And they did great work, right? Don't get me wrong. This is the great sort of hypostyle hall of Karnak. It's phenomenal, and it is the work of the New Kingdom. But it still pales in technological significance to like the older stuff, the single piece stuff. But it's fabulous. Like this is, I love the Karnak's one of my favorite places because you have all those examples right in front of you of like high tech and then low tech. And so by New Kingdom, what year? So like 1500 BC. So even then, they're still doing spectacular stuff. It's just not as sophisticated. It was violence, right? By all accounts, the Old Kingdom, in the New Kingdom, that was Egypt's height. The dynastic Egyptian civilization, like Ramses II in particular. They always call him the greatest of the Egyptian kings. Egypt had the most power, the most wealth, the most ability to do that sort of work. So they built these great temples. And it's very, very clear. Yeah, this is that Pompeii's pillar, they call it. It's very clear that they built them around and on top of existing infrastructure. In fact, at Karnak, which is attributed to Ramses II, I mean, again, the devil's details, you have the names of kings that go back all the way to the Old Kingdom on various structures. You also at one point in that hall where they pulled up a massive floor title. Underneath the ground at the bottom there is a column base. It's another, like an older and white calcite column base that is the same sort of column base that you see on the very oldest of sites, which tells you there was a column hall here before and either got destroyed or knocked down, but the whole place was rebuilt. You see this evidence with these layers of infrastructure on these sites that tells you, okay, this is, it's like looking at these ancient sites, you always have to keep that in the back of your head, like, all right, there's been thousands of years of not only inheritance, but renovation and use and clean. Like it's, you know, people have asked me if I think the statues are so old now, how they look like dynastic Egyptians. I think the answer is it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians look like the statues. So, imagine there's evidence for like 5 or 6 of these giant 1,000-ton statues, which are the typical stuff you see on like, you know, the head jet, the MS crown, the big thing on the head, and they're always quite symbolic style of ancient Egypt. Yeah, I have the Precision Live, has probably got the statues. And imagine that you are a tribal culture that's emerging from this Stone Age, where you have this history and these legends and these stories that you come across. This iconic look. And again, this is an old kingdom. This is made of Cairo, by the way. This is called the Grand Throne, one of my favorite statues. With the columns from Cigar in the background. Just as made the same as the it's like a 6.5 to a 7 on the scale, and it's phenomenal. This is an incredible statue. And this exhibits that facial symmetry. It looks like an unseen statue. This thing actually has 2 drill marks and saw cuts in it too. So it's like the heels is a I've probably got a picture of that in my machining directory of the 2 drill between the heels. And then in the legs on the inside, you actually see overcuts, like saw cuts from where there was they cut too deeply into this insanely hard stone, and it's overrun. Which is, if you were doing this by hand, that's a mistake you'd have to be making for about 4 hours to actually get the depth of the cut. But if you had some sort of power tool that was removing material quickly, it's I compare you to a kid's go to the full rose on. So your thought that the Egyptians were imitating these ancient looks. Yes, I think they inherited their iconography from the things, the artifacts that they gained in statues like this, and also the 1,000-ton versions of statues like this. And if you look at their art style, this is one of the things that blows my mind. It's like across that 3,000-year civilization, that iconography didn't change very much. Like it's the same look. And how do the kings pull themselves on the walls? They're always trying to position themselves as being one of the gods. Like they were talking about. Eventually they got this aura of divinity. You became like the pharaohs became divine. That wasn't always the case. But they grew into that over time as that civilization progressed. And they always matched themselves and they try to make themselves look like the gods. Then again, eventually once you get hubris and ego involved in some of these really big, really rich kings, you're like, damn it, I am one of the gods, put my name on the statue, that's how I want to be remembered. And there were multiple gods. Seti the First did it, his son. Ramses II, his son Merenptah, particularly the kingdom would be called Ramses the Great because he was putting his name on everything, trying to label himself as one of the kings. And I think if you look at that, from the Old Kingdom through to the Ptolemaic, it's the same. Like they're depicting the gods who are always depicted in the same way, and that's part of it from day one. It feels like. So, and I think where you get that picture from, it's like that. What's the poem from Percy Shelley? Ozymandias, Money and Despair. Like it's literally a poem by Percy Shelley that talks about it. He actually gets it from, I think, an account of Theodorus Siculus coming across one of these statues in the desert that's 1,000 tons. It's like that were weary traveller in a desert and an unknown land comes along, two vast and trunkless legs of stone over like nearby a shattered visage lies, still like sort of full of sneer and arrogance, and it's basically written upon this stone of the words, "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings, look on my work, you might in despair." And then the endless sand stretch far away. It's, I mean, I'm paraphrasing it, Dex. Especially when they become kids. There it is. Look on my works, you might in despair. Nothing beside remains round the curve. It's colossal wreck mountains and mountains. So it's like if you imagine you come across in the sand in the desert and you find the remnants of 8,000 tons. I'm sure you've seen pictures of them around the sea, but there's 4 or 5 of them at least that have they're incredible single piece stone statues that were moved in some cases up to 1,000, like 600-700 miles. I haven't been like Colossus to and did they fall from earthquakes? Is that the speculation? I suspect either that or the hands of men. I think with enough dudes, enough leverage, you can probably eat that thing over and it'll crack when it falls. And I think it's definitely, there was a long period of them destroying all the gods and all the oak and all the, the false idols of the past, of course. There's little tennis, there's a giant foot that I can't, my whole Astro's hand wouldn't fit the toenail. There's a repurposed block of granite and found it, and there's other pieces of this statue, so we know this statue that had it been standing is about the same size as the Statue of Liberty without the pedestal. The foot's about the same size, just give it a frame of reference. And that thing's made from Aswanian granite. Now, Tanis is in the north, and this one's, and it's north of Cairo, like it's up in the delta towards the Mediterranean. And Cairo's down here, it's like 1,000 kilometers. For someone at something at least 1,000 tons, probably more like 1,500.
There used to be a great time, long sea. You became the light from the dark of me. Love remains, love forgets the high and not the pin. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I can bear you through a kiss from a song again. Ooh, the more I give you, stranger feel. Yeah, now that the roses are red, I like it again.
That's a giant thumb holding a scroll, and they put the whole arm together. There's like one picture of it. One time I was there.
There is so much a man can tell, so much you can say. You think the love of my pleasure, my pain, baby. To me, like a dumb addiction, and I guess you're But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become larger, like that you shine can be seen? And baby, I can pay you to a kiss from the song. Ooh, I'm on jealousy. Yeah, life is spending again. I've been kissed by the sun again. I've been kissed by rose on the grave. Been kissed by the rose on the grave. I've been kissed by the rose on the grave. You know so much you can tell, so much you can say. My power, my pleasure, my pain. Give me a rock and roll addiction. You know, so when it snows, my eyes become alive and light that you shine can't be seen. Baby, I don't know you a kiss far away from again. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger you feel. Yeah, how much roses and blue. The life is I've been through a kiss.
Explanation to the point where it opens up people to the possibility that maybe, almost anyone listening to this that's even remotely reasonable that sees that goes, oh, okay. I think this picture's a lot bigger than we thought it was.
What is this bullshit? Gotta have some faith in someone.
We literally tried, we've had thunderstorms now that
Let you down.
hydraulics and diesel power, like huge bar. I you try to move they ship them like 150 tons on a truck somewhere. 1,000 tons these days? Like you don't even 1,500 tons. I mean, we have cranes, we have the capability, but it's usually by water or giant weather. How we transport like that over anything other than water. Imagine how hard those two into a row
I won't let you down. I will not give you up. There is some faith in the sound. It's the one good thing that I got. You won't let you down. So please don't give me up. Yes, I would really, really love to stick around. Oh yeah. Heaven knows I was such a young boy. Didn't know what I wanted to be. Didn't know what I wanted to be. Was ever a little Congress to get pride of joy. And I guess it was enough for me. I guess it was enough for me. It ain't a race in every face. Man, got a big fat face. I'm a rock and roll tea. The pain is not the same old way. I'm really running so happy. I think that's something you should know. I think it's time I told you so. There's something deep inside of me. At some point else I've got to be. Take back my picture in the frame. Get back here singing in the rain. I just hope you'll understand. Sometimes I close the love make the night. All we have to do now is now. And make them to us all we have to see is that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. Yeah, freedom. I won't let you down, freedom. Will not give you one. Gotta have some faith inside. It's the one good thing that I've got. I won't let you down. Please don't give me one. I would really, really love to stick around. Heaven knows I thought I had some fun, boy. Put your hands at the body of me. Put your hands at the body of me. There's some fun, boy. And the nothing ain't fantasy. It's living in the fantasy. We're playing the race down the place from the roads on MTV. The game has got to change the world. Don't run it in the so happy. I think there's something you should know. I think it's time I fight to show something deep inside of me. It's someone who's got to be. Take out your picture in the rain. Remember back again. Just hope you understand. Sometimes the clothes do not make the man. All we have to do now is take these lines and make them to somehow. All we have to see is that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. Freedom will let you down. I don't give you all. I have some faith in time. So I could think that I let you down. Please don't give me all. Cause I would really want to stick around. Everybody got to say when you shake your ass. You know what I'm saying? Nothing didn't sound good to laugh. That's what you get. 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 Change my mind. It's just changing your mind. That's what you get. That's what you get. I just don't feel anything. Sometimes the clothes do not make the man. All we have to do now is to take these lines and make them to somehow. All we have to see is that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. Yeah, I'm freedom. I'm freedom. Freedom.
So that's another piece here in the quarry. And this is puts the
Oh,
line
it
of
was
the
wrong.
pounding stone theory.
If this shows me commercial, I'm gonna be so pissed.
How they explain it.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Wait, they tried to get it.
That is the unfinished opening. And so where is that? So this couple crack, right? So this is the thing. It's like it's crack. That's what they say.
There she is. Working part-time and I, my boss is Mr. Mickey. Told me several times that he didn't like my kind, 'cause I was a bit easily. The same day I was taking to and from it close to nothing. It's different than the day before. That's when I saw her. Ooh, I saw her. She walked in through the outdoor. She wore a raspberry beret. Kind of fine in the second-hand store. Raspberry beret. And if it was warm, she wouldn't wear much more. Raspberry beret. I think I love her. Built like she was. Ooh, the acting, the plans running home. You know, down the old man Johnson's farm. Then hoping I'm playing, gonna turn me on. And things will never turn to her. What to tell? They can't think how to kill her. She walked around, steady beret. Kind of fun in a second-hand store. Raspberry beret. If it was long, she wouldn't wear much more. Raspberry beret. Now what is that of a song? Randy. The looking guy.
I like to tell people, hey, it's like, these trenches around this pond, it's like you put 1,000 dudes in, they're going to sit in there and one person.
So I wouldn't join Google Fi Wireless. Fuck this shit. Well, I bet a lot of people have. Boy, I don't know what's down bay. There's 100 ships a day. Yeah, the sailors put the time away to talk about their homes. And there's a girl on the top of town, and she works laying whiskey down. They said, Brandy, fetch another round. She serves them whiskey and wine. The sailor said, Brandy, you're fine, what a good wine. You would such a fine girl in my life. The sailor from the sea. Brandy, gets the murdered chain, made a finest from the knuckle stain. A locket that wears the name of the man that Brandy loves. Then you came from the summer's day, bringing gifts from far away. When it made it clear, you couldn't say no harbor was his home. The sailor said, Brandy, you're fine, what a good wife. You would be such a fine girl tonight. You think my lady is here. Yeah, Brandy used to watch her die when he told her sailor story. She could feel the ocean fall. She saw the raging glory, but you would always know that you both an honest man. And Brandy her best and said, Brandy, when the light goes down, Brandy is brought to a silent town. Another man who's not around, she can hear him say, "This isn't say, Brandy, you're you're a fight, what a good wife. You would be such a fine life. My love and my lady is the sea. Yeah, baby, you're a fine, what a good wife. You can be such a find my baby.
There is a picture on a tomb of a guy named Quixote, and I've got this in the statue director. I think it's a cave. It's a painting stone. It's a slab. This statue, and there's like rows of guys. They've got the they're all pulling on a rope. No pulleys again. They didn't have force multipliers. They were just straight pulling wooden leaders, a wooden stick. They dragging the statue. In the case of the statue, we know about the statue. The pieces of the left is made from alabaster, calcite, not as heavy as granite. But it would be
My baby gonna hold her tongue, lips and afternoon delight. Now when the Friday side and everything over the whole dark night. When we can cover light of day. Afternoon delight. When the chickens come together, they come back, say, and the home is so excited. Sky rockets and flight. Afternoon delight. Afternoon delight. The breakfast song. What is this? Gold? Shit.
Material failure because the wood is no longer sufficient to support that. You certainly can't move it up any slopes.
Bing, 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 bing. Oh, what a night. Late December back in '63. What a very special time for me. Well, I remember what a night. Oh, what a night. You know, I didn't even know her name, but I was never gonna be the same. What a lady, what a night. Oh, I got a funny feeling when she walks in the moon, and as I recall, it ended much too soon. Oh, what a night. Mesmerizing me. She was everything I dreamed she'd be. When you surrender, what a night. How back the words like a rolling ball of thunder, spinning my head around and kicking my butt out. Oh, what a night.
Very similar to what I described with the other ones. But this, again, when you compare the level of technology today, there's nothing that they have. They show you what they did with that computer image. It's a wooden sled. No force multipliers, no cats.
I got a funny feeling when she walks in the room, and I recall it ended much too soon. Oh, what a night. And it takes so long to see the light. Seems so wrong, but now it seems so right. Now the lady run the night. I felt the rock like a rolling ball of thunder. Skin in my head and I sick in my body. What is this bullshit? Who the fuck kicked me out of this fucking body? I fucking own this shit.
10 years ago, but no, I mean, Uncharted X,
You had the courage to do that.
it was a big old step. The wife was like, what are you doing?
I know, but look, you were right. It worked out.
I am super grateful that it's worked out. In fact, I want to, obviously thank you for the hospitality and the invite, and I genuinely also think, dude, I've come full circle with this. Like, what got me into it in the first place. I mean, I was always interested, but it wasn't until Graham's first, who I've got to know very well over the years. I love that man. It wasn't until his first appearance on your podcast back in the old days, like it was in 2011, 2012, something like that.
He was my first real guest. Yeah. That wasn't just me and Duncan.
You and Duncan, right? At your house.
That's what I was doing at my house.
That one was what really.
Time to restart.
I mean, after that, I followed him really closely over Peru and Bolivia with him in 2013, and then 2015, I went with him to Egypt. So it's like the fact that I'm just talking to you now. You started me on this, and it's come full circle. So thank you for that, and the fact that you are interested in this topic, I think is such a boon. To everyone else out there that you get this resonance. It's just such a benefit to the whole space. Wow, I'm so happy that you guys are.
She can come so back in a long ago. Gentlemen of the don't speak in the house. You be created, he does to be created. Once in her life, she watches her side from his nostalgic curve. Better melody what he wanted to say, only to realize. Here's a anyone, she had a place in his life. She had a place in his life. As she rises to her apology, anybody else would surely know. She's rocking her soul. What a fool. Yeah, she was made has the power. You're breaking away. When it seems to be it's always had another, and nothing at all. Yo, nobody gives a shit about Spotify, frankly.
There appears to be a 40-meter metallic tic-tac-shaped object. How deep into the ground?
It's in that. So it's in the central atrium, which we'll get into what that is, but somewhere in the realm of 60, 70 meters. So what's that in feet? Like 200 feet, 150 to 180 feet down.
And so, for anybody who's interested, what's the name of that?
I think it's the ancient structure, like said to be greater than the pyramids. I'm trying to tease
Some of the people would have had enough of silly love songs.
I don't I remember I was in the gym.
And it's running in the sea, and the soul.
This is not something that I can consume while I'm working on it. Like, really.
Many people wanna fill the world with silly love songs. And what's wrong? I'd like to know.
It's a much longer video, and
A year
I'm really glad to get the chance to
ago,
dive into these details because I've been inside the last decade that really changed the picture, and there was things like the metal scans that
Yo, dog, who was that guy in the 80s? He had like 3 or 4 really good hits. I think his name was Michael. His last name started with a K or something like that.
Crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology that's been well established in defense.
out of those.
In the UK defence, it came out of the
Maybe his name
UK
is.
technology that's been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Tim Akers, rest in peace, unfortunately, he's since passed, but he, what he said about this object, like he's a credible guy to say this. He doesn't try to talk about what it might be, but it's definitely, it's not wood, it's not stone, it's metal. It's not
What are the
like
biggest
metal that he's seen, although
single artist hits of the 80s, the top 100?
This central atrium, because the labyrinth has multiple levels, and it's almost like you imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and you have that central atrium, big central chamber that connects to these multiple levels. It's open, it's at least 40 meters long, it's really tall, and in the center of it is what is more than 40, because it contains a single sort of 40 meter long object that's sitting in there.
So, how did you find out about the labyrinth?
No.
Like, this is something that has been.
No, give me a list of just straight up 1 through 100. Don't get up.
No one, it's not in any like traditional archaeology books. It's not.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah, no, it is. So the labyrinth is kind of this is the other part that drew me to it. Is that it isn't something that's coming out of left field, right? It's not like this. Oh, no one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively over hundreds of years in antiquity by authors like Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus.
You are doing really badly with this. You need to get your shit together. Just a list from 1 to 100 of just single artists, no groups, of the biggest songs of the 80s. Please.
And talked about it, and they gave its legend. Guys like Herodotus said that it's pyramids in grandeur, and then you have so this is from Herodotus' histories in the 5th century BC, and he says, "For this I saw myself, and I found it greater than words can say. For if one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all the great works produced by the Greeks, they would prove to be inferior in labour and expense to this labyrinth. All of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, you've been there, you've seen the Acropolis, and just if you added them all up, the labour to produce them would be inferior in what it would take to just make this one thing in Egypt, the labyrinth.
That is underground.
That's underground.
How do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all?
Yeah, so it's been discussed.
This
Basically,
shit
what happened
sucks.
was, so you had. We always knew where it was. So, you have the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from dynastic Egypt into becoming essentially a Roman province, like an imperial province of Rome. And that runs you up to about 500 AD. And then sort of civilization we have the Dark Ages, sort of have Roman Empire collapses. And it's not until, again, you get to the Renaissance and you have artists and other authors
Provide a list of the biggest single artists of the 80s whose last names start with K.
Archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Gallius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So, Herodotus and these authors, I selected the quotes here there's a lot more that they
This
say.
shit is so bad.
One of the things they talk about is they kind of give descriptions of where it is. They say it's near what was called Lake Moeris, near a city, the temple of the crocodiles, Crocodilopolis, or ancient Arsinoe is the other name for it. And we know
No, that's not it. Try people whose names start with M. Last names to M.
So if you look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert, and you have.
Why is it putting baby face? No, he was fucking born in the 70s. Why don't you put him in as a 70s fucking creator? This is the worst. Terrible. Holy fucking shit. Skip. Dude, ChatGPT 5 sucks.
Where it connects up to the Nile Valley. And he also described it, but they also described the pyramid that's at the site, because there is a pyramid to Amenemhat III on that site. So they give us all these descriptors, and everyone kind of agreed, yeah, so it's at this place called
Mark Horson, not really 80s.
I've been to several times.
Yeah, don't put him in there then.
Pyramid there, and there's just great fields of sand and like little open air libraries with chunks of stone. And what happened was Carl Lepsius went there.
No.
And he said, well,
there's an artist who had like 3 or 4 big hits in the 80s, and they're like love songs. Single individual. List 50 people like that, and it's a dude.
Massive stone slab of disaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like it was just, he sort of traced the edges of it. He's like, I'm standing on the foundation of the
Richard
lab. So what
Marx,
he
that's
said,
it.
it's all gone. Like it's basically, Petrie said, it's been quarried. This has been a source of stone for literally millennia. So it's gone. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, Egyptologists, like, and if you look on Wikipedia, they'll tell you, oh, it's gone. It was destroyed, was quarried away. Petrie says, you know, I'm standing on the foundation of the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. And so that's always been kind of the position of Orthodox Egyptology, looking at textbooks. That's where it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different scientific expeditions there. These happened. The results have come out since, but they were coming up at the time. So the first guy to read it was in 2008 because the matter of Yes, this episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The hiring process can be absurdly time-consuming. Like when you're looking for a new doctor, you spend hours searching. When you finally found the right one, it turns out they're not accepting patients. The same happens when you're hiring. You scan through hundreds of resumes, you find one you like, only discover they aren't actively looking for a job.
What is Vivo?
For all you hiring managers out there, your search is a little less frustrating now thanks to ZipRecruiter. And
It's a
notice,
hosting
you can try it
service.
for free at ZipRecruiter.com. ZipRecruiter has added new tools and features to help speed up the hiring process in equal time. They can easily connect you with qualified candidates in minutes. They also have a wide pool of talent to choose from, and it's continuously growing. Over resumes,
They only make $27 million a year, and they have all the music videos. They're fucking up.
And save time hiring. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And if you go to ZipRecruiter.com right now, you can try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Yeah, so what Zoe? Sorry, it was. And again, not my words. This is the words of Louis de Courtier, he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur who funded and drove the Matterhorn expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was held by us. Also with the NRIG, which is the National Research Institute for like basically subsurface studies. So that's those guys dragging that box around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site. A lot of things like around penetrating radar, geomagnetism, like seismography, electrical resistivity, tomography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known science. This isn't like the cover scan stuff, which is like you can debate the merits of the technology. This is established technology, and they found 11. So, and what he found is that so what Lepsius said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down and you hit the water table. So then there's the other issue on this side is the water tables. So the water's at like 5 meters below the surface, and under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 7 meters is at that huge slab that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation, and then below that, Petrie didn't dig them. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthian structure of very, very dense rocks and walls, like a maze-like structure that has walls that are meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the green actual. Yeah, so this is a 90 VLF sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthine structure of these walls and all these lines of walls. And these are like the scale of this is 100 meters vertically by 150 meters. 100 meters tall. Well, no, so the y-axis, I guess, of this. So we're looking down in the ground here, but you got to look at the scale like across the top. That's 150 meters, right? So I mean, 450. So these are big walls. So the sea chambers are big.
Football.
Yeah, it's a football field. Oh, it's more. I mean, 100 meters by 100 meters is the football field, I think. Yeah, it was 100 yards. What is the division of yards and 100 meters?
100 yards is a little less. So 150 meters, and this is only a section of the labyrinth. They scanned 2 sections. The labyrinth itself is said to be much, much larger than this. So they found much larger than that. Oh, that's huge. What is the overall structure? It's like 1,000 feet at least. 3, 4, 5 times that size. I mean, you have more modern space-based scans now, but when they did those, the geophysical, like the ground-penetrating radar scans, so they scanned 2 areas. That was the bigger one, like in front of the pyramid, then they did another one on the other side of the canal that runs through the site today, and they found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the labyrinth, what the textbooks will tell you about the labyrinth not being there and it being destroyed. No, we've actually, now there's been, the Matterhorn expedition confirmed it was there. And so what happened, this was interesting, and I have, I think, reasoning for why this happened, and it was covered up. And these are the words like Louis de Cordier. He eventually got sick of waiting, because what happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether it's you're an academic institution or you're an individual or a group that's funding some sort of expedition, you work with the Council of Antiquities today, it's the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But they essentially, it takes years to get access, and then once you do that, they control release of information, so that's always part of it, right? It's that Egypt gets to do the announcing if and when they choose.
And they have dismissed things in the past that they then accepted later.
Yeah, a great example is honestly the Scan Pyramids project. So they got ahead of themselves a little bit. This is the muon detection, the cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running that experiment for years at the Giza and the Great Pyramid. They put and every time I go in there, there's always a different set of equipment and different places on it. But these muon detectors, they have them under the ground in the Grand Gallery, and it just takes years to collect data. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and you're able to detect voids. So they can somehow tell the difference between it traveling through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a resolute picture. But once they did, they said, oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they also discovered the small void at the main entrance. If you look up at it today, there's those chevron blocks, like above. You go in down here at the Alma Moon's tunnel, but at the top where the descending passage actually exits the pyramid, the original entrance, there's these big chevron blocks, and behind that's that chamber. So you remember a few years ago they made it fast. But as an example, like when the Scan Pyramids guys on their own initiative announced that we've made these discoveries, I mean, he basically came out and said, this is bullshit, this doesn't exist, there's nothing there, and if there is something there, we knew about it already. and you go on a couple of years, and now it's time to do the press releases and to roll out the footage. He's standing at the podium making an announcement and showing the he's like has to. Yeah, fascinating situation over there with him. Yes, I did a video. I just released a few days ago. They got into some even more intrigue about stuff that's happened in Giza in the Giza Plateau in the 1990s, which we can get into that too. But so what happened with the Matterhorn?
Everybody should be like freak nature.
Was that 2008 and 2009 they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And then they got told to sign again, in the words of Louis de Cordier, because he waited like years and then he put this out there. He said that he was told to cease any and all discussion or release of information from the Matterhorn project, and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions from Egypt, which means that, I think at the low level, like if you come to Egypt, we'll arrest you, and if not, people come and get you. I don't know. It's national security sanctions.
Isn't there a way to sort of massage that situation and to talk to somebody and say, you can be the guy who found this? That would have been the case. I think that was again if it had been released. I actually think in the case, it's funny. I kind of don't really blame him. So I think this was a political decision, not so that even people say, it's hiding the truth and whatever. Yeah, okay, that's happening. There's new data. There's an amazing find that could change the world. In my opinion, honestly, the labyrinth is the biggest archaeological discovery. When we get into what that structure is and how big it is and the way it's reported in antiquity, there's nothing bigger than that.
just says it's passing appearance. It's like finding just like a plateau, something like under the ground like I just think it would be the biggest discovery of the millennium, which is
There's so many fucking pop
because
ups.
I think unfortunately in Egypt, this is just my
I know exactly what
intuition and my sort of read of the situation. What's happened is that the reality is the groundwater level is rising. It's kind of attacking that part of the site, at least the higher levels of the left for sure are suffering in this salty groundwater, right? It is going to slowly erode as the groundwater's come way up. I know it's come way up because of Flint's back in the late 18th, 19th century actually got in to under the pyramid. You can't, today, if you go to that venue, there is a passage you can go down a few steps and just throw off there. It's just water and debris and mud.
So this water table has risen slowly over.
No, since they built the dam. So it's the high dam. So what happened? This is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's a lot of it next to the fire. Now Egypt. I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple times a year, and fantastic place. But they are they're food poor in terms of like the biggest importer of wheat. They need all the agriculture they can get. The farm is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal called the Bawabi Canal that's been cut in there in like the 1840s. Thank God built the Suez Canal, made it, cuts it in there. So you've got situations like, all right, we've got all this agriculture happening. We've got farmers, water rights, messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient site. Could be the biggest discovery of our time, and it's happening because we built a dam on the Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s? Like there's a low dam the British built, like 1901, 1902. Then they actually partnered with the Soviet Union to build this high dam. That's still a monument to Egyptian friendship and the dam. But when they build that high dam, it essentially stops that yearly cycle of inundation of the Nile. So, we always talk about the Nile flooding right every year that rains in Africa and the south. You get this huge flood that comes up the Nile and it floods out. You get this deposit of black mud and fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam. You get rid of that yearly cycle, right? And what happens? People, it seems counterintuitive because like, well, it's less water in the Nile. No, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 3-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now. So you have essentially more water time in the Nile, which is having this effect of rising the water table. You combine that with the size of the Lara and the project, the scope of the project to try and remediate and save or excavate stuff. Looking at the labyrinth, I mean, you're talking like, it's not an easy problem to solve in an area that size to try and get the water out, divert the farmers' water, deal with all of those problems, and then, so what I think the options are you might have been left with here is like, well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this for like, we don't know what sort of game, probably a decade before the place is suitable for tourism. There's not much to see there even now. Or we basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's too expensive and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think the decision was more likely, in my opinion, complete speculation. That it's just easier to brush this under the table. This never happened. We never discovered this. Let's just go on. Get something easy to pumping water out to the fire for agriculture.
How short-sighted. Now, when you say millions, were you just going to say dollars or are you going to say gallons of water?
No, dollars. I mean, a remediation project at Hawaii would not be it's not a simple thing. In fact, they did do, there was another expedition after the Matterhorn expedition in 2009, Cairo University, along with a Polish university, went out there to try and figure out what is the deal with the groundwater, where's it coming from, like what direction they were doing geological test bits and all these boreholes to figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who was in charge of that in Cairo University was actually put in jail by again, this is on their report when the information finally came out in 2017. He lost the job, obviously, as part of it. So they cut that up too, but they had tried to, I guess, on the site. I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report, though, that's what they say, is that he was jailed because he halted the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expert that work, which came out like a decade after they done it. And I dig it up on the internet. I'm like, well, this is interesting. Here's their results. They're interesting. Even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple different directions. Northeast is the shallow, so it's coming in from Israel, but it's also coming from another direction. They'd have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think you'd have to start digging like remediation wells, put in pumps, and just try and pump that down. If not, canal and then trench that whole thing out like a massive site, and then you can start to work out, all right, we're going to get to do that, start to excavate.
Could it be done without interrupting the farmers?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you can move the Arwabi Canal out of the way if you had to. I just think it is like orange.
Someone with some deep pockets. Yeah, don't you want to know?
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space, Mel Murray's and the geoscan stuff, and I know that also the project they are going to scan it. So we talked to them about it. I think what they're saying so far is that the lower level, because this thing goes down deep under the ground, and it seems like they might be free of water. So it's just like shallow groundwater into the bedrock, and it's like it's not a porous stone or whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment. It seems like it can, Jamaica said it looks like it's free of water, so the very bottom layers seem to be free of water.
So the actual labyrinth, very bottom layers.
The labyrinth is multiple levels.
So it'd be impossible that they could somehow or other from the side take a tunnel below everything.
If you could
below the water.
Yeah, you have to dig a deep tunnel. You could. I mean, that's also an option. Just to try. If you actually believe it, you go with these scans. You know where that atrium is. We could probably try and get down there and just line a tunnel and somehow get down. That would be epic if we did that in our lifetime. I would love to see it. Like,
Because it's like a terrible travesty if they don't.
I agree, which is the reason I made that video in the first place. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us. Like in terms of massive discoveries in the ancient world, I can't think of anything that's bigger than that. I know the Kafre scan stuff is super interesting. The claims of wild planets. But this is like known about, like this is what we talk about, and then it's been confirmed with multiple scans. You had Nanahar Expedition, you had Cairo University, I think it was Rothschild, butchering that, Polish university, Geoscan team, which was Klaus Steiner, a friend of his who runs this German Geoscan space-based satellite. I think it's like a mathematical statistical, they kind of use it to determine the elemental composition of stars. Is the best explanation I have. However, they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold under the ground. So they've been using that as a company for like people to go basically survey and then go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these. And they're okay, this is where you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Bell Morris, which is this ex-UK military technology that's very similar in technique to the Kafre scan guys. Like, so they use synthetic capture radar and Doppler tomography. These guys are using like high-frequency orbital imaging with seismic data. So similar in the way they're intended. Essentially, the description I was told is it's like imagine dropping pebbles into a container of water, and if you could instantly freeze that container and lift it out and shine a light from underneath it, when you look at it on the top, you can see those ripples in 3 dimensions, but you're looking at it on a 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of whatever's in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that. So technology is fucking awesome, dude. It's so awesome. It's wild.
It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that and look at that. Beyond the Kafre stuff, which, I don't want to get disappointed. So I look at that like it's too great, it's too amazing, it's too spectacular.
It's a huge claim. Yeah.
And if it's true, oh boy, does that change everything about everything.
I'm in the camp of want to believe. Trust me. I mean, I'm sure. I'm not, but I don't. I mean, I was skeptical initially when it came out. I've since certainly come around on the promise of the technology. My skepticism probably still exists in the layer between the scans as I've seen them and then the interpretations of the results.
The 3D,
exactly.
What their interpretations of it. It's because you don't really have a crystal clear view of what this is. Yeah, you're making it look like it's some sort of a Tesla coil or whatever it is, like giant cubes with these tops. Yeah, I look at. We'll see, and I want to get into like the SAR shaft because that's another thing that I just recently put a video out about. These other scans that happened in the 90s confirming that have since kind of been confirmed by the cover and scan team work, but yeah, at the labyrinth at least. The interesting thing to me that happened with these two wildly different techniques, right? So you have geoscan, which is a statistical mathematical approach, space-based still, but then you have Melbourne, which is a similar technique to the cover scan group, and it was used. I mean, just so this is what Tim Akers would tell you. It was used to detect submarines. They would look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track submarines under them. So that's its origins, at least in the military, as far as I know. It's like a non-classified part of it, is what he said. At least reported to have said. They're ancient artistic depictions.
Yeah, I mean, not ancient, but certainly Renaissance periods, and it's I think some of it's symbolic, but we do get a lot of descriptions from those authors. So, for example, Herodotus talks about it being, 1,500 rooms on level. Total, he said there's 2 levels. He saw one level. He wasn't allowed to go to the lower level. He said that there's 3,000 rooms in total, and not just rooms, but also courts, massive open courts. These are like Herodotus didn't have access, not to the bottom level, according to him. But Theodore Siculus did. Like these guys talk about. Siculus said that you needed a guide. You would get lost down there for days if you didn't have a guide and knew his way around. And then you have the same similar accounts from Pliny the Elder, and again these what you get accounts coming from multiple people over the span of centuries that are from different civilizations, like Roman and Greek. They're correlating. It's like this is pretty reliable data at this point. And certainly in history or in archaeology, that's your measure for like, all right, there's a grain of truth in this given that we've got the same thing coming from these different accounts that are essentially different civilizations that visited the same place. And what they say is astonishing. All of them talk about there being hundreds, if not thousands, of rooms and twisting chambers, and then also giant open courts that might have 40 columns to a side. And all of it being done with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, this is Theodore Siculus, 1st century BC, talking about the in respect of carving and other works of craftsmanship, they left no room for this. This is to surpass them, saying that this is phenomenal work. And in the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns 40 to each side, and this building had a roof made of a single stone, carved panels and richly adorned with excellent things. So 40 to a side, that's 80. I mean, how was this even lit? Like, that's always a good question. That's a core question when you get into any of these subterranean spaces, like the Serapeum and Sika. It's always, there's no soot, like, right, we don't know. But the answer is we don't know. It wasn't with flame. Like, I don't think it was with flame. And then, so you had
go back to Strabos. In addition to these things, there is the edifice of the labyrinth, which is a building quite equal to the pyramids, a great palace made of many palaces, for such is the number of, as it were, peristyle courts, which lie contiguous with one another. Before the entrances, there lie what might be called hidden chambers, which are long and many in number, and have paths running through one another which twist and turn, so that no one can enter or leave any court without a guide. So you had Siculus's account of one of those courts being 80 columns, like 40 to a side, and there was 12 of them, at least 12 in there. It's absolutely crazy. You have 3,000 rooms, 12 gigantic courts. Theodorus talks about this being made of a single stone. I very much doubt that, but what I think he's describing is the craftsmanship that you see in those real megalithic buildings in Israel. You can't see the joints. And here, Pliny the Elder, who lived between 23 and 79 CE, which is current time. So he's saying 3,600 years ago this was constructed, according tradition.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, so that predates the pyramids. Yeah, by a long way. Yeah, he's allegedly. Yeah. Well, if you go with the Orthodox date of the pyramids, sure, he says that, so essentially 3000 BC, that it was built according to the tradition at the time, 3,600.
So with the conventional dating of the pyramids, that's 1,000 years earlier.
About 1,000 years, yeah, more or less.
And the conventional dating is like,
it's questionable. I mean, even the carbon dating on pyramids doesn't quite match the conventional dating. It's a little earlier than that. So
what is the carbon dating from?
So they got, not exactly, some water dating.
What is that?
Like the date.
Yeah.
So I believe it's like a wide range, but it's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they would say is the time of Khufu. Cheops, the ruler of the Fourth Dynasty, certainly on the Great Pyramid at least.
And what is the room for when they do carbon dating?
Well, it depends on the samples, and there's a lot of specifics, but it could be plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years. It depends. I think the margin of error, they did multiple samples. I believe it's less than that, so they're pretty firm that the date is earlier. So it's kind of a critical. I mean, there's a bunch of people that talk about the fact that the archaeologists, the Egyptologists don't really reference that date because it kind of messes a little bit. It's not thousands of years, it's hundreds of years, so the explanation to be, well, it was old wood. It's like that ash that gets mixed into the mortar as the source for the carbon, and then they say, well, maybe they just burned real trees.
That's very convenient.
Right, it becomes convenient, yeah.
And all of it's convenient, which gets really weird because we know that they did some enhancements to the pyramid, like they refurbished things, exactly. And so that's the problem. Like you refurbished, and how long was it there before you refurbished it?
Indeed, I think I don't discount the carbon dating. I think what you can say from the carbon dating firmly is that it shows that these pyramids were worked on. I don't think you can make jumps and say this is when they were built. You have to infer and say that I think this is when they were certainly being worked on in a period. So I think it's possible that dynastic Egyptians finished pyramids. They may not have been into pyramids originally. I think there's strong chance that there were multiple phases of construction over a long time for them to end up being what they are in our time. Possibilities here because it's just this is the whole, when you take a step back and look at the whole picture of ancient Egypt, I mean, just you cannot attribute everything that we see in ancient Egypt to our current understanding of those dynastic Egyptians, their capabilities, their tools, their writings, and what we know about them. We know an awful lot. Like we have tools from the ancient Egyptian toolbox. We found that we have depictions shown on walls of how they did things. They were very good about documenting them. So we have the tools, we have the depictions. We also have lots and lots of artifacts that match those tools and depictions, right? We've got these clearly handmade artifacts, and this is across all the categories of artifacts, from things like stonework columns, obelisks, obelisks, and vases, boxes, pyramids even. And then you have this other category of artifacts that doesn't match, can't be explained by these tools and techniques. And there's no depictions on walls of how they made the precision artifacts. Can you give me an example of these precision artifacts? Of course, yeah, in any category. I have it in that Talent to Industries directory, Jamie, on there. It's
game on. Week 1 starts now, and every touchdown brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every touchdown could hit big. Don't just watch the game when you can win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook brings the unmatched intensity of the NFL straight to your fingertips. Whether you're backing the first touchdown score, hitting anytime TD props, or riding the thrills of live in-game betting, every play is packed with possibility. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, grab over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from your YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800
Gambler in New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Blue Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see bkng.co/audio.
The vases are probably the best example. They're a smoking gun example. Yeah, so this is these to me. I mean, this is why the vase project was so. I mean, to me, quite validating when it came up. Yeah, so yeah, the shiz disc. So these are the smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these things. However, but we can start with statues or boxes or columns. It doesn't really matter. There are two categories across all of these artifacts, and the advanced category again. So you can't really make it with the tools that the ancient Egyptians we know they were using, and we found they don't show the scene. There's no scenes of building stone pyramids. There's no scenes of them making giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues. This is the type of thing that you see on the wall, and this is in the Tomb of the Nobles, the West Bank at Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks, so they're firing mud bricks over the fire. You see them, they're pouring them, they're shaping them, they're carrying them. It's all very relatively primitive. And we know they made mud brick pyramids, they made mud brick ramps, and some of the mud bricks are big and heavy. We know all about this. What you don't see is the stone pyramid, really massive megalith stuff. The next slide with the vases is a good example. This is what I've been calling the talent to industries. It's a whole theory that I've been putting together for the last few years. Again, you have a primitive industry that is clearly observably handmade. It lacks precision and symmetry. We found the tools, the Egyptians drew the scenes, the artifacts matched the tools and techniques, and then you have this advanced industry, visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone. The other characteristic, the primitive stuff is usually softer stone, although not always. These artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal. This is where they become a smoking gun to this whole argument. It's helpful for people that don't know about this stuff can just give them some numbers. Sure. So the vases go back to pre-dynastic times. There's no debate that these are pre-dynastic and predate what we would call the dynastic civilization. And over the last few years, we've been starting to analyze them. We, the base scan team, various groups of people now, have been scanning these with modern technology, like laser scanning, even CT X-ray scanning. And basically, they're coming back with precision in terms of circularity, flatness, like centering, numbers that equate to some of the best industrial processes that we do today on the aerospace industry. So where it's really important to be within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection. So like the parts we make, the jet engines or rocket engines, those are the numbers that we're seeing. Again, like, I don't want to say this is true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a lot of them though. And this is again, these are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, you're talking human hair, like a sheet of printer paper is like 6 or 7 thousandths of an inch thick. A human hair is 2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even lower than that. So it's not something you can feel or see or touch, but we see it again and again. And the only way we can achieve those sort of tolerances today is with very advanced machines. 3D 5-axis mills, really high precision lathes, CAD, like computer controlled equipment. Right, so yeah, if you get into it, so this is the issue with this, and one of the craziest things about it, and this is the OG vase, the original granite vase. This is the one that started it all. It's one of the more precise ones. And yeah, you can imagine without the handles, you could break it. You're spinning it, but if you had the handles, one of these handles, you would have to leave the horns that runs all the way around and come back with a different process, a different tool. That space, this basically space between the handles and precision. So this is the thing. So when we do that today, it's basically some positional calibration account for that in the way the industrial design. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit of precision when we change tools and processes, right? So we account for that. We don't see that. think I'll be back at analysis on this area. So that means one of two things. One option is, okay, they can handle that positional, that lack of loss of positional calibration. It wasn't done on a wave, and it was done in a single pass with a single edge. The only way you can do that is on a is with a 5-axis freedom. Now you're talking about a 5-axis. It's one of those control things that you just kind of basically one pass without changing too much. And that's the other challenge. This stuff is processes actual. So these are actual pieces from this at least 5,000-6,000 years. I think it's potentially quite old. How old I think. So that's the other challenge we really talked about is the material. Like these things are made of granite, diorite, rock crystal. That thing's rock crystal, basically coarse. Feels so hard. It's insanely hard. Yeah, all these different. It's like I have a granite mortar and pestle. I don't use big heavy thing. It's like I don't need to protect it from anything. Right? I have to protect my counters from it because if I don't, it's going to destroy anything it hits. This is so that's that's the other. It's translucent. You hold a lot to it. Even the rock crystal one's translucent. So that one gets down to about 2 millimeters thickness, just under the lip.
Mutually inconsistent.
You put a foam light on it, you see it comes right through it. And I mean, and with diorite, particularly granite, I mean, it's essentially a conglomerate, right? So you have it's not a material that's homogeneous. So inside of granite, you've got silica and hornblende and mica, all these different quartz, hence the pattern. Hence the pattern, but also much microscopically, it changes hardness. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff is less hard than other bits, and it's the way granite takes millions of years to heat those things together atomically, and that's the stone we get when it pops up out of the bedrock. Mine it. But it just means that when you're machining a material like granite, you know, your tooltip is going from stuff that's really hard to softer to harder. It's like you have to account for that. Here we see this, you feel the surface of it. It's phenomenally well polished and finished. I mean, if you were doing this today with a lot of modern tooltips, you'd be ripping chunks of quartz out rather than cutting them. So something that the actual tooltip that made these things we know is also very fine, because this is a very difficult substance to choose to work in. No stone sculptor chooses to work in granite unless that's what the project calls for. There's a reason they do that it's much standard, not achieved. Same material becomes very hard. So making these sort of precision things that have objects out of stone like granite and get them down to 2 millimeters thick like that other piece never lived. And there's even examples that get even thinner than that. We talked about a diorite vessel that was 40 of an inch thick. You call it the thickness of stout plate. That's about 2 millimeters thick. That one's one of Matt Bell's bases. One of my favorites. It's a phenomenal piece. I'm amazed it's actually survived it all, because it is. That's one of the rare few delicate ones. And you could break that because it's so thin. Because again, with this type of it gets really brittle. It's like glass, like a cube of glass. Bang that on anything, goes thin glass, shatters. Same as the stone, yet they did this again and again and again. How do we know that this is pre-dynastic? Well, from where they found it, they literally found it pre-dynastic burials. This is what it makes it so it's, and why I think they're the smoking guns, one of the big reasons is that they're uncontrovertibly pre-dynastic, because they've been found in burials that are 100% pre-dynastic. Nakata culture, Nakata 2, you can go to any museum that has a reasonable collection of these and find them in the pre-dynastic all over. There's no debate. Like, they're found in these burials and they carbon date the burials, and they culture date them, reference date them to periods of thousands of years prior to the dynastic Egyptian civilization. There's good evidence that they may even stretch back as far as 12 to 14,000 BC that they're in burials that go back that far, like southern Egypt, northern Sudan area. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's a lot of the burials, unfortunately, today are underwater because of the dam that created, like NASA. But either way, I don't people how far back they go. It's just not controversial at all to say that they are pre-dynastic, 100%. And is that they're this size, right? You can bury, if you have it, then you can be buried with it. You can't do that with $1,000 statue. It stays on the site. And then maybe someone down the road writes his name on it. Just a second, which has carves his name into it, and then oxidation. Brand just a second name, just name. He must have changed name. I mean, there's essentially one of the chairman's changed from they use the writing primarily as a source, not the only source, but they do. And the vases, what's the problem with even dating them to those pre-dynastic settlements is that there is nothing about those cultures that indicates they had this capability. The Carter culture and even the ones like Toshka, these older ones, pretty similar in that you're talking like the burials are often like shallow fetal position graves. You find these precision hard stone objects with fishbone cones, sticks and stones, very primitive hand-thrown pottery, not even thrown, just hand-formed pottery. No other stonework. I've seen antique dealers that are selling these vases because there's a lot of these in the private market, in private possession, because of their size and their availability and how many there were. Because are they illegal themselves? No, you can get a hold of one. Yeah, there's collectors with like 80, 90 of them. What? Really? Yeah, they're on. They come off the sale. Many of them available? I would say today there's easily over 100,000 hardstone vessels for sure. I mean, they found 50,000 of them in one spot. Like that's the famous discovery of the Step Pyramid. But yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot. I think there were even more. Like this was an industry. Like that's the other key. And then a lot of these are semi-exotic types of stone too. We don't know where the stone came from. It's not local. In a lot of cases, no. Like there's lapis lazuli artifacts that are pre-dynastic, and there's no known quarry for lapis in Egypt. The closest one's in Afghanistan. What? Right. Yeah. Well, how far is Afghanistan from Asia? Must be. It's right over on the other side of the Middle East, I think, isn't it? It's up towards Russia and China. It's they just pulled up. There's the fire. There's Egypt. Here's the Turkey, Afghanistan over here, Uzbekistan. Over here, like on the other side of Saudi Arabia and Iran. So you've got to go all the way from Iran. Oh my God. So that's the nearest lapis quarry. I mean, look, this is not a problem restricted to the vases either. There's a box in the Osiris shaft, which is more the box itself. Just they say it's once fourth dynasty. It's made from a stone called dacite. And again, there's no known quarry in dacite. And this happens a lot. So it's almost like that image show, please. Yeah. There's one of them freaks you out on the map when you go out. Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I've talked a lot with Randall about that. Like, go back out. Look at that below. Yeah, Sahara. That's exactly what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, how much water wash that out? What else would you get? What looks exactly like a water washout? Those features. Yeah, be on the surface. It's a. Yeah, I mean, some of those are mountains and mountain ranges, but I can say in the desert, not so much. But there are mountains. That just looks like channels. It just looks like an insane amount of water literally washed over the area and smoothed it out. Yeah, it's huge. There's a massive amount of evidence of giant floods through the Nile Valley as well, not just across the Sahara. But I mean, Petrie was talking about he was up on cliffs, and finding water lines and flint points and stuff that were indicative of massive floods. This is Hawara. Yeah, it's elaborate. So there's the canal. You see, that's the canal. We're talking the canal. It's so crazy that when you get to like sub-Saharan Africa, like how little of that has been explored, and how much of that was like insanely green and fertile not that long ago. Well, certainly not yet. I mean, well, it's interesting. I did this long video on the erosional features of the Giza Plateau because last year, 2024, released a paper that I think some geologists, I can't remember the names unfortunately, but they talked about the fact that there was all of the valley temples, so these pyramid elements that are on the what you call the lower before Egypt, like Giza, Abu Sir, Saqqara, Madun. The pyramids aren't just a pyramid, it's a pyramid complex. So it's like you have a pyramid, you've got a structure, and you've got this causeway that runs down to what they call a valley temple, the structure at the end of the causeway. So that's the well-known valley that's next to the Sphinx is the valley temple for the middle pyramid. Like it's connected by this causeway. And they figured out that during the African human period, which ended thousands of years before dynastic Egypt ever started, there was a branch of the river Nile called the Aramat branch that ran exactly where all these valley temples are. So it's like they were, it's almost, I mean, I just look at it and go, this was built, these were built for that water source, because I think it's super, I'm very skeptical about the idea of these, all of these valley temples, particularly the one that plateau being used as harbours for like a couple months a year to transport blocks from the quarry in Aswan, again 600 miles away right from the granite, and there's tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons of granite on that plateau had to be transported. I don't think there's the depth there. I've seen pictures and photographs of the early dam when the Nile flooded. There's not that much water there. However, during the African human period, which ended at the latest 6000 BC, that stretches back thousands and thousands of years, that's when the Sahara was a savanna. You had river basins and lakes, like lakes and rivers. You had much more rainfall. It wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual inundation. It was just rainfall, and there was enough water in that Nile Valley to support this Aramat branch of the Nile, which was said to be like a mile, 2 miles wide in some places. So it's really not like an insignificant waterway. But it was high, it was running, and they've traced the path of this Aramat branch, and it turns out all of these valley temples from these pyramid complexes are on its banks. And it looks like it's flooding, it's like there all the time. And this period ends, and you get the desertification of the Sahara starting around 6,500, 6,000 BC. And so, it's not like until, 5,000, 4,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC, that's when, that's 3,100 BC is kind of when we say the Egyptian civilization started. So it doesn't make sense to me that if they built these valley temples and all these structures in like 2,800 BC, you would build it where the river is. Like the river is way down there at that point. Yeah. So, what is their response to this? Well, I put it in my, it's anybody try to debunk it? No, it's a peer-reviewed scientific study. This is what happens in these, with a lot of these papers. You'll see this, and it happens in genetics and the DNA studies that have been done too. You don't, these other scientists will not really step on the toes of the archaeologists or the historians, right? They'll present them, but stop from inferring what it could mean for the picture of history. Got it. So it's just left throw the data out there and go, you guys figure it out. Yeah, pretty much. And they just hand it off. The archaeologists say, we're not going to touch it. Yeah, they ignore it usually. They don't care. It's like rogue scholars and idiots like me on YouTube. People that write books to really try and put the pieces together.
God, there's a YouTube. Right? I know. I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views, or so many people all around the world can watch that and go, wait, what's going on down there? Who really knows? And why do these people, why are they so sure? Like, why are they so arrogant in their ideas? Because it's very clear that it's not. There's not a clear, like we know, Civil War ended in 1865, right? So, like, it's all written down, everybody knows, people were alive, there's like photographs of the soldiers, we're pretty accurate with that. Yeah. You get the fucking 6,000 BC, man, you're just guessing. Yeah. It's yes, further back you go, the much evidence. Way less than and it's also, it scares them. Because something like that, if you really do find advanced structures that are at 6,000 BC, well, before Göbekli Tepe, we didn't even know that was even possible. Right? And it's that famous conversation that happened with Robert Schock and that really arrogant archaeologist, which is laughing. Like, why would you laugh about ancient history? First of all, what ancient civilizations are? Is that guy still alive? Yeah, show me the pictures. He must feel so stupid now. Well, yeah, have to go back to the topic. Someone should show them that video laughing. Like, because this is just human ego. This is human ego on display for the world. You want to be the gatekeepers of this information. One person, or the person that represents this group of human beings that are the scholars, that have published work, that have taught at universities, and you're the only ones. You're the only ones that know the ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that there's people like yourself and Graham Hancock, who spend a lot of time, and they're very careful about what they say, and spend a lot of time investigating this, and they just want to dismiss those people because they don't have the proper credentials, or what are you talking about?
I think it's, yes, that's exactly what's happening. I think it is as a result of the fact that the conversation is getting out of their hands, right? One of the things I admire so much about
all of these materials together
the people who started this, what we call archaeological Egyptological space, guys like Flinders Petrie, and they're very open about what they didn't know. Like one of my Petrie would tell me, talk machine marks, and you can read between the lines of the wonder at what he's finding. He's like, I don't get it. Like, we can't do it. We don't know how they did it. And this is, I think, because the conversation's happening in those the academic halls of geography or whatever these are, it doesn't get out. And so it slowly changes with the rise of initially like alternative authors, like Graham Hancock, his books, and they started gaining popularity, and now there's, I guess, the people in the academic residents that typically already seeing this conversation out of hand, and now you get to YouTube where, it's to some extent, I think it is possible to do an end run around what they're saying. And I do watch people, and there are guys like Flint that are trying to embrace the new media space and try and get on podcasts. And, if you read the SAA journals and articles of the Society of American Archaeology, they literally write to themselves saying, how can we become more popular in this space, and how do we start podcasts and get into it? The problem is that they're still doing it the same way. And it's like when CNN journalists get fired from CNN and start a podcast, and everybody's like, no, you're doing CNN outside of CNN. That's what they're doing. They're doing academia, which is like keeping information, and also like pejoratives, mocking, really hating anyone outside of including calling them racist, calling them white supremacists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb because one of the dumbest parts about it is, no matter what, those are the people that lived in Africa. So no matter what happened, whoever built that, it's people that lived in Africa. So shut the fuck up. Like the way it makes no sense. It's Africans. That's the people that were living here. If humans made it, if you're not in the alien camp, which is a bizarre camp, if you're not I'm in the ancient civilization, incredibly advanced, cataclysmic disaster, wipes them out. Civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations. After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who fucking built it. And then this is where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But if you're in that camp, you're talking about Africans. Yeah, so all these shitty things they do just show their hand, just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching for decades. Like you've claimed that you're the expert, you've claimed arrogantly that you have all the information when you clearly are wrong. Absolutely. That is what's happening. It's actually it's a quote I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is, you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair, it's going to claim he's the expert on it. And this is what happens. I had Joseph Wilson on a podcast talking about, I had this great quote from him. He said, just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a face, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read this, because he can read what they wrote about it, and he's the authority on it. You're just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true, complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence, right? Like you said, there's very little evidence shows us definitively what happened in the dark distant past, but you've got to try and make the case for it as best you can, and I think we should try and encompass all of the evidence. And one of the disciplines that's missing from that approach is the engineering stuff, the precision stuff. It just gets dismissed out of hand.
themselves. They felt as if they could not recognize themselves. And so they really connected that to two different levels of exile from the Torah that's mentioned in the Haftorah and
symmetry, construction of faces. It's starting to become a problem. Like they're trying, and even in the past, yes, the mainstream approaches to try and solve things on the machine.
Another example was
It's the penetration rate. We don't know how quickly it does. How quickly it penetrates the stone. Quite slowly, but it's like a 1 in 60 penetration rate is the rate of the spiral groove on the cores that have been analysed. Otherwise, that circular motion to a straight line, 60 inches horizontal travel, 1 inch vertical drop, which is 500 times greater than how we do it today with modern
every single week he is providing more examples.
So our modern ones, bear in mind, they use 900 RPM, they'll go up to ground slowly, but it cuts, and you go down, it grinds also the cutting, but unwinding that spiral and looking at that's what Nietzsche was first of all like, how is this possible? His numbers got refined a bit by Christo, but more or less on 1 in 60 penetration rate, so it's very difficult to explain. There are multiple cores like this, and this is the other element that I think the phases are just showing how technological these civilizations that suggest that they were made with the same technology. You see the same machine, the same two blocks on that course. On the inside of it is no outside. So this is like that's the two. So this is that's a function. How these races often find the coordinating out and they snap it off the function now, but they can't eliminate it from you see that in a lot of places. So we know that these technical drills like the bases as well, and they must have no idea the powers or no idea the material works. So the bases are become interesting. One of the talk about the prominence part first because that's a big one. The pushback on the bases is where it's become a problem. Nobody's really been able to push back on the data, like the scientific and the measurement data that's come out with precision. The fact that geometry, there's a whole bunch in the geometry space that indicates they are like designed, they're not just made, they were designed with technical and geometric principles in mind. They show pi, they show phi, the golden ratio, Fibonacci sequence, all this sort of stuff is in them. No one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels in the early days of the Camp project was that these are modern fakes. They're not the real deal because they're not coming from museums. They're modern forgeries. How can you say they're real? So what's happened in the years since, and when I first came on here and talked a little bit about that, that was very much early days of project about 2.5 years ago. Now, the base scan, particularly the Artifact Foundation, Adam Young has this whole thing. Actually, this is his base. They've been in now 4 museums around the world. They've scanned close to 100 vessels from inside of museums with impeccable provenance. Those results are starting matching the results that we found so far. So the problem is kind of that's going away. The people that I think chose to fight on the hill of provenance have died on it now. They are legitimate, and to be fair, you can also find vessels in private collections with impeccable provenance, just as you can find a lot of vessels in museums that we have no idea where they came from. It's not as clear as just, well, if it's in a museum, it's trusted. If it's not, it's not like that. But what else has happened is that there's other so that the project came out and it gained a lot of interest from really talented people around the world. And there's been several of those. One of the guys that I've been working with a fair bit lately over the last couple of years ago, Dr. Max Samalov, who's a physicist. I believe he taught for 10 years. He's a nuclear physicist, taught for 10 years. I think he's Penn State estate. He runs his own company now. And I first, he reached out to me, and actually we took these fragments to his house, and I rolled up to his house in Florida. He was sitting in his living room with two scanning electron microscopes that you do. Two scans in their living room. So we started to do things like look at these pieces through a scanning electron microscope to try and find evidence for the materials that we used to cut them. So if these were used with a tool, so the orthodox explanation being, well, it's a copper tube and it's sand or it's some sort of cutting medium, it's spun and ground out. You should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We looked at several pieces, zero copper. Didn't find any copper, nothing at all. Then I was scanning electron microscope. Not only do you get the magnification, but you can focus a beam of electrons onto a particular spot, and that backscatter of electrons, you can then map out the elemental composition of the material. So
Pause for a second.
yeah,
Are the oldest tools that they found copper?
what is copper and stone?
What are the dates of the oldest tools?
Well, they go back all the way to the Old Kingdom, 26, 27, 2800 BC. Like, yeah, it was early days. They were smelting. I mean, obviously, the older tools are stone tools, like flint. You could carve stone with hard types of stone. So there was definitely flint and things being used. But there's no evidence, like not up until like the very later periods of the Egyptian civilization, is there any significant evidence for iron, things like that. Like it's pretty much copper and bronze, copper and tin as well.
So when they analyzed the traces, there's no copper.
We didn't find any copper. We did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. The most interesting thing we did find was titanium. Titanium and titanium alloyed iron. We found iron, zinc, tin.
I'm not
zircon,
not a rabbi.
Titanium, and it's not. Yes. So
regular guy.
Yeah. So when you find
the term alloy, doesn't that refer to something that's
melted, right? That's been put together. Exactly. In fact, titanium, as we know it as a metal, doesn't exist naturally. So it's in nature, it's titanium dioxide that is found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at, because you see again that. The SEM gives you the spectrum, right? So you can see oxygen and titanium together. We didn't see that, and in fact, I have a video of this, and it's we found a piece actually, like a small, maybe 20-30 micron wide piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tooltip that looked like an embedded piece. It shines up very brightly. When you see metals on this in the SEM, it's like a bright spot, and you can name that. It is just straight titanium, and it looked like a small piece of a tool that had been wedged in there. I mean, look at it in our modern times. I think titanium was discovered even in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of laboratories until the 1930s as a material. But there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium uses again. No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic search. We spent days, like a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search. Like even if one of those pieces you could spend, it would take a long time to just map it on top of the evidence of lack of a change in custody that perhaps was potentially using titanium to see if they could cut it. Yes, it could be contamination. That we looked for signs of contamination. This didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we finished scanning, we actually he had some titanium he put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just literally a matchstick, just squeezed in and just tapped it. It didn't seem to be contamination. Can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well, so it didn't seem to be contamination. What is the reason why it didn't seem to be that? Well, because we looked at what contamination looked like some of these small specs where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found, it seemed to be stuck as if something like this tiniest fragment of the tool, something imagine it's a tooltip, wedged itself in the stone and it stayed there, but it's only like 20 or 30 microns wide. It's pretty big numbers scanning electron microscope. But it was only some titanium, and we found other specs of it, and then occasionally and iron mixed together. And then we also found some zinc, zircon, and then various combinations. I honestly, I think it's
grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing was the no copper thing. Because that's like, all right, no copper. That to me was take away the fact that we found some other elements and pieces of, let's say, questionable provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces from these vessels. Ideally, the best thing, if we could make this, would I'd love to work with the Egyptians to do something like this, because I know there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid. There's hundreds of thousands of them down there still. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, which is a special permission required to get into the step pyramid, and then even then they generally won't let you down to the bottom level. There's another ladder 30 feet down to the bottom level. It's down further, but it hits the water table again. But in one of these corners in this very bottom level, like 150, 200 feet under the step pyramid, we found a wall. And it was a collapsed, it must have been a collapsed magazine of these vessels, and this is the place where they found 50,000 of them originally. George Loyer in the 1930s found huge cache of these vessels there. And in this wall, it's an incredible little video. I've not published it. I mean, I do want to talk about it, but you could literally see that it's like a wall of dirt, not rock, but dirt, and in the wall there's like fragments of vessels, because it had been a cache of them, and then something, a tunnel had collapsed and had been crushed them, so you got these like pieces of wood, granite, or diorite or whatever, just in the wall. So that would be interesting if you could go down there and like get their permission to say, well, let's sample, because you have been, you basically got it in its original environment from dynastic Egypt and put it in a Ziploc, whatever, just keep it, don't mess with it, clear chain of evidence, and then scan it. So I think it's an interesting observation. I think there's a Russian group that did something similar. They also found metals. I think they found titanium as well, LAH, the laboratory, but alternative history. How was titanium made? It's a smelting process from titanium dioxide. I don't know the specifics of it, but you have to take that titanium dioxide and I assume smelt it down or do something like it. Again, took us up until 1930s to use it just anywhere out of labs. So it's super interesting. But again, this, I wouldn't even say it's the most interesting thing Max found. So he's a crazy dude, an interesting guy. He's doing fusion in his spare bedroom. He's got like apparatus surrounded by boxes of borax. Oh, I want to live in his camera. 10-foot Tesla car below. So he took. So again, this sort of ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to the question you asked me when I was here last, which is what's my wild speculation. I actually have some now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on this on his website, but he took precision vases. He took base rock samples of the rock that these were made from a piece of basalt. He took non-precision vases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically to look at the radioactive and the isotope baseline radiation of these pieces. And it turns out the precision vases are radioactive. They're 2 to 3 times. He's tested several relative to the base rock samples and the non-precision vases. They have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay product in them. All of them so far. And in fact, that piece right there has, he said, has the quartz piece of the crystal piece of a notable cesium-137 signature in it as well. So that's an interesting. I don't know about that. But so it's again early days, but he has published it on his website, the findings, and he's obtained more equipment to do more testing, some more in-depth testing that he will be much more definitive about. So he takes up recently to the Petrie Museum in London to test some of their artifacts. But it's a very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that give them that signature even after however many thousands of years with the half-life. Again, we're comparing it to the base rock samples and the non-precision vases, which have, they're just like, that's nothing, and they're not dangerous or anything, it's just a buffer, but 2 to 3 times. So something happened to them. One of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept of nuclear machining. So he actually, this is not a new idea, it's not something we figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path, but again, if you take his theory is something like palladium or another like radioactive material that is a strong alpha or beta particle emitter that you can put on a tool that would ablate
it happens to
either
have
neutrons or it's blasting electrons or something, it would ablate the stones away in such a way that would carve this stone with ease, kind of like a lightsaber basically, and it would also leave a signature in the stone. And fuck yeah! And you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tube drill.
Yeah.
It's not all we can say about things like that spiral tube drill and the other striations and tool marks is look, it's not. It doesn't seem to be the same thing we do to the stone. It's certainly not primitive. It's not something you can do just by hand. So,
is anybody the cores? Has anybody tested the radioactive levels of the
I
cores?
think he might have tested the cores when he was there recently. I'll talk to him. I was talking to this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question. Because if it was the process, it should show something similar. And if that's indeed the process, the other possibility is, okay, they weren't machined with this method. These were used in some method. The other theory he has that these may have been part of a process for enriching material for some other nuclear use, or they were part of the system.
Justice or not, but otherwise you
nuclear material
advance their science somehow or another. That's just too much. I mean, it's not too much, but it's too much. Like it's too crazy. It's so crazy. But also, when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed, and you go, oh, well, okay, now it kind of at least makes a little sense. And see, if we knew for sure that there was a cataclysm and a lost civilization, that civilization had achieved some immense heights of technological sophistication in a completely different pathway than we've done in modern times. If we knew that for sure, then everything would be so easy. You go, okay, well, clearly they were doing something. What were they doing? But instead, we deny that possibility. So by closing off that door, now you're left with nonsense. You're left with sand and copper and it's dumb. I agree. I agree. I think it's something fucking crazy happened. Yes, I think there is that. This is. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's all we're doing here with nothing about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis. It needs a horror study needs to happen. The nuclear machining hypothesis, if it's started right now, if you go 1,000 years from now, for sure we're going to have that. Yeah, that's yes. I'd like to put the same context in these arguments forward as well. It's like we just don't. To me, the answer is, we tend to look at the past and it always has to be this subset of what we know. Right? But it's like if you look at the history of knowledge and technology, give us 50 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years. You know that there's more out here to the sides that we're going to learn. So that means there are realms of science and technology that we don't know anything about. I think if we were a bit more open-minded about investigating some of these mysteries of the past with some of these inexplicable characteristics, the precision or the machining, the engineering things, how the stone was cut, I think some of those answers could lay in those realms of the unknown. And by being open-minded about them and by investigating them with all of our capability, we might even end up learning something about them, which is what we're doing. Like the base scan project, we are learning the depths of precision in some of the machining aspects, and Max is starting to learn, like, okay, there's some weird, like, radioactive characteristics of these things. Let's try and look at more and figure out some more. I mean, we can speculate a bit now, and I want to be clear, this is very speculative at this point. Lots more testing and data is required to even shore up some of these theories about these possibilities, but the fact remains they could be, they are possibilities. That's also this assumption that there's been a linear path progression. Always, but that's not even the case today, right? You can go to ancient sites, whether it is in Mexico or even in Greece, and you see really shitty construction right next to the Parthenon, right? I mean, the Acropolis and the Parthenon is right next to the crappy apartment buildings. They're really close, right? That's a decay. You've obviously, you can't do that. Why didn't you do that? Do that again. Like this. Yeah, it's huge. It's something. There's something weird. There's something weird going on, and this is like 2,000 years ago, where we knew who they were. We know the people. We know they did it. Like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, incredible art, incredible engineering and architecture, and all understandable. but yet more advanced than the techniques utilized in 2025 in the exact same area, which is weird. Right? So that's without a cataclysm.
By the way,
Right, well, yeah, it's also it's nice criticism of modern architecture, to be fair. I mean, you don't even go back 2,000 years, just go back to like the Gothic era with the churches and the cathedrals and the place.
Right, good point. But see a decline, at least in craftsmanship, that can be attributed to changing cultures and but this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression. If you go back, they were done. Go back far enough, they were done. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. And Egypt is the best example. It's
So
like
the first major area of research in the 21st century
Exactly. And it's one of the biggest, one of the biggest contradictions today is exactly, it's the technological progression. I mean, you're talking about dynastic Egyptian civilization has at least 3,000 years.
This
right?
is
So 3,000
my
years,
small
but if you look at it
contribution.
from
Basically,
a
what I did
technological
as a
progression
historian
perspective,
is,
it's almost
looked
like
at
they went
this
backwards
text,
the whole time. I mean, you have
essentially a
you have the
series
emergence
of
all of a sudden of this culture and language, like their gods. And one of the craziest things about ancient Egypt is this emergence of hieroglyphs. Here it is this like this complex, extremely complicated language, cultural system, gods and everything pops out of nowhere. It's pretty consistent. It evolves over time. It doesn't change that much. I mean, cuneiform in Samaria, there's a clear progressive path where we can see it being developed. You don't have that. That's not the case for ancient Egypt. And then it's all of the best stuff is the oldest. It's the biggest stonework, the Valley Temple, the 2,500 tons of granite in the King's Chamber structure that's in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid itself, these things are amongst the very first pyramids ever said to have been built. Yet, progressively as you go forward in time, I mean, they get to modern pyramids, it's almost like you're going backwards. And there's just, technologically speaking, it doesn't really seem like they progress very far. So I think there's another interpretation for that data, one that fits the evidence a little better, which is that I think they got a kick start, they got a head start, they inherited an awful lot of objects. For sure these precision objects were around before the ancient Egyptians. They don't match even the cultures that predated them. We have no idea where they got them from. I don't think they made them. We don't know how old they really are. And I think there's a lot of other artifacts and architecture on these sites that they match these, like technologically speaking. There's a link, the same tools, the same precision. We're seeing that. Yet these are massive artifacts, sometimes like 1,000-ton statue, that you can't bury with you. It stays on this site. It gets inherited, it gets renovated, it gets reused. Eventually you get kings with hubris and arrogance, guys like Ramses II that says, carve my name 3 inches deep onto that sucker, and it's going to be me. I want to be part of the gods. I want to tie myself to the ancients. And the really crazy thing is that it doesn't often get admitted is that this is literally what the ancient Egyptians themselves said. They call themselves a legacy culture. They trace their own history back 40,000 years. They have a list of kings. They talk about these different eras of time. The Shemsu Hall, the Falls of Horus, was this 12,000-year period where these mythical semi-divine beings ruled the earth. You can talk about kings and rulers in that, and then before that you have September when the gods themselves ruled the earth, and they trace their own history way back into those eras. That's the stuff that I brought up. And he was like, what is this? Yes, he is. He got very mad. It's funny. I'm reading or I'm listening to the Book of Enoch right now. Yeah, that's some typhus at another point. It's so wild. You're going, what are you saying? Like, gods, the watchers, came down and mated with women of Earth and created what are you saying? What are you trying to say? Thousands of years, the version I think that we're getting this from is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, from Qumran. So, how long did they write it down before that? Like, how long did they discuss this? How long ago did this happen? And what are you saying? Like, what were they trying to record? Yeah. Why does it match up with what they're saying in Egypt? The gods walking amongst us? Right. Yeah, it goes to some wild places. Yeah, it's so squirrely. And that's where you get to the alien. Well, that 40 million
a tic tac shake out metallic oxide. Yeah. And what is that thing? Well, what kind of metal? I don't know. Imagine if it's titanium. He said it didn't match any signature that he'd seen before. That's crazy in and of itself. It's one of the things I'll remember. I was sitting here talking to Balthazar, and he said that some of those craft came from archaeological digs. That's part of his story. There's long been rumors of that sort of stuff in under the ground in Egypt. I'm not saying that's what it is, but this is what tells about it. There's a UFO down there. All layers converge to the central corridor avenue, like the atrium of a shopping mall, where you can see all floors from one vantage point. My personal interpretation is that this entire hall was constructed to house a centrally positioned freestanding object about 40 meters long. The central object is hard to classify. It appears metallic, not stone or wood. I named it Dibia, the giant diplodic mountain in the Hindsey Hall of London's. Is that right? Yeah, I think Hindsey Hall of London's Natural History Museum. It could be anything. Its shape resembles those tic-tac heart mints. It might also be an upright disc or even a colossal shenray. What is a shenray? It's like a cartouche. You know, that thing around it. Oh, wow. Big object alone raises profound questions. How did it get there? Why is it there? The more speculative theory is that it's some kind of portal. Oh boy, now we're going full tinfoil. Either interdimensional or interstellar. A stargate. Its material signature is unlike anything I've seen in my entire career, but it's there, undeniably there. Out in the future, find out what Diddy is 10 acres of left. He went full Art Bell right there. He did interdimensional or interstellar stargate. Hey. The Egyptians talk about stargates. Do they? Go to, where is it? Dendera. There's actually a couple places. The literal translation. You can read it on the walls. I always show people. There are 2 or 3 depictions of stargates. That is the literal translation for it. Showing a constellation.
Miss Aquarius.
Constellation. All different type. They're all in different constellations.
What's good, girl?
Nothing much. Just got her eating.
What'd you have?
Good day. What about you?
So far, so good. More and more people are joining, so that's good.
That's good.
How's your social media journey been? Has anybody friended you?
I had one.
All right.
Me, this person, one of the people that I followed yesterday.
All right. Well, that's more than you have the day.
Coming.
Yeah, more than you have the day before. So just.
Oh, it's true. Two have.
Okay.
True.
That's how you do it.
So I'm gonna wait till by the end of this week, by Sunday, and then if not, then that's where I'm gonna wait till Sunday, and then I'll delete them. The people who have it,
Yeah, no, I get that. Well, go in and add all your other people.
Okay. Yeah, follow some more people.
Absolutely. I think you can 200 in a day. So do 200. However many you can do until TikTok says you can't do anymore. And you'll get 20. If you do 200, you'll get 20 by Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so you had 44. I remember that.
Right.
So now you have 46. Excellent. And you need. All right, well. But then you can live stream.
Yeah. I was trying to add him to who found that. Maybe if he don't find that, he's funny. I like him. He's funny. Favorite. Going outside? Okay. Excuse me. I'm naughty.
You're naughty?
Oh, that's so early. I wake up early. You be sleeping when I wake up early. All right, then.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and
They'll wake up early in the morning and just start talking. That's funny. That was funny. He said, who wake up early in the morning and just start talking? You ain't supposed to be waking up in the morning and just start talking. Seen that? You never seen that? This is the first time I've seen that.
I'm not sure.
That was funny. But Brandon been in here. He leveling up.
What
rank am I now? Right? Am I 3?
I believe so. We're gonna check it right now.
Brandon should be coming up there something.
You are officially number 3. You overtook Caspian Sea. You have a big lead on Brandon. Now, if we combined Audie's time, she would still be ahead of you.
Okay, that's cool. That is cool.
But technically, you are number 3.
Yay. Yeah, she been in here. She been ahead of me.
Yeah, she has spent a lot of time in here. And she sleeps in here too sometimes, which helps her. Thing is, she lost one of her accounts. So, okay, if we were to combine hers, she'd be at like a level 134, and you'd be at a level 125. But under one account, you are winning 125. Overtook Caspian Sea.
Yeah.
You overtook Caspian Sea recently, and I don't know how you did that, because it looks like he still has more time. I don't know how you did that, because he technically has more time in here hours wise, but maybe it's because he didn't talk because maybe he didn't talk as much or something. I'm not sure. He has 930 hours, and you have 854 hours.
Yeah, that's what I've been talking to. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I ain't worried about that. I'm on the level. Right? It's okay. What rank is he? What level is he?
He's 124 and you're 125.
You gotta come on with it.
Word, I spoke to him today. He is moving.
I don't want 24 now. 25.
He is moving. Have you ever met him?
I don't know.
I think.
Yeah,
I know. I think he has at one time.
Yeah, I probably have. I just can't keep up with everybody.
I understand. I get people come in here and I'm like, hey, how are you? They're like, great. I'm like, have we met before? They're like, yeah, we met 13 months ago. I'm like, oh, okay. well, how have you been? They're like, I'm doing well. How are you? I'm like, well, thank you. And I'm like, can you remind me where we met? They're like, you don't remember me? I'm like, it was a long time ago. I don't really, unless you're in here, truthfully, unless you're in here every day or you were here like earlier this week, I don't really remember people. But here's how I do. If I ask someone uh, what were about what were our conversations, then a lot of times they'll be like, "Oh, we talked about this," and I don't remember.
Okay. That's weird. Brandon was in here more, and then he started out when he back again. He would have beat me. He had his phone and what his hours is. Rabbi?
What'd you say?
This Brandon's. I know he would have been up there.
Yeah, he is. He has a bunch. He has a bunch of accounts, but he's even streaming in another server in here, in another one. He is number 6. He's at 77.
Okay.
You need another 80 hours in here to have the most hours of anyone aside from myself.
Oh, okay.
Caspian C has Caspian C Caspian C has 930 hours, and you have 854 hours.
What's your sign, Rabbi?
Caspian C has 930 hours, and you have 854 hours.
I gotta be out there. I gotta be up there. Oh, well, next Sunday, I'll be my best friend made an appointment with me, her, and her cousin. There's 3 of us, because most people, they are out of town. So we're going to be trying on some dresses. If you heard of David's Bridal, next Sunday on the 14th.
Of course I know David's Bridal.
We're going to be trying on some dresses.
Are you excited?
I'm very excited. I'm just glad to be a part of this journey. I am so happy.
Absolutely. You were there for the proposal. Is your friend getting excited?
Yeah, I know she's happy, but she can't believe it. She can't believe she's getting married, but I know she's excited. So, yeah. So I haven't talked though. I know she's excited though. Okay, that's all. You like regular water. My whole water's best out here. There was pop-ups. Cut some out. I got my phone water out there. I think I'll get me something. So, you put the other 2 pieces in front, let them freezer. You put the other 2 pieces in the freezer. Oh, okay. It's all right. I'm gonna get me one of my. Oh, it's okay for me. I'm gonna get this. Hold on, I might be breaking up. Hold on, right by. Oh, you might be in the mirror. I'm like, when you just sleep out, let's see. You love you. And I love you forevermore. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm just singing, don't mind me. It's not gonna. Let's put it on top of here. Up there. Right here. Okay. All right. That's there. I'm not doing that. Oh, I need to push my foot on me. I need to push my head. So, what you been doing, Rabbi?
Building robots.
You had a good day?
Yeah, building robots. I made one of my robots very efficient. It's good.
That's good. Oh, you have to check on them and stuff?
You know, they basically run themselves, but they get banned maybe once a day or so, maybe twice a day. So I have to redo them then, depending on the device. I have some of them that create new ones, even if they get banned. I have other ones that need a little bit of babysitting. I do have the ability. Just recently, like today, I was looking on Reddit, and somebody gave an idea. Basically, there's a way. So I like to go on Twitch, and I don't spam anybody, but I create clips of people, and I put links in their clips. But the issue I was having, the issue that I was having on Twitch is that it takes very long to load. And it's not because of the internet, it's just there's a lot on a Twitch page. There's like a chat that loads and a leaderboard that loads, all kinds of stuff that loads, and it takes a long time. So I finally figured out how to shut all that stuff off so that it loads faster. And that made my robot about twice as fast.
Mom, he went back to the chat. Anyway, that's good though. The Twitch, they be banning yours. I knew it was gonna do that. Rabbi, do they ban you? They ban you over there?
Yeah, but not that often, so that's good.
Okay. Wait.
Yo, what's going on, Half Me Ann? How you living, pimp? Have me Ann, can you hear me? That happens. I get people who are like, what is this? And then they don't want to, they don't want to talk. But that's cool.
So spickety thing. Look, come on. Okay.
By being in socialized, I must get 10 people a day who send me invites to their servers.
Oh, boy. Wait a minute. What is it? This it? No, it's not it. This it? No. Oh, God. I'm glad I got one more day. Just tomorrow. schedule apartment. That's not it. What is it? Oh God. This it. This it right here. I know it is. I'm like, wear that with that anime. I don't know. But I wear that might look cute. I don't know. No, if that's gonna look cute with it. Maybe my light shot. Yeah. So tight. Let's see. Where's the other one? I'm so sick of these things. Clean out. What else do y'all have, Rabbi? Do y'all have good malls there in California?
Do we have what?
Good malls.
Good malls. Yeah, we do. We have some of the biggest malls in the United States, but they're dying. We have outdoor malls that are really nice, and they have like a lot of things to try to get people into them, like Ferris wheels, and they have like outdoor courtyards and stuff. But still, there's really no point if you could just buy everything online. So they're turning some of them. I've seen this is more out east, but they turn them into apartment buildings.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like California is like the heart of mall culture during like the 70s and 80s. A lot of it. New York was big too, New Jersey and stuff, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And so every city had a mall. Even all the little cities had a mall. And they have just basically gone by the wayside. And I understand why. Amazon has a thing that says if you want to sell a product, Amazon gets the absolute lowest price. They get the opportunity to sell it for the absolute lowest price. So that means if you're a mall and you want a little bit of a markup, let's say on a pair of jeans. Let's say you want designer jeans, and they're normally the sells it to a company for $100. That means that Amazon's going to sell it for $100. But if you're at a mall, you can't sell it at that price, or else you're not going to make a profit because you've got employees and you've got electricity and you've got square footage. And so you have to sell it for $120. Well, when times are tough and people are watching their pennies, they're going to go into your store if they can just buy everything on Amazon.
Yeah, true.
I knew a lady who was like one of the big mall entrepreneurs out here, and she just said, like, basically Amazon killed the mall business, and it really did. The mall used to be so cool.
It's been dead out here too.
The mall.
But yeah, I believe it.
The mall used to be the place to go. It used to be the place to go and be seen, to be what they called.
Place to that there, we can take pictures all the time.
Absolutely.
Cool background and stuff. Oh my God.
Glamour shots.
Yeah, glamour shots, and we had Hollywood shots.
There you go.
They had the little pictures.
Yeah, it's just become very expensive. And again, especially with shipping, I can have stuff, if I order it online, it can be at my house the same day.
Oh my God.
I can literally, with some stuff, like let's say a pair of jeans or whatever, have it delivered to my house faster than I could go to the mall to get the right size. And that's another thing. Like the people at the mall weren't always trained that well, and that means that they're not that knowledgeable for things. So let's say I have a question about, let's say I want to go buy a computer or like a computer game. Back in the day, if you go to the store, it's just some 18-year-old kid. He doesn't know any better, when the internet can just tell you everything that you need to know about it. And so it's just like, well, I could just buy it all right there, and it'll be shipped to me at a maximum of 3 days.
God dang it, God dang it, God dang it. I hit my dang on ankle. I'm okay though.
All right, that's good.
It hurt. I need to watch where I'm going. Make sure it didn't cut me. I didn't cut myself. Hold on, let me make sure, because that hurt. That was my mouth. Look at, yeah. Oh, Lord, I did scratch myself. Rabbi, I hope I don't bleed.
I hate when I do that.
Come make me better, Rabbi. I got to go put something on it. I put something on it. What I put on it? Neosporin?
Yeah, put
on there?
Neosporin and a bandage, and it'll be fine in 3 days.
Well, I got to go first. Then I put one on.
Okie doke.
Okay. Rabbi.
I'm sending.
I'm all better. I'm all better.
Sending positive.
I'm better because you're here.
Absolutely, sending positive vibes.
Yes, feet hurts. I'm always hurting myself. Watch where I'm going. I'm just healed my finger. Now I'm just hand up my ankles. Okay, finish. I'm sorry, Rabbi. You can finish now.
You're good. Another issue that arises with the mall is just, I mean, again, the prices, but then, like, the last time I went to the mall, I went to the Levi's store in Irvine and bought a pair of jeans. And normally I would have bought them on Amazon, but I wanted to document the event to show people what life was like. And it was the year like 2021 for future generations, because I've seen people do the same with like footage of malls in the 1980s, and people think that kind of footage is really cool. So I would just go in and just show what it's like to go buy a pair of jeans. And I think they were like $80. These are just like Levi's, your standard Levi's jeans that people have been wearing for 100 years. And it was like, okay, fine. Get those jeans at Ross, or like one of those like secondary sellers for probably like $40 or $50 maybe. On top of that, if you go on, like, you know, like there are places you could go on like eBay and get the same jeans, even new, for like $25. Like, basically there are a lot more alternatives to the mall that you have today that you didn't have in 1985. But the mall used to be where it was at. And I was like, I would go there with my cousins, and our family would go. Not so much my dad. My dad would go, but my mom would, and her, like our family, and we would just, you know, there are all kinds of people who would go to the mall. They had walkers, people who would walk in the morning to stay in shape, like old people. And then the stores would open up, and you could get, you know, piercings and jewelry, and they had like little what do you call those things? Merry-go-rounds, and they used things you could like win a car, and you could, like try out person things, and colognes and all that. Like that's like the one thing that the internet can't do is smell. So like I guess you need to go in person to get that kind of like anything that you have to smell. Or I would say the makeup counter, all those ladies were all really pretty, and they would do things, and that I don't want to say you can't do that online, but makeup is something that you kind of have to have against your skin. It helps to pick one out. But once you know your color, then you can just order it online. And but it was a big thing. It was like the place to be, and it is now no longer. It's interesting what happened. You had it was like the mall was a place to be, and everybody wanted to go there. They had the thing with the pennies. You throw a penny in like a wishing well, and like people would do that, and it's just stuff was cheaper. Taxes weren't as high, so people had more money. Inflation wasn't as high, and it was still expensive then. But they had arcades. Like that's a big one. That's a big one. You didn't have. You might have had a Nintendo at home, or something like that, but like, or an Atari back in the day. But like they'd have an arcade, and kids would go into the arcade and spend all kinds of time. And like my parents did not do this. They never wanted me to go to arcades, because they didn't think that the kids there would be good influences. So I never really got to go into arcades, but would always walk past it. There's this place called Aladdin's Castle. I'm sure you had them where you were, and they were always really dark, and they had all kinds of video games in there. And parents would just literally give their kids $5 in quarters or whatever, and then allow the arcade to just be the babysitter, and then they just walk around the mall and just do whatever, buy a bunch of stuff, and then go get a kid, and then go leave. And that it was like the only place to buy anything. But now, again, the internet killed that. And then you have like, it's called like big box retailers that killed it as well.
Yeah.
Because like back in the day, a lot of places didn't have Walmart, or like you might have had Kmart or something like that. And like, but even way back in the day, like Kmart didn't sell groceries, or Walmart didn't sell groceries. Like that's more modern phenomenon. And now you could go to a Walmart and get everything that you need, or you could go. They don't have Kmart's anymore, but you could go to one place and get everything you need. And the mall, like that, ate into the mall's profits, because Walmart's going to have, say you just need underwear, plain white shirt or something like that. You could go to the mall and it's going to be $10. You go to Walmart, it's going to be $8.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard,
Right.
I've heard as well. The mall, the prices to rent places in the mall is the thing that killed them as well, because every year they'd have to renew their leases, and they have to pay per square foot. So like back in the 80s, it wasn't that expensive, but nowadays it's extremely expensive. And let's say you want to start your store, the Miss Aquarius store. Okay, you could go into the mall, which has nowadays low foot traffic. It's kind of a pain because you have to park outside and walk to it, or You could have the Miss Aquarius store that's next to a Marshall's or next to what was like once Bed Bath and Beyond, or what, where people can park right outside and walk in, and the prices, and you don't need to pay for a mall cop. You don't have to pay for all the lighting and all of the amenities of the mall. So if you're going to open up your own store, it's in your best interest to do it in a place that's overhead. And what kind of store would you have, Miss Aquarius?
Something that'll be cheap, so everybody can come in and make more business. So we can just have everything that people like, and it'll be cheap. It'll be cheaper.
So like,
it'll be cheaper.
So like,
not too bad like Dollar Tree. I wouldn't let Dollar Tree be out of business, but yeah.
Yeah, now that's one. The dollar store used to be really big, but they're all closing down.
Yeah. Yeah, they're $1.25. I'm hearing. They're not $1 no more, they say.
Right, and it's like, you used to be cool stuff for $1, and now there's nothing there for that. And they started to, Uber did this thing, Uber the car app. They partnered with, I think it's Dollar Tree, one of those dollar stores, and they'll deliver to you dollar stuff. And so, like, basically, you don't even need to go to their stores anymore. The plan that I've heard is that in the future, this is maybe in the next 5 years or so, especially after the pandemic, the stores recognize they don't have to be open 24 hours, because they used to, a lot of them would be open 24 hours, the big ones, and they don't need you to go inside the store anymore. So basically, what you do is just, like, I order all my stuff on an app, and it gets delivered to me, and it's fresh, and it's there within, like, whenever I want it to be. And so in the future, you won't, and the big thing is people steal from stores. What happens is there's something known as shrink, and that means that the companies lose money. So instead of allowing people to go in the store anymore, you'll just go and pick your stuff up. You'll order it from an app. A machine will go and pick it all for you, and then prepare it for you. The goal of these places, including McDonald's, it's been this way for a long time, and Walmart, is to have no employees at the store.
No employees. So they just kind of like they do at Walmart, the automated check-in kind of counter. They gotta have a program out there.
Yeah. So our Krogers are known as Ralph's, but they're owned by Kroger, and everything just automated. And
wow.
I don't go to McDonald's, but I've seen online, they have McDonald's that are purely automated, completely, no people working there, and that's the goal.
Okay. That's cool. Now, if you had a store, about what would you name it, and what would it be in it?
It's a great question, Miss Aquarius. I would say, like, it's hard for me to say I wouldn't want to have like a Walmart-like store, because Walmart has everything basically, and it's clean and well lit and climate controlled and generally pretty safe. So it would be something like that probably. But if let's say I couldn't have that, if we had to specify what it would be, I would like to have, you can't even have these stores anymore, really. I was gonna say they used to have something called like Electronics Boutique, which is a like GameStop, where you go in and you game, but all of that is just online anymore. I'd like to have like a Best Buy, but again, like,
I'd like to have a music store.
A building store?
I love music.
Oh, a music store.
Music.
Yeah, but Yeah, but like, what do you do? Like a record store?
Look, music, yeah, they can just buy music.
Yeah, but you just just download it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like
well,
that.
They can do like Walmart. I can do the music. They have candy. They have clothes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There's a good one. A candy. I would.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, candy store.
I'd have a candy store that's like the Candy Castle in Candyland. Basically, the outside looked like it was made out of candy, and you go inside and they'd have every kind of candy that you ever want, and that would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I think we did good after that. We usually sort of our business. Yeah, I forgot what I said. Yeah. Very interesting, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Everything is gonna go up now. Everything is to go up now. Yeah. All right, there we go. Listen, I'm on my hands and everything on the hand, taking a shower, so I can be relaxed.
There you go. And then we'll play.
You play later?
You got it.
Or you want to play now?
Nope.
Later. Later, right?
That's correct.
Later before I go to bed. But you had a good time with some people coming in, Rabbi?
Yep. It usually gets busier at night.
Okay. My ankle hurt. My ankle hurt. My ankle hit my ankle.
Go take your bath. Put your Neosporin on. Put your bandage on.
Yeah, I got a bandage with Neosporin on it.
Okay, well, good.
Have you seen it, Rabbi? Have you ever seen it?
Bandage with Neosporin on? All right, sure.
Have you seen it? You never seen it? That bandage? I had to show it to you. Yeah, the Neosporin in it. Yeah, because I used it on my finger in this thing.
Oh, with it in it, yeah.
Listen.
With it in it, yeah. I've seen that.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. I love it. Because I'm not from the still that Neosporin I got, it's got ointment in it, but it's also got burns. It goes fast, but you have to put that on like every day. It ain't so her paper cuts take long. I think they take longer than he if you don't really like bandage it or something. I'm done. I got to. I can't walk around wrinkled. I can't stand that. Especially. Ain't that right, Rabbi?
Is
I
it?
gotta be. No, where's my belt? My belt. Okay. Unplug this. Okay. Okay. There. And loop. Down, can turn it down to the bell. And let's me some YouTube. Let's me some YouTube. Mm-hmm. Oh. Where's his belt? I need his belt. Now I don't even know what his belt is. Oh. Let's go see. Where's his belt at? Let's see. So they heard that. There goes your belt. I found it. I found the belt. Okay. Right.
To solve the immediate pragmatic problem.
Constellations. We're going to find it says pictures of stargates from Dendera Temple. I think it's in the upper rooms. Yeah, it's up where the zodiac. So that's actually the Dendera is incredible. Like it is a star-oriented temple. There's massive depictions of the zodiac, and this is all redone from older versions of the same temple. But that is the translation of the constellation and the gate, and it literally translates as Stargate.
There is one single theological.
That is part of it. So that's, I mean, the ceiling is the zodiac. You even have pictures of like solar boats going up to the moon. Derek Randall loves that temple.
I would argue that
sent him a lot of footage from that temple. No, it's actually.
Very
so you'd have to look up the
last
just
thing that I should
Stargate cliff, maybe at Dendera.
We don't exactly know who he was speaking to. Fortunately, we have because of the work of Rabbi
I don't see the
Rothschild.
exact one, but it's not. It's literally a cluster of stars that represents a constellation.
But the
I know I
population
probably have it on my laptop if you want to see it. Yes.
Your laptop's out there?
Yeah. Go grab it. We'll pause it.
Gets the impression by just
it's not on that one. I didn't think we'd get into the Stargate. I'll try and find it.
Okay, so we found it from a video from Trevor Grossi on YouTube. The video is titled Hieroglyphic Proof of Stargate Technology with Abraham, Mike and Trevor Grossi. This is what we're looking at.
As you can see the stars.
He got a hanky in there. He's got a
Stars supposed to be.
of the northerly
star on
eyes.
the right. No,
Here's your face.
yeah, there's a hieroglyph. So again, yeah, Stargate. There's the.
Okay, right, right, right.
And then I assume that crooked
Yes, ma'am.
hook or whatever is part of this as well. Oh, I see.
That's like here's your face.
How the way you translate the hieroglyph. Yes. Yes, that's what Abraham, who I know quite well. He's very good at translating these glyphs. When I travel in Egypt, we usually go with Professor Mohammed Jabra, who's one of, I would say, top 4 or 5 in the world for reading hieroglyphs. He can just read whatever's on the wall and tell you about it. He travels with us on these tours. It's phenomenal. He just shows us this. There's probably some better pictures of ones with the actual constellations up in Dendera if they get into. Yeah, but that one where they were standing next to each other, go back a little. Back. Yeah, so see, this is the one called. See the stars above the gates. So it's literally different. These and with the words they relate to specific constellations. This is in the top what's the zodiac room at Dendera where they have a replica of the circular zodiac on the ceiling. This is original Mars, and it is the translation of the Stargate constellations. I can't say what it is. What are these constellations supposed to be? I don't know off the top of my head. We do tell people when we get into it. There is, I can find out, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry about that. That one that you just read there, James. No. What you just right there. So, okay, so same similar, again, the gates,
Oh, right.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, like I put it down.
Saying in any way with that. No,
Oh, there you go. I lost it for a minute, am I?
They do look at like the Osiris and the constellations in the sky as being connected to the
Oh, listen to something. What's going on?
like this Duat beat, this
I almost lost
is the sky. It's all part of that passage from the soul to the realms of the
I need that area, okay?
so this is the
Sounds like a plan.
interpretation that we give. We say, oh, this is none of this. It sort of falls into this category a little bit of like everything is symbolic, everything is ceremonial, nothing is functional.
That's kind of
I'm fascinated by these temples because it goes back to something you were saying earlier. And I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for it. Imagine if young guys happened to us tomorrow, what doesn't. But say it wipes out civilization, but we survive as humans. Within, 2, 3 generations, we're sitting around campfires telling stories about fucking these things that were like a black rock, and it just... And you it's like your plasma TVs, but you say, look, if you get this shiny black rock, you can get answers from the ancestors. You can know everything. You can talk to anything. You can see anything. You can ask a question. You can ask your questions, and maybe you go and you start getting black rocks and making them like this, and you start dancing around the fire. You start ritualizing this memory technology. Now, if you take that concept, like say there's a cataclysm, and now there's people that remember and tell these stories. The stories get passed down. Now imagine there's a civilization that comes up and it goes through thousands of years of structuring those legends and stories of technology. That goes through just distortions and rotations and symbolism, that it's just twisting all of these stories into this iconography and this complex symbolism that I think we go to a temple in Egypt that was made in the Ptolemaic era or whatever, and you see things on the wall. And I think there's a great way to bring some of those symbols and some of the paintings to say, well, is this actually an echo of something that was functional, or is an echo of technology? Like every star that you see has a tuning fork on the bottom of it. Every single one on these walls, it's always got a tuning fork on it. What's that all about? Tuning fork, like a little like a tuning fork. Yeah, all of the stars with the wasp head that means power. Like literally the interpretation of this symbol is power on top of the staff, and every single one of them has a tuning fork. Can we see an image of that? Yeah, you can look up any of the temples in Egypt and like the depictions of gods with staffs that they're touching and they're giving. Like the jet pillar or the Ankh, which is jet pillar stability. the Ankh is life, the Wasp is power in some locations. It's got to grant it life stability power, sometimes it's life power.
widely responsible for administering the population, they built the walls, to control the type of epidemic that ravaged the
That's a great image. That literally is the symbol for stability. And nothing down as well. And see, there's a jet pillar there too with the hands. So the jet pillar is stabilizing your right hands. Right. And you're on a boat. You're actually part of this on a boat. Looks like sometimes it's crazy about this. So we get down into this. This is in a crypt at Vendera. You have to like crawl through a hole. It's like an inside wall. It's amazing because the Christians and they didn't get into the crypts. They couldn't deface the glyphs. Like a lot of the glyphs are defaced.
Look at that guy. Looks like an air traffic controller.
Like a reptilian too. He's a frog dude with his knives.
Yeah, what is that?
With a tail.
Does he have a fucking tail?
Yeah, he does.
He does look like he's like a giant frog man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what's crazy about this, there's a whole story about this that is written on the walls. And again, this is thanks to one friend Yusuf A1 who I got with, and then Professor Jabra who can interpret this. And we are actually coming to do a video about this soon. Because what he is saying about this crypt is that there was, it tells you on the wall that there was a physical version of that thing in that crypt. That was, he said it was made from mostly gold, and it was the span of like a dude with his arms down, like the span of a human wingspan.
I thought I was stumbling across something there called an electrum. There is these two. There's a metal, these 3.3 ton obelisk that were made out of a metal bottle, like electronic gold and silver. Yeah, electrum's gold. So they definitely used gold and silver. A lot of the obelisks had electrum, which is, I think, great for conductivity. Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, which is really the only good reason to have it other than looking good. Right, yeah. Other than ball. This is going to be a little bit of a sidetrack when you're talking about the new film. Stories of nuclear natural nuclear reactor.
So this is kind of like
4 billion years and 100,000 word oldest nuclear reactor.
Let us look at the
okay, it's enriching uranium.
Control enriched
early
uranium.
in the war,
Yeah, imagine if it's
have an example of what I would like to call teleological suffering.
That makes sense, right? And Africa deserves something like that in Afghanistan, where the stone came from.
All of it, the lapis lazuli and everything else, I don't know. I mean, I assume that I would be surprised if that sort of thing is happening somewhere in the massive uranium in Australia either, because that's like one of the world's biggest uranium deposits. I imagine if it's enough massive to 238, they're trying to pull 235 to get to 238 or the other way around. But if there's enough massive neutrons hitting each other, it might be enriching it somehow. I think it's probably what's happening there. I'm no nuclear scientist, so let's go back to those hieroglyphs. The lizard guy, the frog guy, or whatever that reptilian thing is, that freaks me out. Oh yeah, it's that's, you know, one of the things that the weirdest one of the weird stories when we start talking about aliens is different types that visit, and then one of them is a reptilian species that is the most creepy deal, which makes sense. It would be. I mean, that was like reptiles on Earth. And Komodo dragons, and the idea that somewhere or another they could eventually reach incredible levels of technological sophistication and intelligence. We kind of rule that out, but look, there's clearly primates that are way dumber than us, right? So that it's only primates that reach an incredible high level of sophistication. When we know that crows, which are really fucking close to dinosaurs, crows, super smart, like smarter than most kids. Problem solving smart. Yeah, it's like you can't. Yeah, I don't think you can't put a restrictor on what evolution might produce. Not in any of these, especially when intelligence is being exhibited by really close evolutionary.
So this is the argument of
yes. Yeah, that would just be, you get to that lack of empathy as that reptilian brain. It's just aggression at like everything that's not us is the enemy. That's the mindfuck Mark dinosaurs. Oh yeah, that's
that was in Jurassic Park, right? Raptors, they're like smart. Yeah, they're smart. And, makes sense. Yeah, it's the whole back. Yeah, but the idea that we were visited by intelligent reptiles is fucking bananas.
The alien, I don't often address it, but I put it firmly in the realm of like possible. Like it's just, I think when you look at the vastness of space and the length of time, the fact that we're just this crazy. Massive civilizations collectively could have risen and fallen a million years ago, and we just weren't part of it. And that's literally a blink of the eye in those sort of time frames. It's not surprising this the Fermi paradox, right? Like how come we haven't got like firm proof or anything, even though people say we have. It's like yes, it's the length of time. Like we can rise and fall. That span of a billion years is just nothing on those time scales. You can a whole species can rise to massive prominence and then just be nothing but dust at the end of that period of time. Then you've got to try and do that across what 14 billion years, and even that's in question. Because the James Webb Telescope seeing stuff that's supposedly way older than that now. Right. We'll see. We're going to find out. Like this 3-eye atlas.
What is that thing? Weird, right? Well, Avi Loeb is convinced that it's a UFO, but that's what he does. Yeah, he did with the other one, that was weird. It wasn't the weirdest thing about Oumuamua. It seems to be its path to elaborate turned around the sun and accelerate. Like that was the standard model of physics said it should have done that, and it seems to have exhibited some motion that is not. He clearly maintains that acceleration. It accelerated. It was outside of support. Yeah, it accelerated. But like not that much. It was a few percent, but it was not what should have happened according to the calculations that astronomers and I guess the dynamics people had done. That's what I understand was the most. Obviously, its shape and size. There's something about its reflective properties as well, right? Well, just because it was so long and narrow and it was tumbling, that's what caused it to catch like the long side of it, which the bright oscillating brightness on it, and it passed through the system. And it's going 7 kilometers per second or whatever it was, huge velocity, enough to escape the gravity of the sun. It accelerated where, as I understand it, it accelerated where it shouldn't have. Then there was another interstellar artifact that came in that was pretty much a comet, behaved like a comet. It had a tail, it was off-gassing water, it's just an interstellar ball of rock and ice, is what they say that was. It didn't get a lot of attention. Now this 3-eye atlas thing is much larger apparently than the previous two, but it's also not behaving light that it's emitting around it for some reason. I saw a report that said you're almost seeing a metallic like smelting signatures off it. I don't know how much credence I can give it, but we'll find out. Like it's going too fast in our system unless it dramatically alters its velocity. But it'll pop out. We'll lose it on the other side of the sun, but then we should stay out. So we'll know one way or the other if it actually is going to, if it changes behavior. I mean, what's he put it up? Even I put it like 40, 60 or something. Artificial to natural, but it's so funny. I'm into Warhammer 40k in a big way, and it's just like, I'm like, okay, we're going to be joining the Imperium. All Halley on the side. I think might be a Mechanicus vessel. I don't know. If that's how they travel, I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. Well, it takes months. If it slows down, I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for an advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings, right? I want the advanced scientists from the 21st century. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The ones who come fast on a burning spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably the more like conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean? Yeah, that seems like that's how you're rocking it. You're doing it the way we do it. We have something insanely fast through the cosmos. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, like dark forest things, like the dark forest theory. That was about. So this came out of the three-body problem. Great series of books by Chinese authors that got turned into a TV show. It's a great show, the books are too, and it's just, but it's this idea that, look, we shouldn't be making, it's like, imagine you're a hunter in a dark forest, so it's just, you're out there, you know there might be other things out there, and it's
it's this like a philosophical engagement. What should you do? Should you start light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest that's full of you know it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What's your behavior? What should you do? Should you see another predator? What should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? And these can be like you could be there with a bow and arrow. This guy could have a tank. This other guy could have like a massive some other energy weapon. Whatever you don't. There's massive differences in capability and scale. And pretty much every scenario works out to what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in dark forest. It's like, it's too risky to reveal yourself. You should basically eliminate that threat, and you can do so safely. And you apply that to kind of the galaxy, and where, to some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot that's screaming around. The roaring fire. We there's it's out there, right? And because we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100-something years, man, and we just hope. Well, you have to hope that something is so evolved that's gotten past war, that's gotten past the way we can. So we're hoping and assuming that Space Brothers will be benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and want to take care of us and give us information.
Yo, motherfucker, nobody wanted to talk with you anyway.
I had this discussion. I've had this discussion a few times. My response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens when we take nature? Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex predators don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks.
1969.
We just dominate. Like if it's in your way, it's inconvenient, you kill it. If it has something you want, we take it. If those bees have honey, we take it. Like, it's just, we're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. Like, there's still parts of the world where we're just eating them. Like there's, I don't know, nature suggests that apex predator, but maybe with the other element that you're saying is maybe evolution leads you past those primal nature at some point.
The territorial primate instincts that we exhibit, like hopefully, because clearly we're on a pathway to that, right? We're clearly much kinder now, at least locally. If you don't live in Gaza, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the middle of war zone, you're like, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout human history. It's the same behavior exhibited over and over.
No way, it fucking worked. Shout out to Denny. No way, it fucking worked.
Just like us, but way better. That's right, because as soon as
That's tight as fuck, son.
the cosmos in 20 years, we're going to be the same now. Right? We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate with technology and remove the ego and emotions. Yeah, mushrooms. Mushrooms
10 hours ago.
All the things, the human reward systems that exist that we currently struggle with, we would be the same way. If we, just think of what we justify on Earth in terms of destruction of habitat, of native species, animals that we kill, all the different things that we do on Earth, factory farming. Now imagine, why would we care about these lizard people that live, in caves on some fucking stupid planet? We'd probably kidnap them, we'd kill them, we'd pickle them, we'd bring them back home, we'd freeze them.
Got gold in them caves?
Yeah, right. Look what Columbus did when they, arrived, took the natives and had them get gold, and if they didn't, cut their arms off. Horrific, terrifying things. So imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently doing that, which is the promising thing. Right? Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true, they seem rather benign. Like, in fact, in the Travis Walton case, that one, the most famous one. Not off the top, real simple, 1970s, he's a logger, he's working with a group of guys, a ship, he gets hit with a beam of energy, gets knocked back, unconscious, his friends flee, they come back, they're yelling at each other, we gotta go back, they go back, he's gone. All four of them get investigated for murder, they tell him believes them, they all pass polygraph tests. 5 days later, he shows up. finds a payphone, makes a phone call, and has this fucking insane story. But the story was that they took him aboard the craft and healed him and communicated with him, and that there was a bunch of different types of these beings. And then he has been telling the exact same story ever since the 1970s. So, but relatively benign compared to what we would do, for sure. You know, like we fucking, you know, we shoot elephants.
It's an animal.
Yeah, think about the horrible things that we do on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, and it's something that I always say. It's a great quote from Christopher Hitchens, which is, you know, which into that evolutionary chain. You know, which is the current version of humanity. Our frontal lobes are too big. Our adrenaline, our frontal lobes are too small and glands are too big. Our thumb forefinger opposition isn't all it's cracked up to be.
We love violence.
We love violence.
We love violence. Our national sports, dudes who are enormous running at each other. And the other one is guys punching and kicking each other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. We're also involved in multiple wars simultaneously. At least proxy.
Yeah, proxy wars.
It's at least human beings are involved in a significant amount of war always.
Yeah, this is literally the status quo throughout history. I mean, it's just we've always been at war with each other. I mean, I still do. Personally maintain the idea that it's still the best time to be alive, logically speaking, but also, I mean, obviously we're much more aware of conflict around the world, but on a percentage scale of what it's been like in the past, it's actually far less than it has been. I know it's terrible when it happens, but we're in an area where there's actually less of that going on, and hopefully that can continue. I actually genuinely think that it's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is important to me. Like, I haven't really talked about it in videos or put it down. It's part of the book I'm writing for sure. It's a big part because it's not just some benign investigation into the past. I genuinely think it could have a significant impact on our future because that concept you talked about it of like this linear progression, right? I mean, in general, we get taught in school, okay, we were Stone Age dudes, we were in civilization happened, and how many thousands of years later, here we are. This is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen, is on this path, don't worry about it, it's almost like it's preordained, just worry about next election cycle, next quarterly result, whatever, right? And we just don't think about it. This concept I call it, I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be a human being today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, Stone Age to us, we're advanced. This is the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level to this cyclical version that is an oscillation between civilization and cataclysm, and this idea that, okay, we've actually risen in the past, we've become relatively high technology, we've become civilized, and it happened, it would have been different to us, but we fell again, and we're somewhere on this oscillation and this circular motion between civilization and cataclysm, and on a long enough time scale, we know it's going to happen again.
Yes.
Right, and if you can change that fundamental concept in people, like that's what we teach people in schools. Okay, so we're rising again, we're at this crazy point in time where our technology is super advanced, we can solve some of these problems, but we know as time scale, if we don't do something about it, we might end up like our ancestors did. I generally think that stands a chance of changing some of our behavior and some of our less money on tanks and guns, a little bit more on space exploration, make solving the longer term problems a bit more of a priority. And it's altruistic and it's a crazy goal. I know it's altruistic as all hell, but it's just, I think there's precedent for it too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. The fact is that the term climate change has changed our behavior over the last 25 years, right? It's changed, if you think about what's happened with that concept, and it changes investment decisions, it changes our interactions with each other, with the planet. It's changed our behavior and the way we think about stuff. It's like this crept into our zeitgeist as a species, and it's changed our behavior. So I look at some of this stuff as not just being some harmless investigation. I think it actually getting to the root cause of what's happened in the past and actually could help us in our future. I think it's important. That's what drives my interest in it. A lot of us too.
It's another piece of the example of how primitive we are, that we still the actual climate is political. That's bananas.
Oh, yeah.
Pollution is political.
Yes. I mean, if you disagree, I always find it crazy that if you even question any of some of the official narrative about this stuff, the first thing you've got to do is make sure you decry and say, no, pollution bad. Yeah. Just because I think some of the science might be off. I'm not saying let's pollute the oceans. No, let's be stewards.
Yeah. Well, it's also the amount of time polluted the oceans in is spectacular. What we've done just in terms of the depopulation of the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
That's nuts. 90+% of all big fish are gone.
Yeah.
In a short amount of time. A couple hundred years of hardcore fishing. We fished out the ocean.
Just about.
That's nuts. Not only that, we polluted the fuck out of it to the point where you're not even supposed to eat it every year.
Right, which is
that's crazy.
I agree.
That's crazy. If you eat sushi every day, don't recommend it.
Beer bottle on the marijuana.
What? That's crazy.
Man. Yeah,
that's how gross we are. We're there and they chuck one overboard.
It looks like it.
It's pretty recent, right? There's a fucking label on it.
Yeah.
Right? The label hasn't even eroded. If it's that recent, why isn't it covered in sediment? The surface covers things up. It moves over time. It probably won't be there forever. It probably won't be sitting on the surface like that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, right. Oh, it's... Wow. Unless there's some sort of a downward or upward current. Scientists find beer by the deepest point of the ocean.
6.7 miles, 35,000 feet below the surface.
How does it not flood, but that sub does?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
There you go. Right.
Yeah. It wouldn't last longer than the Capitol, that's for sure. But, yeah, I don't want to go down there.
Fuck all that. Yeah. I'd rather watch a video. That's even crazier.
Yeah.
You go all the way down and you're watching a screen. Yeah. It's a window. You can't have a fucking window.
No, exactly. Yeah. One little door, just did this one, just joined thick thing at the front.
Imagine a freak out of being at the bottom.
Cameron knows. I mean, he went down that night. Yeah.
He went there by himself.
I know he did. It's crazy. In that, he did it right.
I guess. If you're gonna do it. Why did he do that?
1 feet of titanium around me. In a sphere.
Yeah, we need you to make moves.
Maybe not a cup for
Yeah. Well, actually, not one the engineer said wasn't really designed for those depths.
Yeah, they cracked that. Did you ever watch that documentary? It's they're putting that thing on. They do the scale model and they're testing it under pressure, and they'll stand around the river and just goes bang. It's and every test did it went bang and blew, and they're like, oh, it's fine.
20 successful trips with that.
Oh, they did a bunch. Yeah, and it was even the scariest part is when you're in the footage with it and you can hear it popping. It's literally the carbon fiber strands snapping. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrifying.
Imagine one of those people that successfully made that journey and then the nightmares that you have every day.
Like the one right
barely missed it. The one right before. Barely missed getting instantaneously destroyed. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the animation, the computer recreation of what it would look like.
Yeah, implosion.
They turn to blood cells. Yeah, just splatter.
Yeah, you wouldn't even say that it happens faster than the time it would take for you to even register that it happened, for your senses to register in your brain that it happened. It's
the pressure. Yeah. Just the fact that we're that, we choose to do that we have technology, let's see. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I skirted he signed everyone up as basic expedition team members. That's how they got around. I'm not selling seats for this. They're coming. They all had a technical role supposedly. They was I'm not getting around the regulations and the safety regulations. But no interest in that sort of pressure. I mean, I dive, but that's like that.
Just
pretty much.
It's just hardcore swimming.
I haven't seen that. And then what happened every 20 milliseconds, and that takes 15 milliseconds for your brain. That's no, thank you.
Oh my god, why does this freak me out so much. Because that guy went on this.
Yeah, it's a terrible story. I mean, it's just
Why? I wish I was friends with that guy. Like, dude.
Yeah.
No.
It's not the place I want to explore. Like, there is some stuff on Cuba. They say that's they reckon pyramids that's kilometers deep in the ocean.
But I've seen that. I've seen internet videos.
Yeah, like imaging.
Yeah.
But I did dive. We were in Alexandria. I dived on the lighthouse. So there's and actually there was a news article the other day about the Egyptians were pulling like more stuff out of the water there at Heraklion and at the lighthouse in Alexandria. Quite an interesting story. We were in Alexandria, diving the Mediterranean on the Egyptian side, and I mean it's amazing. There's massive columns and massive megalithic blocks in the water from when that the lighthouse it fell down or it collapsed. There was an earthquake. And so you're in the water, but you're diving over like megalithic blocks like these and huge columns, and it has a history that stretches back too, right? It's the megalithic stuff is what's associated with the very earliest periods of building. All the stuff that happened later is typically not that big, but yeah, they're nuts.
That's what's nuts. The older you go, the bigger the stones are.
Well, and what's funny. When we looked into the erosion in places like the Giza Plateau, you have 2 or 3 feet. It's not the Sphinx. Everybody knows about the Sphinx enclosure erosion. But you look at places like the Pyramid Temple of the Middle Pyramid. There's some of the blocks on the Great Pyramid, the casing stones that are there that we can see now that they've taken the boat museum away. And up and down the causeway, there is limestone blocks with up to 2 feet of erosion. Like it's these waves. I think I have a directory on that drive with the erosion on it. And you have to juxtapose that against all the other stuff they say is 4th dynasty, right? So right next to the Valley Temple, there is another structure that's built from small limestone blocks. Doesn't have any erosion, not like the Valley Temple does. The Western Cemetery that's behind the Great Pyramid is beautifully made. It's small limestone blocks. It's apparently older. So here's a good example. This is the mortuary of the Pyramid Temple. So these are, you can see where the face of that was, but it's been eroded in like up to 2 feet in places. There's huge amounts of erosion that you can find in a lot of places at the Giza Plateau. Yet at the same time, you have what are said to be contemporary structures. Have been built roughly in the same time. Sometimes they say they're even older, that have just no erosion at all, made from the same stone, made by allegedly by the same people.
And what force did they attribute that erosion to?
Well, it's wind and sand, right? That's what they will say. Look, this is just regular weathering. And here's the crazy thing about these structures: like this was also cased in granite. These are the inside blocks. So this structure was fully cased in like 4 feet thick granite blocks, and that was stolen. That were taken. It would have protected this stone from erosion for however many thousands of years. You find it. There's another picture in here of like the that's so there. Like see, this is said to like that picture I just showed with the heavy erosion. That's where the arrow is at the Pyramid Temple. No, back to that one, yep. So that deep erosion's at that Pyramid Temple. This one wall to the right, they say this is older than that. And that this has never been cased in granite. That other stuff was cased in granite. It's megalithic. There's a block in that complex that's 450 tons. And it was cased in granite. Now, there's been studies, right? So we know how long it takes to weather limestone. There's been a bunch of studies. The US, the government departments have studied it. They put limestone blocks on the top of a building in Washington, D.C., and a government department has studied it over 11 years. There's endless cemeteries with conveniently carved and dated limestone pieces in the form of headstones that you can measure. So you can go, okay, this was carved in whatever year this guy died, and as you can measure it and over time get a sense for like what's it take with rain, with wind. We've done studies of like, all right, we put these blocks in a river, and we let it wash over like a very highly erosive environment where we've got running water running over the stone, and how long it takes to erode. For some of the erosion that you can, if you reference those studies for this type of hard limestone, to get 2 feet of erosive wear on those blocks just with regular wind, weathering, and this is in places that have a lot more rainfall than Giza. You're talking dates from like 122,000 years to get that much erosion on it. I mean, and I think that's in a more erosive environment than what the desert is.
What?
So yeah, that's it side by side. So you have, literally they'll tell you that thing on that is older. This was built by Khufu. This is supposedly covering the sun. But it's completely different. So this is that to introduce thing as well, but they attribute all this to the same people. But you baseline this because it's the same stone, it's at the same elevation level, it's supposedly the same age. The differences are in the construction. Like it's megalithic, and a lot of this stuff was encased in granite. This is the Sphinx Temple down at the other end of the causeway. Same thing. So all the megalithic stuff that was cased in granite has severe erosion, yet there's buildings all around it. And up and down the plateau, they say it built at the same time. Yet it's smaller blocks, it's not as nice work, and it's not eroded like that. Like, what's the conventional explanation for that discrepancy? They just don't address it. Like, I've not seen anyone. Well, I mean, because the argument's always been the Sphinx Temple, like the Sphinx enclosure, right? Robert Rothschild, John Anthony West, he talked about the fact that you needed thousands of years of rainfall erosion to get those patterns on the walls. That's where the discussion's been focused. It's not, there was no comparison made. It was always like, well, the geologists say it's wind and sand, it's water erosion, but then you have the archaeologists and the Mark Landers saying, no, it's wind and sand. But I think there's a better argument to be made when you start to do comparative work like this. You go, all right, hang on, let's take the Western Cemetery behind the Great Pyramid, supposedly built by Khufu, 4th Dynasty. It's at the same elevation level, it's the same stone type as the mortuary or the pyramid temple of the Middle Pyramid complex after Khufu. So if he built that, then his son Khafra built this one. How this one, which was also cased in granite, and this wasn't, how come this is so much more eroded than this? There's no, it's at the same elevation level, it's the same. Same stone. You would assume that it's been subjected to the same weathering. Why is this so weathered and that is not? You can't explain it any other way. Yeah, I've not seen anyone respond to that argument with anything that makes any remote sense. Like remote sense would dictate one's older. Yeah, I mean, we show literally. I'd like to show people like which one looks older. Like same stone, same elevation level, same everything. Yeah, I mean it's. And then again, we know that's crazy. That's crazy. And it's not like this. This is very hard megalithic limestone. Like it's full of fossils. It's not a soft limestone. The idea that there was a civilization built with construction, 100,000 years ago, it is. That's so crazy. But have you seen any of Michael Button's work? Yeah, I saw the episode. Yeah, that is a very interesting episode. He's talking about how human beings in this exact same form have been around at least 300,000 years. At least. So that's the fossil record, right? That's all we found. There might be human beings that were 500,000 years ago. There's 6. There's 4 actually. Really? So the Morocco find, I've talked about this for years as well. It's the fossil record. So we used to be 50,000. That's 195,000 with the Ethiopian bones. And it's 350 or 19 with the Morocco find. That's the latest in the fossil record. Anatomically modern humans. However, there are studies, I think this is in the other vectors director of those studies. There's 2 studies that I reference usually. One is a DNA study that suggests, like, from a genetic perspective, Neanderthals are our cousin. Like, we didn't evolve from them. We both evolved from a common ancestor. And they're based on just looking at the genome and trying to trace it back. The paper suggests that we split with a common ancestor somewhere in the realm of 800,000 years ago. Us and Neanderthals split from a common ancestor. Like that's when we carved off 100,000. Yeah, and there's another study on teeth morphology, which was it actually got set up to try and prove that we're only 200,000 or 300,000 years old. And they were looking at, all right, so our near common ancestor, how quickly does our teeth have to evolve and morph, like this teeth morphology? How quickly does that have to happen for us to basically the teeth that we have today relative to our ancestors? But well, it's going to have to be this rate to make these numbers work. And then they did this big statistical study on a lot of different people from all around the world. They figured out the teeth, the rate of dental evolution is much slower. So they basically worked backwards from there and said, okay, so if that's how quickly our teeth evolved, then we may have been around as many as 800,000 or 900,000 years. So you have two different studies. I mean, again, fossil record 300,000, but other studies do suggest the possibility could be any up to towards 1 million years old for human beings. It gets real interesting, even within the 300,000 years, but certainly if you stretch it back further, I mean, you can find graphs of the temperature and the global temperature in ice core record, the ice core data from Antarctica goes back 400,000 years. So you have these peaks and valleys. Like we're in that peak right now in the Holocene, the nice warm period where civilization flourished, but we've been through a bunch of those peaks before. And some of those valleys are, we know, as a result of cataclysm, like massive changes to the surface of the Earth when nothing would be left. So I honestly put the realm of possibility for advanced civilization, not just the last ice age, but within, up to 1 million years potentially.
Could be. Well, it's not.
It'd be dust for a lot of it, but
it would be dust. But we would find right now, it's knuckle buttons or anything. When you're dealing with an anatomically similar creature, give us, enough food to eat, we start solving problems. Which is one of the reasons why Egypt itself was spectacular, was that it was very fertile.
It was in the African human period. This is one of my arguments. Is I think if you just assume for a moment that there was a civilization that flourished during the African human period before it, when Sahara was a savanna, and that's why I think this is what happened, right? So if that civilization knocked back to a relative Stone Age, the people have been in the North, we know for like hundreds of thousands of years, like people live, and if they're going to start that civilization, they're going to do it in part of that country that was habitable, it's the Nile Valley, and that's where all the sites of ancient Egypt are that we know about, but they've all been, let's assume they kick-started with stuff and they built, inherited and renovated and reused, and the dynastic Egyptians made them their own, assuming there's something there before. So what's fascinating to me is the possibility that out there in the Sahara, maybe near an ancient water source or an ancient aqueduct or something, or an ancient aquifer, we might be another Assyrian out there, like the subterranean things. There might be another Serapeum, there might be another labyrinth buried beneath the sand somewhere that's not been touched. And it hasn't been inherited and reused.
Well, that's where the Rothschild structure gets weird.
Right, and that's on a timeline that could be very ancient because it's very eroded. And it's hard to see anything like this. It's interpretive almost at this point to figure out that if there was a structure there.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But it's also, that's another one when you go above and you look at you go, oh boy, that place got washed.
Yeah, it did.
It got washed. That place is one of the clearest examples of a place that looks like it got washed, because there's literal salt deposits everywhere.
Right. Yeah, I mean, which is
nuts.
It is nuts.
The whole thing is nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like
Jimmy Corzetti does some amazing videos.
Oh yeah,
anybody's interested.
Jimmy does.
You do as well.
Jimmy's awesome. Yeah, that seems like it could be one of the places to look. I mean, actually, to Michael Donnellan's, there's an interesting talk about Melon Burrows and that same satellite scan company. There's a guy named Michael Donnellan who's been working with them, still is. He's putting out a documentary pretty soon called Atlantica, and he thinks he's found, at least if not Atlantis, a part of Atlantis off the coast of Spain, and they've 100% found some shit in the waters. I've been diving on it for a couple of years now, building a documentary, but it's pretty convincing. He's found again another like underwater, if nothing else, megalithic city. He thinks it could be Atlantis as well off the coast of Spain.
I saw that documentary was coming out.
Yeah,
I didn't know exactly what they had discovered. Is there images that we can see right now?
It's not. We saw like an advancement in his car
close to the chest
until it comes out. But they discovered it with that Melon Burrows scanning tech, the same satellite-based tech, and then they went and dived on it. And we saw like a cut-down version of 3 episodes at this conference I went to. I met him. I've since talked to him a bit. Fascinating. 100% found something. Like it is man-made, but whatever it is. Yeah, so this is like a preview of teaser thing.
When does this come out?
I'm not sure when the streaming. I feel like it's got to be this year. I hope. It's mostly done with it.
Just 2025.
Okay, so
or at least the trailers.
That was Tim Akers for a second. The old guy with the beard when he was still alive.
When did he die?
I think it was just last year or the year before. Yeah, it sucks.
I'm very happy I got John Anthony West on a couple of times.
Great pass. It's one of my big regrets of never actually having the chance to meet the man. He was great. He's phenomenal. You know, there's a clip I use in my videos of him back in the 90s. Oh, really? Back in the 90s, John Anthony West, I used it in some of my videos, and he's standing at this cabinet, same standing in front of. I'll take people there to the Cairo Museum. He's looking at this beautiful diorite vase with a thin neck, and it's like this tiny little thin neck flared, and he's just saying, you know, how much these vases are an anomaly. They're pre-dynastic. We don't know how they made them. You know, how do you machine out the inside of this vase through this tiny little neck? Someone did, and he said, I can only hope that at some point in the future people will start to like apply modern technology and study these things and try to learn some more about it. So it's fantastic that basically project is basically doing what he thinks he should be doing. That is learning and telling about it. His DVD series, Magical Egypt, is what got me hooked. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that series is insane. He was great. A symbologist, and I think that symbologist of ancient Egypt is fantastic. Occasionally he would touch on the engineering side of things that I'm kind of deep on. Sometimes he'd ignore it too. It's pretty funny. I have a copy of his guidebook, which is hard to get these days, his guidebook to ancient Egypt, and it literally has about this much on the Serapeum because there's just no real writing down in the Serapeum. That's the place with the 25 giant, like 100-ton stone boxes. It's one of the most remarkable logistical feats that come from ancient Egypt. But he just wasn't. There wasn't a lot to like for a symbologist to interpret. It's pretty cool. Go check it out. Some boxes. Well, you need 3 hours down there. It's interesting if you think of him like being concentrating on the symbolism and how much work he did. And you need one of those, right? For sure. You need a bunch of different people. You get all the different aspects of it. Yeah. And he was another one that had his interpretation was this is a lot older. Oh yeah. It seems no one seems to like do a deep dive on it. Go on. They feel this out. No, right. Zai's example was so crazy. His explanation was this was the national project. Dude, I tried to watch that podcast. Imagine if we're all going to fly without wings. This is the national project. This exactly. Use your mind and fly without wings. We're all just going to work on that. I have heard him say that for 10 years, 11 years, 10 years. National project. Yes. I asked him that question in 2015. I was in the room with Graham Hancock and him having this debate. It wasn't a debate that we yelled at. So he flipped out earlier in the day. But you know, we asked him that question. I've heard him given that answer so many times. We ask him about anything precision or logistics, you know, all these difficult to explain. That's the response. It's basically they tried really hard. That's all they did, and it drives me nutty. He's not the only one that gives that response, by the way. That's a pretty stock standard answer to anything. We say, well, how did they move a 1,000-ton statue 1,000 miles, which is what they did in one week? Or how did they build the pyramid so precisely or whatever, or how did they do it in the time frame? No, a national project which really wanted to, and it's the response that good was like the Apollo, let's assume, Apollo 11 project, the Apollo program, right? Going to the moon. That was a national project at the time. There was a huge amount of resources put towards it from a relative to what NASA is today. But we didn't just come together with a big, piece of fabric and fling some people at the moon. There's technology involved, right? You can't do it without the technology. That's the aspect of that answer that annoys me. It's like, no, I don't care how hard you try. Try does not get you like precise down to within 1,000th of an inch, or in the case of one of these vases, 0.4 of a micron, 0.6 of a micron. That's the most extreme precision I've seen on one of them. What's interesting too, that these vases, these small things that you can hold in your hand, are evidence of this incredible technology. When these enormous statues also exist, you don't think of the vase as being the thing that's a smoking gun, but kind of is. It's because they predate the dynastic Egyptians. They were buried with those people. They exist. We know they existed in those times. You can't do that with the big statues, but I have a whole long 2-hour talk about how these things connect to those things, like the tooth drills and the precision and the machine. It's the same technique as the stone types. I mean, there are a bunch of like tubular drills on the Great Pyramid. A whole bunch of people don't know about them or where they are. But I've got pictures and I can show people the statues show the same machining use. The statues reflect the same precision. The boxes, a lot of the stonework reflect the same thing as well. the same tools were used, the same precision shows, and in pretty much all of those cases, the oldest and the best examples of all of those things are typically also the oldest. Like it's like the example. The single piece columns are absolutely incredible. Like those, the Romans didn't make columns like that. Like the fact that these columns are granite injured, and they start off wide, and they get narrower and narrower and narrower, and they flare out of the top with all the single piece, and that means that the entire piece that was quarried had to be as wide as the widest part at the top, and then machined down. These columns have freaking vertical, they have lathe centering points on them. Like there's like imagine it's like 150 tons turning on a vertical lathe or something that they did to create some of these things. So there's points that show that it was definitely centering points. And on the there's a force on them laying out a tennis. And you can see it on the end. And can you show that? And what's the weight of it? Oh, it's up to, I imagine the bigger ones are maybe 100, 150 tons, 200. And you have these existing on all different sites, like Takara, Giza, Abusia, the single piece columns. They are also on sites later on that are attributed to the New Kingdom, places like the Luxor Temple, Karnak. However, I think that those places all had a granite core and an infrastructure there already, and then those kings of the kingdom, the first Meriptah Ramses II, built around them, and you can see the difference in technology on what's in the granite core with the giant obelisks and the columns and the granite buildings that look like the Valley Temple and the old structures. Then outside of that, it's all sandstone. And they make giant columns too, but they're made from blocks of sandstone. They'll stack them up and shave them down. It's a much softer stone. And making blocks out of browns, you're making columns out of browns is way easier than trying to build a single flared, granite column. I mean, it has to have been something like that. It can't have been that all the way because you have Jamie in that large directory. There's a picture of a column, like if I'm standing next to this amazing entities, but some of them are faceted, so it can't have all been lathe work. They have little buttresses and features, but certainly the column was a circular part of the column. The center of the column could have been done on a lathe. I'm sorry. It's fascinating. I mean, huge. I mean, that's a great done thing. I mean, that's one of the columns I'm standing next to. That's a tennis. And if you flip through this, there's like a column end point. That's an actual bit. So see this. There's a hole in there. There's a place called Temple Baptist. And there were forests of these things. Like, look at that thing. That thing is the most. That's one of my favorite artifacts of all Egypt. It is immaculate. The faceting. Look at that bull nose that runs up the center of that frond of the palm, because these are like palm-shaped pillars. It's thick on one end and it fits right down to the end, and it's exactly the same on either side. Like on each of these fronds. I would love to get there and scan this thing. One of my favorite pieces, and you just had, probably hundreds of these things on these sites. And it goes back in time. Again, these are columns from Saqqara and Abusia, which are all old kingdom sites. So again, these are existing early time. They didn't build columns like this later in the civilization. They built them with sandstone pieces.
She said she was
one solid piece of granite flared. Even the Romans, who by all accounts had far superior technology than the Egyptians. They had force multipliers, they had iron, they had all sorts of mathematical skill we got from the Greeks. They built single piece granite pillars, but they were taken the whole way, and they weren't anything as precise. They're quite rough. If you get into the Pantheon, this one's one of my favorites. This is called Pompey's Pillar. You can see the dude standing at the bottom of this. I've actually got a picture of the
for 6 weeks. I'm coming back.
I think that's a reworked column. The Romans reworked, and they carved that head top, or it's a separate stone. I'm not even sure. But this is in Alexandria. That's huge. And where did that come from? This is how they do it. I don't know. It's like a
So then when you get to new kingdom, so this is what they did. So this is the stacked rounds of sandstone. This is, I always like to show people this corner of Karnak because it's an unfinished column on the end there. You can see how they did it. They stack up those blocks and they basically shade it down, and then would end up. And this is imitation too, right? This is the other key thing you see with the vases. They wouldn't. People knew what was sophisticated. Like anyone who works with stone, whether you're primitive or not, you see an artifact like that or one of those statues or a column out of stone. You're like, holy shit, how did they do that? So it's from the gods, right? I'm going to imitate it. I'm going to try and replicate it. And so they were doing their best to replicate, imitate, but with sandstone. With sandstone in a technological method that they were capable of, which is to put blocks of sandstone up the grade, shade it down, and make it look like one of these columns. And they did great work, right? Don't get me wrong. Karnak this is the great sort of hypostyle hall of Karnak phenomenon, and it is the work of the New Kingdom. But it still pales in technological significance to like the older stuff, the single piece stuff. But it's fabulous. Like I said, this is Karnak's one of my favorite places because you have all those examples like funny of like high tech and then low tech. Pennsylvania Kingdom, what year? Something like 1400 BC. Ish. So even then, they're still doing spectacular stuff. It's just not as sophisticated. It was old, right? Old Kingdom, it was in the New Kingdom. That was Egypt's height, like the height of the dynastic Egyptian civilization, like Ramses II in particular. Like always called him the greatest of the Egyptian kings. Egypt had the most power, the most wealth, the most ability to do that sort of work. So they built these great temples, and it's very, very clear. Yeah, this is that one. It's very clear that they built them around and on top of existing infrastructure. In fact, at Karnak, which is attributed to Ramses II, I mean, again, the devil's details, you have the names of kings that go back all the way to the Old Kingdom or various structures. You also, at one point in that hall where they pulled up massive floor tile, underneath the ground at the bottom there is a column base. It's another, like an older and quite calcite column base that is the same sort of column base that you see on the very oldest sites, which tells you there was a column hall here before, and either got destroyed or knocked down, but the whole place was rebuilt. You see this evidence of layers of infrastructure on this site that tells you, okay, this is, it's like looking at these ancient sites, you always have to keep that in the back of your head, like, all right, they are thousands of years of not only inheritance, but renovation and reuse and claim. Like it's people have asked me if I think the statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I think the answer is it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians look like the statues. So, do you imagine there's evidence for like 5 or 6 giant 1,000-ton statues, which is the typical of stuff you see at Luxor with the head jet, the MS crown, or the multi thing on the head, and they're always in that iconic symbolic style of ancient Egyptians. Yeah, I have the precision large of the statues. And imagine that you are a tribe culture that's emerging from the Stone Age, and you have this history and these legends and these stories, and you come across this iconic look. And again, this stretches back. This is an old kingdom that is attributed to. This is made of diorite, by the way. This is called Kufran Throne. My favorite statue with the columns from Saqqara. This is made out of that same as the hard stone. Yes, it's like a 6.5 to a 7 on the most scale, and it's this is an incredible statue. And this has exhibit facial symmetry. It looks like it. I've not seen the actual scan from this, but this thing actually has 2 drill marks and saw cuts in it. So it's got between its see the remnants of it.
Yes, you're fine.
Machining directory of the actual tube drill between the heels, and then in the legs on the inside, you see overcuts, like cuts from where they cut too deeply into this insanely hard stone, and it's overrun. Which is, if you were doing this by hand, that's a mistake you'd have to be making for about 4 hours. To actually get the depth of the cut. But if you had some sort of power tool that was removing material quickly, you can overcut.
there. And then there's like little mix.
Go to the full.
Writing at a time when it was actually.
Yeah. So your thoughts are that the Egyptians were imitating these ancient books.
Yes, I think they inherited their iconography from the things, the artifacts that they gained in like statues like this, and also the 1,000-ton versions of statues like this. And I mean, if you look at their art style, this is one of the things that blows my mind. It's like across that 3,000-year civilization. That iconography didn't change very much. Like it's the same look, and how do the kings draw themselves on the walls? They're always trying to position themselves as being one of the gods. Right there, we're talking about. Eventually, they got this aura of divinity. You became a god, like the pharaohs became divine. That wasn't always the case, but they grew into that over time as that civilization progressed. And they always match themselves, and they try to make themselves look like the gods. And again, eventually, once you get hubris and ego involved in some of these really big, really rich kings, you're like, damn it, I am one of the gods. Put my name on the statue. That's how I want to be remembered. And there was multiple gods. Seti the First did it. His son, Ramses II, his son, Merenptah, particularly the New Kingdom, Petrie called Ramses the Great Usurper. That's what his name for him, because he was putting his name on everything, trying to label himself as one of the kings. And I think if you look at that from the Old Kingdom through to the Ptolemaic era, it's the same. Like they're depicting themselves as one of these gods who are always depicted in the same way, and that's part of it from day one. Like it feels like. And I think, where do you get that picture from? It's like that. What's the poem from Percy Shelley? Ozymandias, look at my works, you mighty in despair. Like it's literally a poem by Percy Shelley that talks about. He actually gets it from, I think, Diodorus Siculus, an account of Diodorus Siculus coming across at one of these statues in a desert that's 1,000 tons. It's like a weary traveler in a desert of an unknown land comes along two vast and trunkless legs of over, like nearby a shattered visage lies, still like sort of sneer and full of fear and arrogance, and it's basically written upon this stone of the words, my name is Ozymandias, King of Kings, look on my work, ye mighty in despair. And the endless sand stretch far away. So, I mean, I'm paraphrasing.
People are dicks.
Yeah.
Especially when they become kings. There it is. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
Nothing beside remains round and round. Okay, the colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the line and level sands. So it's like, if you imagine you come across in the sand in the desert and you find the remnants of a 1,000-ton statue. I'm sure you've seen pictures of the Ramesseum and the 1,000-ton statues. Like there's 4 or 5 that happen, but they're incredible single-piece stone statues that were moved. In some cases, up to 1,000, like 600-700 miles away. I have them in the colossal directory.
And did they fall from earthquakes? Is that the speculation?
I suspect either that or the hands of men. I think that enough dudes with which you can probably eat that thing over and it'll crack when it falls. And I think there was a long period of them destroying all the gods and all the icon and all the false idols of the past. In a place called Tanis, there's a giant foot that my whole outstretched hand wouldn't fit now. And it's a repurposed block of granite, and Petrie found it, and other pieces of this statue. So we know it was a statue that, had it been standing, it's about the same size as the Statue of Liberty without the pedestal. The foot's about the same size, just give it a frame of reference. And that thing's made from Aswanian granite. Now, Tanis is in the north, and it's north of Cairo, like it's up in the delta towards the Mediterranean, and Cairo's down here. It's like 1,000 kilometers. So someone at some point took at least 1,000-ton, probably more like 1,500-ton block of stone, because they didn't finish them. They didn't ship them finished. We know they finished stuff on site. Like 1,000 kilometers north. There's an even better example, Jamie. I think in the foot of Tanis. No, that's it there, the first one. In my in the massive. There's actually my video thumbnail in there. Stone statue ever made. Giant, huge objects. There you go. So there's going on. That's the foot there. So you see it's funny because this block's been repurposed. It's been cut off on both sides and used as a block in a wall. They cut the front off it and the back off it and stuck it in and rebuilt it. This thing, there's a picture of the whole arm when it was put together in the rectory. So that's a giant thumb holding a scroll, and they put the whole arm together. There's one picture of it. One time I was there, they put the whole arm together, and that is probably the most impressive example. It's up one. There you go. Yeah, so this is it's made from composite quartzite. So this is a Karnak. This is one of several statues of this size at Karnak. And what's impressive about this, they actually put this together for 1 year, then they took it apart and I got told that it was because people freaking out about how big this must have been. They didn't it gives a sense of scale, and people are like, what the fuck? How are they doing this? So they took it apart again. Yeah, but you can still see the thumb there today, so it's turned on the side. Now, what's cool about this is that it's a straight arm. So a lot of those statues, they're seated, so they always have their elbows bent at their knees. This thing was standing. So it was a standing statue, 1,000 tons, made from composite quartzite, which is in a lot of ways more difficult to work than granite. It's a very hard, compressed form of sandstone. It's like 6'7", but it's full of flint. It's a carver's nightmare. It's like you can see the chunks of flint in the stone, but they somehow work that surface just with no problem going over flint, which is 7.5 on the most scale. The trick with this statue is where that stone came from. It's a Karnak in the south, Aswan for granite a bit further south. Composite quartzite doesn't come from Aswan, it comes from the Red Mountains north of Cairo. And the tricky part here is that the Nile River flows north, right? So it's like it's because it's north and people are like, oh, it's flowing up, but it flows to the north. So they had to take the block for that thing, I'd say on 1,500 tons easy. They had to bring that upriver, 600 miles or something, 500 miles. Wow. I don't know how you explain that, and there's certainly no depictions of them doing that. That is a logistical feat. I mean, I don't know how you can rival it.
It was a national project. Don't you get it? Don't you get it?
Just a national project they really wanted to do.
Well, it's one of those really amazing mysteries because the actual facts of it are so spectacular that it defies any conventional explanation to the point where it opens up people to the possibility that maybe we don't know. Almost anyone listening to this that's even remotely listenable that sees that goes, oh, okay. I think this picture is a lot bigger than we thought it was.
Yeah, that's honestly my response to it too. I don't know how they did this. You can't do it primitive fashion. We literally tried. We've had the Thunderstone is the other.
How would they even do it today?
Hydraulics and diesel power, huge bar. I mean, I didn't even know. You try to move. I mean, it's makes newspaper headlines when they shift a load of 150 tons on a truck somewhere. 1,000 tons these days. 1,500 tons. I mean, we have trains. We have the capability, but it's usually water on giant. I don't know how we transport a load like that over anything other than water.
Imagine a wooden boat and dudes are rowing
upriver too.
Not only that, how deep the water, and when you're dealing with 150 tons, how far does it sink? You know what I'm
Displacement.
saying? Yeah. How much of a boat do you need? Can you fit a boat that wide?
In parts of the Nile you can, but I'll tell you this, and I've looked at this, that you sure as shit can't do it at the quarry, because this is what they say. You go to the quarry, this is an example I like to give people all the time. The unfinished obelisk. The Aswan quarry is 1,200 tons. 10 tons off of it. They will tell you that, so this low area in the quarry, that's the harbour, where they park the boat to take the stone. I mean, there is no chance that you could put that thing on a boat that even would, it's like, there's the possibility for a boat to displace enough water to take a load like that obelisk. It would literally just be this giant clunk. It just can't happen. And what's more, that quarry, or that harbour in the quarry, that isn't a harbour. That's an extraction. They pulled a fucking block out of there that same size as the obelisk. And it's gone. You can see it. I showed it's an off-limits area to the quarry, but we kind of get in there every time.
So someone somehow pulled that off.
It's been done 100%. We know it has because we've got the statues that blocks of that size and tonnage have been successfully transported and shaped. However, in that place they call the highway, it's all scoop marks. It's the same technology, and here's where it gets wild. You can see the extraction that's come out. It's massive, basically like the obelisk, the unfinished obelisk. So something like an order of 12 to 1,300 tons in a piece got pulled out of there. And in the corner, right up at the end, where you see the boxy end of whatever this was taken out, on the wall, there's red ochre painting. It's paintings of like emus or flamingos and some other dolphins and other stuff. And it's an identical match for the art style and paintings that you find on pre-dynastic pottery that comes from the Carter culture and before. It's exactly the same. It's not dynastic Egyptian. It's pre-dynastic artwork. That's been put on the wall. I hope I have pictures of that. I know I do on here. It's actually I have a video called it's on I have a video where I look at all this on my channel, but it's the exact same artwork that you see on the vessel. So to me, it's an indication of there was a primitive, these people that were there, are living there thousands of years before the dynastic Egyptian civilization rose. We're obviously in that quarry, they found this convenient wall to put some artwork on, and they painted on it, which tells you that, well, this extraction had to happen before that, right? It had to have been taken out. How far before? Right, we don't know. Can't date the stone. So, but somebody took a piece like that out of there. 100%. With the same technology, the scoop marks.
Have you found anything on that, Jim? Once you get that, let's look at the unknown obelisk too. So to give people
the unfinished obelisk.
Yeah, the unfinished obelisk is how many feet?
That is definitely in that other direct. That's the video about the obelisk. But I have finished obelisk is how long? Oh god, it's got to be around 100 feet long, something like that. It's a 90 feet long. I'm thinking you'll see it in the picture. It's a giant block. I mean, so it's not extracted either. That's what I should say. It is still attached to the bedrock. So they were cutting it out, and then for whatever reason they stopped. But if you assume that the obelisk would have a square section, which same width as like this, a square section, it would have its mass with the granite there at like 2.7 tons per cubic meter is roughly 1,200 tons.
It had to be struck because it was cracked, or
that's what they say. That's what they say. I don't think so. I don't think that it doesn't. To me, that's hard to say whether it was cracked or not. It was people tried to quarry it up. There wasn't much attempt made to quarry. I don't know why you would, even if it cracked. Why not use it if it's actually part? If it was done during dynastic Egypt, I mean, you've done all that work. Your trenches on all of it around. You could cut pieces out of that. It take way less work. You want to get a smaller piece of stone or something else, just cut it. Like you should use it, but that's not what happened.
Unless the technology was so sophisticated that what they wanted was very specific, and they could just do it again.
Yeah, and maybe it didn't crack. I think that's an example, like you do see on a lot of these sites, like the Serapeum, like the Assyria, and the quarry, that something happened that meant tools down. Yeah, so here's the painting. This is the pictographs. Those are the paintings, and if you compare that to what's on like the pre-dynastic vases, you see exactly the same thing.
Now, so these depictions of flamingos, was it possible to date the paint that they used?
I think you probably could. I don't know if anybody ever has. I'd love to see that done. Yeah, I would love for that to happen. That's a very good point. Because there's a few things in Egypt where I'm like, why don't we date that?
Sorry, Jamie, scroll down a little bit. The scoopy thing. Below that. Yeah, right there. What's that?
So that's another piece near in the quarry. And this puts the light of the stupid pounding stone theory of how they explain this in the mainstream, because these scoop marks they tell you are pounding stones. This is another big piece. This is probably, we guess this piece is probably going to be like a smaller seated statue, but still something that's maybe 150 tons. And they were cutting this out. So this, you can see, this is the process of like carving out underneath it. And so you can get in these trenches, and the scoop marks are crazy though, because they extend basically from the top of the wall like 15 feet straight down these ridges. They go all along the ground under and then up on the roof side. So if you're pounding, you would have been doing this to pound that out. And it's a very sharp turn on the inside. There's it's the result of some tool. Like
also, someone's going to be underneath when cracks loose.
Yeah. Don't want to draw that short straw very much. Yeah, we take people down into that area around this block every time. It's great, and it's very bizarre looking. And you can grab that stone and whack at it, and just see how little effect you'll have with the
But those stones were. Is that an example of what they're trying to claim was used?
Yes.
How long would that take? So is that the unfinished obelisk?
That is the unfinished obelisk.
And so, where is that sucker cracked?
So there's a couple cracks, right? So this is the thing, that there's attempts at quarrying that have been made. I think it's that crack up towards the top is what they say how it cracked, but we don't know how.
We don't know if it cracked after the fact either.
It's possible that a lot of these places that it was a tools down situation, just something happened to stop, whether there was civil unrest, cataclysm, and this thing was buried too. Like that's the thing. There was a lot of quarrying that happened after this at higher levels. Like, so this is, you got to imagine when you go to this quarry, it's like they've cut the top of a granite mountain. They've taken so much granite out of it. Huge granite mountain. So to get down to, this sort of high quality granite, which is not surface level granite, you have to go 10, 12, 15 meters into granite to get blocks that are even possibly this size, or this, one single piece. And in fact, even now, that you can see that, like, all of the changes, there's no staircase, all of that gravel up to the north of that has all been moved. We're still clearing the site out. But when this was first discovered, it was buried in like 7-8 meters of quarry rubble from all of the quarrying that had happened above it and around it for thousands of years. The Egyptians, the Romans. Yeah, this was buried.
How did they know it was there?
Also, there was like an edge, one little edge piece poking out. What the hell is this? And then it was Howard. It was Flinders Petrie's assistant who actually excavated that site. And he had to like split a bunch of big blocks to even get it out of the way. It took them forever, but they eventually uncovered it all. Yeah. But it was the back end of it's like 7-8 meters rubble they had to clear out. I mean, that's nuts. Yeah, it's and to me, it's like, it's quite plausible. It's a possibility that was there. It was done.
It's quite possible there's more of that stuff out there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's many more quarries. This is just because that's in the quarry. That's the quarry that's sort of been cleared and made available for tourism. There's tons of quarries like that. These are great pictures. That's the jewel image. This is when it first popped out. Yeah, so they had this section of it. They're like, wow, this is something else. And so what happened with the pounding stones is really interesting, because there were thousands of them on the site, these round stones. However, the vast majority of them were broken. They were split. And God, I'm blanking on the name of the guy who excavated the site. However, he was like, how come these are all broken? And he tried to break them. So he stood up on like a 15 feet up, and he's hurling these stones down onto the granite. Bang, bang. He had to do it like 10 times. And eventually he cracks a chip off one of them, because they're dolerite. They're hard. They are hard as stone. And look, you will eventually create enough dust. Eventually, I mean, it's like there actually have been studies done. Dennis Stocks did a study, and the volume. It's basically you remove about, I think it was 2/3 the volume of a golf ball in an hour of pounding. So not a lot. Not a lot. Yeah, and if you can imagine, I like to tell people, it's like you can only fit these trenches are in this column. It's like you put 1,000 dudes in there. They're going to sit in this. So one person in one spot, and dudes. And so all you have to do is imagine all of that space being filled up with golf balls. Add another third for the, because it's 2/3 a golf ball, and then maybe add another half again to that to account for the negative space between the balls. That's how many hours it would take, which is, I mean, decades of effort. Like, it's not remotely possible to do it in any reasonable time frame. People can't. And pounding stones, how do you break it free? Well, that's the issue. Who's underneath it when that's pounding? Like, how does? That's what I think these balls were. So I think they're very difficult to break. They've taken away all the broken ones. The only ones on site now are these like little nice round ones. And even then, you can't do it from all the company. You have to kind of let it go and catch it. And your arms would burn out in no time. But I think the reason so many were broken, I I think, and you can actually see this in the harbour area. There are these channels that I think they cut under. You can see the remnants of them where they took the big extraction out. And I suspect what they did was they would shove these balls of dolerite in there, and it would provide them enough movement or just enough support where they could cut the rest of the whatever scoop out or remove the other attachment points. And then you're also, once you get out of that trench, you can now shift this thing ever so slightly to get whatever you would need to get under it to lift it up out of there. Because that's the other problem with the obelisk is like it's on an angle, and I mean the trench is going to be, when it's completed, they had only dug down two-thirds as deep as they needed to go. So that trench at its thickest point would have been like 12, 15 feet deep down there, and you've got to get under it. So it's on an angle. You have to lift that thing up 15, 20 feet up in the air to get it out of the trench, and then somehow move it to get it's this rocky, crazy environment to move it to get it somewhere and then take it wherever else you're taking it. But you have to be able to maneuver. So I honestly think those dolerite balls could have been used as primitive ball bearings that would just, that's all they were used for, was to support it while you cut it free. And then it would, a lot of them would have snapped in half under the mass of something like that, which explains why so many of them were broken. Because you ain't broken those things by pounding on them. Like, it's just not going to break.
That actually makes sense. They were used as some sort of a ball bearing.
Yeah.
But even so, even if that's the case, like, how? What?
Well, how you lifting it? What are you doing to lift that obelisk?
How many people? It's just manual labor.
You cannot fit enough people around that obelisk. It's like you probably not even to get 10 people. Like, it's such a rocky, weird. You can't fit that many people around it today. I have no idea how they would. I mean, I don't think they were doing this without the expectation that they could get it done. You know what I mean?
But what kind of conventional explanation is this?
There's nothing for this. There's nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing.
They just gloss over it. We don't know.
They don't address the realities of ton stuff. Not to anyone address those realities. Well, okay, so they do, and it's like with logistics, they will show you pictures where the Egyptians are moving something that is 100 tons or 150 tons and say, see. Now, that's not how logistics works. So, for example, with the statues, we know they scale right up to 1,000 tons or more. There is a picture on a tomb of a god shooting Hotep, and I've got this in the statues directory. I think it's a painting on a wall, and it's a sled with this statue, and there is like rows of guys. They've got the imprint of dudes. They're all pulling on a rope. No pulleys again. They didn't have force multipliers. They were just straight pulling. Wooden levers, a wooden sled, they're dragging this statue. In the case of the statue, we know about the statue. There's pieces of it left. It was made from alabaster, calcite, it's heavy as granite. But it probably weighed, the estimate of how much it weighed was 57 tons. Which is quite a lot. It's respectable, right? You can imagine that with enough labour and on a sled, this is it. This is a 57-ton statue. There's a guy pouring something on the sand or them, so you can count all these dudes, the shadows of the dudes behind them on these ropes. And so there's a figure about it, and there's been written about this. There's literally, I think, a Japanese team wrote a paper about what would it take to do this. And okay, this is possible. 7 tons with enough people, enough horsepower, you can do it. Now, it's not like that scales up on like a linear increase in difficulty to something that's 1,000 tons. It's more of a logarithmic exponential curve. You cannot take this explanation and apply it to something that's 1,000 tons. It's 20 times as heavy. The friction coefficient goes through the roof. Those sleds would literally just drive into the ground. You're in realms of mass. It's like material failure becomes a problem. Wood is no longer sufficient to support that. You certainly can't move it up any slopes. You have to do all this ground preparation work to even attempt it. And they move these things like 1,000 kilometers.
If there's a place that you can go back in time and see, that is it. That is it.
Yeah, quarry would be a good one.
God, if you can go back in time just to see construction, I guess quarry. I mean,
pyramids.
How are you lifting things? What are you doing? What does your machinery look like? You must have some kind of technology that is just dust in the wind now.
It has to be, because we've tried this. Like, there's an example. Do you know about the Thunderstone? You heard of this?
No.
Okay, so
no, I did hear about this.
Yeah, so in like the 1700s, I think it was, pre-industrial age. well, the early days, but no diesel power, no hydraulics. And this is the Thunderstone. So we did, like in Russia, they moved this thing from Finland to Russia. It's in St. Petersburg. They carved it as it's the base now for I think a bronze statue of Peter the Great. But this is how they did it, and so basically you can see the capstans, the things these dudes are working on. They're rotating. They would dig these giant holes to anchor these big logs in the ground, and then use pulleys and force multipliers with dudes on giant rails, and then they would have these huge big iron rails that they would put on the ground and carry back and forth, and the whole thing was moving on these bronze spheres, these big giant bowling ball sized spheres of bronze. And on a good day they'd move this thing 150 meters, 450 feet.
Still pretty impressive.
Yeah, but it took them years and years, and then this thing weighed around 1,500 tons.
It's interesting that using bronze spheres,
brass spheres, I'm sorry,
but whatever metal spheres, which is very similar to what you're describing with the obelisk.
Right. But this, again, when you compare the level of technology here to ancient Egypt, there's nothing. They show you what they did with that Djuni-Hotep image. It's a wooden sled, no force multipliers, no capstan, no pulleys, no none of that. Just dudes yanking on a rope. There's no evidence they use pulleys.
Pouring water on the sand,
or slippery hook or whatever, right? Or it's just stupid. You cannot explain it when it took us everything they had for years and years to move there. By the way, they took that across the Gulf of Finland. And it wasn't on some little river barge either. They built a giant platform. Took them a year to build it. And then they had to put warships on either side of it to keep it balanced. It's massive to even plot this thing in the center and hope that they got this thing over to Russia to then move it the rest of the way. So it ain't no barge carrying 1,000 tons down the Nile. It's nuts.
It's all so fascinating. And something happened is actually the only answer we have. Yeah. Dan, you're awesome, man. I really, really appreciate you coming on here. Your channel, Uncharted X, fantastic channel. So much good content. How long have you been doing it now?
I've been doing it. I quit my job 10 years ago, but no, Uncharted X.
God, you had the courage to do that.
It was a big old step. The wife was like, "What are you doing?"
I know, but look, you were right. It worked out.
I am super grateful that's worked out. In fact, I want to. Obviously, thank you for the hospitality and the invite, and I genuinely also think, dude, I've come full circle with this a little bit. What got me into it in the first place, I was always interested, but it wasn't until Graham's first, who I've gotten to know very well over the years. I love that man. It wasn't until his podcast back in the old days, was it 2011, 2012, something like that?
He was one of the first real guests.
Yeah.
That was just me and Duncan, that one.
You and Duncan? Right. Yeah. At your house?
At my house. Yeah. That's what I was doing at my house.
That one was what really, after that I followed him really closely. I went to Peru and Bolivia with him in 2013, and then 2015 I went with him to Egypt. So it's like the fact that I'm here talking to you now, you started me on this, and it's come full circle, so thank you for that. And the fact that you are interested in this topic, I think, is such a boon to everyone else out there that, you get to spread the word, and it's just such a benefit to the whole space. So
I'm so happy that guys like you took that fucking baton and ran with it. But
wild ride, I love it.
All this is who's not. I don't understand you if you're not interested in this. How is this not unbelievably fascinating?
Yeah, 100%. I agree. That's what happened to me. I fell down this pyramid-shaped hole, and I was doing. I had quite a career before this in the tech world, but I go to conferences and tech events, and the second that we're out in the break room, I'm talking about the Younger Dryas and pyramids and massive statues. Still, this is really interesting. I'm like, I know.
It's literally the most interesting thing about civilization. That time period and the mysteries that are involved in trying to just decipher what happened. It is the most fascinating time in history, I think.
I agree.
Yeah. And again, thank you so much. Thank you. We'll definitely do this again.
I would love to.
Especially if some more information comes out about the labyrinth, and hopefully more people, we're also picking up the baton and people get involved.
I see that happening. I'm very glad that it is. I'm thrilled to see other people getting into the field. I'm not I don't see any of this. It's not competition. It's like it's a rising tide.
Yeah, come on, jump on board. Yeah, you can definitely say you found it. Everybody will agree. You found it.
We didn't talk about the Sphinx and the stuff in the soda shop, but we'll save that for
Let's do it again then. Yeah. Definitely do it again. Yeah.
I'd love to.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Express itself. Reasons for this are complex and enter more the realm of psychology than
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
I'm so excited to talk to you, man. I've been so looking forward to this. Since I saw your video on the labyrinths in Egypt, spoiler alert, there appears to be a 40-meter long metallic tic-tac shaped object. How deep into the ground?
It's in the central atrium, which we'll get into what that is, but somewhere in the realm of 60, 70 meters. So, and what's that in feet? Like 200 feet, 150 to 180 feet down.
And so, for anybody who's interested, what is the name of that video that you put out?
I think it's the ancient structure, like it's said to be greater than the pyramids. I try to tease it a little bit.
Yeah.
It's on that. It's on my channel.
Well, it's good tease. You got me. Thank you. I dove right in, and I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. I was like, okay, I gotta pause this. This is not something that I can consume while I'm working out. I need to like really pay attention because it's so wild.
Yeah, and I honestly, that I'm grateful for how like that video took off. Like for me, it took off way bigger than ones that I've done in the past. I've talked about the labyrinth in the past, and it's a much longer video. And I was really glad to get the chance to dive into these details because I've been wanting to revisit the labyrinth for a long time. However, there's just been recently a bunch of new data that came up about things that happened a decade or two ago, or inside the last decade that really changed that picture, and there was things like the Melon Burrow scans that correlated other scans and also reported on, there seems to be a metallic object down there. And this isn't sort of crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology that's been well established in defense and in the UK defense. It came out of the military as a technology that's been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Tim Akers, rest in peace, unfortunately he's since passed, but he said about this object, like he is a credible guy to say this. He doesn't draw conclusions about what it might be, but it's definitely it's not stone. It's not unlike other metal that he's seen, although they couldn't classify what type of metal it is. But he said, there is in this central atrium, because the labyrinth has multiple levels, and it's almost like you imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and you have that central atrium. You can see all these levels, and it's like this big central chamber that connects to these multiple levels. It's open. It's at least 40 meters long. It's really tall. In the center of it, it's more than 40 because it contains this single sort of 40-meter long object that's sitting in there.
So how did you find out about the labyrinth? Like, this is something that has been talked about for a long time. Yeah, but no one, it's not in any like traditional archaeology books. It's not.
It is. Is that? Yeah, no, it is. So the labyrinth is kind of this is the other part that drew me to it. Is that it isn't something that's coming out of left field, right? It's not like this, no one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively over hundreds of years. Authors like Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, Elder Strabo, Polonius Mela. There's all of these writers of antiquity, and you're talking about time frames from like 500 up to the 1st century AD, had visited it, and they'd written about it and talked about it, and they gave it this legend. That's just guys like Herodotus said that it passes here, and then you have so this is from Herodotus' histories in the 5th century BC, and he says, for this I saw myself and I found a good words can say, for if one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all the great works produced by the Hellenes, the Greeks, they would prove to be inferior in labour and expense to this labyrinth. So he's saying that all of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, you've been there, you've seen the Acropolis, and just if you added them all up, the labor to produce them would be inferior in what it would take to just make this one thing in Egypt, the labyrinth.
That is underground.
That's underground, right?
How do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all?
Yes, they do. It's been discussed. Basically, what happened was, so we always kind of knew where it was. So you have the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from dynastic into becoming essentially a Roman province, like an imperial province of Rome. And that runs you up to about 400-500 AD. And then sort of civilization we have the Dark Ages, sort of have Roman Empire collapses, and it's not until again you get to the Renaissance and you have artists and other authors looking at these historical accounts and then talking about the drawing and some of the depictions you see from the labyrinth there and that. And then again, not until the emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So, these authors, I selected the quotes here to just, there's a lot more that they say about it, but one of the things they talk about is they give descriptions of where it is. They say it's near what was called Lake Moeris, and it's near a city that was the temple of the crocodiles, Crocodilopolis, or ancient Arsinoe is the other name for it, and we know where that is. And Lake Moeris sort of somewhat still exists. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Fayum of Egypt. So if you look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert, and you have from north to south, you have this green line of the Nile, traces it down, but on the left side, you look at there's this leaf-shaped depression that's all green. It's called the Fayum. It's a depression which used to flood with the Nile. Today they use it for agriculture, and it's right at the Fayum where it connects up to the lake. And he also described it, but they also described the pyramid that's at the site because there is a pyramid down and the third on that site. So they give us all these descriptors, and everyone kind of agreed, yeah, so it's at this place called Hawara, where I've been to several times. There's still up there, and there's just great fields of sand and like little open air libraries with chunks of stone. And what happened was Carl Lepsius went there, and he said, well, I've discovered the ruins of like a Roman town that's built on the surface. There's nothing crazy about it. Flinders Petrie was the guy who kind of got the closest. Now, Petrie went there in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And he was excavating. He did 7 or 8 meters. He got down and he put this massive stone slab of bed plaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like it was this, he sort of traced the edges of it. He's like, I'm standing on the foundation of the labyrinth. So what he said is like it's all gone. Like it's basically, Petrie said, it's been quarried. This place has been a source of stone for literally millennia. So it's gone. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, Egyptology is like, if you look on Wikipedia, they'll tell you, it's gone. It was destroyed. It was quarried away. Petrie says, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. So that's always been kind of the position of Orthodox Egyptology. Looking at the textbooks, that's where it is. That's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different now scientific expeditions there. This is where it gets into some intrigue because the Matterhorn expedition, the Kara Usidi expedition, I mean, these happened. The results have come out since, but they were covered up at the time. They were suppressed. So the first guy, what year was this? 2008 was the Matterhorn expedition. They were covered up. Yes. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The hiring process can be absurdly time-consuming. Like when you're looking for a new doctor, you spend hours searching. When you finally feel like you found the right one, it turns out they're not accepting new patients. The same thing happens when you're hiring. You scan through hundreds of resumes, you find one you like, only discover they aren't actively looking for a job. Well, good news for all you hiring managers out there, your search looks a little less frustrating now thanks to ZipRecruiter. And bonus, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter has added new tools and features to help speed up the hiring process and save you valuable time. They can easily connect you with qualified candidates in minutes. They also have a wide pool of talent to choose from, and it's continuously growing. Over 320,000 resumes are added monthly, so you can reach more potential hires. Use ZipRecruiter and save time hiring. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And if you go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan,
Rogan right now, you try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Yeah, so what
Is our boy Zoe?
It is Zoe. It was. And again, not my words, this is of Louis de Cordier, he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur who funded and drove the Matterhorn expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was held by Zahi Hawass. Also with the NRIG, which is the National Research Institute for like basically subsurface studies. So that's those guys dragging that box around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site of Hawara, things like ground penetrating radar, geomagnetism, very low frequency, like tomography, electrical resistivity tomography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known science. This isn't like the cover scans, where it's like you can debate the merits of the technology. This is established technology, and they found the labyrinth. So, and what he found is that so what Lepsius said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down, then you hit the water table. So there's the other issue on this side is the water table. So the water's at like 5 meters below the surface, and under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is that huge slab that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation, and then below that, Petrie didn't dig deep enough. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthian structure of granite and very, very dense rocks and walls, and like a maze-like structure that had walls meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the green, which is the actual VLF right, that's in there. So yeah, so this is at 8 meters. With VLF sounding, so you can see like labyrinthian structure of these walls, all of these lines and walls. These are like granite, and the scale of this, it's 100 meters vertically by 150 meters, 100 meters tall. No, so vertically, no, so the y-axis, I guess, of this. So we're looking down in the grass here. You got to look at the scale, like across the top, that's 150 meters, right? So, I mean, like 450 feet. So these are big walls. So it's big chambers and big walls. For people, it's like a football field. Yeah, it's a football field. Well, it's more. I mean, 100 meters in Australia, it's my 100 meters is a football field. I don't know how big. Yeah, what's 100 yards? What is the difference between 100 yards and 100 meters? It's 100 yards is a little less. So 150 meters, and this is only a section of the labyrinth. They scanned 2 sections. The labyrinth itself is said to be much, much larger than this. So they found much larger than that. Oh, that's huge. Yeah. No, it's extends overall structure like 100 feet at least. Wow. Like 3, 4, 5 times that size. I mean, you have to go back to we have some better indication with the more modern space-based scans now, but when they did the geophysicals, like the ground penetrating radar scan, so they scanned 2 areas. That was the bigger one, like in front of the pyramid, then they did another one on the other side of the canal that runs through the site today, and they found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the labyrinth, what the textbooks will tell you about the labyrinth not being there and it being destroyed too. No, we've actually, now there's been the Matterhorn expedition confirmed it was there. And so what happened, this was interesting. Now I have, I think, reasoning for why this happened, but it was covered up. And these are the words like Louis de Cordier. He eventually got sick. What happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether it's your academic institution or you're an individual or a group that's funding some sort of expedition, you work with the Council of Antiquities today, it's the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But they essentially, it takes years to get access. And then what you do, though, they control the release of information. So that's always part of the deal, right? It's that Egypt gets to do the announcing if and when they choose.
And they have dismissed things in the past that they've then accepted later.
Yeah, a great example is the Scan Pyramids project. So they got ahead of themselves a little bit. This is the muon detection, the cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running that experiment for years at Giza in the Great Pyramid. And every time I go in there, there's always different sets of equipment and different places on it. But these muon detectors, they have them under the ground and in the Grand Gallery, and it just takes years to collect data. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and you're able to detect voids. They can somehow tell the difference between it traveling through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a resolute picture. But once they did, they said, oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they'd also discovered the small void at the main entrance. If you look up at it today, there's those chevron blocks. Like above, you go in down here at the Alma Moon's tunnel, but at the top where the descending passage actually exits the pyramid, the original big chevron blocks, and behind that's that chain. So you remember a few years ago they made a big fuss, but when the Scan Pyramids guys on their own initiative announced that we made these discoveries, he basically came out and said this is bullshit, it doesn't exist. There's nothing there, and if there is something there, we knew about it already.
But especially from middle school and high school
and you go on a couple of years, and now it's time to do the press releases and to roll out the footage that who's standing at the podium making the announcement and showing
their charges
like and
awareness of
a fascinating situation over there with them. Yes, I did a video. I just released it a few days ago. They got into some even more intrigue about stuff that's happening in Giza.
Please have a look at the information box below.
The Giza Plateau in the 1990s, which we can get into that too. But so what happened with the Matterhorn expedition and the labyrinth was that 2008 and 2009 they finished their light work. They're ready to release the